Hello everyone, welcome to our audiobook channel. If you enjoy this story or want to hear more exciting content, don't forget to like, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment. Your feedback helps us improve and bring even more captivating stories. Enjoy listening. The Hollow, at the Edge. Part 1, The Hounds. Not for the first time, Serrel Hawthorne questioned the choices he had made that had brought him to his current predicament. From the top of the tower, he could see the entirety of the city stretched out around him. The Legion had finally pushed through, and were making speed towards the fortress where he now stood. The fighting had been fierce, and fires had broken out in many places. The scent of smoke, and blood, and death was in the air. Serrel ignored it all, focused only on the elf in front of him who was, in all likelihood, about to kill him. The elf smiled grimly. "Last chance, boy. Turn around and walk away." Serrel swallowed, not even bothering to pretend he wasn't scared out of his mind. "I can't," he replied. "This isn't your fight," the elf said sadly. "I took the bronze." "So? It's just a coin. How many people have died? I can't let you get away. You can't stop me. Whether you live or die, it changes nothing." Serrel sighed. "Well, I have to try." The elf shook his head. "Very well, then." For a moment, there was silence. Neither of the two moved, as smoke swirled in the air, and the sounds of men and women fighting and dying drifted up to them. Then the elf's arm snapped up, and Serrel's vision was filled with fire. It had been, well, Serrel wasn't entirely sure, but it couldn't have been more than a week earlier when Serrel and his fellow recruits had parted ways. He reasoned that, since they were all in the Legion together, chances were they would meet again soon. But it was a sad occasion regardless. His fellow members of Pond Scum, as they had been dubbed, had irritated him, angered him, made him laugh, made him feel like part of a family again. He was going to miss them. Well, maybe not Justin so much. He had been an arse most of the time. But the others, Victor, Caitlin, Edgar, Bull, Mouse and Greasy Tim, even though he hadn't known them for very long, he had considered them to be his friends. But they had gone their separate ways, off to different units aboard different ships to sail across the dividing sea to the Faelands. He couldn't help but worry about what fate had in store for all of them. His apprehension shifted back to his own well-being soon after he met his new unit. They were called the Hounds. He had heard very little about them beforehand, and most of that was just rumors and stories. They were supposed to be trackers and hunters, people who lived in the most wildest of places. In the Legion, they were the most elite of scouts, leading the way far ahead of the main army. In the hustle of Port Serenity, where the Legion was preparing to depart, Serrel spent a long time wandering lost along the docks until he finally spotted the Hounds banner flying beside a smallish cargo ship. He was greeted at the gangplank by his new commanding officer and his sergeant, a scarred woman with pale skin and dark hair braided into several thick plaits. "Castor," said the man in greeting as Serrel handed over his orders and snapped instantly to attention. "I'm Lieutenant Snow Dash." "Captain," corrected the sergeant. "Pardon?" "Captain," she repeated patiently. "Oh, right. Promoted. Captain. I'm still not used to that." "I'm Captain Snow," Captain Snow went on amicably. "Welcome to the Hounds. I'm glad to have you. We haven't had a mage with us for some time, but I shall do my best not to disappoint, sir," Serrel said. "Good lad. Sergeant Calyx here will introduce you to the rest of the men. Sergeant, please show our young mage below and get him settled." "Yes, Captain," said Sergeant Calyx. She gave Serrel an unfriendly grin that showed far too many teeth and went aboard the ship without waiting for him. Serrel rushed after her to catch up. She walked briskly across the deck, weaving between the sailors making the ship ready for sail, and made her way down to the lower decks. "What's your experience in the wilds, boy?" she asked without looking back. "The wilds, Sergeant?" The woods. The forest. You look soft and well fed. Not like someone who's spent much time outdoors. When I was younger, I would go with the men from town to catch rabbits. Rabbits. Well, you must be so proud. Sarcasm dripped from her every word. I'm sure small furry animals everywhere must quake in their burrows at your scent. She snorted. Let me be clear. We don't want you. We don't need you. We've gotten along fine without a mage for nearly a year now. If we were going to get one, I would have at least expected Holland to send us one who could tell his arse from a hole in the ground. The last thing anyone in this unit needs is a deadweight, tramping about, making noise and giving away our position. So you do what I say, when I say, or I will gut you and leave you for the scavengers. Are we clear? Yes, Sergeant. You aren't one of us. You want to survive what's coming, you better learn to move like us, sound like us, smell like us, or you won't last a day. Yes, Sergeant. What's your name again, boy? Caster Serrel Hawthorne, Sergeant. She snorted again. Well, fresh meat, welcome to the Hounds. Don't get comfortable. I expect your stay to be short and messy, with a bloody end. Can't wait, Serrel muttered. Waiting for Calyx below were two huge black and tan dogs. They bounded up and down and weaved around her legs playfully. Calyx snapped at them loudly in some language Serrel didn't recognize, and the dogs dropped to their haunches side by side, tails wagging and tongues lolling. This is Vost and Ripper, Calyx introduced. Don't pet them, they will kill you. Boys, this is Hawthorne, our new mage. Neil Lin UT. The dogs looked at Serrel hungrily, and he hoped that last phrase Calyx had said was no eating. From what she had said to him so far, that seemed unlikely. The rest of the men and women of the Hounds were at the forwards end of the ship, stowing their gear for the voyage, resting, playing cards, and generally killing time. They looked up briefly. Who's the fresh meat? Asked a man with a huge messy beard. He grinned, revealing black teeth. This is our new mage, Dogbreath. See he gets settled, and stays out of the way. Don't eat him. With that, Calyx turned and left. Dogbreath rose from his seat and came over to give Serrel a closer examination. He poked Serrel roughly in the arm. Hardly any meat on him at all, Dogbreath said. I bet he's all chewy. Leave the scrawny kid alone, Dogbreath, said a girl nearby. Just saying hello to the new fresh meat. Hee, Dogbreath chuckled to himself. Up close, Serrel quickly understood the reason for the name. His breath was rank. Yes. Well. Hello, Serrel greeted the others, and instantly felt like an idiot. He could feel 20 pairs of eyes boring into him, quietly assessing his worth and judging him. He saw a couple of head shakes, a pair of rolled eyes, and more than a few laughs of amusement. There's a spare spot in the bow, said the girl helpfully, before she returned to sharpening her sword and ignoring him. Thanks. He stepped around Dogbreath, who had started sniffing him, and carefully wound his way through the massive animosity that was his new unit to the very front of the ship. The Hounds had all seen their share of battles. Their weapons were all worn, but reliable, clothes frayed and patched. Most of the men were thick and muscular, either bearded or in need of a shave. The women were lean and athletic. Everyone had a look of a hunter, or a ranger. People who had spent the majority of their lives outdoors and knew what it meant to be a survivor. In his new and neatly cleaned uniform and with his polished new warstaff, Serrel felt so out of place. There was an empty hammock right up against the curve of the prow. There was very little space to move, but Serrel made the most of it. These people didn't care about him, and would care even less if he made a fuss. He decided that for the foreseeable future, the best option was to just shut up and stay out of the way. And Holland thought this was the best place for him? Serrel shrugged off his pack and sat down with his back against the hull. He held on to his staff. He had just got it, and was feeling protective. Then he noticed the man opposite him. He was neater than the others, with brown hair and a beard that was actually trimmed once a week, and sat cross-legged on a large chest, hands on his knees, and a look of peace and harmony on his face. Then man opened his eyes, and smiled airily at Serrel. "Ah, the new mage," he said. "Evening," Serrel said lamely. The man's smile creeped him out. "I'm Serrel, dot." The man ignored him. "You have any of the elixir?" he asked. "Vorkeffa's elixir?" "Yes." "Have any?" There was a glint in his eye Serrel liked less than his smile. "Just say no," said a man nearby as he secured a group of bows for transport. "No," Serrel lied. "They didn't think we'd need any." "Pity," said the man on the chest. He closed his eyes and went back to meditating. "Ignore Morton," the second man told Serrel. "He's a bit," he twirled his finger around the side of his head, "weird. As long as he stays off the elixir he's fine." "Good to know." Serrel adjusted his coat, making sure the pouch containing his small flask of the elixir was covered. "I'm Brant." "Brant O'Kellen," said the man, offering his hand. He was younger than most of the other hounds, probably only a few years older than Serrel. "Serrel Hawthorne." He shook Brant's hand. It was rough and calloused. "I remember when I was fresh meat. This lot aren't exactly the most inviting, I know. Just let them get to know you." "Sure. Then they can really hate me. Is it because I'm mage, or because I'm new?" "Mostly because you're new. We haven't had a mage since old Barnaby went and got himself E.T. E.T.? Something ate him? We did tell him not to pet that jackalope. But he just wouldn't listen. They're herbivores, he said." "Ha! That's just what they want you to think." "All right then," Serrel said slowly. "See, I just assumed Sergeant Calyx had killed him, but..." Well, Brant looked about dramatically to see if anyone was listening in. "There are those of us that say the sergeant was seen talking to the jackalope moments before the whole unpleasant incident occurred." "Aha!" Serrel nodded. "And she never did get on with that Barnaby. He kept trying to change her dogs into ferrets." "Right. Is this part of the initiation? See how gullible I am?" "No harm in trying," Brant said with a grin. "If you were a complete blithering idiot, better we find out now. So what really happened to your mage?" "Werewolves. Get comfortable, fresh meat. The next 2 days are going to be mightily unpleasant. Hope you don't get seasick." In hindsight, Serrel figured he should have seen this coming. That a war would break out the second he joined the Imperial Legion. Well, that was just how his luck seemed to run lately. The exact reasons for the war were sketchy. The land of Elsbereth, known mostly as the Faelands, had long been at peace with the Empire. Mostly because they had only barely managed to avoid being decimated by the Empire during the last war, over a decade ago. When that war had ended, the ruler of Elsbereth, some elven king Serrel didn't know the name of and probably wouldn't have been able to pronounce even if he did, had been deposed and replaced with someone more amenable to the needs of the Empire. So the Faelands and the Empire had coexisted peacefully as a reluctant puppet and a domineering puppeteer respectively. Until the appearance of some elven warlord named Vharaes, who claimed to be some blood relative of the previous unremembered and vastly unmourned ruler of the Faelands. He managed to rally together a band of like-minded countrymen, or perhaps country elves, and had started a rebellion. Somehow, Vharaes had taken control of the elven trade city, Volumir, and murdered the Empire's ambassador, which was apparently an act of war. The fighting was still ongoing, and the Imperial Legion were now on their way to aid the flagging forces of Elsbereth. All this, Serrel knew in passing. It was mostly just a load of strange names to him, and a lot of big and important sounding words like economics that seemed like poor reasons to have to fight someone. All of his life the Faelands had been only a legend, a place you told of in bedtime stories to young children. He knew this was the land of the elves, an ancient and mysterious race of great power, and that many strange, wondrous, and horrifying creatures still existed there, and nowhere else on the planet. But he had never expected to have to actually go there. As the night progressed, the ship left port and set off out to sea with little or no fanfare. The rest of the Hounds took the opportunity to rest, and soon the hold was filled with the sounds of nearly 24 men and women snoring at varying volumes. But Serrel couldn't rest. His uncomfortable position and the rocking of the ship, an alien and disconcerting sensation in itself to a previously landlocked carpenter's son, combined with the apprehension stirring in his mind and kept Serrel awake. Eventually, he rose and quietly stepped around his sleeping companions to make his way to the deck of the ship. The stars were growing dim in the night sky when he emerged from below decks. He found a quiet spot out of the way at the stern of the ship and watched the sun rise in the east, directly in front of them. When he looked back, the land he had been born on, and not too long ago, had expected to die on, was a mere dark smudge on the horizon. He thought about the things he was leaving behind, and realized it was a very, very short list. But ahead of him, well, who knew what was out there? The idea that maybe, just maybe, something good would come out of this frankly, rather terrifying experience was almost enough to damp out the darkness of the hollow that was starting to stir inside. So engrossed in his own thoughts, he didn't realize he had company until he glanced to the right and realized his new commanding officer was standing next to him. He quickly snapped to attention. "At ease," said the newly promoted Captain Snow. "Sir. Is there something I can do for you, sir?" "No, Caster. I'm just taking in the view." "Marvelous, isn't it?" "Yes, sir. I've never been out at sea before, sir." Snow took a deep breath and grinned broadly. "Ah, smell that sea air. Marvelous." "Yes, sir." "So," Snow said in what he thought was a casual, just one of the men type of tone, "we left port a bit late last night. We seem to be lagging behind the flotilla a tiny bit." "Yes, sir," said Serrel. It seemed like a safe response. "Can't have that," said Snow. "Can't have the Hounds behind everyone else. What sort of scout unit would we be then, eh?" "I'm not sure, sir. The others would be laughing behind our backs. Except in front of us." "Which is where they are." "In front. Far in front." "Yes, sir." "A pity." "Wouldn't you say so, Sergeant?" "Yes, Captain," said Calyx, making Serrel jump. Somehow she had appeared next to Snow without making a sound. "A real pity," Snow went on. "You know, some of these ships have their own mages on board. Someone to blow the sails, as it were. Shame we don't have one of those." Serrel kicked himself for being so slow. "You want me to make the ship go faster, sir? You think you can?" said Snow, still grinning. Serrel had his doubts. He had a vague idea of how boats worked. Wind blew into the sails and the ship moved forwards. Though he recalled something called ballast, and thought that maybe that came into play somewhere, whatever that was. Also keel hauling. That might have been important, too. Though what he said aloud was, "I'll give it a try, sir." "Oh yes, fresh meat," said Calyx scornfully. "Do try." Serrel took his staff and approached the main mast cautiously. A few sailors looked over in interest. One pointedly spat overboard. Serrel ignored them. He regarded the sail, and the way it moved, the rigging that held it in place. He felt the wind on his face, and the way it fluttered his long coat. He imagined the sail filling up with air, with wind and force, pushing forwards, making the boat cut through the sea. Not too much force, though. Uncontrolled, the sail would rip, the boat might be damaged. There would be shouting, most of it directed at him. No, you needed enough force, just enough. Serrel felt the ether flow through him, threw his staff, and weaved it into a form he could use. In his mind, he thought, Soa. A wave of force struck the sail, and the ship suddenly heaved forwards with an unexpected burst of speed. Serrel focused on the force, on exerting the right amount of pressure on the sail, endeavoring to keep the amount of energy he used as low as possible. He ignored the sailors that now hurried around him, making adjustments to the rigging. "What are ye doing?" A large burly man with an eye patch snapped at Captain Snow. "Your job," Snow replied, still smiling. "We are so far behind the others, I half expect the war to be over by the time we reach landfall, Captain. At least bring us level with the nearest ship, if only to appease my wounded ego." The ship's captain grumbled something about the bloody Legion and their bloody wizards, and went off to shout at his crew. "Well done, Caster Hawthorne," Snow called to Serrel. "Well done. If the captain requires any further assistance, please lend it to him." "Yes, sir," said Serrel. "Marvelous," Snow said again, before going back below decks. Sergeant Calyx just sniffed, and followed him. Serrel smiled to himself. The motion of the ship, and the feeling of energy pulsing through him, just weaving in general, made him feel better about himself. Whatever else life threw at him, he had this. And when it occurred to him that he was, by himself, single-handedly moving an entire ship, his smug self-confidence all but clouded out the hollow inside. Not that that feeling lasted. The rest of the Hounds treated him with equal amounts of indifference and outright disdain. In the close confines of the ship's hold he was regularly, and roughly, bumped back and forth by his fellow soldiers, and caught by a few unexpected elbows to the side when he least expected it. The best apology he got was, "Sorry, didn't see you there." It was all rather childish, but Serrel bore it as best he could. Of all the Hounds, Brant O'Kellan seemed the most friendly. He was also the biggest mouth of the unit, and never seemed to shut up. He had a tall tale for every occasion, and the weird thing was that a rather large amount of them ended up being true. For instance, there had been a mage named Barnaby in the unit, and he had indeed been devoured by werewolves, though Serrel could never get a clear picture of how this had happened. "Poor Ol' Barnaby," was all Brant would say. "It's how he would have wanted to go. I bet he tasted stringy." "He," was Dogbreath's contribution. "Oh, dear," was what Captain Snow said, before he had to go for a lie down to calm his nerves, as he put it. "I don't know," said Holly Wells, the girl who had spoken to him the night before. "Maybe he was too busy asking stupid questions and wasn't paying enough attention to his surroundings." Like all mages, she added pointedly. After Serrel, Holly was the youngest member of the Hounds, and had only just managed to escape the stigma of being fresh meat herself, and wasn't eager to be relabeled by dint of association. Though she did grudgingly point him in the right direction when he needed it, for which he was grateful. Serrel decided not to ask Sergeant Calyx about Barnaby. In fact, he had decided to avoid her wherever possible, until the unlikely event that she warmed to him. Serrel figured this would happen somewhere between his term of service ending and hell freezing over. Calyx made his old training sergeant, Riach Holland, look all warm and cuddly by comparison, and that man had once broken a trainee's arm, just so they could practice healing spells. Serrel had a mental image of Calyx painted blue, with an axe in each hand, screaming as she charged down a hillside to pillage a defenseless mountain village. He found out later he wasn't that far off. Not even about the paint. After Calyx, Dogbreath was the longest-serving member of the Hounds. Serrel had no clue just how old the man was. It could have been anywhere between 40 and 100. He couldn't decide if Dogbreath was crazy, or had simply been hit on the head one too many times. His black-toothed smile was bad. The way he barked and howled like a dog was weird. His laugh, usually following some comment about how tasty or unappetizing he thought you might be when served in a stew, was downright disconcerting. But what got to Serrel was the way he would turn around to find Dogbreath standing a few inches away, grinning maniacally. Then you got the bad breath in the face, the smell of wet dog, and a far too detailed view of an unwashed beard that Serrel swore had things moving in it. Captain Tobias Snow was the complete opposite of dog breath. In fact, he looked almost as out of place in the Hounds as Serrel, with his fussy little beard always neatly trimmed, and his uniform clean and pressed. He smiled a lot, and everything he said was in a jovial and convivial tone. Orders often seemed phrased like polite suggestions that it would have been rude to ignore. He had the bearing and the air of superiority that Serrel often associated with stuck-up lords, and yet the scruffy and all too common hounds had nothing but respect for him. Apart from Calyx, whom Serrel heard muttering several times, "That bloody beard." Then there was Morton. Like Snow, he seemed out of place in the Hounds, and the rest of the group tended to leave him to his own devices most of the time. According to Brant, he had been a mage himself at some point, but supposedly he had become addicted to the elixir of Vorkef, the magical concoction made with the distilled essence of the ether itself, and was no longer capable of weaving. The elixir, also called Magi's Bane or more colorfully, Liquid Damnation, could replenish the energy within a mage, but if you weren't careful, and used that energy too quickly, it would also drop you straight down the hollow quicker than you could blink. Serrel knew that from experience, and thought he might have understood the reason for Morton's creepy, glassy-eyed expression. The Hounds kept Morton because he still knew a great deal about plants and herbs. Out in the wild, it paid to know what species of mushroom was safe to eat and which would give you a long agonizing death. He was also supposed to be especially knowledgeable on the flora and fauna of the Faelands, which was why Calyx endured him. Morton at least had a use, something Serrel at the moment failed to possess in her opinion. It was going to be a long, boring trip. There was little space in the hold, and the deck was often filled with soldiers milling about and getting in the way of the ship's crew. Calyx tried to keep everyone busy by making them help out, tying rope and scrubbing the decks, but for men and women who lived for open land and dark forests, for long journeys in the hunt and the chase, it was only a matter of time before they began to grow restless. And Serrel suspected the game of choice was soon going to be pick on the fresh meat. Sometimes being right was no fun at all. It was midday on their first day at sea. There was no land in sight, just the endless waves of the dividing sea and the huge blue expanse of sky that was broken only by a few wispy clouds. Serrel was trying to be helpful by coiling a long rope for some of the sailors. The crew of the ship, particularly the captain, were rather old-fashioned and still considered having a mage on board to be bad luck, and Serrel was hoping to look as unthreatening as possible. "Do you sleep with that thing as well?" asked a scornful voice behind him. Serrel turned to find Calyx had again sneaked up on him in that way of hers. She was worse than dog breath. If you were downwind, you could at least smell him coming. He was relatively harmless in his way, as well. Whereas Calyx at that moment was holding a well-made and most likely very frequently used spear at her side. Calyx glanced at his staff, which was propped against the rail of the ship while he worked. Serrel took it everywhere with him. That was one of the first lessons Holland had drilled into the members of Pond Scum. Your staff never left your sight. "I always keep it with me, Sergeant," Serrel said carefully. "It isn't much different from carrying a knife, or a few axes." Calyx looked down at the sharp hatchet tucked into her belt. She nodded. "I suppose so," she conceded. "If it were a real weapon. What good is a big stick in a real fight? If he was fighting dog breath, put in Brant, who was watching a safe distance away with some other hounds, he could distract him by throwing it and yelling fetch. "If only all our opponents would be so amendable," replied Calyx. Serrel careful placed the rope on deck and picked up his staff. "I have to admit, I haven't been in many real fights. "Really?" said Calyx. "I am shocked. But I imagine 5 feet of solid wood is better than nothing," Serrel finished. "Only if you know how to use it, fresh meat. And only if you have trouble figuring out which end you were meant to hold a sword by." There were a few laughs. Calyx didn't join them. She wasn't being spiteful for the joy of it. "I know how to use my staff, Sergeant," Serrel said irritably. "Good," said Calyx. Without warning she lowered her spear and stabbed the point straight at him. Serrel didn't always think the worst of people, but part of him saw that coming. The word of power Balbus had been floating in his mind, and now with little effort, Serrel weaved the ether into a shield directly in front of himself. The spear tip hit the invisible barrier and stopped dead. Calyx stared at him and pushed the spear harder. It moved a fraction, then stopped again. After a moment, the air around it began to glow with a dim green light. "And how long do you think you can keep that up?" Calyx asked him. "Long enough," replied Serrel. "I think you'll run out of strength before my arm does," Calyx said. Serrel glanced at her arm, which had more muscles than he had ever seen on a woman, and wondered if that were true. He'd never shielded himself for long periods against a physical attack like this. At Fort Amel, they had practiced defensive weaving against spells, and the occasional rock thrown maliciously by Holland. No one had ever broken Serrel's defense before, but then again, no one had ever tried to stab their way through his shield before now. Already he was starting to feel the strain, and the ether energy in his being trickling away. "So, fresh meat, what happens then?" Calyx asked. Serrel dropped the shield so fast, Calyx was momentarily caught off guard. Without the barrier holding it in place, the tip of the spear thrust forwards, and would have hit him had he not already been stepping to the side, and lifting his staff to parry it. As the shafts of their weapons impacted, he threw a wave of force at the sergeant, a relatively low-powered one, since he didn't actually want to hurt her, and piss her off more than she generally was. But Calyx was faster than he expected, and had already spun away. Serrel's spell missed her entirely, and washed over another of the hounds instead, knocking him comically to the deck. Calyx ignored the gales of laughter behind her, and stared daggers at Serrel. Said Serrel. "Sorry?" "I don't care how good you think you are with magic, fresh meat," Calyx said. "How well can you handle yourself in a real fight?" The spear came hurtling at him again. Serrel parried her attacks as best he could, using his staff and throwing up shields whenever he needed to. He was out of depth somewhat. Holland had taught them close combat with a staff, but Serrel had not exactly proven himself a natural-born warrior. Even with Calyx holding back, and she was holding back, he realized, he only narrowly avoided being impaled over and over by the skin of his teeth. With one final thrust, Calyx sent the spear flying to his throat. Serrel managed to cast his shield again, then felt a sharp prick right on his Adam's apple. He weaved his shield too slowly, and instead of stopping the blow, it had formed around the shaft of her spear, giving it easy access. Part of Serrel noted with interest the way the shield didn't pass through obstructions, and just formed itself around them, and filed the information away for future reference. The rest of him focused on not moving a single muscle, or even breathing, in case he accidentally opened his own throat. He did not have to worry. Calyx held the spear with extraordinary control, and kept it perfectly still, its tip just touching the skin of his throat. "What's next, fresh meat?" she asked him. "What's your next trick?" Serrel held up a finger in a just give me a moment gesture. There were more laughs behind him. "Do try not to make a mess, Sergeant," said Captain Snow, who was watching the fight from a spot near the helm. "Stick him!" yelled Dogbreath. Dot. With perfect timing, the whole ship suddenly shook violently. There was an ominous groaning of wood and the ship listed to port. Calyx lowered her spear quickly to avoid causing a messy accident, and the two of them fought to remain standing. "What just happened?" Brant asked aloud. "Snow!" The ship captain was yelling angrily. "What's your bloody wizard doing to my ship?" "I didn't do anything," Serrel snapped indignantly. Calyx made a face. "Gods, I hate the sea," she muttered and turned to look out over the railing, their fight forgotten. Serrel joined her at the rail. "What is it? Do I look like a sailor to you, fresh meat?" She pointed to the surface of the water. "Maybe you can tell me what the hell that is." Serrel saw a large dark shadow under the water, growing larger and larger. Then suddenly the sea exploded, and a huge black object almost as large as the ship they were on hurled itself out of the water and into the air. Serrel had a momentary view of fins and a huge tail, before the creature fell back into the sea with a giant splash, spraying up a great wave of water that drenched the pair, and sent the ship rocking again. Calyx shook her head, spraying water from her dreadlocks over Serrel. "I hate the sea," she repeated. The other hounds and most of the sailors lined up at the rail. "Wow," said Holly. "What was that?" "Whales," said one of the sailors. "Great blacks. Been a while since we've seen one of them. They don't usually come to these waters." As they watched, more and more of the creatures began surfacing all around the ship. Some came up slowly, and blew great plumes of water into the air as they took a breath. Others leapt dramatically skywards as the first had done. In other vessels in the flotilla, soldiers and sailors were lining up to take in the sight as more whales appeared amidst the massive ships. The captain growled. "Blacks be bad luck," he muttered. "Only if they land on you," said Brant, as the ship rocked back and forth from the force of the landing whales. "Blacks be bad luck, you dosey boy," the captain repeated. "That's why we stopped huntin' 'em." "They're just big fish," said Holly. "Mammals actually," said Brant. "'Tain't the whales you need to worry about," insisted the captain. "It's what comes after 'em." Serrel looked over at him. "Why?" he asked. "What comes after them?" The first sailor shook his head. "That's just a dash." He was cut off by another whale erupted from the sea. It was far too close to the ship for comfort, and it was the biggest one yet. Except. Serrel stared in horror as the whale landed back in the sea, only just missing the hull of the ship. It wasn't just a whale. Something had been wrapped around it. He had a glimpse of what looked like snakes. Another whale came up, thrashing violently, its huge tail throwing a mass of water all over the onlookers strong enough to send a couple sprawling. And Serrel saw it clearly. Not snakes. Tentacles. Huge tentacles wrapping around the struggling whale and yanking it back beneath the waves. "I told you!" roared the captain. "What the hell was that?" Holly asked in shock. "Krakens," the captain snarled. "A whole school of bloody krakens. They come up, chasing the whales." "Oh, well now. That's just perfect," said Calyx scathingly. "How much trouble are we in right now?" asked Captain Snow calmly. "Plenty," said the captain. "If we don't get clear o' the school, them blacks will knock us to pieces. And if we're really unlucky, one o' them krakens might decide he wants a bite o' us." "Oh. Well, then. No worries. If ye have a god, Snow, I'd start praying to him." "Good point," said Snow. He turned to his men. "Hounds. Off the leash. It's time to pray." Without a word, the hounds dashed back to the hold. Several jumped down below decks, while others waited by the ladder. Soon, a long stream of weapons emerged on deck, passed up from below and distributed around the group. It didn't take long for everyone to be armed. "What do yer think yer can do with those?" the captain asked witheringly. "We generally find a use for them in most situations," replied Snow, accepting an ornate sword from Brant. Serrel was impressed at the speed and coordination of his unit. He stayed out of the way, and watched the sea seethe with monsters. Fleeing whales sped hurriedly through the water, while huge masses of red tentacles sped after them with alarming tenacity. He watched a giant kraken pass silently under the ship and disappear. Beside him, Calyx gripped her spear tightly and pursed her lips. Her eyes danced across the surface of the water, seeking the next threat. Then it happened. A large whale, masses of red tentacles coiled tightly around it, launched itself from the water and slammed straight into the ship nearest them. Serrel heard the sound of wood cracking and breaking to pieces, then men screaming as their ship came apart around them. He watched in horror as the ship rolled over onto its port side and began to sink, men on its deck sliding down and landing into the sea. "Hell," said Snow. "Come to starboard, we need to help them." "Belay that," said the captain. "If there be men in the water, they be as good as dead." "They aren't dead yet. There'll be a frenzy. The krakens will attack anything that moves." "Captain," Calyx snapped, "there are legion on that ship. So you can either come to starboard, or you can go swimming." The captain scowled. "Bloody legion. Fine. On your head be it. Come about, lads, and tool up. We be in for a fight." Serrel held onto the rail as the ship veered towards the stricken vessel. He saw men and women struggling in the water. Then he saw a vast red shape appear beneath them, and one by one they started being pulled underwater. He wondered who had been on that ship. If it had held someone he knew. The ship came upon the floundering crew, and the sailors quickly threw rope and barrels over the side. But anyone unlucky to be in the water was quickly dragged down and lost. The dying crew and members of the Legion aboard did their best to drag themselves onto the wreck of their ship, but it was sinking too fast to give them any real aid. Serrel watched one woman in a Legion uniform struggling up the side of the almost vertical deck, as a long red tentacle slithered up from beneath her. She screamed as it wrapped around her leg. "'Scuse me," Holly pushed past him, lifting a bow. She sighted down the arrow at the tentacle and let fly. The tentacle twitched in pain as the arrow drove into it. When a second arrow fired by Brant impacted, it let go of the woman and shot back underwater. But just as someone threw her a rope, the woman lost her grip and slid down to join it. "Damn it!" Holly swore. Serrel looked at the water, at the red shape beneath the surface. It wasn't too deep. "Can you hit the body?" He pointed at the long, thick mass attached to the tentacles. Holly and Brant lowered their aim and fired. The arrows hit the water, but were slowed down too much and merely bounced off the kraken's thick flesh. Calyx swore, flipped her spear over and impaled its blade first into the deck of the ship for safekeeping. She turned to the nearest sailor. "You! Harpoon! Now!" She held out her hand, and caught the harpoon he threw to her. Then she leapt onto the rail and balanced upon it in a crouch. Serrel reached up and grabbed a hold of her belt instinctively, and braced his feet. Calyx pulled back her arm, aimed, and hurled the harpoon with all her strength. It sailed through the air, down through the water, and slid through the kraken's flesh. The monster thrashed in pain, tentacles lashing out and hammering anything unlucky enough to get too close. There was the limp body of a man still held in one, flung back and forth like a rag doll. Serrel caught sight of the harpoon, still lodged in its body. He pointed his staff at it, and pictured in his mind a fist, no, a hammer, slamming down on the end of its shaft like it was a nail, and he thought, Soa. The wave of force he cast struck the harpoon and cracked the shaft in two, but pushed the barbed tip deeper into the kraken's body, and by luck severed something important. Its tentacles continued to writhe and thrash even as it died, until one of the creature's brethren, perhaps sensing its sudden end, grasped it in its own tentacles and dragged it deeper into the sea. Calyx jumped down from the rail. "Throw the ropes! Quickly, before dash!" The ship rocked again, and this time Serrel stumbled and fell on one knee. He saw a flash of red, and threw up his shield. Just a pair of tentacles slithered over the side of the ship and struck at him. One tentacle hit his shield and bounced off, giving Serrel a close-up view he wasn't really looking for. It was as thick as his leg, its lower surface covered with huge suckers, each one with a vicious curved hook in its center. He pointed his staff and said, "Ferine." A gout of fire shot from the end of his staff, and burned the creature's flesh, giving off a foul chemical smell that made him lightheaded. He pushed himself upright, and weaved fire again. The tentacle jerked away, and retreated quickly back into the water. He looked to his left in time to see Calyx hacking at the second tentacle with an axe until it fell in half and lay coiling on itself on the deck. Then he heard the ship's captain screaming, and spun around. A second kraken was attacking from the port side. Gigantic tentacles were rising from the water, straight up into the air. They were almost as tall as the ship's mast. Then they dropped, landing on the deck hard enough to break several planks, and causing the ship to bob up and down. As they slid backwards to the sea, one brushed against the captain, and sensing him, quickly wrapped itself around his body and pulled him along with it. He screamed in terror as the Hounds and his crew hacked frantically at it, but he was soon lifted from the deck, and carried away. Serrel ran across the deck, and reignited the flame from his staff. He weaved the fire into a form hotter and fiercer than before, and turned it on the next tentacle. Its flesh blackened and burned in seconds, causing it to lash out in pain. The Hounds hacked and slashed at it, filled it with arrows, until it slid from the deck and disappeared. When they turned back to the sinking ship, it was gone. On a few pieces of flotsam drifting on the surface and just over a dozen survivors flailing frantically in the water. The Hounds and the crew pulled them out as fast as they could, but could only watch as a red shadow rose beneath the final man and dragged him under. Serrel looked out across the flotilla, and saw that they were not alone in their battle. Kraken had attacked half the ships, damaging several. Before his eyes, the largest tentacles yet wrapped themselves around one ship and crushed it in half. Slowly the fight wound down, as the Legion fought off the attacking monsters, and the rest of the creatures set off after the fleeing whales or settled for a meal of their injured or dying brethren. Eventually, the sea was calm again, disturbed only by the wreckage of broken ships. Anything remotely edible was taken. Gods, Holly breathed. She was deathly pale. Calyx shook her head rapidly, and drenched Serrel for the third time. I hate the sea. Yes, said Serrel. You mentioned. Snow was barking orders, get those men someplace warm and dry. You, he pointed at one sailor who blanched. You're the captain now, correct? I don't know. No? Fine. You, he pointed to the next man. I hereby dub thee captain of the good ship Dragonfly. Congratulations. Yes, sir, the man could only stutter. Good man. I know nothing about boats and shipbuilding, so perhaps you would like to take a gander below and make sure we're still watertight and so forth. See about patching whatever damage you can. And take a look at this deck. It would be rather embarrassing if it were to collapse on us now, wouldn't it? Make us look like a right bunch of ninnies. Yes, sir. Off you go. You lot. Might as well make ourselves useful. Set course for that vessel there. See if we can't drag any other poor souls from the sea. The rest of you, try to look busy. Sir, I can help with the repairs, Serrel said. Shipbuilder, were you? Carpenter. Works for me. Good lad, down you go. What's that? Said a voice. Everyone turned to look at Holly, who was staring at the sky. They followed her gaze. The sun was dazzling, but Serrel thought he could just make out something in the sky, flying high above them. It's just a bird, said Brant. It's big, said a sailor. Is that a tail, Dot? It didn't look like a bird, at least not like any bird Serrel had ever seen. It circled overhead, around and around, then suddenly broke away and flew off, heading east. To the Faelands. I love bird watching as much as the next man, said Snow. But I don't feel like getting wet again today. Everyone knows what they should be doing, hop to it, chaps. Serrel made his way below deck, looking for something, anything to do that could take his mind off the previous moments of his life. In the end, the flotilla lost 3 ships, and many more were damaged. The exact number of dead was still being determined. But the flotilla sailed onwards. Dinner was a somber affair. No one was in the mood for small talk. Even Brant was silent. Serrel sat at the small table and stared at the fish stew in front of him. He had no appetite. In fact, he was off seafood for life. That wasn't natural, said one of the sailors. Isn't it your lot that always goes on and on about how the sea is a cruel and malevolent mistress? Said Brant. Cruel and malevolent, but that was bloody impossible. Kraken don't attack like that, except in stories. They aren't even supposed to live in these waters. Maybe they're on holiday, suggested Brant. I'm saying they attacked us on purpose. Something made them do it. There was silence. They're all staring at me, aren't they? Asked Serrel. Not all of them, replied Brant. We're all thinking it, said the sailor. Magic attracts things, like moths to a flame. Things, Things, the sailor said ominously. Bad things. Old things. Things that shouldn't be. Really? Said Serrel sarcastically. I didn't know that. Did you know that? He asked Brant. Might have heard it in passing. Sounds a bit daft, really. You play around with things you don't understand, boy, bad things will find you, the sailor went on. Oh, of course, Serrel turned in his seat. How silly of me. This is all my fault. How could I have forgotten? Yes, I remember now. I summoned a load of tentacled monsters from the depths with the express purpose of eating me. I distinctly remember now, writing in my journal, today I shall be eaten by creepy, evil, squid things. Sod off. Not saying you did it on purpose, boy, said the sailor. But You, came Calyx's voice. Shut it. The sailors all fell silent, and turned back to their meals despondently. Calyx placed her food on the table, and slid onto the bench opposite Serrel. He suppressed a groan. Eat up, fresh meat, Calyx told him. When we get to the Faelands, good meals will be few and far between. Serrel ignored her. She glanced at his bowl. I thought mages were eaters? Double rations and all. I'm not hungry. First time, was it? He looked up at her. That you've seen someone die, she said. Serrel shook his head. I was there when my grandfather died. That was bad. Today was the first time I'd ever seen someone get eaten by a bloody sea monster. Just saying it made his hands shake. Me too, said Calyx. But you know, fresh meat. Today was bad. But it is far from the worst thing you are going to see. Thank you, Sergeant. I am so glad you're here to make me feel better. Was that what I was doing? I doubt it. But for what it's worth, fresh meat, you didn't do too bad out there. Serrel wasn't expecting that. You mean, when you tried to kill me, or with the tentacles? Tentacles, Calyx clarified, chewing a mouthful of stew. I could have stuck you like a roast pig a dozen times this morning. Only a dozen? Look, Sergeant, Serrel said wearily. I know you don't like me. It isn't a matter of like, Hawthorne. This is the Legion. We are warriors, fighters. And if you aren't, then you're a liability. If you can't even defend yourself, then what good are you to us? I wasn't sent here to swing a bloody sword. I know how to weave. I am very good at it. I can pull my weight, just not in the same way as you. Calyx sniffed. She picked a lump of fish from her bowl and threw it to the ground, where a large dog, Ripper or Vost, Serrel didn't know which, devoured it. Magic, she said derisively. Weaving the ether. Will magic make you invisible? Take away your scent? Make your footsteps as light as a shadow? Serrel thought about that. Well, yes. Until your magic runs out, Calyx said. And you get that thing mages complain about. The hole. The hollow. That. When you deplete yourself so badly you can't even find the will to keep breathing. Where will you be then? I've dragged myself out of the hollow before dash. Unless someone does cut off your head, before you can. My point, fresh meat, is that you can't rely on magic. It is fleeting. Untouchable, like smoke. It will only take you so far. If you want to survive in the Faelands, you need to depend on yourself, and only on yourself. Not this. She stretched her leg under the table and bumped his staff with her foot. You can't rely on that thing forever. Otherwise you end up like that fool Morton, who sat in the hold the entire time we were attacked. Or Barnaby. She stood up. But for your first fight, you didn't do bad, she said again. I've seen bigger men turn and run for far less than what we went through today. I don't run, Sergeant, Serrel said with feeling. Not anymore. And anyway, where exactly would I run? I'm in the middle of the bloody dividing sea, . Some men, they would have run regardless. Unexpectedly, she leaned across the table and dumped the remaining contents of her bowl into his own. Double ration, she said. Eat up. You're going to need your strength. With that she left, leaving Serrel sitting by himself to wallow in misery. I think she's starting to warm to you, said Brant brightly. Serrel ate a mouthful of now cold stew, but despite the exertions of the day, he just wasn't hungry. He made to leave, but found a large dog sitting on the floor next to him. It stared at him expectantly. You aren't allowed to eat me, he told it. But if you're planning to try anyway, you're going to have to get in line. The dog yawned, then continued to stare. Serrel sighed, and put his bowl on the floor. The dog attacked it enthusiastically as he walked back to his hammock. Morton was again sitting cross-legged on his chest next to Serrel's spot in the hold. Serrel tried to think of a time he'd seen the man anywhere else in the ship, and came up blank. He wondered how long he had been sitting there in that position. Morton? He asked. MMM? Morton didn't bother to open his eyes. Have you been here all this time? I've been here. I've been there. Why? Did I miss something? Miss something? Well, not much. We were only attacked by krakens. Krakens? Indeed. That must have been interesting. I trust if I was needed, someone would have asked for me. Serrel stared at him. He had the overwhelming urge to hit him, repeatedly. Perhaps Morton sensed this, because he finally opened his eyes, and looked at Serrel. Is there something you want, Mr. Hawthorne? Caster Hawthorne, Serrel told him. I am in the Legion. Oh yes? A glint of amusement lit Morton's face. Bronze coin around your neck like a good little tin soldier? And there I was thinking you were a real mage. The urge to hit him wasn't going away. I am a real mage, said Serrel angrily. Morton snorted in disgust. You are just another tool of the Empire. Using the ether to wage war. To set things on fire and scare the small and unimportant into submission. You are to a mage as a pebble is to a mountain, Hawthorne. Just a small and insignificant cast-off. He closed his eyes and resumed his meditation. So what does that make you? Serrel pressed. Just an elixir addict who can't even weave anymore? Morton's eyes slammed open, and this time there was actually feeling in his eyes when he glared at Serrel. You know nothing, little tin soldier. I have spent my entire life devoted to the study of the ether. I have mastered powers you can only dream of. The elixir is just a means to an end. But you can't weave. So what good are you? If I'm a mere pebble, then what are you? Dust? I am the movement of continents. The shifting of realms. I am the potential that waits under the earth for its time. And one day, I will be the mountain that overshadows the world. My stilted abilities are but a temporary setback. A tiny blink of the eye. It won't last. Well, that's a relief. Because while you were down here, being a movement, people were dying. Did it occur to you to at least try to help? The ether doesn't exist at our beck and call. It isn't there so we can do tricks. Let the rest of these self-proclaimed dogs, he said it with a dismissive wave, run around, swinging their swords and pretending their short, irreversible mortality is worth something. I have more important things to contemplate. To wit, if there is nothing else you wish to gibber at me, I will bid you good night. Serrel stared at him as the man fell silent again. And people think I'm the useless one? Through sheer exhaustion, Serrel fell asleep. That night, for the first time in a long time, he dreamt about the girl he had left behind. The girl he had been forced to leave behind. He dreamed of the day they went swimming by the lake, which incidentally was the day she had told him how she had really felt about him. That had been a good day. And in hindsight, he should have realized it would never have lasted. In this dream, though, he watched as Daphne Creter swam through the clear blue water like a mermaid. Then a huge red mass of tentacles and hunger rose up in the water beneath her. In a spray of water and a cut-off scream, she was gone. When Serrel dove down, frantic and terrified, he saw her in the kraken's grasp. She was pale and still in her death. And she wasn't alone. He saw them all. First his family, then his childhood friends, and at last he spotted Caitlin Astral's distinctive blonde hair, spread through the water like a halo. All of Pond's scum were there with her, and they were all beyond saving. Serrel could only drift in the dark water and watch as everything he cared about was carried away from him. He awoke to the sound of his name being called, to find Holly standing over him, shaking as roughly. Hawthorne? You all right? Wah? You were talking in your sleep. Just a bad dream. It's your turn on deck. All right, I'm going. Serrel slid ungracefully from his hammock. He glanced over at Morton, and found the broken mage still sitting on his chest, not a care in the world. Serrel shook his head, took his staff and went off for lookout duty. A few moments later he stomped back, went over to Morton, and shoved him viciously in the chest. Morton's eyes went wide with alarm. He flailed his arms around frantically as he lost balance, before he slid backwards off his chest and thudded painfully onto the deck. Ow. Yes, agreed Serrel as he walked away. You're a mountain all right. After the events of the day, everyone on the ship was on edge. Serrel could guess that nearly everyone in the flotilla was feeling the same way. At least some of the troop transports were large and armed. The cargo ship the Hounds traveled on was frightfully small and vulnerable, and had sprung a few leaks during the fight with the krakens. Now the Hounds were taking turns to keep watch on the surrounding water, just in case they had any surprises in the night. Serrel stood at the starboard rail, and swept his eyes across the featureless water. Brant was at the port rail, and Snow stood by the helm to supervise. The sky was clear, and the stars and a half-moon lit everything with a soft glow. He could just make out figures on one of the nearer ships pacing back and forth, also on lookout. He tried not to think about his horrible nightmare, but the images wouldn't stop springing up in his brain. Then he noticed the green light in the water. It was tiny at first. But then it was joined by another, and then another. By the time he called the others over, the sea was lit from beneath the surface by undulating green light. What now? He groaned. Snow turned to the new captain. Ever seen anything like this? The new captain was a dark-skinned man named Merriman, and since his unexpected promotion he'd been locked in a constant state of worry. He shook his head, and looked ready to vomit. Serrel stared at the glowing lights. They were moving. Can I have a hook? He asked. One of the sailors passed him a hook on a long wooden pole. Serrel dropped the end over the side and prodded at the glowing creatures. No one offered him any help. After some failed attempts, he managed to slide the hook into the strange thing and lifted it up onto the deck. He dropped the gelatinous mass on deck, and the group crowded cautiously around. The new Captain Merriman sighed in relief. "It's a jellyfish." It was about the size of Serrel's head, and somehow lit itself up with a brilliant green light. Serrel prodded it with the end of its staff. It stayed resolutely flat on the deck, not even bothering to go for anyone's throat. "Is it dangerous?" he asked. "Not usually. The long tentacles at the bottom are painful if you touch them." Serrel pulled his staff back. He'd had quite enough of tentacles to last a lifetime, thank you. "Is it supposed to glow like that?" asked Brant. Merriman looked worried again. "Sometimes. But not really like this." They looked out at sea again, where the waters around and beneath the flotilla were brightly illuminated. But only around the flotilla. The rest of the sea seemed dark and unremarkable. "Does it spew acid?" Brant asked. "Not normally." "Do they sprout legs and scuttle around?" "No." "Oh, I know. It stings you, lays eggs in the wound, and then its young rip their way out of your body." "Gods, no. What's wrong with you? Are you telling me that's all it does?" He pointed at the flat and seemingly lifeless jellyfish as it lay squished on the deck. "I find that a little disappointing. Unless," Serrel said slowly, "something big is going to come up and eat the jellyfish. Like some, I don't know, giant monster crab or something." They thought about that. "Clams," said Brant. "What?" "Giant clams. I read those things can be real monsters. They grab your legs and never let go." "Urchins," said Snow. 3 Crowns says it's urchins." "You mean, like, orphan kids?" said Serrel in confusion. "No, it's like a starfish, but with these big spines sticking out of it." "I say urchins." 3 Crowns. "Any takers?" "Sure. Giant crabs." 3 Crowns. "Ravenous clams," said Brant excitedly. "How can you people find this funny?" asked Merriman in annoyance. "It's laugh, or go completely loony," replied Brant. "All right, lads," Snow said with finality. "Enough fun. Get back on duty. Find me my urchins." Serrel went back to his spot. No one was going to say it aloud, but there was no doubt this wasn't natural. The way the jellyfish clustered around the flotilla. He looked up into the starry sky. Because it was so clear, he knew what to look for. It took a moment, but there it was, a few stars that disappeared from view and blinked back to life, one after the other in line. "Sir!" he called to Snow, pointing upwards. "It's back, Dot." Snow followed his gaze. "What is that thing?" "It's too big to be a bird." "Dragon?" suggested Brant. "Dragons are extinct." Brant quietly thought for a moment. "Flying clams?" "You deserve to lose your money, Corporal." "Good eye, Hawthorne. Watch it. If it comes any lower, let us know, so we can shoot it down." "Bad luck to shoot birds at sea," said Merriman. "Worse luck not to," replied Snow. Serrel agreed. Weird monsters started appearing, and then that thing was flying overhead? Not a chance that was a coincidence. The rest of the night passed by uneventfully. By the time the sun rose over the horizon, the jellyfish had disappeared back to wherever it was they had come from, and all the sailors were visibly relieved. Serrel didn't share their optimism. He'd lost sight of the flying creature sometime in the night, and it was nowhere to be seen at daybreak. But he didn't think the seas were through with them yet, so he stayed on deck, even after he was meant to be relieved. As the day drew on, he turned out to be correct. "Sharks!" called out Holly. "You owe me 3 crowns, sir." Snow made a show of patting himself down. "I left my gold in my cabin." That's all right, sir. You can pay me later. Serrel looked over the rail to see numerous sleek gray forms cutting through the water. They seemed small and inoffensive. As the day progressed, the small sharks were replaced by larger ones. The large sharks were replaced by huge, ugly, prehistoric-looking sharks. Eventually Serrel caught sight of a fin, coasting unperturbed through the water, belonging to a shark as large as their ship. He watched it swim by, slowly and menacingly, and wondered if this was what was in the water, what was going to be waiting for them on land. Apart from one gigantic shark attempting to take a bite out of a troopship, the day passed without incident. When the sun set, and the sharks had all but vanished beneath the waves, Serrel retired back to the hold. He managed a few hours' sleep, before he was again woken by Holly shaking him. "You need to go up on deck," she said. "You as well, Morton." Morton looked over in interest. When they emerged on deck, it was to find the sky awash with ribbons of bright green light that undulated across the heavens. Serrel could only gape. "So," Snow said conversationally, "I don't want to alarm anyone, but I feel I should point out that beneath this calm and collected exterior, I'm blubbering like an infant." "What is this?" "No idea, sir," said Serrel. "Not the answer I was hoping for. To be fair, sir, I was still in training only a few days ago." Serrel stared upwards in thought. It was an amazing sight. Hopefully not a lethal one. Something did occur to him. It reminds me of the way some of my spells light up when I weave. It's a discharge of ether energy, he realized. There was a slow, sarcastic handclap from Morton. "Well done, Tin Soldier. You got there far quicker than I would have thought." "Sod off, Morton. This, ladies and gentlemen," Morton went on, ignoring him, "is the aurora ethereal, the energy of the ether discharging itself over the Faelands." "I've seen the aurora, Morton," said Snow. "It isn't this big. And maybe you've noticed, with all the water and all, that we're still at sea." "The aurora ethereal," Morton said, as if he hadn't heard Snow, "is a natural discharge of energy over the Faelands, in which, I'm sure you all know, the ether flows with much less resistance into the physical world. The walls of reality there are thinner, I suppose you could say. Sometimes the ether bleeds through as light." "This isn't natural," said Snow. "No. It isn't. Someone in the Faelands has tapped the ether, and is draining energy out into our world at a remarkable rate." Serrel pointed at the aurora. "Someone's trying to weave the ether? And this is just the leftovers?" "Indeed. Imagine the amount of energy they must be utilizing. It is beautiful. I don't suppose either of you can tell me what they're using it for?" asked Snow optimistically. "I'm going to go with nothing good," replied Serrel. "There's no reason to suggest that this is in any way harmful to us," said Morton. "Apart from kraken, glowing jellyfish, and giant bloody sharks? Not to mention the thing that isn't a bird that's been watching us?" "Hawthorne's right," said Snow. "Whomever, or whatever is doing this, is sending us a message. They're trying to scare us." "With respect, Captain," Morton said impatiently. "Someone with this sort of power would have no need to play games with us. They would simply crush us, like the insects we are. We would be better off attempting to make peace with this person. Just imagine what we could learn from them. I'm not sure I would like the lessons." Snow stroked his beard. "Well, if this isn't going to destroy us all at once, I would suggest we all get some rest. In a few hours' time, we are going to be landing on the shores of the Faelands. I want everyone ready." Serrel watched the lights in the sky ebb and flow. He wasn't even sure what it was he had to be ready for. Part 2, Until Blood is Drawn. The entire flotilla was in uproar as the shoreline of the Faelands finally began to come into view in the early hours of the morning. The Legion prepared themselves for battle, unstowing carefully packed weapons, honing the edges of blades, and making sure supplies were distributed. In the narrow hold of their own ship, the Hounds were doing likewise. Serrel had not unloaded the pack he had been given when he left Fort Amel, so all he had to do was make sure all his belongings were together. His staff was in his hand, the small flask of the elixir of Vorkef was in its padded pouch on his belt, and that the bronze coin of service was still around his neck, and then he stayed out of the way as the rest of the Hounds pulled on leather armor and strung bows. When Calyx came into the hold, she perfectly matched the image Serrel had of her in his mind. Clad in leather, with her spear in one hand, a pair of axes in her belt, and half her face painted blue, she was the perfect image of a barbarian warrior. "On deck in 5 minutes, you dogs," she told them. "The last one up there gets my foot up their arse." "Well, I do have an itch, Sergeant." He. With an axe in hand, Dog Breath managed to look even more disconcerting. "Not you, idiot. If you aren't ready in 5, I'm cutting off your beard." For the first time in 2 days, the smirk was wiped off his face. "You're mean, Calyx. You're only just figuring that out?" Serrel decided not to be the last one out. As he moved towards the ladder, Calyx appeared in front of him. She held up a bowl of what looked like blue mud. "Sergeant, it's tradition in the Hounds, fresh meat," she told him. "What exactly is it?" "Woad. We paint it on our faces before battle. My people believed it instilled us with strength and ferocity, and our enemies with fear. It does not come off until blood has been drawn." "My blood or someone else's?" "Preferable someone else's, but in your case, I will make an exception." "Put it on." Serrel tentatively dipped a finger in the woad, and dabbed some on his cheek. Calyx rolled her eyes impatiently. "Oh, for the love of..." She pressed her hand into the bowl, then slapped it hard against the side of Serrel's face. When she pulled it away, he had a perfect hand print painted across his cheek, with the thumb over his lips, pointing up his nose. "Now you look scary," she said sarcastically. "Thanks, Sergeant," he replied sardonically. "It's why I'm here. Now get moving." She went off to harass someone else. As Serrel went up the ladder, he caught sight of Holly, woad painted in a thick line across her own eyes, smirking and trying not to laugh. "What?" he asked. "Nothing." He climbed up on deck as gales of laughter erupted behind him. Up above, Brant saw him, and clutched at his chest in mock terror. "Ye gods! It's Grarex the Destroyer, come back for vengeance, everybody run!" "Oh, shut up. Wait, no, my mistake. It's only Serrel." "Ha, bloody, ha." Just to make things worse, Snow patted him on the head and said, "Ah. You remind me of my daughter. That time she went to a costume party, dressed as Calyx." "Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Now if no one minds, I'm going to go throw myself overboard. You have to be the most adorable berserker ever. Please stop." Snow smiled in amusement. "Now listen. I don't know what's going to be waiting for us on that beach, so I want you to stay behind Brant at all times. He'll keep watch over you. I trust you know what you need to do? Shield us from incoming archers, magical artillery on command," Serrel recited. They had trained for this at Fort Amel, but that didn't make the idea of doing it for real while someone tried to kill him any easier. "Good lad. If someone goes down, leave them for the healers. Just keep moving." Snow patted him on the shoulder. "You'll do fine, Castor." "Thank you, sir. I won't let you down, sir." Snow nodded and moved on. The sun was rising now, and Serrel had his first look at the Faelands with his own eyes. He didn't know what he was expecting. He could see a wide beach, beyond which lay a thick line of trees. None of it looked particularly mystical or otherworldly. It just looked like a large patch of sand and some trees. It could have been anywhere. Then he remembered the kraken dragging down ships, and the enormous sharks, and his stomach began to churn. the hounds assembled on deck. The last one out of the hold was Morton, who emerged dressed in a neat, dark green wizard's robe carrying only a tiny satchel. True to her word, Calyx was there to kick him hard in the rear end, and sent him sprawling across the planks, much to the amusement of all. "Don't say you weren't warned," Calyx told him. "Thank you, Sergeant," said Snow. He turned to his men. "Hounds, I know I don't need to tell you what to do. We've been in this situation enough times before. Just remember, this is the Faelands. You will be fighting the elves, and though they may be stronger than us, and faster than us, perhaps even prettier than us, though not me, obviously, they are not tougher than us, or meaner than us." Calyx called to them, "You smell an elf, what do you do?" "Hunt," the hounds replied. "It runs, what do you do?" "Chase." "And when you catch it?" "Bite." "What are you?" "Hounds." "What are you?" "Hounds." Calyx passed the bowl of woad to Snow, who dipped his hand in it, and smeared it in a diagonal line across his face. "Hounds," he told them, "off the leash, dot." Dog Breath started howling. Brant and a few others joined in. Serrel stood quietly, and tried not to throw up. The Faelands grew closer and closer. The expanse of sand seemed devoid of any life. The troop carriers at the very front of the flotilla hit the sandbanks of the beach and slid to a halt. Doors in the hull opened, ramps were dropped, and the Legion poured out. The hounds watched as the first battalions gathered into formation. They waited for the first attack, for the defending army to come tearing from the tree line, for the first arrows to start raining from the sky, or maybe for missiles fired from catapults to plummet downwards. Nothing happened. The knot in Serrel's stomach grew tighter and tighter, as their ship came closer and closer to shore. When they could hear the sandbanks scraping at the bottom of the ship, Snow gave the order. They cast ropes over the sides of the ship, and quickly slid down into the water. Serrel wedged his staff between the straps of his pack, and waited his turn nervously. He watched Brant skillfully take the rope and drop down into chest-high water, then took the rope himself, and climbed over the side of the ship. He managed the first meter or so fairly well, but then lost his grip and dropped straight down into the icy water. In his defense, Holland had been fairly lax in his rope climbing lessons, something Serrel had actually been happy about during his training. Not so much now, as he surfaced from the water, soaking wet and spluttering. Brant grabbed him by the collar and yanked him forwards. They waded quickly through the water and onto the wet sand of the beach. Calyx was already there, having been the first one off the ship. Her dogs were bounding around her, barking excitedly. "Form up, hounds!" She yelled at them. "Move it! That tree line there? That's ours. Go!" The 24 hounds, plus Calyx's 2 dogs, charged the tree line. Serrel's nerves kept him on edge. He half expected an attack any second. When they reached the trees, Calyx held up a hand and slowed them. They stopped, watching the shadowy forest for movement. "Steilen," she snapped at the dogs. They tore off into the forest, barking loudly. Serrel waiting with Brant, shaking, and not just because he was cold and wet. Calyx ground her teeth. "Come on. Where are you?" she muttered. Shapes moved among the trees. Serrel tensed. But it was only the 2 dogs bounding back, tails wagging. "What happened?" asked Brant. "Did we forget to tell the elves we were invading?" There was a sniff from Captain Snow. "Fall back." They retreated back to the beach, where the rest of the Legion was landing. There were now several hundred soldiers waiting in formation, looking on edge, and somewhat confused at the lack of greeting. A tall, fearsome figure clad in highly polished armor approached them on horseback. "Captain Snow?" "Report," barked a woman's voice impatiently. "There doesn't appear to be anyone home, General." "That can't be right," said the general. It took Serrel a moment to realize it was Archgeneral Jadia Delaney, leader of the Imperial Legion herself. He wondered briefly where she had got the horse. "I don't know what to say, ma'am," said Snow. "2 days of giant squid, monster sharks, and God's damned jellyfish, and there's nothing here waiting for us? Perhaps they are hiding." "With respect, ma'am, no one hides from us. We're the Hounds." Delaney sniffed irritably. "Fine. Take your people and scout ahead. If there are any surprises, I want to know." "Yes, ma'am," said Snow. "You heard the general," barked Calyx. "Move it, dogs. There might be elves up ahead that need killing." "I hear elves taste like chicken," Dog Breath put in. He. Serrel thought the lack of opposition would have been a relief. But the general was right. They'd been beset by all kinds of monstrous sea creatures for the past 2 days. Someone had clearly wanted to slow them down, had in the very least gone to great lengths to intimidate them. So where were they now? From the top of a hill that was a safe distance away from the Legion's landing site, an elf lay prone on the ground and watched. In a previous life, he had been called Garundel, and by those with a flair for the poetical, Garundel Dullstar. He had been, in all fairness, a fool. And an untalented fool at that. All his life he had wanted to be a mage, or a wizard, or perhaps even a great sorcerer. He didn't actually know what the difference was between those 3 things, but sorcerer sounded butch. But as a member of a species that legend said had been forged by the gods from the very ether itself, he had succeeded in demonstrating the same ability at weaving as the average toadstool. And toadstools at least had other qualities that made them useful. Garundel had been regarded by his teachers, his friends, even his family to be, and this was putting it as kindly as possible, a lump. Then came Vharaes and the rebellion. Then came the Ferine. Now all of those people would have been hard-pressed to recognize the elf they had once known and looked down on. Now he went by the name Gories. All the elves of the Ferine changed their names, to distance themselves from what they had been, the weakness that they had embodied. All of his life he had wanted power, and now he was power and strength personified. As he watched the Imperials stomping about the beach, he could smell their sweat and blood on the air. He could smell their fear. He dragged his long black claws through the sand in excitement. "Can we?" came a hopeful voice behind him. He turned back to another elf waiting at the base of the hill. "Not yet," he grunted. "Wait. Watch." In truth, he was beginning to speak proper Elvish less and less. The words were becoming harder and harder to use. It was happening to most of the Ferine. They regarded it as a minor issue. Most of them had hardly been erudite before the ritual. Communication was actually easier now. Words were just wasted breath, but a snarl, a flash of yellow teeth, an exposed belly, the delicious scent of blood in the air, that said more than words ever could. Gory smiled, revealing long wolf-like fangs. "Let there be blood." The fear didn't go away, not completely. But as it lessened, Serrel finally acknowledged the thought that he was currently walking in the Faelands. Apart from one eccentric uncle that had run off to join the merchant navy, Serrel's entire family for the last 3 generations had never traveled further than the village of Sad Weasel, and that was only half a day's travel from his own hometown. But here he was, possibly the first Hawthorne in history, to walk upon the soil of the Faelands. He might have enjoyed the moment more if he hadn't been so on edge, waiting for someone to pop up and try to kill him. After krakens, he would not have been that surprised if the ground opened up and started spewing deathworms. "I wouldn't worry," Brand told him. "Deathworms are vegetarians." "Then why are they called deathworms?" "Oh, they'll still kill you. They just won't eat you afterwards." "What a waste," added Dog Breath. When they followed a wide track up from the beach, they soon came to the first settlement. It was a small fishing village proclaiming itself to be Martin's Rest on a sign made out of driftwood. The Hounds watched the village for a while, taking in the empty streets and the closed doors. The locals had either abandoned it or were hiding. Either way, it seemed obvious that they were aware a large army was walking down the road towards them. Snow sent a runner back to the main body of the Legion, then took the Hounds into Martin's Rest to investigate. To Serrel, the town could have looked like any town from the Empire. It was obviously not a particularly rich town, and there were only a few different ways a person could build a hovel. The fishing must have been good though, as there was a long line of large smokehouses where fish were being preserved, and every house had a rack of drying fish in front of it. There were only 2 streets, and they met at a small T-junction at the north end of the village. At the junction sat the village's largest building, an old wooden longhouse shaped like an inverted boat. When no one made themselves present, Snow shrugged and called out, "Hello?" Serrel heard a few faint whispers, then the sound of wooden shutters slamming closed. "These people are clearly glad to see us," noted Brant Drilly. "It's not as if we're coming to save them from a goddamn civil war or anything," muttered Holly. Snow went up to the longhouse and knocked on the think double doors. "Hello? Is anyone there? We are members of her Imperial Legion, and we would like to speak to someone in charge." There was another burst of faint, and this time somewhat heated, whispering. Then a thud as the doors were unsecured. They opened just enough for a giant man with graying hair to squeeze his way out, then slammed shut again. Several loud bangs suggested it was being barricaded again. The man towered over all the Hounds. He looked down at Snow fearlessly. "My name is Asbjorn Martin's son," he said in a deep voice. "I speak for the village. If it is food you want, please take what you will and go. We have nothing else of value." "We aren't raiders, good sir," said Snow. "We mean you no harm. I am Captain Tobias Snow. As I said, we are members of her Imperial Legion." "Yes. I heard you. That means nothing to us. What do you want? Information, perhaps? We are on our way to Volumir. On foot, it's 3 days' journey north. Stay on the main roads, and do not go into the forests." "That's very helpful." "Thank you," Snow said politely. "Have you seen any other soldiers on the roads, or perhaps moving cross-country?" "Elves, perhaps." "No. No one comes out here, except the occasional tax collector." "No one at all?" Asbjorn Martinson's face was perfectly blank. "What difference does it make? If there is nothing else, please be on your way." "There is no need to be afraid of us, Mr. Martin's son. We are here to help." At this, Martin's son snorted. "Help us? What help do we need? You are aware of the unpleasantness occurring in Volumir? In my experience, there is always unpleasantness in Volumir. It makes no difference to us." Calyx shook her head. "There's a civil war brewing in your country, and it doesn't matter to you? Why would it? What does it matter to us who is in charge? We stay out of the way, and no one gets hurt. Now, please, I must insist that you leave." "Or what, Dot?" "Sergeant," Snow said gently. Calyx fell silent. He turned back to Martin's son. "I'm sorry for any inconvenience we may caused you. We will be on our way." Martin's son took a step backwards to the door of the longhouse, but didn't go back inside. He glared at the Hounds as they retreated back down the street. "Definitely not happy to see us," commented Serrel. "He's hiding something," said Calyx. "I could smell it on him." "Most likely he was," said Snow. "But whether it has anything to do with us is another matter. So unless they've managed to squirrel away an entire army in one of these little houses, I think maybe we should move on. Once the legions passed by, he might feel more inclined to speak with us, especially if we offer him gold in return for his time." "We're here to help them," put in Holly. "Shouldn't they want to talk to us, anyway? They're just afraid. I mean, look at the sergeant. Wouldn't you be afraid? You could try to be a little less intimidating sometimes, Calyx." Calyx scowled under her war paint. I am being less intimidating. During the entire conversation with Martin's son, the group could hear a deep rhythmic booming sound that grew steadily louder and louder. Now as they watched, the Imperial Legion marched up the track in perfect formation. Over 1,000 armed men and women in their green uniform, and at the very lead was the shining figure of General Delaney riding on horseback. It was an imposing sight, and one that was hardly going to go unnoticed. Should she be up front like that? Serrel asked. Our new general is very bold woman, Castor, Snow replied. Or very sure of her immortality, put in Calyx in a low voice. They stood to attention as Delaney rode up to them, accompanied by 2 soldiers in matching steel armor and several lower-ranking officers also on horseback. Report, Snow, she said by way of greeting. Small village, ma'am. The resident elder says they haven't seen anything out of the ordinary. Well, Snow added, glancing back at Martin's son, who still stood glaring at them. At least until now. And you believe him? I don't believe he would have any reason to lie. But I feel that once he sees we are not a threat, he might be more open to cooperating. He is subject of the Empress, Delaney stated flatly. He is duty-bound to offer us aid, but I'm not sure he feels the same way, ma'am. Does he not? She said, returning Martin's son glare. She dismounted. You. She called to Martin's son. Come here. Now. Snow shifted uncomfortably. Ma'am, How long have you been a captain, Snow? A few weeks now, ma'am. Then you still have a lot to learn. You. Here now. Do not make me repeat myself. Snow held his tongue as Martin's son approached Delaney, still eyeing her defiantly. Do you know who I am? Delaney asked him. No. I am Archgeneral Delaney of her Imperial Legion, and you answer me truthfully and respectfully. If you don't, it will go very hard on you. Now, have you or any of your people seen enemy soldiers in this area? Martinson's was rigid. Yes. I am looking at one right now. Snow sighed. The 2 other mounted soldiers slid from their horses. You regard me as an enemy combatant? Delaney asked in a low voice. I know a bully when I see one. That wasn't what I asked. Since you are clearly ignorant of the proper way to address a general in her Imperial Legion, I will ask you one more time, and you will be civil or I will cut out your tongue. Have you or yours seen any enemy soldiers in this area? Martini's son clenched his jaw. No, General. I have not. Delaney stared him in the eye. You're lying. Take him. The 2 armored soldiers seized Martin's son by the arms. He struggled, and being far bigger than them, almost succeeded in pulling himself free. Delaney stepped up, and punched him hard in the gut. Martin's son doubled over gasping, and the soldiers forced him to his knees, twisting his arms behind his back. Serrel stared in shock. He took an impulsive step forwards, and Calyx elbowed him roughly in the stomach, and shot him a glare that asked, Are you really that stupid? Delaney drew her sword and held it at Martinson's throat. Where are the soldiers? She demanded. What soldiers? Martin's son asked in exasperation. The elves, you maggot. Where are the elves? Elves? By the gods, you stupid woman, there were 3 elves passed by days ago. But they weren't soldiers. They were dressed like noblemen, but all ragged like they had been traveling. 3 elves. You expect me to believe only 3 elves passed by here? It's the truth. They stayed but half a day. I even offered them a bed for the night, but they turned me down. Where did they go? I don't know. Last I saw they were headed east, into the forest. Is that where the army is hiding? I don't know of any army. The main road goes right by your shitty little village, man. Are you telling me you failed to notice a bloody army of elves marching right by you? Are blind or stupid? There was no army. Not until you lot came by. You're a lying little maggot and a traitor, and I will get the truth from you, Delaney promised. She stood upright and addressed the closed and barricaded doors of the village. People of Martin's Rest. You are guilty of harboring a traitor to the Empire, and of colluding with the enemy. On behalf of the Empress, I hereby confiscate all of your property, until such time as I determine that you are not enemies of the Empire. If you do not leave your filthy homes and present yourselves for questioning in the next 10 seconds, I will personally raze this worthless little mound of shit to the ground, and execute you all for treason. She fell silent, and waited for a moment. Then she started counting, 1, 2. The doors on the nearest house flew open, and a man and a woman with several crying children emerged with arms raised. Arrest them all, Delaney told one of her officers, who were all watching with stunned expressions. Kill anyone who resists. Question them, search their houses. Burn a few if you have to, I don't care. But there is supposed to be an army here, waiting for us, and I want it found, now. Yes, ma'am, said one of the officers quickly. Ma'am, Snow bravely stepped forwards. If there were elves here, they would be long gone by now. But if my hounds and I could search dash. Roth. Delaney ignored him, and called to her second in command. This is a good location for our first camp. It's easily defensible, and close enough to the beach to set up a supply chain. Get the men to work. Yes, General. And get a squad of your men together and go take a look for these elves. If they're still around, I want them found and brought to me. And you, she turned back to Snow. Take your hounds and scout the surrounding area, so we don't get any more little surprises. Do you think you can handle that, Captain? Yes, ma'am, Snow said stiffly. Good. Then get to work. She stormed away, as the street filled with the screaming, crying, and begging people of Martin's Rest being escorted from their homes. As the two soldiers dragged him away, Martin's son shot Snow an ugly look, then called to him, Snow. Snow, you bastard, listen to me. Hold. Snow called to the soldiers. He turned to Martin's son. I am sorry that this dash. Shut up and listen. The gods know you all deserve everything you get, but I don't want you bringing death on my people. Stay out of the forest. Snow looked at him. What's in the forest? Is there an army in the forest? Did you lie to us? I told you, I don't know a god's damn thing about any army. But the forest, Martin's son swallowed. It isn't right. It hasn't been right for some time now. I don't when it started, but there are things in there, Snow. What things? No one's seen them clearly. No one wants to. But you go too deep in that forest, you won't come out again. There are monsters in that forest, Snow. Worse monsters than you and your bloody general. And they will kill you all. Snow split the hounds into two groups, one to guard the east side of the new camp, and one to guard the west side. Calyx took command of the west side group and led them out into the tree line. They spread out to sweep the forests in twos. Serrel noted that this was the very forest they were told to stay clear of, and despite himself felt glad Calyx had made him walk with her. Mostly glad, anyway. They walked in silence. Serrel was in awe of how the sergeant moved. Every step was measured and quiet. She slunk through the undergrowth with an almost animal-like ability. He felt so clumsy and uncoordinated by comparison. His every movement seemed to elicit some rustle of leaves or snapping of twigs that seemed impossibly loud amongst the quiet trees. Judging from the looks Calyx occasionally cast back at him, she was having the same thought. Without warning, she stood upright and sighed. What were you going to do? She asked unexpectedly. What do you mean, Dot? Were you going to run over to the general and ask her nicely to stop? Serrel shrugged. I don't know. I just didn't like what she was doing. It wasn't necessary. You've been in the Legion, what, all of a month, and suddenly you know what's best, fresh meat? I grew up around places like this. He didn't know anything. Of course he didn't know anything. But you don't tell that to the general. Now Serrel sighed. I just don't like people like that. Bullies who push people around. Me neither. My people have strong views on the subject. But she's the general. You don't question your superiors in the Legion, fresh meat. Yes, Sergeant. I'll behave in future, Sergeant. Don't use that henpecked voice on me, fresh meat. I don't have a henpecked voice. And why are you yelling at me? Aren't we supposed to be? I don't know, stealthy or something? Why? Calyx held up her arms and turned in a circle, shouting, There's nothing out here. Shoo! Don't shush me. I know when there's nothing around. The only footprints I can find were wells. A fox came through here not long ago, and there's an owl nest in the tree above you. There is no, and never has been, an army out here. So why does the general think there is? Logic? That beach is the best landing spot for an invading army. Further up north takes us too close to Fort Etten. Down south is mostly cliffs. The rebels would know that. They should have had a defense set, just waiting for us. They knew we were coming. Hell, if they were the ones that set the sea monsters on us, then there's no reason for them not to be waiting for us. With manticores, or deathworms. Deathworms are vegetarians. Ever fought a deathworm? They're nasty little bastards. Serrel and Calyx looked at each other in thought. Supposed, Calyx said slowly. Serrel nodded. So you heard that too? She said there was supposed to be an army here. As though she knew it was going to be here. Maybe. Look, Delaney's young. She's the youngest general to take command of the Legion. And the first woman. She just wants to make her mark. She feels cheated that she didn't get to have her battle. I can relate. I suppose so. But then, why are you so on edge? I'm always on edge. It's this calm. After what happened at sea, I was expecting something more. We all were. Now we have to wait for the storm to break. She looked about her. I never liked this place. The Faelands. Half a day and I'm already sick of this place. It looks the same as home, said Serrel. It does at first. Look closer. It's the little things at first. But the deeper we go in, the more you'll realize how far from home you are. She shook her head. I'm hungry. Let's get back to camp. She put her fingers in her mouth and whistled. A moment later, her two dogs came bursting from the shadows. Each of them had a large rabbit in its mouth. Good boys. Geeg. Calyx led the way back to the village. Can I ask, Sergeant? Serrel started tentatively. Where are you from, Dot? My clan comes from the mountains of Drayuan. We hail from the Norwin. Have you heard of us? Vaguely, he replied. He recalled something about barbarians who lived in the mountains, who resisted the incursion of the Empire into their territories. It did explain a few things. We are people of the earth, said Calyx proudly. Of mountains and snow, forests and grasslands. We learn from a young age how to become one with our environment. And you clearly never had those lessons. Was I that bad? You stomp around like a herd of cattle. And that bloody staff. I heard you knock it against at least 3 different trees. You may as well have rung a bell and announced your presence. Sorry, Sergeant. You should leave it behind. It's dead weight, Dot. As attached as he was to his staff, Serrel found the thought abhorrent. By that definition, my arms are dead weight. You want to hack those off and leave them behind as well? Don't tempt me, fresh meat. Calyx paused and faced him. All right. We're here in Faelands, and to my surprise it may be possible that you aren't as completely and utterly hopeless as I originally thought. So against my better judgment, I will try and teach you how to move without alerting everything in a 5-mile radius of your position. I am an impatient teacher, so you had better prove yourself a quick learner. Clear? Yes, Sergeant. And just because we're getting to know each other better, it doesn't mean I like you. Perish the thought, Sergeant. I'm only sharing because I want you to understand where I'm coming from. Yes, Sergeant. All right then. Listen closely. Calyx spent the next hour teaching Serrel the finer points of hunting, where to place his feet, how to move without being seen, keeping himself downwind as much as possible. She then made him attempt to sneak up on Holly and Brant as they patrolled the outskirts of the forest, using every trick he had just learnt. He got fairly close on his first attempt, and was almost shot through the head with an arrow by a rather jumpy Holly when he took her by surprise. When another unit came and took over their sentry duty, the Hounds returned to the Legion's new camp for lunch. The Legion had taken over Martin's Rest, setting up the camp in a wide area around it. The villagers had been secured in Martinson's longhouse, where they awaited their fate under guard. The rest of the town was being ransacked by the Legion, under the pretense of searching for evidence. It made Serrel angry just watching them, and from the looks some of the other Hounds cast at the working soldiers, they felt the same way. They ate several rabbits that Vost and Ripper had caught, no one being willing to stomach any more fish, especially the fish that had been taken from the villagers' stores. Not every soldier was being as honorable. The smell of fish stew hung over the camp. Serrel then spent most of the afternoon helping dig defensive trenches and filling them with sharpened stakes. If any of the rebels did attack, the Legion was going to be prepared. The large number of bodies available made short work of the task. Serrel looked about the camp, but failed to see anyone else from Pond Scum. As the afternoon wore on, the Hounds got ready to travel again. Delaney was apparently getting impatient, and wanted to put in a few hours marching before the sunset. The Hounds were naturally going to be in the lead, but then Snow was called to a meeting with General Roth. When he returned, he pulled Calyx aside. Serrel was close enough to eavesdrop on their conversation. Calyx, I have a little task for you, said Snow. Am I going to like this task? Don't you always? That squad the general sent out to look for those mystery elves was meant to report back just after noon. They're overdue. That's what happens when you put the Hounds on sentry duty and let amateurs go out hunting. I know. My feelings are hurt too. But General Roth is getting edgy, and now he wants us to go and look for them. Be a dear and take a small squad, maybe 5 or 6 all up, and see if you can find any trace of our wayward brethren. Or what's left of them. Indeed. Take Hawthorne with you. Calyx shook her head. He's not ready yet. He'll just slow us down. He needs to learn the ropes sooner rather than later. If you insist, Captain. But I absolve myself of any blame if he gets eaten by something. All your sins shall be forgiven. The rest of us will continue on the main road to Volumir. The good news is, your squad will be able to move faster if you cut through the forest. Scout the area, see what's waiting for us, then meet the Legion at the Bridge of Caelthril. Questions? We have a clearer picture of what's supposedly in that forest? I'm afraid not. The general's men were a little rough with Martin's son. He's no longer in a talking mood. Animals, Calyx spat. Snow didn't reply. He just said, you should get a move on while you have the light. Go on. Off you trot. Calyx nodded. She rejoined the others where they were gathered around a campfire. Hounds, we've got ourselves a job. Brant, Holly, dog breath, you're with me. Fresh meat, get your magical shit together. We're off the leash in 5 minutes. Yes, Sergeant. I'll go season myself accordingly, replied Serrel. 5 minutes later, the 5 of them along with Calyx's dogs stood side by side at the edge of the forest, staring into the shadowy trees. You sure this is where they went? Calyx asked Dogbreath. Sure. They made a trail even the fresh meat could follow. Did you happen to see who it was? That sergeant from the infantry. You know, the pretty one with the hair. Beaumont, said Holly. He's useless. They stood silently for a moment, then Calyx smiled grimly. Oh, well. If you lot wanted a boring life, you shouldn't have joined the Legion. Dogbreath, take point. Keep us on Beaumont's trail. Holly, watch the rear. Fresh meat, stick close, at least 2 paces behind me at all times, and try not to let everyone in the Faelands know we're coming this time. Yes, Sergeant. Let's see what's in there. One by one they slipped into the darkening forest and disappeared from sight. Calyx was right. At first glance the Faelands did not seem altogether that different from the lands of the Empire, but that was because Serrel had not been looking close enough. He began to notice little things at first, odd flowers and insects, like the strange purple orchids that slowly turned to regard their passage, and the butterflies with bizarre patterns on their wings that looked like perfect recreations of human eyes. The trees nearest the coastline were all of the same species that were found in the Empire, their seeds having been carried across the sea through various means. But the further the group traveled into the forest they came across more and more species native to the Faelands. Trees with purple veins in their leaves, or long wooden tendrils that reached down into the earth. Trees that were latched onto other trees with thick, vicious spikes that slowly drained the life from their host over centuries. During a pause, whilst Calyx and Dogbreath attempted to reacquire their target's trail, Serrel spotted a large caterpillar on a low branch. It was brown, with dark green streaks along its sides, and it was chewing on a fat hairy spider. Brant showed him an ant's nest he nearly stepped on. The ants themselves were tiny and red, with thorny spikes on their backs. When they were disturbed, they swarmed from their nest and began to clump together, intertwining their legs to form a thick red mass that, to the Serrel's surprise, began to take on the form of a snarling wolf's head. Now that's just weird, said Brant, grinning happily. It got weirder. Not long after they started off again, Calyx held up a hand and called them silently to a halt. She squatted on the ground, staring at something intently. Look at that, she breathed. The others gathered around. There was a print in the soft earth, weathered somewhat, but still visible. Serrel was no expert of prints, but these weren't made by anything he expected to see in the forests back home. It had a long pad, like that of a wolf, but very elongated, and only 2 huge claw prints. The whole thing was the width of Dogbreath's head, and with the beard and the shagging mane of hair, Dogbreath had a big head. What made that? Holly asked. Some kind of bird? Birds have 3 toes, whispered Calyx. She found a second print, nearby. The width of the creature's shoulders was impressive. Brant opened his mouth. If you say land clams, I will hurt you, Calyx warned. Why would I say that? Asked Brant innocently. That's the question. Sergeant Pretty Hair went that way, Dogbreath said, pointing northeast. This thing went that way, Calyx point due east. More than a day ago. They probably never saw it. And hopefully neither will we, said Holly. We probably won't. It's a big forest. Pity, she said wistfully. Looks like a hell of a thing. Oh, well, let's keep moving. The trees were getting older, and bigger the deeper they went. Soon they dwarfed anything that Serrel had ever seen in his life. One tree's base was wider than his family's house. One tree had its branches grown into the shape of a house, far above their heads. There was no obvious way up to it, apart from scaling the tree's thick trunk. Calyx stared at it for a moment, then decided it was currently uninhabited and led them silently past. Unexpectedly, Dog Breath stopped. He paced back and forth across the ground, then crouched. "Shit," Calyx hissed. Serrel gave her a quizzical look. She held up an arrow. A quick search turned up more, spilled from someone's quiver. "They ran into someone, or something," Calyx explained. Her eyes swept across the ground. "The ground's torn up." "Blood," Dog Breath whispered from up ahead. There were splatters of red across the nearest trees. "Come on," Calyx urged them forwards, her attention focused on the trail before her. They increased their pace, being chased, or chasing someone. "Chasing someone," said Dog Breath. He showed the others new tracks. Someone barefoot. They were bleeding. They pushed ahead, their pace faster. Dog Breath stopped. "Oh, sod, that's nasty," he said. Calyx took in the scene, the trampled undergrowth, the churned-up earth and the arterial spray across the trunk of one tree. "Looks like an ambush," said Calyx. The person they were chasing led them here, or he had friends waiting. They came out of the trees. There was a fight. Someone went down here, then. She fell silent, then stooped down and picked something off the ground. It was a human ear. Serrel looked away quickly. "Well, that isn't good," noted Holly. She and Brant both unslung their bows and strung an arrow. "Someone went down," Calyx went on. "Then they were hacked to pieces." "No. Those are claw marks." Serrel spotted something in the undergrowth. When he picked it up, he found it was a small throwing knife. Its curved blade and handle made it into a crescent shape. The handle was made of bone. "Look at this," he said to others. Calyx took the knife from him and frowned. One of her dogs lifted its head and sniffed it, and bared its teeth. "Ferine," Calyx said in a low voice. "A what, dot?" "Feral elves," clarified Brant. "I didn't think they still existed," said Calyx. "And this far south?" "Gods damn it." Dog Breath pointed. "One went down here. They dragged the body away. But the other 5 ran that way." He gestured eastwards. "Come on," Calyx took off along the trail. They ran quickly through the forest. Serrel saw deep scratches in the tree trunks, and another throwing knife embedded in another. "Someone fell here," Calyx noted, pausing at one spot. "They got back up and ran." "That way," said Dog Breath, pointing. "But the other 4 went that way," Calyx pointed in the opposite direction. "And the elves?" asked Serrel. "They split up. One followed the straggler, 3 more went after the larger group. This way. Quickly." She followed the trail of the larger group. The group ran, stealth forgotten. But they needn't have bothered. They found the bodies not long after. For a moment, they all just stood and stared. "Shit." Calyx snarled. "Looks like someone cut around them," said Dog Breath impassively. "Took them by surprise here." The others ran them down. Serrel didn't want to see it, but he couldn't seem to drag his eyes away. There were the remains of 4 bodies, dumped in a rough heap on the forest floor. They had been ripped apart, and barely even resembled anything human anymore. What remained of their blood-stained clothing was colored imperial green. There were 2 large crows standing on the bodies, picking at the flesh. They had strange iridescent feathers that shimmered different colors. As the group approached, the birds looked at them haughtily with eerie green eyes that glowed in the dim forest. Dog Breath kicked the first bird savagely. It squawked angrily and took off, followed by its partner. He and Calyx examined the bodies as the others formed a rough perimeter and stood guard. Calyx found a bronze coin still on a metal chain around the neck of one, and the remains of some sergeant's strips on another. "Beaumont," she said. You can still smell the oil in his hair, noted Dogbreath. He didn't laugh, or even smile. They were killed, then they were eaten, Calyx added, matter-of-factly. Looks like the Ferine took their weapons and supplies. She stood and wiped her bloody hands on her pants. Come on. Let's find that other soldier, Dot. They backtracked to where the group of fleeing soldiers had been divided. They took the second path, and followed the lone straggler. As they progressed, the trees in this section of the forest grew closer together. The canopy was dense and blocked out a lot of the light. Then Serrel noticed odd patches of white among the tree branches. Like thick white cloth and... Boys fast, Dogbreath said as he examined the footprints. He gave this Ferine a merry chase, agreed Calyx. Maybe he got away, said Holly. He didn't. They found his body hanging between two trees, wrapped up in the strange white cloth like that Serrel had seen in the treetops. Except it wasn't cloth. It was a giant spider's web, spun between the two trees. The soldier had run straight into it in his frantic haste, and the web's owner had wasted no time wrapping him up tight for a future meal. Serrel could just see the spider now, lurking high in the tree branches, its mottled orange and black body just visible in its vast web. It was almost as big as he was. Is he alive? Holly asked, her face pale. We stood cut him down. No point, said Calyx. The spider's bite is poisonous. He's slowly melting from the inside out. There has to be something we can do. Calyx nodded. Brant sighed, and lifted his bow. He fired a single arrow at the man's chest, and killed him. The impact sent tremors up the web. The spider stirred up above, and unfurled long spindly legs. Holly lifted her own bow to shoot it. Don't, said Calyx. That won't solve anything. It'll just make a mess. It killed one of the Legion. It's just doing what it needs to survive. Killing it will just draw attention to ourselves. Holly held her bow raised for a moment, her arms shaking slightly. She looked ready to shoot, like she was desperate to shoot. Or scream, or hit something repeatedly until she wouldn't have to feel anything anymore. Slowly she lowered the bow, and released the tension on the string. She took a deep breath. What now? She asked. Are we going to take the others back to camp? Too many bodies, said Calyx. Besides, the Legion won't be there by the time we get back. We need to move forwards. She joined Dogbreath where he was searching the tree line. Well, Pointy-eared git's not bad, replied Dogbreath. He's like oil. Straight into the trees with barely a mark. Nearly as good as you. But he isn't me, said Calyx with feeling. Dogbreath looked over at her, and grinned. No, he isn't. He stayed low to the ground, looking for a sign of the elf's passage. He came to the base of a tree, and sniffed it. Then licked the bark of the thick roots. He took a piss. Then he went. That way. Calyx stared into the forest thoughtfully. That's the direction they were dragging the first body. Maybe they got themselves a camp. With a big pot to cook their leftovers in. Shall we invite ourselves to dinner? Said Brant. Shouldn't we continue on our way? They haven't noticed us dash. Yet, said Holly. We could sneak by them. I mean, don't we need to tell the others about this? Tell them what? Said Calyx. We don't know how many Ferine there are? It's our job to find out, then report back. But, that's rather the point, Serrel reluctantly spoke up. We don't know how many of them there are. There are only 5 of us. Calyx's dogs started growling. 5 3/4, Brant corrected. I didn't take you for a coward, fresh meat, said Calyx. Serrel frowned. I'm not a coward, he snapped. But true, that was before I found out elves really do eat people. All elves eat people, said Dog Breath helpfully. Ferine just have lower standards, Calyx finished. Alright, fresh meat. You can decide. They killed at least 5 of our people. The 6th was dragged away, and maybe they're dead, or maybe they're just badly wounded and need our help. What do you want to do? Serrel could feel 6 sets of eyes, 2 of them canine, boring into him. Judging him. His first thought was about how badly he did not want to be in this god's damned forest, with creepy insects, giant spiders, and man-eating elves. He wanted to be anywhere else. He would have thought, I want to go home, except even with the terror that was slowly gnawing at his mind, he knew he didn't have a home to go back to. This, in a perverse way, stuck in a twisted forest of evil with people who mildly detested him, was his home now. He took the bronze. He was in the Legion. His second thought was, what if it had been someone he knew that had been killed out here? What if it had been one of Pond Scum? What if one of them had been dragged away to be eaten alive by insane elves? Would he have left them to their fate, then? Hell, what if it had been him captured by the Ferine? Wouldn't he have expected someone to come to his rescue? Wouldn't he have liked, in the very least, to think that someone would have considered avenging him, sad, self-centered git that he was? There was a voice in his head, small and malevolent, perhaps echoing up through the hollow, that said, "You are not a soldier. You're just a carpenter's son who likes to pretend he's a mage. You are so far in over your head, and you don't even realize you're drowning. You're going to die here, and worse, you're going to get someone killed." Serrel sighed. Well, fresh meat? Calyx asked expectantly. You're right, Sergeant. I don't want to be here. But like I told you before, I don't run away, not if there is someone else out there who needs help. I'm with you. Calyx smiled. It was rather predatory, with a lot of teeth. I thought you would be. Brant slapped him hard on the back. That's the spirit. I mean, what's the worst that can happen to you? We all end up as an elf's bowel movement, said Holly. I mean, besides that? You want the entire list? Said Serrel. That could take a while. Well, come on then, he said with forced enthusiasm. Let's get going. Honor and glory and all that. With Dog Breath in the lead, they set off in the direction they believed the Ferine had traveled, disappearing silently into the forest. Behind them, the giant spider slowly descended from its nest, and began to feed on its freshly caught meal. They moved as quietly as they could through the increasingly dark forest, heading in the rough direction Calyx figured the Ferine had gone. They found few signs of its passage, but according to Dog Breath, and Calyx's dogs, the elf ahead of them had stopped to urinate on several trees as it went, as if it were marking its territory like an animal. Vost and Ripper made sure to reclaim the land as they went past. By the time they found the first marker, the sun was beginning to set, and the forest had grown very shadowy. Calyx considered this a good thing, as it would help hide their approach. Serrel didn't bother to point out that it made other creatures sneaking up on them just as hard to spot. He just plunged after the sergeant and tried to make as little noise as possible. In this, he was beginning to feel like a complete liability. Then Dog Breath led them to a strange white monolith, standing next to what appeared to be an overgrown trail. There was a strange elven design carved into its marble-like surface, but something had come along and vandalized it, carving 4 great gashes into its surface, like claw marks. Then they had pissed on it, just to get their point across. Vost sniffed the bottom of the monolith, then relived himself on the giant stone to reclaim it as his. Home sweet home, commented Dog Breath. Serrel opened his mouth to ask the relevance of the monolith, but Calyx quickly gestured for him to remain silent. She pointed up the overgrown trail, and made a throat-cutting gesture. He decided to shut up for the foreseeable future. Calyx led them off the trail and back into the undergrowth. It didn't take long for them to see the first signs of a camp. Up ahead there was the orange glow of a campfire, and faint voices. They crept forwards. Suddenly Calyx stopped dead, and dropped to the forest floor. The others quickly copied her. Serrel lay almost flat, and didn't even dare draw a breath. Up ahead, he could just make out a tall, dark figure as it detached itself from the shadows and started moving across the forest. Calyx gestured for them to stay put, then slowly began to creep forwards, stalking the new arrival. Her knife pulled its sheath with barely a whisper as she approached her prey. Then a loud voice carried through the trees, and she dropped out of sight. The figure turned back to the campfire and called back. Serrel didn't understand what they were saying. He thought that they might have been speaking Elvish. The figure and the unseen shouter traded words for a moment, and from the way the figure's voice grew louder and more terse, they were clearly having an argument. The conversation ended with the figure making a sound like a snarl, before he stomped back to the camp, no longer even bothering to try being stealthy. Calyx's head reappeared. She waved at them to stay put one more time, then crept after the fuming elf. She soon disappeared from sight. The group waited anxiously amongst the trees for what felt to Serrel to be an age. In the dark, he could just make out the faces of his companions. Holly and Brant looked as nervous as he was, but Dogbreath was grinning broadly, battle-axe in hand. Ripper and Voss stared after their departed master, and yawned in boredom. Suddenly Calyx reappeared in front of them, causing Serrel's heart to start hammering even harder in his chest. "I saw 8, Calyx whispered to them, so quiet they could only just hear her. "One in the trees on the eastern edge, the others in some old ruins. "I saw 2 prisoners, one in a Legion uniform. "We take them by surprise. "Dogbreath and Holly, come in from the south. "I'll circle around and come in from the west. "Brant circle to the east with fresh meat. "Count to 100, then take out the sentry in the trees. He isn't very high up. When the others are distracted by the noise we attack. Clear?" They nodded, and quickly unslung their packs and placed them at the foot of a tree to pick up later. "You ready for this, fresh meat?" Serrel nodded, even though he thought he was going to throw up. "Move out." Quietly, Calyx added. "Frey Naileth." At that last command, her 2 dogs dropped low and followed her away. Dogbreath gave the others one last grin, then slunk off with Holly in tow. Brant tapped Serrel gently on the shoulder, and the 2 made their own way through the trees. Brant moved slowly, but kept his eyes up, looking out for the sentry in the trees. Serrel tried to keep the man in sight as he scanned the dark for any other sentries on the ground. Meanwhile the light from the campfire grew nearer and nearer. There were raised voices yelling at one another nearby, followed by a lot of snarling and growling. At least the elves were occupied, and with the fire going their night vision would be ruined. Brant stopped so suddenly, Serrel only just avoided walking into him. He kicked himself for being so clumsy. Brant pointed up at the trees, where Serrel could just make out the form of an elf crouched in the branches, a bow in hand. The elf was staring back at the camp, watching the argument. Serrel waited, tense and on edge. He stared back and forth, trying to keep an eye on the sentry, the camp and the surrounding forest all at the same time. He noticed Brant's lips moving silently as he counted to himself. Serrel didn't want him to finish counting. He didn't like sitting there in the dark forest listening to elves snarling at each other like animals, but he dreaded what was about to happen. To make matters worse, a pained scream suddenly rent the air, emanating from the camp. Serrel heard the words, "Oh, God's dash," then there was a wet ripping noise, and silence fell. Then the elves started laughing. "Oh, close enough," said Brant. He stood up, bowstring pulled back, and fired at the sentry. The arrow hit the elf right in the side, going up and under the ribcage. The elf let out a surprised grunt and lost balance. He fell from the tree, bouncing off several branches before hitting the ground with a loud crash. The laughing stopped. One elf started shouting, just as Calyx and her dogs burst into camp, and the elf went down with a thrown axe stuck in its head. Brant turned and charged at the camp. Without thinking, Serrel rose and ran after him. Brant quickly pulled ahead, his arm reaching back to pull out another arrow. As he reached the edge of the camp, Serrel saw something move in the shadows. He saw the elf appear, a small curved knife in its hand. The elf pulled back its arm and threw the knife towards Brant, who spotted it too late. Serrel lifted his staff and dropped a shield over the top of Brant. It covered him like a dome, and just in time. The knife bounced off and went flying, just as Brant slammed face first into the invisible barrier and went sprawling on the ground. The elf spun to face Serrel, yanking an axe from its belt. Serrel let the shield dissipate and pointed his staff at the elf. It managed one step towards him, as he weaved the ether into a bolt of pure energy and fired it from his staff. The trees were lit up green as the blast of energy shot from the end of his staff and struck the elf in its midsection. There was a loud crack as it impacted, then the elf was flung backwards, its ragged clothes on fire, and its flesh a smoking ruin. Serrel didn't pause, he turned back to the camp as Brant scrambled to his feet. Inside the camp the fighting was furious. 2 elves lay dead on the ground as the others fought for their lives. Brant leapt into the fray, throwing his bow aside and pulled a sword from his back. Calyx and Dogbreath were wading into their opponents with swinging axes. The 2 dogs were circling one elf together, dashing back and forth, biting and snapping at it as the elf slashed its claws and snarled at them. Claws, Serrel realized. Some of the elves had weapons, crude-looking and improvised, with handles made of bone, but they all had claws and fangs. Several of the elves fought unarmed, swiping at their opponents with their claws, ducking and weaving to avoid being struck before dashing in to strike. He saw the dogs take down their target, Vost biting into the elf's leg and taking it to the ground, as Ripper lunged at its throat. He noticed Holly fighting an elf on the opposite side of the camp to him, knife in one hand and a short sword in the other. Her opponent was faster than her, and dodged her attacks easily, and with a flurry of swipes had her backed against a tree. Serrel lifted his staff and sighted at the elf, when he heard the twig snap behind him. He spun, weaving a shield over himself, just as another elf pounced at him. It was the sentry Brant had shot. Serrel saw the arrow sticking out of its side as it smashed into his shield. Its claws slid across the barrier, drawing green streaks of light in the air. It came at him again and again, roaring like an animal as it tore and hammered at his shield in a frenzy, every impact sending a shudder through Serrel's staff. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Holly and the other elf still fighting. He saw the elf duck under a wild swing, and kick Holly in the back of her legs, sweeping her off her feet and dumping her on the ground. It rose ready to deliver a killing blow. As his own elf threw itself once more at his shield, Serrel let the barrier fade away. The elf's claws passed harmlessly through the air. It had been expecting resistance, and the strength of its intended blow sent it twisting to its left, unbalanced. Serrel ducked under its arm, and lashed out with his staff. He felt the wooden shaft impact into flesh, and the elf growl in pain. Then he turned, and fired a blast of energy at the elf attacking Holly. He hadn't had time to aim, but the bolt of energy hit it in the arm and spun it around. Holly took advantage of the moment and hacked at its legs with her sword. Serrel turned back to his opponent, and leapt backwards with a yelp of surprise as the elf came at him again. He heard cloth tearing as its claws raked the front of his coat. Without thinking, he weaved the ether into fire, and let the gout of flame shoot from the end of his staff and engulf the elf. The elf screamed and threw itself backwards, giving Serrel enough room to raise his staff and fire off a bolt of ether energy. The bolt struck the elf in the shoulder, and twisted it around. The elf rolled with the impact, spinning and twisting in the air like a cat, before landing on all fours on the ground. It bared its teeth and snarled at him. Serrel leveled his staff at it. "Don't," he warned. The elf glared at him. Its eyes were a bright green with slitted pupils. They shone like an animal's in the light of the campfire. Its muscles tensed. "Don't," Serrel repeated. It lunged, but barely left the ground before Serrel fired. The bolt of energy knocked it back down into the earth. It tried to right itself, but Serrel fired again. Then again, and again, and again, until the elf stopped twitching and looked like a blackened mass of scorched meat. He looked back in time to see Dogbreath and Calyx hack the final defiant elf to death with their axes. Apart from the crackling of fire and the panting of the two bloody dogs, there was silence. Calyx looked about the group, her face splattered with elven blood. "Anyone hurt?" she asked. "I'm fine," panted Brant. "Just a scratch," said Holly, tying a piece of cloth around her arm as a temporary bandage. Calyx looked over at Serrel, who was staring into space. "Fresh meat? You still alive?" She looked down at his chest and frowned. Serrel followed her gaze, and saw he had 4 neat slashes in the front of his coat. Underneath, his leather jerkin had matching scrapes across its surface, but had kept his flesh protected. "I'm all right," said Serrel. He paused. Sorry, but I think I might need a moment." With that, he turned and vomited violently against the side of a nearby tree. Dogbreath laughed. "Finally mussed up that pretty uniform, hee." Serrel stayed doubled over for a while, until there was nothing left in his stomach to void. When he glanced to his left, he saw the remains of the cooked elf he'd killed, and dry heaved again. It took him a while for his head to stop spinning, then he forced himself back upright, and went to the elves' camp. The others were searching the bodies for anything useful. Calyx pulled a crude axe from one elf's corpse. It was crudely made, with a rusty iron head and a handle that had previously been someone's thigh bone. "Hey, I found a live one," said Dogbreath happily. He dragged a struggling elf into the light of the campfire by one leg. It clutched at its stomach, where there was an awful lot of blood, and possibly a lot worse, seeping through its claws. The elf growled weakly at Calyx as she stood over it, hefting the crude Ferine axe in her hand. "How many more of you are there?" she asked it. The elf attempted to roll over, and Dogbreath kicked it viciously back down. "I'm not going to repeat myself," warned Calyx. "Highly va snare." The elf sneered at her. Its voice was quite high-pitched, and Serrel realized that it was a woman. "Ha!" said Dogbreath. "Don't ask me," replied Calyx. It sounded rude though, whatever it was. This was the first elf Serrel had managed to get a good look at. She wasn't what he was expecting. What little clothes she wore were ragged and filthy, covered in dirt and blood, and gods only knew what else. Her skin was hardly any better. Dark hair hung in filthy clumps over her face, but Serrel could see she had the same airy green, shining eyes as the elf he'd. He forced that thought away. He didn't want to think about that right now. "If you aren't going to be polite," said Calyx, "this is going to go hard for you." "Bitch," the elf replied. "That I understood," said Dogbreath. "I am Ferine," the elf went on. "You will get nothing from me. I will die free." Calyx regarded her coldly. "That works for me." Serrel turned away as Calyx swung the axe into the elf's head. He heard the crack of bone, and forced himself to take a deep breath. "See if there's anything left we can take," Calyx said aloud, as though nothing had happened. "Fresh meat. If you aren't going to faint, make yourself useful." "I found our man," said Holly in a low voice. They joined her at one end of the camp, where several bodies were piled up. They recognized the Green Legion uniform on a boy barely older than Serrel. "Sorry, Private," said Holly. Calyx looked at the boy's face. "He's been dead for hours. We couldn't have saved him." "Then, who was screaming?" asked Serrel. A quick search turned up 3 more bodies, not Legion. They were clad in white clothes that was covered in dirt, their hands and ankles bound together, with sacks pulled over their heads as makeshift hoods. 2 of the bodies were ripped open, lying on blood-soaked earth, the third lay unmoving. Calyx pulled the sack from the head of the first body. Serrel saw blood-stained blonde hair and pointed ears. "Guess we finally found our mysterious elves," said Calyx. "Not much of an army," commented Dogbreath. "Why kill them?" "They're elves as well," said Serrel. "They look like prisoners," said Calyx. "Whoever they weren't friends of the Ferine. Come on, let's dash." Unexpectedly, the third body groaned and said in a weak voice, "Hello?" The group fell silent. Then Calyx reached over and tore the hood off the body. The elf underneath blinked in the sudden light. He had matted white hair stained with blood and dirt, and strange eyes that were so light they were almost white in color. His pupils were slitted, like a cat's. The Hounds and the elf regarded one another warily. "Are you Legion by any chance?" the elf asked. "What else would we be?" replied Calyx. The elf took in the woad covering their faces, the huge grinning face of Dogbreath, the scarred and dreadlocked sergeant, and the two dogs sniffing at his bound feet and drooling. "Norwan raiders with a very poor sense of direction?" he suggested tentatively. "Close, but no. We are Legion." "And just who in the hell are you supposed to be?" "My name is Serrel Hawthorne. And if you are Legion, is there the possibility that you are not going to kill me?" "There's always a possibility, yes. A rather slim one, though. Why does your name sound familiar to me?" "Perhaps you have heard it before." "Would you be able to cut me loose?" the elf asked. Calyx stared at him a rather long time. Then she nodded to Brant. "Try anything, and I will feed you to my dogs." The elf glanced at Ripper and Vost, who started wagging their tails in anticipation. "Understood," he said. Brant pulled a knife and cut the elf's bonds. He darted back a safe distance as the elf sat upright. "Thank you." "You haven't answered my question, Serrel Hawthorne," said Calyx. "Who are you? Why did the Ferine take you prisoner?" Serrel ignored her and instead turned to the bodies of the two other elves. He lowered his head sadly and muttered something in his own language. "Oi, Pointy," Dogbreath nudged him roughly with his boot. "We ask you a question." Serrel sat with his head lowered and his eyes closed for a moment, then he slowly stood upright. He stood at least a head taller than all of them. Serrel found himself gripping his staff tightly. "If you are Legion, then you are no doubt here because of the events in Volumir," Serrel said. "In which case you would have heard my name mentioned several times." "I am, at least I was the patrician of Volumir." "You have any proof of that?" asked Calyx. Serrel rolled up his left sleeve to reveal a complex elven design tattooed on his forearm. "This is the mark of office they gave me when I was elected, but you think I know what that's supposed to look like?" "Oh. Of course. I did have the patrician seal on a chain around my neck, but the Ferine took it from me when they captured me. So, no, I suppose I do not have any proof of my identity." "My apologies." Calyx sniffed. "We don't have time for this. Brant, Holly, grab any of those supplies the Ferine took. Dogbreath, find us any weapons that aren't broken. Let's get out of here before any more of these bastards show up." "And Pointy?" Dogbreath asked. "He comes with us. And if I find out he's lying?" "Yes, fed to your dogs," said the elf with a weak smile. "I understand. Fresh meat, watch him, dot." Serrel stood a safe distance away, his staff pointed at the elf in a manner that he hoped was threatening as the others began collecting up supplies. A few moments later Calyx returned, a new Legion issue bow and a quiver of arrows slung over one shoulder. "All right, move out. And don't even think about getting clever with us, elf." "If I were clever," the elf replied sadly, "I do not think any of us would be here." Dogbreath kicked dirt over the campfire and doused the flames. In the darkness, Calyx led the group out into the now black forest to where they had left their packs. She had an amazing sense of direction, even in the dark. Then, with Dulril watched by 2 dogs, and with a staff and at least 2 sharp weapons aimed at his back, the group disappeared into the shadows. Part 3, Hunted. Serrel found it was, unsurprisingly, much harder to move through the forest at night than it had been during the day. Even with the stars and the moon shining brightly, he was still unprepared for the pure darkness that was all around him. And the noises the forest made at night. In his youth, Serrel had ventured into the woods near his hometown many times after the sun had gone down. But those woods were to the forests of the Faelands as a rock pool was to the ocean. The sounds that he heard echoing through the trees were nothing like that of the woods back home. Out in the blackness, there were creatures that none of the group had ever had experience with before. Every so often, Serrel swore he saw flashes of green eyes in the shadows. Just animals, fresh meat, Calyx reassured him when he pointed them out. The Ferine would have attacked us by now. Serrel wondered, and not for the first time, why everything in the forest had to have the same creepy green eyes. After a long and painful walk, Calyx finally called a halt. "That's far enough," she announced. "We can camp here for the night." "Thank the gods," Dulril breathed. He dropped to the ground and sat with his back against a tree. "No fire," Calyx ordered. "I don't want to attract attention. There'll be a 2-man watch at all times. Dog breath and holly, you first. Then brant and fresh meat. I'll take the last shift with the elf." "Does this mean you might be willing to trust me?" Dulril asked. "Depends on what you say next," she replied. As Dog Breath and Holly set out to keep watch, the others settled down amongst the roots of a giant tree. Brant pulled out some of their rations of hard biscuits and dried meat and handed them around. The elf took his gladly, and ate ravenously. Serrel took his food, but couldn't eat. He sat on a tree root, his head swimming with thoughts, and not all of them good. "Can I take this off now, Sergeant?" he asked Calyx, pointing at the woad handprint on his face. He saw Calyx nod her head in the dark. He found a spare piece of cloth in his pack, and wet it with water from his canteen. He was wiping furiously at his face when he realized Calyx was staring at him. He ignored her. "You should eat something," she told him. "I'm not hungry," he replied. "Doesn't matter. It's going to be a long day tomorrow, and you need to keep up your strength. Eat something." Serrel held a strip of dried, salted beef in his hand but didn't eat it. "I can't get that smell out of my nose," he said softly. "What smell?" "Burnt meat," Serrel replied. "Oh, that." "Yes. That takes some getting used to." "Is it always like this?" he asked weakly. He realized that he sounded like a child. Calyx shrugged. "The first time is always hard. But the second time, that's usually worse, because you know what it's like now, and you dread having to go through it again. After that, it just gets easier and easier. Look on the bright side. At least they were only Ferine." Serrel thought about the elf woman, lying on the ground holding her guts in, cursing Calyx with her last breaths. "They were people," he muttered. "They were not," said a voice sadly. They all looked at the elf. "Not anymore. Not feeling a lot of sympathy for your fallen brethren, Pointy?" asked Calyx. "They were not my brethren. They were hardly even elves anymore." "See," said Calyx. "The elf doesn't even shed a tear for them." "They ate my friends, Sergeant," replied Dulril. "I have a great respect for all living things, but there are limits." Calyx snorted an amused laugh. "What were those things?" Serrel asked him. "The Ferine?" Dulril frowned. "We do not really know. They were elves, once upon a time. But they have changed themselves somehow, using magic." "How?" Serrel pressed. "How can someone change into something like that?" Never seen a werewolf, fresh meat? Calyx asked. Similar, but not quite the same thing, said Dolrel. I assume. And this is only a theory, mind you. I cannot know for certain. But I assume that what they must do, the only thing that can make sense is for them to somehow infect themselves with the primordial ether. Serrel looked at him. Do what with the what now? Sorry. Let me try again. You are a mage, correct? You know about the ether? Of course. Mages like yourself are, shall we say, doorways to the ether. You are linked to it, and act as reservoirs of its energy, Yes, I learnt about all this on my first day of training. We're permeable. I had to look that word up. Exactly. Permeable. Some humans are permeable, absorbing energy from the ether. But most of you are not, like the sergeant here. And thank the gods for that, said Calyx. We elves are different. Here is this land, the world is thinner. The energy passes from the ether much more easily. Have you performed any weaving whilst you have been here? Serrel thought about seared elf flesh. Some. Did you find it easier than normal? That the energy flowed far quicker, and returned to you more rapidly? Serrel tried to think about that. The fight had happened so fast, and he'd acted almost without thinking. He tended to find weaving to be easy in any case. He was good at it. Then again, he was more weary from the act of killing than he had been from weaving. He didn't feel fatigued by his spellcasting at all. I suppose, he said. The ether here in Elsbereth has a tendency to leak, as it were, into our world. As a result, it shapes the world around it. It has shaped the elves into what we are. All elves are able to tap into the ether, unlike most humans. We vary in our abilities to a certain degree, but from an early age, most elves are able to weave. Dolrel paused. This was apparently the most he had spoken in some time. He went on, in some places in Elsbereth, the ether leaks energy into our world. Mostly the energy disperses itself as light, such as the aurora ethereal. Sometimes it releases itself in other ways, causing what we call ether storms. But in some places, very, very rare places, the energy simply collects, and I suppose you would say goes stagnant. Some of these places have held energy for centuries, possibly longer. The energy from these places is called primordial ether. It comes from a time when humans were still nothing more than animals, banging rocks together. This is all very interesting, put in Calyx. What does this have to do with the Ferine? Well, a mage uses their energy, and then the ether fills them again. But can you imagine if instead of tapping the ether, you allowed yourself to absorb some of the primordial ether? That is what I believe the Ferine have done. They have found somewhere in Elsbereth that contains primordial ether from a time when we, the elves, were ourselves still barely more than animals. They emptied themselves of energy, to the point where they would have fallen into the waking abyss, what Imperials call the hollow, and they allowed the primordial ether to fill them. As a result, they have changed, regressed if you will, to a form more like that of our elvish forebears. Something primitive and bestial. So they turned themselves into animals, said Calyx impatiently. You could have just said that. But not just animals, said Dolrel darkly. Animals hunt for food. For survival. The Ferine, they pervert the natural order. They take pleasure in the hunt, the kill. They like the blood and the violence. Their own twisted desires have warped them into monsters. He sighed. Of course, this is only a theory. Perhaps the truth will be something far worse. It usually is. Calyx stared at him. You seem to know an awful lot about these things. I have had little else to think about, apart from having to listen to my friends being brutally murdered, and awaiting my own violent and bloody end. It pays to keep the mind busy. I hope that one day I might finance an expedition to find the Ferine source of primordial ether. Then I will take great pleasure in destroying it forever." He fell silent. "Should we survive upcoming events, of course?" "Naturally. Speaking of which, you were supposed to explain to us how you came to be all the way out here. The generals seemed to think you were leading a resistance in Volumir." Dolrul almost laughed. "Me? Leading an army? Sergeant, before I became patrician, I was a teacher. I am the last person who would be able to lead an army, especially against Vharaes and the Ferine." Calyx frowned. "So the Ferine are working for Vharaes? For or with?" "I do not know for sure. To most people the Ferine were a myth. No one had seen one for nearly a decade. Not since the first war with the Empire. Then, not too long ago, they just appeared inside the fortress of Volumir and slaughtered everyone. I heard that Vharaes was leading them. I do not know what happened, not for sure, but I believe that someone in the city was working for Vharaes. It is the only way he could have entered the city and deployed his forces so quickly. Someone told him about all the secret entrances. So how did you escape?" "I was not in the fortress at the time. I was visiting a friend in the market district when the attack occurred. I spent most of the siege hiding in various basements. I managed to escape the city through an old smuggler's tunnel. Thank the gods for Volumir's old criminal underworld. Vharaes must have found out about me though, because the Ferine pursued me across the country. Fool that I was, I thought a childhood of traveling and adventures would give me an advantage. You cannot escape a creature for whom hunting is as easy as breathing. I came here to the south because I reasoned this would be where the Legion would land. I thought I could meet with you, and give you information about the attack. But it did not take long for the Ferine to find me, and take me prisoner. I was surprised they did not rip me limb from limb the moment they had me. Vharaes must want me alive," he added bitterly. "Why? I do not know. Perhaps he has a soft spot for an old friend." He gave a bitter laugh. "That seems out of character for him. And the two elves with you? Who were they?" "Friends from Volumir. They gave me shelter, helped me hide when Vharaes attacked. They did not want me to go roaming the countryside by myself, so they volunteered to accompany me. I should have," the elf lowered his head. "I should not have brought them. But I was afraid. The Ferine took them alive, but over the last 2 days they tortured them. I had to listen to it all." "I'm sorry," said Serrel gently. "There is no one to blame but myself. I was responsible for Volumir, for the people. For my friends' lives. And I am the one who let Vharaes take it, right under my nose. Everything that has happened has been my fault." "I suppose you would know," replied Calyx. "But credit where it's due, some of the blame has to fall to Vharaes. Just now, you said you knew him. An old friend." "I did," Dolrul admitted. "We grew up together. When we were younger we traveled across the length and breadth of Elsbereth together. But that was a long, long time ago. I had not seen him for years, not until he appeared in Volumir, holding the head of your Imperial ambassador. That was rather unexpected. He was always so driven. And arrogant. But the man he has become, this power-hungry lunatic, is just so unlike the boy I remembered. He always coveted power and knowledge, but this announcement of his to reclaim the throne borders of the ludicrous. He is not even next in line. There are at least 4 or 5 others who would inherit the kingship before he would. People change. Your history isn't going to complicate anything, is it?" Calyx asked suspiciously. "You aren't going to do something stupid like try and convince him of the error of his ways?" "Sergeant," Dolrul said sternly. "When last I saw him, he was holding a disembodied head. I am quite sure I lack the necessary powers of persuasion." Whether he chooses to surrender to you, or whether he chooses to die fighting, it is beyond my control. But he will be held accountable for all he has done. Good to hear. He stared at her. Have I passed your assessment, Sergeant? For now. I will be keeping an eye on you. I understand. When do you expect us to arrive at your camp? A day or two, if you don't slow us down. I will not. I promise. But, will we be traveling through the forest? It's the fastest way. Why? Are you expecting company? More Ferine? Asked Serrel. We used to think there were only a few Ferine, living in the deepest parts of the northern forest, explained Dulril. Then Vharaes appeared with an army of them. I would think it likely that there are more of them, but I don't suppose you happen to know how many of them would be roaming around this forest? Asked Calyx. Apart the small group you fought, I do not know. I am sorry, but I was hooded for the last few days. I saw very little. Then what did you hear? Calyx insisted. Dulril paused. Apart from the horrible things they did to my friends, I thought I heard a few of them complaining about how they had to wait. That they were not allowed to hunt. Now that I think about it, he said slowly, his expression growing more confused. They kept me there, in that camp, 4 days. I thought they would have taken me back to Volumir, but they were waiting for someone else. Who? I don't know. But I thought maybe I heard one of them use the phrase Del Sereth. And that would be, ... It is from an old dialect, said Dulril slowly. It means, the master. Vharaes prodded the dead body with the axe stuck in its skull with his foot. A second Ferine crawled over to it on his hands and knees, sniffing the dead flesh. He took a bite out of the body's arm. Vharaes kicked him angrily in the head, the claws on his toes slicing a deep gash on the underling's scalp. The other elf barked in surprise, then backed away. We are not scavengers. Vharaes snarled. He looked about the raided campsite, his anger slowly simmering. 8 dead Ferine lay rotting on the forest floor, slowly returning to the earth. The partially eaten body of a human soldier lay nearby, half covered by a grubby cloak as a mark of respect. Only another soldier would have done that, Vharaes realized. Fools! He had explicitly ordered the group to remain unseen, not to go attacking the Legion. They had other plans for them. Where are the prisoners? He asked. Dead, said another Ferine with a submissive bow. Idiots! They were meant to remain alive. Not all dead, a third Ferine said quickly. Only 2 bodies. The third is gone. Find me their trail. If that prisoner isn't back before the master returns, he'll return us all to the earth. Do you think to fool me, elf? The new voice that spoke seemed to echo right inside the elves' minds. They all dropped to the floor, one even rolling on his back and exposing his stomach as a wolf would when submitting to an alpha. In the trees above, something large shifted in the branches. Vharaes pressed his forehead to the ground. Master! The elf has been taken by Legion. They moved northwest through the forest, to rejoin the main force of their army. Vharaes requires the patrician return to him, unharmed. He still requires his knowledge. I shall run them down, master, Vharaes said firmly. There are none that can escape me once I have their scent. I believe you, Vharaes. You have served us well. But I have need for you elsewhere. The second Illudan is being moved to Volumir. It is vulnerable. I cannot guard it alone, not without revealing myself prematurely. You must go north, and ensure the Illudan's survival. I shall not fail you, master. But what of the Legion, and the prisoner? I have brought my children with me. They will hunt them down. There was rustling in the undergrowth. The Ferine all looked up in interest as something big and alien to the forest sniffed at the ground hunting for a scent. Gories watched the creature in awe as it found a trace of its prey, several minute drops of blood, and sped off into the dying night, several other huge shadows following in its wake. Gories could only hope that one day he too would be able to move with such speed and grace as those frightening creatures. North, Gories, the voice of the master echoed through his brain. Protect the Eluden. Above the Ferine, there was the sound of massive wings unfolding, and then with powerful strokes something unseen leapt into the air and flew off into the skies. Serrel awoke from yet another horrific nightmare as Calyx prodded him roughly in the side with the toe of her boot. Rise and shine, fresh meat, the sergeant boomed with what Serrel thought was unnecessary enthusiasm. Time's wasting. Then she went off to kick Dolrel awake, with rather less restraint. When he opened his eyes he found it was still dark. The patches of sky he could see through the treetops were only just starting to brighten. He groaned, and forced his stiff body upright. Sleeping on the rough forest floor had not been a fun experience. He missed his bed in Fort Amel. At least in the dormitories the only thing he had to worry about was Justin Tremel snoring loudly. That night he had awoken to find something crawling on him with multiple legs. He had no idea what it had been, and for that matter, wasn't sure he wanted to know. Breakfast was a bleak affair, with Calyx understandably adamant that there be no fire. They basically ate the same things as they had the night before. Serrel's appetite had still not returned, but he forced himself to eat the double ration Calyx insistently handed him. The last strip of meat, though, he fed to Vost, who had a habit of staring at him expectantly while he ate. The dog took the food from his hand, and noticeably didn't take the hand as well, which Serrel chose to take as a good sign. The sun was only just deciding to rise over the horizon when the group set off again. They moved through the trees as silently as possible, aiming to draw as little attention to themselves as possible. No one spoke, and without conversation Serrel's mind inevitably drove itself back to all of the things he resolutely did not wish to think about. He tried to distract himself by focusing once more on the land around him. Then he stared at Dolrel, who was the first elf Serrel had ever met. Well, the first normal elf that Serrel had ever met, assuming that there even was such a thing. He wasn't sure exactly what he had been expecting from an elf, but he supposed that Dolrel more or less fit the image, tall and regal. Those eyes were definitely off-putting though, and as friendly as he was, when Dolrel looked at you, you couldn't help but remember that the elf was far from human. As the day grew brighter, it also became apparent that Dolrel seemed even less comfortable in the forest than Serrel. Calyx held her tongue, but occasionally cast impatient glances the elf's way that made her thoughts clear. At one point, the elf snagged his sleeve on a low tree branch, and pulled it free with a loud ripping sound. He sighed as he surveyed his ruined appearance. What I would not give for a change of clothes. Why? Filthied your silk underwear, have you? He, said Dog-Breath. I do not wear silk underwear, mister. Breath. But a nice new silk shirt. No, forget the shirt, a nice, long bath. That is what I need. I have not had an opportunity to bathe in over a week. I feel so soiled. Well, by all means, Lord Dolrel, let us run you a hot bath right now, shall we? Said Calyx scathingly. Holly, put the kettle on. Many pardons, Sergeant, I was merely voicing my discomfort. I will be quiet now, if you wish. Yes. I wish. The group moved on in silence. A bath would be nice, Holly said suddenly, with longing. Oh, not you as well. I haven't had a decent wash since Port Serenity. And that was from a rain barrel. But you still smell so pretty, Wells, he. Sod off, Dog-Breath. Not as pretty as fresh meat, of course. Leave me out of it, complained Serrel. He always smells so nice, commented Dog-Breath. Like morning dew on rose petals, added Brant. Oh, he does not smell nicer than I do, objected Holly. Will you lot stop smelling me, Dot? Calyx stopped and glared at them. Will the gods damn lot of you just shut the hell up? Sorry, Sergeant. Calyx continued walking, quietly seething. Then she sniffed the air loudly. But would it kill you to roll in the dirt a little, fresh meat? Honestly. What the hell did I do? Not long later, Calyx paused and cocked her head. Looks like you might get your wish after all, Pointy. Serrel listened, and heard the sound of running water. They came across the small stream not long after. It was narrow, Serrel could have crossed it in a single step, but the water flowing in it was crystal clear. Calyx stooped and scooped up a handful. She sniffed it, then tasted it. Seems clean, she decided. Fill your canteens and do whatever you need to do, but make it quick, Thank you, Sergeant, Holly breathed in relief. They lined the bank and filled up their canteens and took the opportunity for a quick wash. Dolrel stripped down and scrubbed himself thoroughly. I do not suppose anyone has a bar of soap? The elf asked hopefully. Lavender scented or jasmine? Asked Brant. Either would be fine. Oh, you are being sarcastic. Oh, no. I always carry flowery scented soap with me. Just in case I get invited to one of those swanky elf parties full of noble harem girls. Dream on, Brant, Holly splashed him. I never get invited to those parties either, said Dolrel. They aren't as fun as you think, put in Dogbreath. The food's shite. I wouldn't eat the food at an elf party, said Holly. You never know who you're eating, Now, Corporal, that is a misconception, said Dolrel sternly. The practice of cannibalism has been out of favor for decades. There was a pause. Implying that at some point, you lot actually did eat each other, said Serrel. We did not just eat anyone we found wandering the streets. That would have killed us all off from disease centuries ago. It was simply an old custom. Rather than burying or cremating our dead sometimes, under specific circumstances, we would consume the body. Why? Serrel asked, trying not to sound too disgusted. We are creatures of the ether, Caster Hawthorne. We believe that when we consumed the flesh of someone, we absorbed their power into ourselves. So when someone dies, you all just chow down? Said Holly scathingly. Of course not. Only close family or friends would join in the ceremony, unless the deceased had specified the desire to be shared amongst the community. That would have been some reading of the will, said Brant. I donate my body to the weekend fry-up. Everyone dig in, except the Jones from number 3, because they're a bunch of twats. Yes. Quite. In some circumstances, it was expected for everyone to partake. In the old days, when a king or queen passed away, their body was expected to be consumed by their heirs and the members of the court, so that their knowledge and wisdom would be passed on to their descendants. And does that actually work? Asked Serrel. That is the subject of much debate. So who have you eaten? Holly asked. Dolrel paused. When I was young, I may have eaten my grandfather. That must have been a hell of an awkward family reunion. You have seconds? Brant asked, grinning. Did you get any leftovers? If you are going to make fun, Dolrel said haughtily. Then I believe this conversation is over. What? No, of course I wasn't making fun. I'm interested. Yeah, said Dogbreath. In fact, when I die, I want you lot to eat me. How do you want to be cooked? Roasted on a spit. There is something very wrong with you, commented Serrel. I like to give. I'm a giver, he. You'd be giving us all an upset stomach, for one thing. Dogbreath, said Calyx. If it comes down to eating your sorry carcass, I'm sure we'd sooner gnaw our own legs off first. I wouldn't even feed you to my dogs. Your loss, Calyx. I'd eat you, Dogbreath, Brant said, patting the man on the shoulder. Really? Oh, yes. In fact, I'd like to place an order on your left leg, that's if no one else minds? Brant, Calyx said slowly. End this conversation. Right now. Just planning ahead, Sergeant. Brant stood up and stretched. I have to go, mark my territory. Excuse me. We did not need to know that, Brant, Holly told him as he went behind a tree. Then she muttered a curse under her breath, having unwound the bandage on her arm and found the wound she had sustained the previous night had reopened. You cleaned that? Asked Calyx sternly. Yes, Sergeant. With the rotgut you gave me. Good. Last thing I need is to have to drag your sorry arse around when you collapse from infection. Yes, Sergeant, Holly said in sing-song voice. Only Serrel noticed her eyes roll. Well, if we're all finished with our precious bath time and once more smell of roses, I would appreciate it if you all got your lazy arses moving. Unless you'd like to wash your hair as well, Wells? No, Sergeant. Then let's go. Brant. If I have to come over there, anything not covered by your trousers is getting cut off. You hear me? Brant? There was silence. The group exchanged glances. Calyx unslung her new bow and strung an arrow as she crept towards the tree Brant was behind. Holly, Dogbreath and Serrel spread out behind her, their weapons ready. Then there was the sound of. Serrel wasn't sure. It was a kind of huffing growl, but somewhat familiar. It made him think of the last harvest festival he had attended. He had an image of a huge cage and a mouthy showman asking for a copper to see. He realized what it was just as Brant came tearing into view. Leg it! Brant screamed, his face an image of pure terror. Behind him came a huge wall of brown fur, charging through the forest at top speed. It sped right past Brant, bowling him over carelessly with one huge shoulder as it went by. The others all dove to the side as the giant bear charged onwards through their ranks, not even bothering to swerve around them. Serrel rolled across the ground, then sat up. He saw the bear continue on its way, its huge body pushing aside everything in its path as it sprinted through the forest. Holly followed its progress with an arrow aimed at its departing rear end. What the hell was that? She asked in shock. Bear, Serrel replied simply. A big bear, finished Calyx. Brant? Brant lifted his head from the ground and looked at them. Ye gods, he said. You all right? I think so. He looked himself over. Let's just say it was a good thing I had already relieved myself. Otherwise, things might have gotten messy. He laughed. Dogbreath and Holly joined in, just out of pure relief. Serrel and Calyx didn't so much as smile. They both watched the back of the bear disappearing into the distance. Then they looked at each other, and together, sharing an unspoken feeling, glanced backwards along its path. A full-grown bear defending its territory could have ripped Brant apart, Calyx said. It wasn't attacking, Serrel said. It was running. Very good, fresh meat. The question is, what would scare a bear like that so badly? Serrel stared into the forest. In the distance, he saw something move. There was the sound of a multitude of frantically flapping wings, as a tree full of birds suddenly took to the skies in fright. A huge owl swept over their heads without slowing, followed by several squawking crows. Serrel didn't move his gaze from the forest. He saw movement again, and a flash of green. Sergeant, you remember those prints you found yesterday? He said aloud. I think whatever made them just found us. Let's not give it reason to come after us, said Calyx. You lot, shut it. She snapped at the others. Get up. We're going. Now. Everyone fell quiet at the sound of Calyx's tone. Dogbreath and Holly yanked Brant to his feet, and everyone quickly followed after the sergeant as she dashed away through the forest. They moved carefully at first, not wanting to attract the thing's attention. From behind them came the crack of a tree branch, and the sound of heavy steps. At this Calyx ran faster, foregoing stealth to just keep them ahead of whatever was now pursuing them. "What is it?" Holly asked as they ran. "Something that can scare the shit out of half the forest," Calyx replied. As if to illustrate this, Serrel glanced to his left, and saw a stag with giant antlers bounding through the forest alongside them. It barely even glanced at them. It just kept going, terrified. Then some overtook the stag. Serrel didn't get a good look at it. He only saw a gray blur that overtook the stag easily. But it ignored the animal entirely. The stag took advantage of this, and peeled off at a tangent, putting as much distance as it could between it and this new creature. Calyx stopped suddenly. She stared straight ahead. "What is it?" asked Holly. "It's in front of us." "Damn, it's fast." "It's still behind us," said Brand pointed out. Serrel glanced back, and saw another flash of movement in the undergrowth. "Shit," said Calyx. "There's more than one. This way. Move, Dot." She turned right and ran. The others sped along behind her. Serrel was suddenly so glad for all the running he had been forced to do during training. He managed to keep pace with the others easily. But Dolrel was having trouble. His breathing was getting louder and louder, and he was obviously struggling. Suddenly the elf tripped over, and dropped face first to the ground. Serrel slid to a halt and stumbled back to him. "Get up!" He yelled at the elf, grabbing him by the arm and pulling him desperately to his feet. Dolrel groaned and forced himself forwards. "I hate this forest," he hissed in pain. He was limping, and Serrel had to help him alone. They moved painfully slowly. When Serrel glanced back, he saw the creature charging with impossible speed towards them. And then Calyx pushed him aside and stepped in front of him, bow raised. She fired. The arrow tore through the air, its aim perfect. But the gray blur seemed to twitch its head at the last moment, and the arrow missed by mere inches. "Get behind me," Calyx ordered. "Sergeant Dash. Don't argue, fresh meat." She strung another arrow, and fired again. Again, the creature dodged without breaking stride. Behind him, Serrel heard the sound of other bowstrings cracking, and someone cursing. Multiple footsteps charged at them. Calyx pulled an axe from her belt. "Fresh meat, run!" Without thinking, Serrel thrust his staff around Calyx, and threw up a shield. The creature pounced, and then with a flash of blinding green light it bounced off the shield in mid-air. "I think it would be better," said Serrel, "if you all got behind me." Serrel raised his staff upright, and expanded his shield into a large dome that encircled the entire group. Its bottommost edge hit the forest floor, just as two more creatures erupted from the tree line and slammed into them. The impact sent shudders through his staff and nearly shook it from his grasp. "Get closer!" Serrel snapped at the others. "Come on, close up, now!" "Do it!" ordered Calyx. Serrel felt the group press closer together. A warm body was breathing heavily against his back, and there was something furry pressed against his leg, growling fearfully. All of them tried to ignore the fact that they were closer to dog breath than anyone generally wanted to be. Outside the shield, three large monsters paced back and forth warily. "What the hell are those things?" Holly breathed. "No idea," replied Calyx. "Pointy?" "I have never seen, nor heard of such a thing existing in Elsbereth," said Dolrel. "They do not belong here." "Swell," said Holly. When they had been moving, Serrel had thought maybe the creatures had been some sort of oversized wolf. Considering all the other things he'd seen in the Faelands, that wouldn't have been completely unreasonable. Now that he could see them close up, he could see they were indeed vaguely wolf-shaped, with long sleek bodies that stood as high as Serrel's chest, and long snouts full of sharp teeth. That was about it though. Each creature had 6 legs, with each leg ending in 2 long, opposable digits that were tipped with wicked, sharp claws. Instead of fur, they had a thick, gray, scaly-looking hide with short, bristle-like hairs sprouting sporadically from its surface. Thick, bony spikes lined down the vertebrae, growing larger down the middle of the creatures' backs, and shrinking as they reached the end of their tails. But the heads were the worst. They had 6 eyes, 2 facing forwards, and 2 on either side of the head, which probably gave the creatures a great field of view. Like every other freakish thing the Hounds had come across, the creature's eyes glowed green, and stared at the trapped group with blatant intelligence. When the creature closest to Serrel stared at him and snarled, Serrel got a good look at the long mandibles that ran along the creature's snouts. They seemed to Serrel almost to be like some kind of giant insect that had been shaped into the forms of wolves. That concept was just plain wrong for so many different reasons. Well, Calyx said in his ear, conversationally. So far so good, fresh meat. Out of curiosity, what was the next part of your plan? To be honest, I hadn't really thought that far past the saving our lives bit. You're welcome, by the way. You haven't technically saved my life yet, Calyx had to point out. How long can you keep this spell up? As long as I have to, Serrel replied. Although it would be better if that period were kept as short as possible. Dulrol? Yes, caster? Can you weave without a staff? Elves can do that, right? Dulrol cleared his throat sheepishly. I never really had the knack, I am afraid. And my staff was lost when I was captured. However, I might be able to transfer my energy to you. One moment. Serrel felt a hand on his shoulder, and heard Dulrol muttering under his breath. He heard the word of power Illisold as Dulrol linked their auras together, then there came the faint sensation within himself, as the elf's energy trickled into him. Thanks, said Serrel. With your energy I can probably keep this up for much longer. I don't intend to sit here forever, fresh meat, said Calyx. Then, with all due respect, Sergeant, think of something. I'm a little preoccupied at the moment, He heard her sniff irritably. Out of the corner of his eye, Serrel caught sight of one of the creatures digging into the ground, hoping to slip in under the shield. Serrel twitched his staff to the right, just a fraction, and bumped the creature's snout with the shield. It jumped back with a yelp, then glared at him and snarled, its long mandibles spread wide. His staff shook suddenly as the creature behind him clawed at his shield experimentally. The creature in front saw this, and copied the action. If we dropped the shield, he asked. You think you could kill them all? No, Calyx said flatly. They're fast. Faster than you'd think something that size should be. Even if we killed them all, I don't see us escaping without casualties, The elf will probably die, said Dogbreath solemnly. You might die as well, Dulrol replied calmly. That's a mean thing to say. Holly prodded the inside of the shield with an arrow. I don't suppose I can shoot through this thing? No, said Serrel. And stop poking at it. You're not helping. If you drop it fast enough, I think I can shoot this ugly bugger in the face, Holly said, nodded towards the creature nearest her. You aren't that fast, Hole, Brant told her. I'm faster than you. True. But while you're shooting that ugly bugger, this rancid bastard's going to be eating my face off. Does anyone have a problem with Brant's face being eaten? It might improve his looks, Dogbreath chuckled. I'm for the plan where we don't get our faces eaten, said Serrel. In fact, how about we don't get anything eaten? How about that? Everyone shut up. I'm trying to think, snapped Calyx. There was a brief silence. Well, Serrel interrupted. All right. If we are where I think we are in this god's damned forest, then we need to head northeast. What's there? A river. Probably. Serrel almost objected to the probably. He exhaled sharply. All right. Which way? Calyx glanced about. That way. I'll lead you. All right then. I'll make the shield bigger, so we have more room to move. Serrel increased the size of the barrier around them. It used more energy to keep it going, but ensured the group had plenty of space to move about. He didn't like to think what would happen if he should trip and drop his staff. The growing barrier pressed against the creatures and pushed them away. They growled at him in irritation. To your left, fresh meat, Calyx advised. Serrel took a breath. Let's go. Holding his staff upright, and carrying the shield with him, Serrel walked with the group off in the direction Calyx specified. Calyx walked in front, leading them, with the others in a ring around Serrel. Dolrel took the rear, his hand still placed on Serrel's shoulder to maintain the energy transfer. The trip was slow going, with the group clustered together, and the three creatures following closely, still circling them. Calyx kept her pace slow and even, making sure they diverted around any obstacles. Even so, low branches, and occasionally one of the group, would bump the shield, which caused more energy to be used up. Even so, Serrel didn't have any trouble maintaining the barrier, thanks to the constant flow of energy coming from Dolrel. He wondered how long Dolrel could keep up the link. How much energy he still had in reserve. He didn't want to think what would happen if Dolrel reached the hollow. But whenever he glanced back, the elf just smiled reassuringly. The creatures began to grow impatient as time wore on. Eventually they started bumping the shield purposefully, and clawing at it. At one point, one of the creatures moved in front of the group and blocked their passage. When pushing it gently did not elicit a response, Serrel had everyone take a big, fast step forwards, and slammed the shield into the creature's face. That made it angry. It threw itself at the shield and attacked it furiously. Same to you. Serrel snapped at it. Without warning, the creature following behind them leapt into the air and landed right on top of the shield. The sudden force transferred down into the staff, and Serrel almost had his arm yanked out of his socket as the staff was pushed down into the earth. God's damn don't! He snapped as a hand reached for the staff to help. If you touch it, the energy discharge will probably blow your hand off. Not to mention dispel my shield. Oh, said Dog Breath. Well, now I know, Serrel glared up at the creature, which stood balanced above them, with all 6 legs splayed wide, a green glow in the air where its claws rested on the barrier. It stared down at them, almost as if to taunt them. Serrel grasped the staff with both hands, and heaved upwards. With nothing tangible to hold on to, the creature slid right off the shield, scrabbling pointlessly for purchase as it fell to the ground. It landed upright like a cat, and then launched itself at them angrily. The other 2 joined in. With no choice, Serrel stood his ground and bore the attack as best he could, staff shaking violently in his hands. For the first time, and at the worst possibly moment, he wondered at the quality of Legion-made warstaves. He hoped the enchanters had not slacked off. Finally the creatures tired of their impotent assault, and backed off. Fresh meat? Calyx asked. I'm fine. Dolrel, how are we going? I am afraid I am approaching the end of my reserves, Dolrel said wearily. We might want to hurry. I'm going as fast as I can, Calyx replied. The group started off again. The creatures continued circling them, waiting for their chance. You'd think they'd lose interest by now, said Holly. They came especially for us, said Serrel. If they were hunting, they would have gone for something easier. They ran right past that stag. Calyx sniffed. Not bad, fresh meat, she commented. Serrel couldn't see her face, but he thought perhaps she wore a small smile. Someone sent these things after us, Serrel continued. Like they sent the kraken, and the sharks while we were at sea. Serrel felt an unexpected drop in the energy flowing into him, before Dolrel regained control of his weaving. Pardon me, said the elf. Did you say kraken? Lots of kraken, said Holly darkly. a whole school, or shoal, or whatever the hell they're called. It was fun, added Brant. Almost as much fun as this. You were attacked by kraken in the dividing sea? Dulril asked again in amazement. But that is impossible. Apparently not, replied Calyx coldly. It was not a natural aggregation? A what? Asked Brant. No, of course not, Dulril said to himself. Kraken rarely come to the dividing sea, even at this time of year. What are you blathering about? Snapped Calyx. He's saying what we already know, said Serrel impatiently. It wasn't normal, and someone sent the kraken to attack us. Sergeant, how far? He asked the more important question. Not far. Listen. On the edge of his hearing, Serrel could just make out the sound of rushing water. Up ahead, the dim forest suddenly became light as the tree line inexplicably disappeared. Serrel suddenly had a bad feeling. What exactly was your plan again? He asked. There's a cliff up ahead, and if I'm right, it overlooks a section of the Serrel River. Oh, said Holly slowly. Sergeant, you aren't thinking. If anyone has any better plans, now would be the time to mention it. Calyx waited. No? Then here's what we do. Fresh meat is going to walk us to the cliff edge, and we are all going to dive over the side. We swim to the other bank, and continue on our way. I trust everyone remembers how to swim. I remember you once threw me in a lake so I would know how, Holly replied reproachfully. And aren't you glad I did? What if they come after us? No creature is so stupid it would follow its prey over a cliff, replied Calyx. And these things, whatever they are not stupid. That seemed all too true. Serrel saw one of the creatures glance towards the cliff edge, then back at them. It growled. The closer they got to the cliff, the more worked up the creatures became. They attacked the shield more desperately. Eventually all three of them formed themselves up straight in the group's path and refused to move. Serrel bumped them with the shield, but they stayed steadfast. To his mind, they even managed to look a little smug. What now? Holly asked. Serrel felt Dulril's hand leave his shoulder. I am sorry, panted the elf. That is all I can dare to give you. I am at the edge of the abyss. You've done enough, Serrel told him gratefully. He glared at the creatures. He was still scared of them, but a little tiny spark of irritation was starting to eat away at that fear. Kraken, sharks, bloody monster elves, and now these things. He was not getting eaten by anything in the Faelands, and especially not by bloody creepy, wolf insect monsters. Get behind me, he told Calyx. The sergeant complied. And everyone, back up. Slowly. They took several long steps back in unison. The creatures stood in a line together, watching in anticipation. And you all thought my plan was bad, Calyx said with grim smile. Serrel took a deep breath. Everyone run for the cliff edge. Make sure I stay between you and these things at all times. Say the word, fresh meat. Serrel reshaped the shield, and lowered his staff so that it was pointing at the creatures. They seemed to realize something was happening, and lowered their heads. You're going to die, and you're going to kill everyone with you, came a familiar voice in his head. Shut up, he thought angrily. Go! He shouted, and charged at the creatures as fast as he could. The three monsters waited, bracing their legs and preparing to strike, to pounce on his shield and stop his forward momentum. To block their passage. Serrel had heard that very, very skilled mages could weave multiple spells at the same time. It took a lot of concentration, and having only officially been a mage for a little over a month, Serrel could only dream that he would one day have that kind of skill. As it was, he had to plan on being able to weave very, very fast. Moments before the creatures pounced, Serrel dispelled the shield, and weaved a wave of force at the creatures fueled by all the fear and anger that had been repressed over the last few days. Fear of his death, of the death of his friends, anger at his own inability to prevent it, even the trepidation of the fact that he was going to have to leap off a damned cliff into what he only hoped was deep water. The wave was powerful, more powerful than even he expected, but uncontrolled and unrefined. It took a lot out of him, burning away more of his energy than he should have, but it had the desired effect. The creatures, expecting a shield, and milliseconds from pouncing against it, were lifted from the ground and hurled in different directions across the forest. Two spun through the air to the left, the third flew howling into a tree at a speed guaranteed to cause maximum hurt. It was all rather satisfying. Not that the group bothered to look. They ran as fast as they could for the cliff, Serrel slowing down to take up the rear and guard against the monsters. He dropped his shield back into place just as the first one flipped itself acrobatically back to its feet and leapt at him. "Hurry up!" he yelled at the others. Calyx reached the cliff and paused. She yelled something in her own language, and her dogs fearlessly leapt over the side and disappeared from view. Dog Breath followed, grinning broadly, with Holly and Brant right behind him. Holly screamed a rather crude curse word all the way down. Dulrel simply closed his eyes and jumped. Serrel thought he heard, "Oh, gods," just before the elf went over. Calyx paused. "Come on, fresh meat, dot." Serrel backed quickly towards her, not taking his eyes from the three creatures that stalked towards him, clearly not happy. They backed him up against the edge of the cliff with Calyx, his shield holding them at bay. He glanced briefly over his shoulder. There was water below, moving fast. Faster than he would have liked. The cliff probably wasn't that high, in truth. But from where he was standing it looked like an obscenely long way down to Serrel. He did not see any sign of the other hounds. "You have to go first," he told Calyx. She frowned at him, clearly unhappy with that. "Don't take all day, fresh meat," she said grudgingly. Then she turned and dove from the cliff in a perfect, graceful arc. Serrel watched her splash down and disappear beneath the turbulent river. He turned back to the creatures, whose weird green eyes were all locked onto him. One of them, the largest and most fearsome-looking one, stepped forwards towards him. It bared its teeth, mandibles opened wide. "Sorry, boy," Serrel told it. "Lunch is cancelled." He turned and jumped. Unfortunately, the creature bounded forwards and leapt after him. Calyx had been wrong. A smart predator might chase its prey over a cliff if it is sufficiently pissed off enough. By chance, Serrel was still weaving his shield as he fell, just as a precaution. The creature slammed straight into it in mid-air in a flash of green light, the force of its impact sending him flipping head over heels through the air as he plummeted downwards. Serrel caught glimpses of the water below, the cliff speeding by him rapidly, and the gray body of the creature twisting in mid-air beside him as he spun dizzyingly about. He hit the river below hard, on his back. The impact knocked him breathless as he dropped straight down into the icy cold water. He flailed desperately as the current picked him up and dragged him downstream. He ignored the dark shadow that loomed over him, didn't even notice the long claws swiping at his face. He focused only on kicking his legs and paddling with his arms to the surface. He rose out of the water, and gasped for breath, just as a large wave broke over his head and nearly pushed him back under. He forced his way back up, and emerged in glorious daylight to take deep, wonderful gulps of air. Then a huge clawed hand slapped at the water not far from his head. The creature swam at him, its long limbs moving deftly through the water, its eyes fixed unwaveringly on its prey. Serrel could only paddle uselessly backwards, unable to get away. His right arm moved too slowly, weighed down by something. He realized too late that he had managed to keep a hold of his staff. With a single lunge, the creature was on him. One paw landed on his chest, the long claws digging into his left shoulder, and then its weight pushed him back down into the icy water. The creature pushed him deep down with powerful kicks of its legs. Its mouth opened, mandibles spread, jaws wide, as it moved forwards to make the killing bite. Serrel was close enough to see its tongue was covered with sharp, backward-pointing barbs. Painfully slow, he lifted his staff and pushed it in front of him. The creature's mouth closed over the end of his staff and began to bite down. Not knowing if it would even work, Serrel weaved the ether into a ball of energy at the end of his staff and released it. The creature's head exploded, turning the water red. Its limbs kicked and spasmed uncontrollably in its death throes. Serrel frantically fought out of the creature's dying grasp and kicked back to the surface. His head popped back above the water, lungs burning, and he gasped for air. He just managed to get his breath back when something big and solid slammed into his back. It was a large rock, poking through the water's surface. Serrel bounced off, and coughing and spluttering, continued downriver before slamming into another one. The river narrowed, and grew fiercer and more turbulent. All he could do was try and stay afloat as the current sped him dangerously through the rapids, spinning him around, tossing him up and down. He tried to weave a shield to fend off the rocks that threatened to break him apart, but the force of the water churning around him sapped away too much energy. He could only leave himself at the river's mercy. With one final plunge over a deep cascade, Serrel was thrown back under the surface. His staff was torn from his grasp and spun away out of sight. He flailed and kicked, and fought as hard as he could to stay alive. Finally, the river took mercy on him. As it widened, the raging water calmed, and the rapids died away. Still carried rapidly downstream by the current, Serrel swam with numb, aching limbs to the shore, and dragged himself from the water. For a while all he could do was cough and splutter, struggling for breath while curled in a soaking wet ball. With the last of his strength, he rolled on his back to face the blue sky. He lay flat on the ground, unwilling to move. His mind was still too jumbled from shock and terror, and he couldn't hold a coherent thought for very long. Eventually, he just closed his eyes, and let the darkness overtake him. He wasn't sure how much time had passed, when suddenly there was the sound of some kind of large animal, panting as it stood right next to him. His eyes shot open to behold a large black and tan dog, tail wagging and tongue lolling, standing over him. He breathed a sigh of relief. "Hello, Vost," he said weakly. The dog started, licked his face happily. Serrel spluttered again, this time from dog saliva. "Get off!" The dog barked, then suddenly turned and bounded off. Serrel contemplated going after it, but couldn't rouse the strength. But the dog reappeared just as quickly, dragging what, at first glance, appeared to be a long branch in its mouth. It was Serrel's staff. The dog brought it over to him, and dropped it on his head with a wooden clunk. He stared at Serrel expectantly as Serrel rubbed the newest lump on his head. "Thanks, boy," Serrel said finally. He reached up and scratched Vost behind the ears in gratitude. Vost barked happily, then turned and once again disappeared into the trees. Serrel examined his staff, and found that despite a few teeth marks, it was not badly damaged. Hopefully it would still work. He held it to his chest and continued to lie on the ground, regaining his strength. When he eventually lifted himself upright, Vost returned, this time with Ripper, followed behind by Sergeant Calyx. "Fresh meat?" "Still alive, I see," she said, perhaps even with the tiniest hint of relief. "To an extent. I think I may have swallowed half the river," Serrel coughed again. "Take it easy, fresh meat," Calyx told him. "Don't rush. You know how close to dying you just were?" "Closer than you might think," Serrel replied. Between coughs he explained in a raspy voice about the creature coming after him. "That's why I could only see two," Calyx nodded. "You are a crafty little bastard when you want to be, fresh meat." "Thanks, Sergeant. But we still have a problem." "Really?" Serrel was crestfallen. "What now?" Calyx nodded towards the river. Serrel looked to the cliff on the other side, and caught a flash of movement at the top, and a quick glance of green eyes. "Don't those things ever give up?" "I guess not," said Calyx. "They aren't following us into the river at least. But there's a crossing up ahead. That was where we were heading before. They'll be after us in no time. So what do we do? Simple. We kill them first. Of course. Simple, Serrel repeated, still leaning on his staff for support. Where are the others? Up and down the river. We had better go find them before they get into trouble. Come on. Serrel followed tiredly in Calyx's wake. In a rare moment of sympathy, she went slowly enough for him to recover. You do have a plan for getting those things, right? Asked Serrel. Of course, said Calyx. Is it better than your last plan? Marginally. She gave Serrel her predatory smile. But it worked, didn't it? Dorel stumbled through the forest, cold, wet and lost. He was still fatigued from the loss of energy, and teetered close to the hollow, or the waking abyss as he called it. He wondered where the others were. Sergeant! He called out. There was no reply. The forest was quiet. Dorel went onwards, almost tripping on a tree root with his typical lack of coordination. His progress was observed by several onlookers, including 2 green-eyed crows that perched side by side, watching the elf's progress with happy optimism that their future would most likely hold an easily scavenged meal. And from the looks of it, fairly soon. Sergeant Calyx. Dorel called again. Caster Hawthorne. Corporal Wells. Brant. At rather a lower volume, dog breath? Something snapped loudly in the trees, not too far away. The 2 crows realized they weren't that hungry and took off, frantically squawking. Dorel swallowed, and turned in a slow circle, trying to see as much of the forest as he could at once. He saw movement in the brush, and 6 green eyes staring back at him. He turned and ran as fast as he could. One of the creatures exploded from the undergrowth, and sprinted after him. It could have overtaken him and killed him easily, but it held back, content to hurt him in one direction. Dorel did not even bother to call for help. He saved his breath for running. Then right in front of him, the second creature leapt out and blocked his path. Dorel slid to a stop and changed direction. The first creature was already in place, cutting off his escape. The elf stumbled, and backed away. He pushed himself against a tree as though he could sink right through the trunk and escape to safety. The creatures advanced on him slowly. Dorel waited for the attack, to be torn to pieces. Or were the creatures going to be content with dragging him away, back to the Ferine as he feared they would? A twig cracked loudly somewhere in the distance. The first creature's head snapped to the side, seeking the source of the noise, and got an arrow straight through one of its main eyes. It howled in pain, and pawed at its head desperately. The second creature barely had time to register the attack, before another arrow shot through the air from the opposite direction and impaled itself in the thick hide behind one shoulder. It turned and saw Brant half hidden behind a tree with his bow in hand. Brant said, "Oh, bollocks," then turned and ran. The second creature took off after him, while its companions swept its remaining eyes across the trees looking for its attacker. It spotted Holly, balanced deftly on a tree branch with her bow, just in time for the girl to shoot out another eye. Dog Breath charged screaming out from his hiding spot, axe raised over his head. He dashed in close and swung his axe at the creature's head. The blade hammered across its snout, severing off one mandible and breaking several teeth. Dog Breath jumped out of the creature's reach as it lashed out at him. With both its front eyes blinded, it could only try to see out of the eyes on the sides of its head. This kept it confused long enough for Holly to shoot it again. The 2 hounds kept up the attack this way, with Holly firing at it from a safe distance, and Dog Breath circling around it, continually hacking at it with his axe. When it finally regained enough sense to try and run, Dog Breath cut at its legs, and felled it. Once on the ground, he hacked at its head over and over until it was dead. Then he hacked at it some more, until he was certain it was not coming back. Then a couple more times, just because. Brant meanwhile ran screaming through the forest, the other creature rapidly gaining on him. When it was close enough, it pounced at him, soaring through the air, claws outstretched. Moments from impact, it slammed straight into the invisible barrier that formed before it in midair. There was a flash of green, and the crunch of bone, and the creature dropped to the ground, stunned. As its vision cleared, Serrel and Calyx stepped out of hiding. Calyx pulled back her bow and aimed at the creature's head, as Serrel dispelled the first shield he had raised, and formed a new one, right over the prone creature. He formed it so that its body was trapped inside a dome-shaped barrier, but that its head was outside, letting the shield shape itself around the creature's neck, much like it had done with Calyx's spear days earlier out at sea. The creature, realizing what had happened, thrashed violently in its restraints. Serrel shrunk the shield as small as he could, preventing as much movement as possible, but the creature fought him all the way, threatening to lift the shield and itself off the ground several times. It took all of Serrel's willpower to keep it in place, and he was burning energy fast. "This isn't easy, Sergeant," he pointed out. Calyx ignored him, and waited with her bow still aimed unwaveringly at the creature's head. She watched it struggle to throw off its prison, to shift its legs enough to gain purchase on the ground. She just waited, her face blank, her breath held, for the moment. The creature looked at her, threw back its head and roared furiously. Calyx released the arrow. Her aim perfect, it flew through the air and stabbed straight into the creature's mouth and through into its skull. Its roar cut off in midstream, and for a second it stared with an expression that seemed almost surprised. Then it went limp, and collapsed, its head held aloft only by Serrel's shield. He dispelled it, and dropped the body to the ground. They watched it for any signs of life, but it stayed motionless. To be sure, Serrel used some of his remaining energy, and shot the creature in the head with a bolt of energy. The corpse twitched, but it didn't otherwise move. "See," Calyx declared. Simple. The group set up a temporary camp a safe distance away from the bodies of the creatures. Dogbreath, naturally, wanted to try some of the meat to see if it was worth eating, but Calyx dissuaded him. Who knew what was in the blood of those things? He did, however, keep the mandible he had hacked off as a grisly souvenir. Out of deference to the fact that they had all, not long ago, gone for a swim in their clothes, Calyx let them light a fire down among the immense roots of a giant tree. They all sat around it, enjoying the warmth and drying themselves out. Serrel painfully pulled off his coat and laid it by the fire to dry. When he examined his shoulder, he found the creature that had attacked him in the river had cut through his armor and punctured 2 small holes in his flesh. That made his day. "That?" Brant commented cheerfully as Serrel cleaned the wound and dressed it. "That's barely a scratch. You should see the scar I got on my leg, from that time I got bitten by a mountain lion." "You were never bitten by a mountain lion, Brant," said Holly, holding her hands to the fire and shivering. "I was too. Big one, it was. Mouth as wide as your arm dash." "It was a kitten," Holly told Serrel. "He was playing with his sister's kitten, and it bit him, but..." "It was a monster," Brant insisted. Holly shuddered. "Let's never do that again." "Which part?" "The getting ambushed by monsters, the jumping off into the freezing cold river, or the bit where we ambushed the monsters that originally ambushed us and I nearly got bitten in the arse?" "What? I can only pick one thing?" "Stop griping, Wells," said Calyx. "We're alive, they aren't. I consider that a win. I'm just saying. Anyway, I personally don't mind if you get bitten on the arse," Holly told Brant. "Serves you right for being such a lousy shot." "My hands were shaking from the cold," Brant replied, nonplussed. "Besides, I knew the sergeant would have been upset if I didn't let her have a shot at the thing." "Right," said Holly. She waved her arms in the air in an exaggerated fashion. Save me, Sergeant, save me." He was more high-pitched, added Calyx. "Like a little girl, hee," said Dogbreath. "I was attracting its attention, as part of the plan," Brant explained, utterly without shame. "Keeping it occupied so it wouldn't see the sergeant or fresh meat." The elf didn't scream as loudly as you, said Calyx. Speaking of which, Pointy, you did a good job today. I completely believed your fear. You must be one of those, what you call method actors, agreed Brant. I was just glad to be of use, Dulril said laconically. He was still paler than normal, and jumping at every unknown noise. Truly, I have missed my calling. Maybe I should have been in the theater. Perhaps next time, though, someone else could be the bait. I volunteer the fresh meat, said Dodbreath. Bet he'd scream loudly. He. Fresh meat would make lousy bait, said Calyx. He wouldn't run. Out of the corner of his eye, Serrel thought that maybe he saw a glimmer of, maybe not respect, but perhaps just a hint of acceptance from the sergeant. As if he had passed some unspoken test with favorable results. About that, said Holly tentatively. Thanks for stopping us from getting killed today, fresh meat. Yeah, fresh meat. That was some good hand-waving you did today, said Brant. Very professional. What with the saving my arse from getting love bites from that overgrown lapdog and everything. Serrel pulled his shirt back on and leaned against the roots of the tree. You're welcome. Unless, he added. You wanted the love bites? No, better to play hard to get. It did come on bit strong for a weird, wolf beetle monster. Desperate, I call it, agreed Brant. Serrel looked at Dulril. You honestly don't know what that thing was? No ideas at all? Now that I have had time to think about it, without the fear of death hanging over me, the elf added. All I can suggest are theories. Calyx make a disgusted sound. What? Again? You saw their eyes? Dulril asked, ignoring her. They were green. Everything in this bloody forest has green eyes, said Serrel. Most things, corrected Dulril, putting on his best lecturing voice. It was easy to believe he had been a teacher at some point. Many animals have been exposed to the ether here in this forest. It changes them. The most obvious sign of exposure is that the eyes turn green, and sometimes glow. Like the Ferine, said Holly. Exactly. But unlike the rest of this forest, the Ferine purposely exposed themselves to the ether and transformed. These creatures are similar. They are unlike anything that exists in the natural world. I believe that someone created them with magic. People can do that? Asked Serrel with interest. With great difficulty, and with a complete lack of moral fiber I might add, replied Dulril. I personally would not know how to even begin, but there are stories. Do you know of the lands to the north? I believe the Empire refers to them as the Darklands. A bunch of desert wastelands, said Calyx. Weird people used to live there. Darklings, Serrel remembered. My grandmother used to tell us stories about them. Mine too, said Holly in amusement. Be good, or the Darklings will take you away. They built a wall around their entire country, to keep the Empire out, Calyx said. That's a compliment if ever I heard one. I dread to think of the wall they would have built to keep you out, Sergeant, said Dulril. I would have enjoyed breaking it down. What have children's stories got to do with those creatures? I just remembered one of the legends of the Darklands is that at one time, a group of dark wizards attempted to overthrow their queen by creating an army of horrific monsters by cross-breeding humans with other strange and grotesque beasts. They called them Insectum, said Serrel with a laugh. I remember that. They were supposed to look like a cross between a person and some kind of bug, right? The group thought about the monsters that had stalked them through the forest, with 6 legs and multiple eyes. Alrighty, said Brant. So we were attacked by things out of a children's story? A really freaky children's story, Holly clarified. I am merely pointing out the similarities, said Dulril quickly. The Darklings walled up their country, and all of their knowledge. But such things have a way of escaping, of slipping through the cracks. Perhaps someone found the way to recreate their techniques. Dolroll shifted uncomfortably. Or maybe I am simply still in shock, and my mind is starting to wonder on me. I mean, he added with a forced laugh. For all I know, those creatures were simply some form of dire wolf from the Elder Isles. Things are strange here, but they are very, very strange over there. Just because I have never seen one before, does not instantly make it the result of twisted, magical experimentation. True, said Calyx. It does seem far-fetched. But if you told me about a fleet of ships being attacked by schools of kraken and giant sharks, I would have thought that was far-fetched too. But the thing is, I've hunted nearly every sort of creature in the Empire worth hunting, and that includes human beings. I am a predator, elf. I know what sort of life should exist on this world. And when I looked at those things I felt disgusted. Some part of me, deep inside, looked through my eyes and knew that those obscenities should not exist. Me too, agreed Dogbreath, unexpectedly solemn. Dolroll was uneasy. The amount of power needed to do all of these things, to conjure sea creatures, and invent new forms of life would be frightening. If there really were someone capable of performing such acts of weaving. I know, said Calyx. They'd be practically a god. I was going to say, they must be very, very powerful. It sounds less terrifying that way, Adot. Well, I'm glad we cleared that up. Anyway, time's wasting. We should get a move on. There were groans from the others. Just a little while longer, asked Holly. We did jump off a cliff this morning, Serrel pointed out. Calyx rolled her eyes. Fine. Just a little while, though. You bunch of lazy whiners. You're a softy, Auntie Calyx, Dogbreath teased. Keep pushing me, old man, and I swear, I will rip that vermin's nest you call a beard right off your podgy face. That's low, Calyx. Picking on a man's beard. That isn't a beard, Dogbreath, that's a plague outbreak waiting to happen. Serrel rested his head back and closed his eyes. The good-natured bickering of his squadmates, the warmth of the fire, the lush smells of the forest, helped him drift off so that for a moment, one tiny fleeting moment, he could allow himself to forget the battles ahead, the death and destruction that undoubtedly waited for him, and the hollow within. Part 4, Not What We Were. In light of the events of the last few days, the group was naturally edgy when they set off again. But because they were tired and hungry, a lot of their supplies having been unfortunately lost during their dramatic escape from the twisted creatures of the forest, their attempts at traveling quietly were half-hearted at best. Calyx still insisted on covering as much ground as possible before the day's end. His earlier efforts at weaving had left Serrel more exhausted than normal. Though his inability to get a decent night's sleep was also probably catching up with him. Using his staff as a walking stick, he set a fairly decent pace with the other soldiers. For lack of anything else to do, he spoke to Dolroll. You said you were a teacher? He asked. Yes. Well, not for the last few years, since I decided to become patrician of Volumir. But before that, I was headmaster of Volumir Children's College. Did you teach anything interesting? Holly joined in. History, and first-level weaving. Nothing interesting then, Holly said flatly. History can be very interesting, Corporal Wells. If we do not study our past, we cannot hope to have a better future, for we will be doomed to forever repeat the mistakes of our past. Holly made a rude noise with her lips. The past is the past. Let it die. Dolroll looked practically scandalized. So you taught weaving then? Serrel pressed on, before things got ugly. Are you any good? To be honest, no. That's why I only taught first level. That is basically teaching 5-year-olds not to set themselves on fire. I thought all elves were supposed to be powerful wizards, said Holly. No. Nearly all of us can weave, but these days only a rare few can show much talent. Even fewer can weave with as much skill as Serrel Hawthorne has today. It was truly impressive. It was all right, Holly said impassively, though Serrel suspected she was purposely acting neutral. I used to like history when I was in school, Brant said suddenly. The group looked at him. Even Calyx seemed to falter in mid-step. She glanced back over her shoulder. Are you trying to be funny again? She asked suspiciously. Me? Funny? Never. When were you ever in school? When I was a young lad, I was sent to Killenworth as boys' school. Was that like a workhouse? Holly asked. Nah. Proper boys' school. All toffee-nosed rich boys, and stuffy teachers. Chalks and slates and learning to read the classics. Running 10 k's in the rain. Good practice for training camp, really. You went to some stuck-up boys' school? Calyx said with obvious wonder. You can barely count to 20 unless you're barefoot. And don't get me started on your spelling. You're telling me that you, Brant O'Kellen, are actually educated? Never said I was a good student, Brant went on. I just said I went there. Obviously, when the first opportunity to leg it arose, I left and took the bronze. Seemed more my thing. And, hey, at least I didn't have to sign an X on the recruitment scroll. That makes you practically officer material. I always thought I had tremendous prospects for promotion. Maybe one day, when O.L. Snow's retired, I could actually be in charge of the Hounds. Wouldn't that be something? Over my long dead, decomposing corpse, Brant. You could do worse, Brant said brightly, undaunted. I'd vote for you, said Dodbreath. Ah, thanks, mate. You don't vote for a, Calyx just shook her head in irritation. Hold on. I thought your father was a gamekeeper, said Holly. He was, said Brant. We worked for the Shelbys. Lived on their estate. Old man Shelby was quite fond of doing his bit for the kids. He sent all his servants' kids to posh schools. He was a good bloke. I still like to raise a glass to old bugger. You should have seen his face when he saw me in uniform for the first time. Him and my old man, proud as punch they were. Didn't even care about all the trouble I got in at school. He looked about, when he realized there was suddenly something of an icy silence in the group. Holly was glowering at the ground, and Serrel was making a face. Brant looked sheepishly at Holly. Oh, right. I'm sorry, Hole. Forget it, Holly said in a low voice. It's no big deal. I just dash. I know, Brant. Just forget it. Serrel wondered what that was about, but didn't want to press Holly. She was prickly at the best of times. He asked Brant, in a rather disbelieving tone, a lord actually paid for you to go to school? Yup. With his own money? Yup. I told you, he was a good bloke. Serrel snorted. A good bloke? A lord? Suddenly the Darkling story doesn't seem so far-fetched. Ah. One of those are you? Don't like the snobby upper classes? Nobody likes the snobby upper classes, said Calyx. Except served with mashed taters, said Dodbreath. Well put. You like Captain Snow, pointed out Brant. Well, as far as you're capable of liking anyone, Sergeant. That's different. Well, he's just Snow. Snow's a lord? Asked Serrel. Oh, yes. Old money. Big estate, a small army of hired help and a grand white stallion. He just seems so, Serrel struggled for a word. Reasonable? Suggested Brant. Human? Went Calyx. Nice, Serrel settled with. He's not like most lords, said Calyx. And besides, added Holly. He is a little bit weird. No one's debating that. What's with the anti-nobility sentiment, fresh meat? Brant asked. Nothing, said Serrel. I've just met a few in my time, and I never heard of one doing something decent like paying to send an employee's children to school. Paying one of them to burn a school down, now that I'd believe. Bad experience, huh? Asked Brant surreptitiously. I've just never gotten anything from a lord except grief. And exile. That last part slipped out. It had been ebbing and flowing through his mind a fair bit recently, seeing as how it was technically the reason he was in his current predicament. But he didn't mean to say it aloud. The others all looked at him with sudden interest. Exile, repeated Calyx. Like, proper exile? Asked Brant. All that, on pain of death and everything? Serrel sighed. Well, if you must know, yes. Wow, said Holly with amusement. I would not have guessed that. Out of morbid curiosity, what would you have guessed? Not sure. I was thinking maybe you were some overachieving wizard's apprentice, and you killed your master in some kind of fit of jealous rage and ran off to the Legion to hide. Something stupid like that. But getting exiled, that's much more interesting. What did you do? Brant asked with a huge grin. Sleep with his daughter? Serrel saw that coming, and despite his best efforts, he still turned red. He looked off into the trees nonchalantly. You did, didn't you? Brant laughed. Serrel, you sly dog, you. Hey, it wasn't like that. Serrel objected. Look, we were friends. Then we were more than friends. Her father found out. Exiled. End of story. Ah, said Holly cruelly. Exiled over unrequited love. You poor thing. I'm so glad the tragedy that is my short, sad life is of such amusement to you all. I wouldn't say amusing. Maybe a little amusing, said Brant. But tragic, Dulrel said sympathetically. Indeed, tragic. Just a little bit pathetic, added Holly. I suppose you all have great, exciting, noble stories about why you all joined the Legion, replied Serrel. Sure, said Dogbreath, grinning. I got drunk, passed out, and the next thing I know, I'm waking up in the middle of the Fulgari Valley in a Legion uniform, surrounded by orcs. That's a hell of a way to spend a hangover, I can tell you. I'll take your word for it, said Serrel. Since you're still alive, I guess they didn't cut your head off like I'd have expected. What did you do? What anyone in that position does. We all got pissed. Of course you did. Fulgari Valley, said Dulrel thoughtfully. Was that not the final battle during the Orcish uprisings? Dogbreath shrugged. Dunno. I slept through most of it. There's nothing like a good Orcish mead. Puts hair on your chest hair, hee hee. So you got drunk, and ended up taking the bronze. After your 2 years were up, why did you stay? Serrel asked. I left the first time, but I re-enlisted pretty damn quick. Believe it or not, I wasn't always the fine specimen of a man you see before you. A long time ago, I was an ugly, mean, thick as two short planks, long streak of nothing slowly pissing his life away. Now look at me. Dogbreath beamed proudly, arms outstretched. There's nothing quite like the life in the Legion, fresh meat. I suppose you're just a short-termer, aren't you, fresh meat? Said Holly. Already planning your escape in 2 years. I haven't really thought about it, said Serrel. When I signed up, it wasn't as if I had anything else planned. I mean, yes, in hindsight I probably could have found work somewhere as a carpenter. Maybe finished an apprenticeship and then started my own business. Had I realized I was going to end up in the Faelands, having every choice I've ever made in life appraised by you judgmental buggers, then, hell, maybe I would have. At the moment, 2 years is a long way away, and to be perfectly honest, I'm more worried about just surviving until tomorrow. That's the best way to live, fresh meat, said Calyx. Just day by day. So I take it you're in for life? Serrel asked Holly. Of course, replied Holly firmly. This was the only thing I ever wanted. The only real choice I ever got to make for myself. And despite everything we've gone through, you still have no regrets? You mean, would I have preferred to spend the rest of my life married to some boorish farmer, milking cows and feeding pigs? To hell with that, fresh meat. The world is so damn big, why would I settle for being so small? What about you, fresh meat? Calyx asked him. Do you have regrets? A lot, was the proper answer, but Serrel figured he knew what she meant. He wondered, had he thought it through, and perhaps not joined the Legion. It was hard to say where he would have ended up. Not here, for one thing. But then he might never have discovered his ability to weave. And as much as he had enjoyed the life of an honest craftsman, weaving the ether, exerting control over the world itself, no matter how tiny, he loved it. It was the only time he honestly felt in control. He never wanted to give that up. Funnily enough, no, he answered truthfully. Calyx didn't reply, seemingly satisfied. They traveled until the light faded, then set up camp. Again, there was to be no fire, and rotating watches, but at least all their clothes were dry again. Serrel was to take the third watch, and decided to get some sleep beforehand. He had not been this exhausted since his first few days of training at Fort Amel. He wondered once more about the rest of Pond Scum. He wondered if they were having an easier time than he was. He had just stretched out on the ground, when Holly unexpectedly sat next to him. So, she asked slowly. You think you're ever going to go home again? Serrel shrugged. I don't know. I'd like to see my family again, but I don't know. It might just cause them trouble. But don't you want to see that girl again? The one that got you into trouble. Don't you want to show her, and her stupid father, what you've become? He wondered where the sudden interest had come from. Sure, he replied. But she wouldn't have waited for me. There wouldn't be any point. Her father was clear about what would happen to me if he ever saw me again. She's living her own life, and I hope it's a good one. But it won't involve me. As much as I would want them to, things can never go back to the way they were. Holly was silent. Then she nodded. He had the feeling that he had not given her the answer she had wanted. I'll wake you when it's your watch, Holly said simply, and went off quickly. Serrel was too tired to be confused for long. He lay his head back and closed his eyes. And woke suddenly to find Calyx kicking him roughly in the side. Get up, fresh meat. Come on. Serrel groggily stood up, clutching his staff. He started to speak, then he noticed the sky. The sky was lit with green light from the aurora ethereal, just as it had been during the passage over the dividing sea. But this time they could see where the magical discharge causing the spectacular lights was coming from. In distance, the horizon was unfortunately blocked by the thick forest. But in the sky, through a small clearing in the tree canopy, they could see a narrow beam of bright red light shooting high into the starry heavens. At an impossibly high altitude, the beam spread outwards into the rolling waves of the aurora, which ebbed and flowed across the sky. Serrel stared. Call me unnecessarily pessimistic, but that isn't good. You think? Said Calyx darkly. That beam of light, that's where we were heading. We were supposed to meet the rest of the Legion there. You think the Legion did this? Asked Brant. I doubt it. What worries me is if we were supposed to get there first, but since we were delayed, and if Delaney insisted on marching quickly. Shit. How long has it been going? Asked Serrel. Maybe a few minutes. There's no one on our side that has that much energy to burn, said Serrel. Even if everyone pooled their energy together, I doubt they could do something like that. Sergeant, there should not be anyone on the planet who could do something like that, said Dolrel. He paused in thought. Unless what? Asked Serrel. Dolrel pursed his lips. This is just a theory, you understand. Just spit it out, elf. Calyx snapped. Well, it's dash. The air was suddenly filled with a low-pitched boom, like a clap of thunder. Except there were no storm clouds in the sky. A second and third explosion went off, each one briefly lighting up the sky with red light. What the hell is that? Said Holly. Nothing good. We need to get over there, now, said Calyx. You want to run? Towards the explosions? Said Dolrel slowly. You don't want to come, feel free to stay here. Dolrel looked around the dark forest. Considering the week he had been having, being blown up seemed like a welcome change from the constant threat of being eaten alive. Perhaps I will come with you, he said. At least some of the way. I am so glad to hear it, Pointy. Come on, you lot, get your shit together. We are leaving, now. They ran as fast as possible towards the light, and the sounds of explosions. The aurora overhead cast a green pall over the forest, but gave enough illumination to see any obstacles by. Strangely, the few glimpses of the wildlife Serrel had during their mad dash showed him several different birds and animals, all standing rigidly and staring straight into the night sky, as if the aurora held them hypnotized. He swore he even saw a giant bear, even bigger than the one that had nearly trampled them, standing completely frozen with its mouth agape. He wondered if they were watching in awe, or in horror. Up in front, Calyx ran determinedly ahead in silence, her dogs following obediently behind her. No one spoke, and no one wanted to voice any ideas about what lay ahead. Then without warning, the beam of light switched off. The aurora flowed across the sky for a while longer, then slowly faded away. The forest drifted back into darkness, and any creatures previously caught in its thrall continued on their way as though nothing had happened. Is that good or bad, you reckon? Asked Brant. Bad, said Calyx. Whoever was doing that, they've gotten what they wanted. Which was? Everyone dead, Holly suggested. We can talk or we can run, Calyx snapped. Keep moving. It'll be light soon. The bridge of Caelthril, named for some famous elven builder, crossed over the Serrel River where it was wide and relatively calm. It had stood for centuries as the fastest way to Volumir, weathering multiple conflicts and natural disasters with steadfast resolve. When Serrel saw it for the first time, the sun had already risen to find the bridge in pieces. Only one tall support of white stone stood upright. Everything else was rubble either swept away or slowly eroding in the Serrel. Having taken their impromptu swim the previous day, the Hounds were fortunately on the correct side. The rest of the Legion had seemingly crossed it late the previous evening, and set up a makeshift camp on the plain on the other side. What was left of it now was wreckage. The ground was blackened and still smoldered, the air still hazy with smoke that obscured their vision. A few small fires still burnt on what had once been tents. Most chilling were the strange craters that dotted the ground, the earth freshly churned up and seared. They were spread across the camp, all uniform in size. There were no people that the group could see. But there were bodies. Many of them were burnt and unrecognizable. But a few were ripped apart in an all too familiar fashion. They walked across the scorched earth in silence. It was almost too much to take in. The smell of burning flesh made Serrel want to retch. Is everyone gone? Holly asked in a small voice. I don't know, replied Calyx with incredible calm. There are a lot of bodies, but not enough. What the hell could have happened here? Asked Brant. Someone very powerful attacked them, said Serrel. With the Ferine, Calyx said. She kicked over a body, rolling it on its back to reveal pointed ears and sharp fangs. But the Legion didn't go quietly. Everyone's in armor, or holding a weapon. We put up a fight, Serrel forced back his fear and tried to focus on the details, not the bodies. He pointed to the ground. The scorch marks are shaped funny, he noted. One blackened area of the ground did have a large crescent-shaped section missing. I think they were organized enough to deploy the support mages. They were shielded. For what good it did? Who knows how much energy we would need to shield against something like this? Serrel trailed off and cocked his head. The others listened intently and heard voices speaking in Elvish. Calyx waved everyone to take cover. They piled into a large crater and pressed themselves flat on the ground. The earth was still warm to the touch. There came the sound of light footsteps, and the voices became louder. Dulril listened carefully to what they were saying. There were at least 3 speakers, having something of a heated conversation. Calyx waved a hand and made a gesture with her hands like she was pulling back a bowstring. She pointed at Brant and mouthed, left. Then at Holly, center. The 2 nodded and carefully strung arrows into their bows. Calyx counted soundlessly. 1, 2, 3. Together the 3 stood up over the edge of the crater, sighted the 3 Ferine standing above them, and fired. With a crack of bowstrings, all 3 Ferine went down. 2 died quickly, but the 3rd let out a pained scream until Calyx finished it with a second shot. Serrel glanced around them for others, but no one came. You think there are more? Whispered Holly. Calyx nodded. Hunting for survivors. Luck may be with us, said Dulril. They were complaining about the smoke ruining their sense of smell. An advantage. That makes a nice change, said Holly. Unfortunately, they also mentioned that there was something called a childer here, and how it made them nervous. What the hell's a childer? No idea. But with my luck, I would guess it is what they call those monsters from the forest. The wolf bugs? Ah, hell. They die easily enough, said Calyx. We just have to stay alert. Don't let them catch us unawares. What are we going to do? Asked Holly. We can't stay here if there are Ferine and gods know what else lurking around. There might be survivors, said Serrel. Maybe, replied Calyx. But if there is anyone here, then they'd be lying low to avoid the Ferine. We'd be hard-pressed to find them. But anyone who could walk would have moved on. They couldn't have retreated with the bridge gone, and the river curves north, blocking escape to the west. We'd have seen anyone running into the forest, so... North to Volumir. You think they went there? If there were enough people left, hell, if there was even one person left, Delaney would have marched them on to Volumir. I would have. Well, said Serrel. It isn't as though we can go back. I don't want to go back, added Holly. Brant? Calyx turned him. Thoughts? You know me, Sergeant. I'm game for anything. Dog breath? Maybe they'll have a pub, Dog breath grinned. Calyx turned to Dulril. I don't know what's waiting for us. If you know of anywhere safe you can hide, we can probably get you there in dash. If it is all the same with you, Sergeant, Dulril interrupted. I will come with you. You will need my help. How? Calyx asked suspiciously. For one thing, I am quite sure I can get you into the city without anyone knowing. Calyx regarded him carefully. We can continue this discussion later. For now, let's backtrack to the forest and, she trailed off and cocked her head listening. Serrel did the same, and he heard voices again, but this time speaking in Imperial. Did you hear that? Said a male voice unnecessarily loudly. Please be quiet, a second voice told him. Hello? Anyone there? The first called out. Shut up, Dot. The group exchanged a glance. Calyx nodded to the right, and led them in the direction of the unseen speakers. As they came around the remains of a smoking tent, staying out of sight, the group spotted 3 people in stained Legion uniforms. There were 2 men, or more accurately, 2 boys, as they looked about as old as Serrel, if that. The third speaker was a much smaller girl, with long, unbound brown hair. She spoke to the others with an infuriatingly calm voice. "If you keep shouting, the elves will find us," said the girl, matter-of-factly. "But what if it's someone hurt?" said one of the boys. He looked petrified. "Then we should go look. But quietly." "This is so dumb," said the second boy. He managed to look even more scared than his companion. He was visibly close to tears. "There are monsters out here. We should go back." "Calm down," the girl told him. "We can't go back." "Why not?" "Shush. If you don't stay quiet, they'll find us. Now listen, because I don't want to say it again. If there are people out here, we should help them. How would you have felt if I had left you all alone out here?" The girl said all this in a completely level and unemotional tone. She seemed completely unaffected by the devastation around her. It took Serrel a moment to recognize her voice. He had not actually heard it that much in the month he had known her. "They're all dead," the second boy complained. "Everyone's dead." "We heard voices, so someone is alive," the girl replied. "So what we'll do is this. You and Theo can go that way. I'll look over here. If you stay quiet and dash." The attack was sudden, and took them all by surprise. A creature, just like the ones from the forest, bounded from the smoke and launched itself at the group. The Hounds sprinted out from cover to help, but even as Serrel lifted his staff, he knew he would be too slow. He opened his mouth to shout a warning, when the girl spun around, a staff in her hands pointed straight at the creature. Barely a second before it landed on her, she weaved a powerful bolt of energy and fired it point blank at the creature. It contained so much energy, the light it gave off left everyone in the vicinity seeing spots. The bolt hit the creature with enough force that it not only stopped its forward motion, it managed to throw it backward several meters in an arc that dropped it hard onto the ground. The girl didn't hesitate for even a second. She advanced on the creature as it tried to rise, and blasted it repeatedly with more magic. She paused an arm's length away from it and raised her staff over her head. A huge lance of fire that burned white-hot ignited from the end of her staff. With a single swipe she brought her staff down, and sliced the lance through the creature's neck. It passed through with little resistance, and decapitated the creature with a single stroke. The body was still twitching when the girl turned, dousing the flame from her staff with a puff of smoke, and returned to the 2 boys, who were staring in abject terror and complete shock. "That's why I said to be quiet," she told them in the same level tone. The Hounds stared. "Mouse?" asked Serrel aloud. The girl turned to regard him casually, as though she was not in the slightest bit surprised that he was there. "Oh. Hello, Serrel. I didn't see you there." "You know her?" Holly asked. "Yes. This is Mouse. I mean, Castor Gilla Fremen. We trained together." "We were pond scum," said Mouse, and this time there was just a tiny bit of pride in her voice. "You call her Mouse?" said Calyx with amusement. "Well, I didn't come up with the name," Serrel said defensively. "I don't mind," said Mouse. "I've always been Mouse." "Hey, fresh meat," said Brant. He was standing by the dead and headless creature, and prodded its corpse with his foot. "How come you can't do that?" "Because Caitlin Astral refused to teach me," Serrel replied. "I bribed her with a pie recipe," Mouse explained. She turned to the sergeant. "We should probably move away from here. Others will be coming." "Good idea, little mouse that roared," said Calyx. "We can head back to the forest, lay low for the time being, then make our way north." "What about other survivors?" "I like the sentiment, but you could search all day and never find anyone, and the Ferine are hunting us now." We need to go. Mouse nodded reluctantly. All right. You too, Calyx turned on Mouse's companions. What are your names? I'm Theo, stammered the first boy. That's Snell. Snell looked too terrified to speak. Well, boys, we're going to make a run for it. You can come with us or stay here. Either way, I suggest you both shut up or the Ferine will be the least of your worries. Why, yes, Sergeant. Good. Everyone stay low and follow me. She turned around and headed back southwest, across the blasted plain. The others followed quickly behind her. Snell hesitated, still overcome with fear, but at the urging of Theo, went after them. Calyx led them on a winding path around burnt tents and smoldering defensive barricades. After 2 days, Serrel had a feel for her movements. When she slowed and crouched low to the ground, he copied her instantly. They darted from crater to crater across the plain while occasionally dark forms shifted in the slowly dissipating smoke haze around them. The edge of the forest appeared as a dark wall through the smoke. Serrel didn't think he would be, but he was glad they would be back in its cover, and not exposed on this blackened, empty battlefield. When he glanced to his left, he found Mouse beside him. Up close he could see her uniform was torn and frayed, and her face streaked with soot. The end of her hair was singed. But she still wore an expression like she was off on a morning run, rather than dashing like hell for safety. Then a shrill scream tore through the still air. Serrel and Mouse spun, staves raised. They saw Snell, who had been lagging behind, now on the ground, being dragged away into the smoke fog by something tall and elf-shaped. The two of them took a step forwards, intent on going to his aid, when the Ferine sprung out of the smoke all around them. Hounds, blades up. Steilen! Calyx yelled. On command, her 2 dogs bolted from her side and pounced on the nearest Ferine. Serrel threw up a shield, blocking 3 throwing knives hurled at Mouse and himself, while Mouse turned in a half circle and fired off a rapid volley of ether energy so fast and powerful the air cracked like thunder and filled with the smell of ozone. 3 elves went down instantly, consumed by blasts of green energy. All around, the hounds fought viciously against the attacking elves. Holly fired arrow after arrow at anything that moved, while Calyx was a blur of dreadlocks and blades, hacking and slashing and killing anything that got too close, an axe in each hand. Serrel could barely keep track of anything that was happening. He just weaved as fast as he could, shielding anyone who looked to be in trouble and shooting down any Ferine who got too close. Mouse was laying waste to any elf that was dumb enough to show up in her line of fire, all while wearing a calm, thoughtful expression of someone intent on doing her job right. Serrel heard Dulril call out, and saw the elf fall down, a Ferine standing behind him with bloody claws moments before it lost its head to Brant's sword. One of Calyx's dogs yelped in pain somewhere out of sight. Then Dogbreath yelled out, "Bollocks!" and dove to the side, narrowly avoiding the claws of a wolf/insect creature diving into the fray. Serrel lifted his staff and formed a shield that encompassed the monster, just as he had the previous day. He held it prone and defenseless, fighting its feral strength with his own willpower as it struggled to free itself. But doing so left him exposed. From the corner of his eye, he saw 3 more Ferine advancing on him. Then Mouse appeared, and weaved forth a torrent of fire from her staff that engulfed them all. The cloud of flame was so vast and wide that even though the Ferine dove away, they couldn't escape the inferno. Mouse burnt them to cinders, then cried out as a Ferine throwing knife grazed her arm. She turned, raising her staff and weaving a shield around her as another Ferine came at her, a huge sword of rusty iron and bone in its hand. The blade hammered at Mouse's shield, hard enough to make the girl cry out. She lost her footing and slipped down on one knee. Serrel couldn't help her without releasing the creature from its ethereal cage. He could see Dogbreath hacking at its head furiously, but the thing still snapped defiantly with bloody, mutilated jaws. The Ferine stabbed its sword down at Mouse and snarled. Mouse pushed back with her shield, and gazed up at the elf, utterly unmoved, her face bathed in green light. There was a glint of metal, and then the Ferine's head snapped to the side, a throwing knife embedded in its neck. Its grip on its sword loosened, and Mouse was able to push the weapon aside with her shield. She dispelled the barrier, and slashed her staff at the elf. There was a flash of white flame that blinded anyone looking, and then the elf fell into two neatly cauterized pieces. From out of the smoke came two new figures, one tall, and one shorter and more slimmer. They wore black coats similar to the Legion ones, with the hoods pulled up and the bottom half of their faces masked to show only their eyes. The taller figure had a long belt full of throwing knives running diagonally across his chest, and short sword in his hand, while his smaller companion held a long curved knife in each hand, and spun through the fray cutting everything in its path. The first new arrival danced with amazing speed and agility into the fight, slashing and stabbing with his blade, sliding effortlessly around swiping claws and swinging axes. His left arm would snap out quicker than the eye could follow, and a throwing knife would slam into a target with absolute precision. One Ferine hurled its own knife at the man. He simply lifted his left hand up towards it, and slapped the blade aside in midair, before throwing his own right between the Ferine's eyes. Serrel caught the flash of green light as the Ferine's knife had been deflected. He could only gape in amazement. The man had weaved a shield. Without a staff. Unexpectedly, the man found himself caught between three Ferine, two before him and another charging him from behind. He spun, his left arm lashing out to throw two knives at once that tore through the air and struck down both Ferine in mid-stride. As he completed the turn, he threw one final blade, cutting into the last Ferine's leg and causing it to trip and fall. It hit the ground face first and slid painfully along before coming to an end at the end of his sword. And Serrel knew, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that there was only one person on the planet who could throw a knife like that. The man pulled his short sword free, and flicked it clean of blood before sliding it back into the sheath on his back. Seeing the battle was coming to a close, the final Ferine falling to a axeblade through the skull, the man went about casually collecting his knives from the bodies of his dead foes. "Victor!" Serrel called out. The man turned and saw him. He reached up and pulled down his mask, and swept back his hood. He wasn't a man, only a dark-haired boy about the same age as Serrel. Serrel, Victor Blackwood greeted with a smile. "Fancy seeing you here." "Oh, hello there, Mouse." "Hello, Victor," replied Mouse, still completely unflappable. Serrel shook his head, and turned back to Dogbreath. "Can you just kill that goddamn thing already?" "I'm trying," complained Dogbreath, still fighting the trapped monster. "The bloody thing doesn't know when it's meant to die." Mouse sighed. She walked calmly up to the creature, and shoved the end of her staff into the bloodied mess of its face. There was a loud bang, and a flash of light, followed by the creature's entire head exploding into a fine red mist. Dogbreath stood wide-eyed, painted with red droplets from the face down. Mouse just wiped her face on her sleeve and walked away. "Done," she said simply. Calyx's laughter rent through the stunned silence. "Oh, I like her. Why couldn't I get her in the Hounds?" "Excuse me for breathing, Sergeant," Serrel replied, offended. "Get over it, fresh meat. Is everyone still alive?" "Yes," replied Brant. "Some of us even have a few extra holes to breathe through." He was squatted by Dolrel, who groaned. "Is it bad?" asked the elf. "It's barely a scratch. We'll have you patched up in no time, don't you worry. Don't know why you didn't just run away, but. You think I got this injury from fighting?" Dolrel exclaimed. "I was running away." Calyx shook her head in disgust. She turned to give Victor and his companion a long hard stare. Black clothes. No rank. No insignias. "You smell something, Dogbreath?" Dogbreath sniffed the air. "Blood. With just a hint of rat shit, Calyx." "Me too. Which can only mean one thing, Nightblades. I'd recognize those knives of yours anywhere, Annabella Kincaid. What the hell are you doing here?" Victor's companion pulled off her own hood and mask, revealing a woman with tan skin and long black hair tied in a neat braid. She smiled sweetly at Calyx and replied, "Saving your arse, dear sergeant." Calyx sniffed. "The day my arse needs saving from the likes of you, Kincaid, is the day I deserve to die." "You're welcome anyway," said Victor drily. Calyx turned her glare onto him. "This one of yours, fresh meat?" "Yes," said Serrel. "He trained with Mouse and me." "He was also pond scum," Mouse added helpfully. "Do you actually have to tell people that?" Victor asked her with a raised eyebrow. "What?" said Mouse innocently. "We were pond scum." Victor and Serrel exchanged a glance. "Pond scum," repeated Calyx. "Wish I'd thought of that." She turned back to Annabella. "So, Kincaid, where are the rest of your lowlifes? Don't tell me the killer went and got himself. What was that phrase you lot loved so much?" "Oh, yes. Removed from relevance." "No such luck, Calyx," said Annabella. "And since you're still standing, thanks in no small way to the timely arrival of us lowlifes, I shall take you to him. As much as I would enjoy telling that evil old bastard where to shove it, I have more important people to kill. So if you'll excuse me." Annabella sighed. "Calyx, please. Stop being so high and mighty for 1 second, and just hear us out. Trust me, this is important." "Trust an assassin? That's a big ask, Kincaid." Calyx glanced at Dulrel, who was being bandaged by Brant, and Mouse, whose sleeve was bloody from her knife wound. "I'll need a few minutes while my people tend to their wounds and catch their breath. You can give me your spiel then. But when we're ready to go, we're going." "Good enough for me," Annabella said happily. She held out her hands towards the forest in an after-you gesture. "Shall we, then?" Calyx snorted. "One moment." She turned and whistled loudly. A moment passed, and her dogs didn't return. She frowned, and shouted, "Vut!" On the edge of his hearing, Serrel heard a dog whimpering. Calyx's face went hard. "Oh, no." She broke into a sprint, the others running hard to catch up. They found the dogs besides the bodies of 2 Ferine with their throats ripped out. Voss stood forlornly beside Ripper, who lay on the ground, his body sliced to ribbons, his blood pooling into the black earth. Ripper tried to lift his head at Calyx's arrival, but dropped it flat with a whimper of pain. "Oh, my boy," Calyx whispered. She shushed Ripper gently as she knelt down beside him. "Shoo. It's all right, boy. Don't struggle. That's a good boy, Ripper." Ripper pawed at the ground uselessly. She stroked his head softly with one hand, and pulled a dagger from her boot with the other. "You were good dog, Ripper. The best. Thank you. You can rest now." The dagger moved out of sight, and there was one single thrust. Then Ripper was still. There was silence as Calyx slid the dagger back into its sheath, then muttered a small prayer in Norwendralic, her own language. She pressed her fingers into her dog's blood, and gently painted a streak across her forehead. With one deep calming breath, she stood up and looked back at group. "I'm sorry, Calyx," said Annabella sincerely. "Somebody scrape up the elf," Calyx said coldly. "We're leaving, Dot." She pushed past Annabella and stormed away. Dogbreath shrugged, and led the others after her. Only Serrel paused and lingered behind. He looked back at Vost, still standing behind Ripper's body. The dog glanced up at him once, as if asking for help understanding what had happened. "I'm sorry, boy," Serrel said gently. "But he's gone. You can't stay here." Vost whimpered sadly. "Come on, boy. Let's go." With one final glance back, Vost obediently followed Serrel away. They followed the mysterious Annabella's directions to the place where they would find her commanding officer. Calyx walked in silence far ahead of the group. Dulril walked slowly, supported by Brant, who regaled him with tales of gory and grotesque injuries he and acquaintances of his had received, all of which, he told the elf, were far more bloody and life-threatening than the tiny cat scratches the Ferine had given him. It didn't take long to make the elf vomit. Serrel walked around the puddle, and fell in step beside Mouse, who was staring airily around the forest. "It's pretty here," she said. "Only because there aren't any giant spiders here," Serrel replied. "Giant spiders?" Mouse asked. "I would have liked to have seen those." "Sure," said Serrel slowly. "One day. So, if you don't mind talking about it, what happened last night? Where is everyone?" "I don't really know. I was about to go to sleep when an alarm call went out. We had to form up and prepare for an attack. Everyone was getting into formation, when suddenly there was this beam of red light, shooting up into the sky. Then someone started firing fireballs and huge bolts of ether energy onto us. A lot of them broke right through our shields. Not mine though," she added as an afterthought. "After that our lines broke, and the elves stormed into camp. I don't know how long we were fighting. Then the group I was with got cut off, and we tried to take shelter in the woods. But it was dark, and the Ferine were chasing us, and I couldn't see anything. I could hear them though, hunting for us, and killing people. When they finally found me, I thought I was going to die. I killed as many as I could, but then, I think something hit me on the head. When I woke up, there were bodies everywhere, and the camp was empty apart from Theo and Snell. I was going to look for others, but then you and your group showed. That was lucky, I suppose. I think I like your sergeant." She said all this completely devoid of emotion or feeling. It was the most Serrel had ever heard her say in one sitting. He looked at her. "Gods, Mouse. Are you all right?" "No," Mouse said simply. "Oh. You meant, am I physically all right? Well then, yes. My head's a little sore, and my arm got cut back there, but I managed to stop the bleeding, which has ruined my uniform, unfortunately. I never used to be any good at healing spells. You remember? I never threw up on anyone like Caitlin did, but I was rather useless. I've gotten better over the last few days. I've had plenty of practice. Everyone bleeds eventually." Serrel looked at her. "I didn't mean physically. I meant, are you all right?" Mouse was silent. "No. I'm not," she said. "But what can we do? You know, I used to be scared all the time. But then a giant sea monster ripped apart the boat I was on and tried to eat me. Then I was in the water, and I nearly drowned. I can't swim, you know, so there was that. Only 3 other people got rescued. Everyone else died. So I guess I shouldn't complain. Then last night, it was like the sky was falling on us, and people were burning, then the elves were killing everyone, and eating them," she sighed in resignation. "I'm tired. I just don't have the strength to be scared anymore." Serrel didn't know what to say to that. He settled on, "For what it's worth, Mouse. I'm very glad to see you again." Mouse gave him a look. "Oh. Well. I'm glad to see you too, Serrel. And you shouldn't be afraid anymore. If anything, everyone else should be afraid of you." "Oh. That's sweet. I don't suppose you met anyone else from Pond Scum?" Mouse nodded. "I met Caitlin when we landed on the beach. She said Justin was driving her crazy, but that her new commanding officer was nice. I saw Timmy at our last camp. He was being told off for gambling. I didn't see Edgar or Bull anywhere, and I just met you and Victor again. Do you think they're all right?" Mouse shrugged. "I don't know. I hope they made it to safety. Even Justin, well, maybe Justin. He could be such an arse." "I know, Dot. I don't know why you two are being so maudlin, said Victor, making them both jump. He'd appeared right behind them without a sound. That's a good way to get blown to pieces, Victor, Serrel told him. Wear a bell or something. Jumpy, aren't we? The Faelands really has a way of putting everyone on edge. I mean, look at you two. Getting all misty about the rest of our alumni, and we've only been separated a few days. They've been rather eventful days, said Mouse. And we don't what's happened to them. And worrying about it won't change that. You should just focus on the events at hand. That's what I missed about you, Victor, said Serrel with a sigh. Your unwavering ability to be an apathetic git about more or less anything. I'm not apathetic, Victor replied. I just don't see the point in dwelling on things I can't control. That just distracts you, and in case you haven't noticed, distractions in this place can get us killed. We're glad you're alive too, Victor, said Mouse sincerely. And you're right. It is stupid to worry. I'm sure Caitlin's fine. I wasn't worried about Caitlin. Liar, Mouse replied simply. I'm not, Victor told her. He paused. You did say you spoke to her before? Oh, yes. About a lot of things. Did she mention me? No, Mouse said flatly. She hasn't mentioned you, talked about you, or even stopped to think about you for even a moment. Really? Victor asked. Yes. In fact, she went to great pains to point out that she hadn't talked about or thought about you in the slightest. Quite forcefully. Several times. Serrel caught the tiny smirk that flashed briefly across Victor's otherwise cool and collected face. There is something I'd like to know, said Serrel. Tell me, how the hell did you manage to weave without a staff? Pure willpower, Victor replied. He gave them what he considered to be an innocent smile. No, really. How? Serrel insisted. You don't think I'm a good enough mage to be able to weave without a staff, just because you can't? No, joined in Mouse. You were never that good. True. All right, you got me. I don't have a staff, but I can still weave. But I can't tell you how. Oh, come on, said Serrel impatiently. Tell us. Please, added Mouse politely. Victor glanced ahead, and saw his fellow Nightblade, Annabella, talking to Calyx. All right, he conceded rather easily. But you can't tell anyone you saw this. It's meant to be an Imperial secret. He stopped to pull the glove off his left hand, and held his palm up for them to see. His enthusiasm suggested that despite his forced nonchalance, he had a really amazing secret he really wanted to share with someone. On Victor's palm was a large tattoo of an unusual mystic rune. Smaller tattoos of other runes dotted the fleshy pads on each of his first knuckles. The skin around them was still red, suggesting the tattoo was fairly recent. What does it mean? Mouse asked. It's the etheric rune for the word of power tail. It means channel. The tattoo ink was mixed with my supply of Vorkeffa's elixir, so it's embedded with ether energy. And you can weave with that? Asked Serrel in amazement. Victor nodded, as close to excited as the others two had ever seen him. It works just like a staff, allowing the ether to flow out through you. Is it as good as a staff? Unfortunately, no. It takes more effort to get the energy out, and more energy to weave effectively. Plus, before you can weave anything, the rune has to be activated. That takes energy as well, and you need to get in the habit of using tail before you cast anything else. Otherwise you end up waving your hand around like an idiot before someone cuts it off. But on the bright side, I don't need to carry my staff around. That's important if you're a Nightblade. I want one, said Mouse. Like I said, it's a secret trick. But maybe I could convince Annabella to give you one. She gave you yours? asked Serrel as Victor pulled his glove back on and the three started off after the rest of the group. Annabella's a mage, but not a very talented one. She specializes in enchanting. And stabbing people, said Mouse. We multitask in the Nightblades. Just one thing, said Serrel. Where is your staff? I think I may have left it on the boat. Serrel and Mouse looked at him in horror. The first thing they had learned, never lose your staff. Holland is going to murder you, Mouse breathed. Only if he finds out, Victor replied, without conviction. Oh, he'll find out, said Serrel. Holland knows everything, Mouse added ominously. Right this moment, I reckon he's back at Fort Amel, pacing up and down with his stick, trying to decide which of your limbs he's going break first. Victor fell silent. Serrel knew Victor never really cared about anything all that much to be afraid, but gods be damned if the thought of Holland finding out he had lost his staff didn't make him go just a little bit pale. I'm sure I can find it again, said Victor with forced indifference. It's probably right where I left it. Sure. He never needs to know. Of course not. After he kills you, said Mouse. Can I have your knives? They came to a small clearing in the trees that lined the river as it ran its way north. There were other legion there, most of them wounded, sitting or lying on the ground. No one said much, and when they did it was in whispers. One woman who lay on the ground had a thick roll of bandages around her midsection. She was drenched in sweat and groaning in pain. Most alarming though was the dead Ferine that was hanging from a tree, its blood running down its face and dripping into the sodden earth beneath it. A tall, middle-aged man with gray hair and a stern expression was slowly and fastidiously cleaning his hands in front of the elf. The rag he used was stained red. Though I told you not to go wandering off? He said without looking up as Victor and Annabella stood to attention before him. We didn't wander off, sir, replied Victor. We knew exactly where we were going. Don't get cute with me, Blackwood, the man replied calmly. We found some more survivors, Captain, Annabella said quickly. The man turned to regard the hounds with an unimpressed stare. A small smile flickered at the corner of his mouth when he noticed Calyx. I thought I smelled wet dog, he said. Jurgen, Calyx said stiffly as way of greeting. No one slit your throat yet, I see. Not for lack of trying. You still running around, chasing rabbits and pissing in the woods? You still murdering children in their sleep? Good to see the years haven't mellowed you, Sergeant. Were you there during the attack? Calyx shook her head. My people and I were taking the scenic route through the forest. We saw the light show in the sky last night, but by the time we had arrived the battle was over. It wasn't much of a battle. The Ferine came close to destroying the Legion, but we don't go quietly. Delaney rallied whoever was still standing and forced the Ferine to retreat. They chased them north to Volumir. And this lot? Asked Calyx, gesturing to the wounded and dying around her. Anyone who got separated from the main force, or was injured and unable to march was left behind. Calyx stared at him. You are joking. I'm afraid not, said Jurgen. Our new supreme leader is not a woman renowned for her sentimentality. In fact, if she were anyone else, I would venture so far as to call her a nasty, cold-hearted bitch. That's saying something, coming from you. Indeed it is, agreed Jurgen. But you survived, of course, noted Calyx. But your lot never travel with the regular army, do you? No, we do not. My Nightblades and I were sent ahead of the fleet. We have a fast cutter, and with the help of Annabella and Victor here, we made landfall close to a day before the rest of the Legion. We were meant to take Fort Etten back from the rebels, then join up with some of the local Elsbereth forces that are still loyal to the king. We were going to rejoin the Legion on the way to Volumir. The first and second parts worked out quite well. Perhaps too well. Vharaes' forces seemed small and unprepared. But when we rendezvoused with the local soldiers, his face went hard. Somehow they knew we were coming. There was a massacre. Ferine slaughtered everyone. 2,000 strong, all dead. How? The same way they attacked the Legion. They rained spells down on us, huge torrents of fire and ether energy. Those that survived the initial blasts were set upon by the rebels. They took everyone apart and ate them. Was that the night before the Legion landed on the Faelands? Serrel asked. Probably. We could see the release of energy from our boats. It was gigantic. It was even worse up close. I started with 12 men. Now there are only 3 of us. When the fighting was done, we followed in the rebels' tracks. We were lucky enough to catch the end of the battle with the Legion. They fared better than the locals at least. Did you see who did the weaving? Asked Serrel. Who it was that was casting all that energy down on you and the Legion? Jurgen looked at him sternly. He had blue eyes that were cold and unfriendly. What's your name, caster? He asked. Hawthorne, sir. I'm sorry if I'm speaking out of turn, sir, but I am really very curious to know who or what has enough power to almost destroy an army of the Legion. Would you believe me, son, if I told you there was just a single elf mage? One mage? Serrel thought about that. Working with the Ferine? Just one, run-of-the-mill, bastard, elven mage. Jurgen smiled grimly. That's the good news. You want the bad news? Please, said Calyx coldly. Somewhere along the line the Ferine got their grubby claws on some sort of powerful relic. It's what they're using to perform all their weaving, to cast some unbelievably powerful spells on us. Of course, said Dolrel suddenly. He walked painfully to the front of the group. Captain, tell me, did any of you see this relic for yourselves? Who's this? Jurgen asked Calyx. The patrician of Volumir, Calyx replied. Apparently. You trust him? He's alive, isn't he? Annabella answered, I had a brief glimpse of it during the attack. It was a tall pillar, made of some glowing red crystal. If I was to hazard a guess, I'd say the relic somehow amplifies their mage's weaving. A red crystal, mused Dolrel. About the size of a man? About that. Do you know what it is? Annabella asked slowly. Dolrel became aware that there were an awful lot of armed humans now staring at him, and not all of them were wearing trusting expressions. This is just a theory, you understand, he started. Oh, gods, here we go, muttered Calyx. Have you ever heard of the Anfali? They were said to be elven artifacts of remarkable power, forged untold centuries ago during the Age of Discord. Yes, I'm sure we've all heard the stories, elf, said Jurgen impatiently. Relics forged from materials that came into our world when the walls of reality broke down, and demons roamed the planet unfettered. And frogs rained from the sky. And cats and dogs lived with each other in harmony. Myths and legends, barely more believable than stories about darklings and insectum, said Calyx. Insectum? Asked Annabella. Oh, it's a good one. We'll tell you later, replied Brant. Myths indeed, Dolrel continued, nonplussed. Here in Elsbereth as well as in the Empire. But interesting myths regardless. I studied many of them. In fact, I wrote a dissertation on the Anfali for a university report. It scored rather low, I am afraid. When performing my research, I found many old records dating back only a few centuries written by mages who claimed to have uncovered several of the Anfali, and had attempted to make use of them. One in particular has always stood out, mostly because it was the easiest to verify the truth of. It concerned a group of relics they referred to as the Eluden. These wouldn't happen to be giant red crystals, would they? Asked Annabella. As it happens, yes, they would be. The crystals were supposedly created to be great storage containers for the energy of the ether. They could hold vast amounts of energy, a volume so large it was difficult to properly numerate. And whoever controlled this relic had access to almost unlimited energy from the ether, said Jurgen darkly. Yes. But more importantly, it seemed that the relics themselves could draw the energy it stored from both mages, and directly from the ether itself. If the relic was placed in a location where the ether was known to leak through, and in Elsbereth there are many such places, then the Eluden could tap directly into the ether. The energy one could access then would be without end. If it were real, said Jurgen. It has to be, said Serrel. Someone has been weaving spells that should be impossible. Summoning kraken, and making monsters. Nearly destroying the Legion. This must be where they get their power. It would explain what we've seen so far, said Annabella. And the elves, you've had these things for several hundred years now? Jurgen asked with obvious disbelief. Dolrol made a face. That's where the records all become rather hazy, I am afraid. You see, the one thing all the records agree on is that the Eluden were far too dangerous to ever use safely. It was said that they were very fragile. That they cracked easily, and could shatter with very little effort. Can you imagine what happens to a vessel full of energy when it shatters, Captain? It explodes? Jurgen suggested. There was once a city called Goramir. It was home to Elsbereth's most talented and powerful spellcasters. Centuries ago, it disappeared without a trace, wiped from the face of the planet like the tide wiping away footprints in the sand. All that remains to mark its existence is a single, giant crater. It is my belief that the mages of Goramir tried to use an Eluden to power the city. Perhaps they filled it with energy beyond its capacity, or perhaps someone jostled it too roughly or sneezed at an inopportune moment. Regardless, it cracked, and broke, and the resulting release of energy completely vaporized the third largest city in Elven history. He let that sink in. Afterwards, he went on, any mention of the Eluden is merely speculative. The fanciful theory I have heard is that the old king of Elsbereth locked the Eluden away in a secret vault, one supposedly filled with the rest of the Anfali that had been discovered. I used to believe that they were all destroyed, rather than running the risk of them ever falling into the wrong hands. Which, if you're right, they have, said Calyx. If they did exist, how have Vharaes and the Ferine gotten a hold of them? Asked Jurgen. I do not know, said Dolrol. Vharaes and I traveled Elsbereth together. We used to seek out stories about the Anfali, hoping to find one for ourselves. There was a rumor that the Enchanters Guild had hidden away one of the Eluden for their own use, and kept it in their fortress high in the mountains. If that is true, they certainly did not tell anyone. But perhaps Vharaes took the old stories more seriously than I did. Perhaps he kept looking, and maybe, after decades of searching, finally found one. You believe all this, Captain? Annabella asked. I don't think we can afford not to believe it, said Jurgen. All well and good, said Calyx. And it was a truly inspiring and exciting tale, Pointy. All the more reason that we should find whoever's left of the Legion and let them know what we might be dealing with. We should head to Volumir as soon as possible. Sergeant, said Dolrol. If there is an Eluden in the Ferine's possession, it may still be close by. How do you figure? And don't say this is only a theory, because I will hit you. Yes. Well. Hypothetically dash. Elf. From what I have heard, and from what I saw last night, I do not think that the Ferine truly know how to use the Eluden in their possession. When they attempted to draw power from it, the amount of energy that they released was far more excessive than what they needed. The excess energy was projected into the sky, and became the aurora ethereal. That happened the first time we were attacked, said Annabella. If so, then perhaps the Eluden is running low on energy. If the Ferine wish to make use of it again, they would need to draw energy out of the ether. They will need to find a place where the fabric between worlds is weak, and the ether easily accessible. And he looked triumphant. If we are close to the bridge of Caelthril, then it just so happens that I may know exactly where they would go. He beamed at the group. Where the hell did you find this guy? Jurgen asked Caelix. Tied up and bagged in the forest, said Caelix. He seems to know what he's talking about. After all, he's a teacher. I'm beginning to see why Vharaes wanted you so badly. He should have killed me when he had the chance, Dulril replied. Because if I am right, I can help you stop him. Captain, do you have a map? Serrel watched Caelix and Jurgen having a heated discussion with Dulril. Beside him, Mouse sat on a log eating a huge piece of salted meat ravenously. Caelix's remaining dog, Vost, sat at his feet, looking forlorn. Do you believe all this? Said Holly aloud. Ancient relics and magical crystals? Asked Brant. Sure. Why not? Who cares? Said Dogbreath, who was lying on the ground with a leather skullcap over his eyes. Find Ferine, kill Ferine. And if there's time, eat Ferine. All that other shite is just details. Holly sighed and poked at the campfire. Remember when we used to fight normal people? I miss those days. Give me an old-fashioned bandit company any day. She glanced over at Victor, who was sharpening one of his many knives. So what's your story? What do you mean? I just heard that you were a mage. Holly glanced at his black clothes and his collection of sharp, pointed objects dubiously. I am a mage, replied Victor. Mouse swallowed loudly. He likes to stab people, she explained. Then continued eating. I also do magic, said Victor. I have many talents. That's true, agreed Serrel. His stitching is beautiful. Who's your new captain? He asked Victor. You've never heard of Jurgen, the master of assassins? Also known as Jurgen the Blackblade, explained Brant. Or Jurgen the vicious, evil bastard. Or Jurgen the man you should never accept a drink from ever. He kills people, said Holly. What else is there to know? You kill people, pointed out Serrel. Only people who try to kill us, said Brant. We're soldiers. But Jurgen is preemptive. It's the job of the Nightblades to go into places without being seen, in order to, Victor searched for a tactful phrase. Deal with events before they get out of hand. By murdering people? If need be Meaning, usually, clarified Holly. So what's with the sergeant? She and Jurgen don't seem overly fond of each other. Difference of opinion, fresh meat, said Brant. Jurgen's always wanted the sergeant on his team, and Caelix believes all assassins should be stabbed in the throat and buried in a shallow grave. No offense, he told Victor. None taken, said Victor, not looking up. Serrel glanced at him. So you're an assassin now. To be honest, I'm not that surprised. It didn't surprise me, either, put in Mouse. Serrel, Victor explained, my entire life was more or less leading to this. If I wasn't in the Legion, then I'd probably be some dark alleyway somewhere, being paid in silver to take other people's lives. At least this way, I'm killing people who are actually worth it. Define worth it for me, Victor. Victor looked up at him. You haven't been in the Faelands as long as you have without bloodying your hands. Who have you killed? Ferine. A few of those damn wolf creatures. And you actually felt bad about it? Victor asked in amusement. If you had a choice, would you go back and not kill them? Of course not. Then I'd be dead. So you kill, if only to save your own life. Well, the Nightblades, we kill a few people so that thousands of other people don't have to die. A single blade here, and a little splash of poison there, and an entire war can be averted. Serrel gestured at the surrounding woods. How's that working out? Victor shrugged. Maybe if we had killed Vharaes earlier, this all could have been avoided. You sound like Jurgen, pointed out Brant. And you may have noticed, but he is one truly mental bugger. I mean, Calyx is crazy. Really, foaming at the mouth crazy. But Jurgen, that bloke is. What? He trailed off when he realized the others were looking over his shoulders. He's standing right behind me, isn't he? You wish, said Calyx. Oh, thank gods. Calyx slapped him hard across the head, and joined Serrel at the fire. I meant crazy in the nicest possible way, Brant explained. Calyx ignored him, and patted Vost on the head. The dog licked her hand consolingly. I'm sorry about your dog, said Mouse. Calyx stiffened. He was just a dog, she replied. Just a big, stupid dog, . But he was your dog, Mouse went on regardless, either not seeing, or purposely ignoring the cease and desist hand gestures Brant was making at her. You must be sad. I remember when my cat died, I cried for weeks. Really? Calyx looked coldly at her. I suppose your cat was a gift from your father, trained by you from the moment it could walk to hunt at your side? I suppose that you and your cat had a bond so great that when you were together, you moved perfectly as one being? I suppose that when your cat was gutted by an abomination, you felt like one of your limbs had been torn off, and you weren't sure if you could ever feel whole again? Mouse chewed thoughtfully, and swallowed. No. Not really. He was a little white kitten I found hiding in the stables. I called him Snowy, and used to feed him kitchen scraps, and then one day the head butler drowned him in a water barrel and left his body on my bed for me to find. Sympathy given and story completed, Mouse returned calmly to her meal as the others gaped at her. I really preferred it when she didn't talk, muttered Victor. That is easily the most horrible thing I have ever heard, commented Holly. Give her time, said Victor. You've only just pierced the top of a very deep wellspring of despair, fear and utter, unadulterated rage. But I've been feeling much better lately, replied Mouse, offering them minor comfort. Anyway, Calyx started, trying to get back on track. We're moving out soon, so get your things ready. Where are we going? Serrel asked her. Calyx hesitated. We're heading north, to Volumir. But first, we're making a quick diversion off to the east. There's an old quarry not far from here, where they got the stones to build the bridge. According to the elf, the area is one of these, thinner places, where the ether bleeds through. He thinks that's where the Ferine would take their magical relic of doom to recharge. And if we find it, we destroy it, right? Said Holly. If we find it, most likely it's going to be heavily guarded. Jurgen and the elf want to go in and destroy it, but there are only about a dozen or so of us here that can still fight. If we go against them, it's going to be brutal. Especially if this relic is as powerful as the elf says it is. What other choice is there? Asked Serrel. We scout the location, then head to the rest of the Legion and come back with more people. Calyx snorted. By then the Ferine would have moved on, or filled that relic with enough energy to kill us all. It'll be bloody either way. It always is, said Dogbreath with a grin. But you know me. I follow you anyway. Sure, but you're an idiot. I'd have to be. He. Then get ready, you lot. We're moving out in 15 minutes. Altogether, 14 of them set out for the quarry. Dulril was adamant the Ferine would be using to recharge their Illudan. 15 if you included Vost. A few other soldiers were left behind to guard the wounded and dying. Along with the Hounds and the 3 Nightblades, there were 4 other soldiers who had survived the attack on the Legion and were still in good enough shape to fight. And Mouse. She got up and left with the group without a word, as though it were just expected of her. You don't have to come, Serrel told her. I saw you weaving before. You used up a lot of energy. You sure you don't want to rest and recover your strength? Don't you? Mouse replied, but without malice. I have to go. The rest of my squad's going. The rest of my unit are all dead, said Mouse. I don't have anywhere else to go. Besides, you might get into trouble if I'm not there to save you, but... Serrel opened his mouth to object, feeling that he didn't exactly need someone to save him from anything, but Victor clapped him on the back. I'm glad you're coming along, Mouse, Victor said. Thank you. Just so long as I don't get caught between you and the enemy, Victor went on. I don't want to get incinerated and your weaving seems a bit uncontrolled. I know, Mouse conceded. I'm trying. You really have changed a lot, you know that? He commented unexpectedly. I know. It's been a very trying week. You haven't changed at all, though. Victor shrugged. I'm just in my element. And you managed to find more knives, noted Serrel. Like I've always said, you can never have too many knives, but... Jurgen and Calyx walked far ahead, Vost at his master's side, checking the trail was clear. When she looked over, Calyx noticed Jurgen's mouth lifted in a tiny satisfied smile. What? She asked. Nothing. Just thinking that I finally managed to get you to work with me, replied Jurgen in amusement. Calyx shook her head. Enjoy the moment. This is the one and only time. I still don't understand your reluctance, Jurgen said. We aren't that different, Calyx. How many men have you hunted down in your life? There's a difference between hunting a man and ending his life in fair combat, and killing a man in his sleep. Semantics, replied Jurgen dismissively. The end result is the same. We kill a few, and save a few more. We do terrible things so that the world can keep on turning. Times like this, the Empire needs people like us. True. Doesn't make the things you do any less wrong, replied Calyx. And for a master assassin, you're making an awful racket. Why don't you shut up before something hears you and kills us all? Jurgen just shrugged. The first sign of trouble was the sight of an elf, slowly walking through the woods, clearly patrolling the area. A second could be seen further off. The group dropped low to the ground, staying out of sight. Jurgen made a quick gesture to Victor, who nodded, and slipped silently off through the trees. Jurgen turned to Calyx and gestured to the closest elf. Calyx made a face, and mouthed, all yours. The assassin pulled up his hood, and slunk quietly towards the elf. The elf was Ferine. It paused in its patrol, and sniffed the air. The scent of humans was suddenly very strong to its enhanced senses. It turned, trying to locate the source of the smell, when Jurgen appeared behind it, and slipped a knife through its back. The second elf heard the rustling of the undergrowth, and turned towards his companion. A knife through the ribs stopped him in mid-step, and Victor caught its body and lowered it to the forest floor. Calyx waved the group forwards. Slowly and quietly they sneaked through the woods towards their target. The trees disappeared, and the ground beyond sloped into a steep incline to the floor of a fairly small quarry. There was another elf guard on duty at the edge of the tree line, leaning his back against a tree and wearing a bored expression. He didn't even see the black figure who killed him with a single thrust of a blade. The group squatted half-hidden behind the trees and stared into the quarry. It was bordered on two sides by tall walls of white stone. A single road, wide and clearly well-maintained, led in and out. The Ferine had set up camp in the center of the quarry. There were a few threadbare tents set up randomly across the quarry floor, but they seemed rather small for the number of Ferine that could be seen loitering around. A large number of Ferine were asleep around a large campfire. They slept curled up on the ground without bedding, rather like wolves. Right in the very center of the camp, protected by a ring of Ferine, was a tall red crystal that seemed to pulse from within with red light. The red light flared and died rhythmically, like a heartbeat. Serrel didn't know if this was an illusion, but it matched the description Dulril had given. Calyx stared at the camp with a grim expression, then signaled for the group to retreat. They slipped a safe distance back into the trees, and gathered together. "There's too many of them," said Calyx. "Normally that wouldn't bother me, but it's in the open, in broad daylight. They'll see us coming. Why don't we just shoot the damn thing while it's just sitting there?" suggested Holly. "Because if I am right, that would cause the Eluden to explode and kill everything in the area," Dolrel whispered quickly. "Destroying the Eluden will not be difficult. It is destroying it without destroying ourselves in the process that presents the challenge. I'd say the small army of Ferine between us and the shiny rock would be a bit of a challenge," put in Calyx. "How long will it take them to charge that thing?" "I have no way of knowing," said Dolrel. "Hours, days, seconds, your guess is as good as mine." "We can't wait for nightfall," said Jurgen. "Even if they are still here by then, they would have noticed their missing guards and come looking for us." "There's no way we can sneak in," Calyx pointed out. "And only 2 entry points. The moment we break cover they'll be all over us." "The road will be guarded," said Jurgen. "It'll slow us down if we try that approach." "A distraction maybe? Anything in mind?" There was thoughtful silence. "Well," said Holly, "if we did shoot at the thing." "Have you not heard a single word I have said?" asked Dolrel in exasperation. "To be honest, I sometimes glaze over." "You have one of those voices. If you shoot at it dash." "Quiet," Calyx hushed them. "Wells makes an interesting point." "Excuse me? If that thing is as fragile as you think it is, then the Ferine will need to protect it. Nothing will get their attention like some idiot taking a few shots at it. If nothing else, it'll make a few of them piss themselves," he added Dogbreath. "If it really is the force of wanton destruction that we think it is, they'll be falling over themselves to protect it. They'll send out a force hunt down their attackers. The first thing they will do is weave a shield over the Eluden," said Dolrel. "A shield empowered by that object will be unbreakable. Especially in this place. The amount of energy flowing into it at this very moment must be massive. So we put a shield over it first," said Serrel. "Even if we launched an all-out attack, if even one of them gets to that thing before we do, he could kill us all in a heartbeat. But if I weave my own shield over it first, I can stop anyone from getting near it. Assuming the link between the Eluden and a spellcaster is a physical one." Serrel shook his head. "Even if they can siphon off energy from that thing, my shields are two-way barriers. Nothing can get in or out. Not even the ether." "The fresh meat does know his shields," Holly conceded. "In training, he was the best at shields," said Mouse. Calyx looked at Jurgen, who shrugged. "Other than waiting for nightfall, or running in there head-on, we don't have much option," the assassin said. "At the very least, a little magical artillery might thin out their numbers and even the odds in our favor." "All right then," said Calyx. "Here's what we do." The leader of the Ferine camp, oddly enough, was not a Ferine himself. Mostly it was the weak and the downtrodden who were offered the chance to become something greater. But the transformation had a way of dulling magical talent. He had, once upon a time, been a very talented mage, the top of all his classes, and could have gone on to greater things except that he was incredibly outspoken and made clear his feelings of distrust and hate of the Empire. People did not like that in modern Elsbereth. It only brought trouble. In the end, the only person interested in his ability to weave had been a mysterious elf named Vharaes who had shared the same views as him regarding the Empire and its domineering ways. And so the mage ended up a commander of sorts, leader of an army of transmogrified elves who were, as far as he could tell, only a few steps away from licking their own genitalia. It was not a perfect arrangement. Most of the Ferine were about as loyal and susceptible to instruction as the average stray dog. And the less said about the so-called master the better. The mage had met the creature once, and honestly didn't know whether to be disgusted or utterly terrified. Two things made the experience bearable. One was the fact that he was in a position to kill Imperials, and would soon, according to Vharaes, bring the fight to the shores of the Empire itself. The second was the relic that Vharaes had entrusted him with. Vharaes and the eternally unsettling master had assured him that the relic was indeed one of the Eluden of legend. The mage found that somewhat hard to swallow, until he had connected with the crystal and felt the near-bottomless supply of ether energy within. The first time he had drawn from that power source, had let it fill him with energy to the point of bursting, it had been intoxicating. It was like living in a desert your whole life, learning to hoard and conserve your water supplies, and then being shown a waterfall. He had wanted to gorge himself, to drink until he drowned. Which was something of a problem, seeing as how, if he was being honest with himself, he didn't really know how to use the thing. He knew how to tap into the energy, but that was like opening the floodgates. Energy poured out uncontrollably, and you got to taste barely a small mouthful while the rest poured away in a torrent. So in hindsight, he knew attacking the Legion camp had been a bad idea. The first time he had tapped into the Eluden and had laid waste to the Elsbereth forces, putting them down like the cringing Imperial loving dogs they were, that had been on Vharaes' command. The second time, he had just not been able to resist temptation when the Legion's camp had unexpectedly crossed his path. What, was he supposed to not kill Imperials when the chance arose? What sense did that make? True, the Legion had been slightly more prepared than the Elsbereth army had been. And the Eluden had been somewhat depleted after the first battle, and had been rather low during the attack. And yes, the mage thought bitterly, he had maybe, slightly, run away and left a large number of Ferine under his command to die. To be fair, he was supposed to protect the Eluden no matter what. And, alright, true, he had been the one to endanger it in the first place by attacking the Legion and not delivering it straight away to Volumir like he had been supposed to. But he was making things right. He had found the place to recharge the Eluden. He had even captured and spared the prisoner, who was, even now, helping the mage to unlock and master all the secrets of the Eluden. When it was back to full strength, he would show Vharaes his true potential by destroying the remnant of the Legion once and for all. That was sure to earn him forgiveness for past transgressions. It might even stop the master from doing something incredibly horrendous to him. And the sooner the better in the mage's opinion. He was tired of the constant travel and even more tired of the Ferine who were poor companions and even poorer conversationalists. Everything about them disgusted him. Even now, he could see a group of them sleeping in a big pile by a campfire like degenerate animals. It had been something of a relief when he had found the prisoner. He at least was someone the mage could talk to, even if he was a human. The mage stood by the Eluden in the middle of the quarry. He rarely left it alone for long, and the pulsating light beating within as it drew up energy from the ether drew his eye like a moth to a flame. He wanted to feel that energy again, to feel it streaming through him. To feel like a god. Then he could have reduced the stinking, uncouth Ferine around him to ash with a click of his fingers. That would have felt so good. He lifted his hand towards it, not to connect with it, merely to feel the thrum of the ether pouring inside. To satiate his need for that power until the moment he could once again tap into its full potential. Had he been paying proper attention to his surroundings, he would have felt or at least sensed on some level, the weaving of the ether not far from him. When he lifted his hand to the Eluden, and instead found himself stopped short by an invisible barrier that gave his hand a green outline, he was momentarily surprised. Then a huge bolt of ether energy slammed into the ground, the shockwave sending a group of Ferine flying skywards. The mage weaved his own shield over himself as more bolts splashed down all around him, some dangerously close to the Eluden. The warning Vharaes had given him, about not damaging the Eluden in any way, or it would destroy him, ran around his head as chunks of earth and rocks blown up from the barrage smashed against the mystery shield around the crystal and bounced off. Coming to his senses, he screamed at the Ferine, "We're under attack. Get up, you stupid mutts, we're under attack." He tried to trace the paths of the falling energy bolts, and saw, high above on the cliffs overlooking the quarry, two figures with staves. He pointed. "There. Get up there and kill them. Hurry. Where the hell are the guards?" Up on the cliff, Serrel grunted as his staff vibrated heavily in his hands as fragments of stone bounced off his shield. His staff had started to become very twitchy of late. He wondered if he had accidentally damaged it during the many violent altercations he'd had over the last few days. Being bitten by a monster probably hadn't been good for it after all. "That last one was a little close, Mouse," he warned. "Sorry," said Mouse, sighting down the length of her staff. She weaved a bolt of energy so powerful it actually caused her to jerk backwards when she fired it. It hit the ground on the floor of the quarry, causing Ferine to scatter, and scattering parts of an unlucky elf all over his companions. "You're burning up energy too fast," Serrel commented. Mouse paused and considered this. "No," she decided. "I'm good." She fired another bolt downwards, and for the first time since he had met her, Serrel saw her smile. It was somewhat disconcerting. Behind him came the sounds of a struggle. Metal blades clashed briefly, then there was a gurgling sound, and the thud of a body hitting the ground. "That's 3, Victor commented. "Are we competing?" asked Mouse with interest as another Ferine exploded below. "No, Mouse. I'm just saying, that was 3 sentries that came for us." Victor paused, then drew a throwing knife and hurled it into the tree line. Something yelped, and fell over. 4. "There are about to be more," said Serrel. "It looks like they're getting ready to come up. Mouse, archers, dot." Mouse weaved a shield in front of them, and a barrage of arrows shattered upon the invisible barrier and dropped back down to the quarry below. Victor muttered something under his breath, and a ball of fire ignited in his left hand. He came up beside Serrel and threw the fireball at the archers below. The magical flames flared and spread out as the fireball hit the ground, distracting the Ferine rather than causing any real harm. But the blast of energy Mouse rained down on them after made sure they were not going to return fire anytime soon. Victor looked at her. "You're enjoying this far too much." "I take pride in my weaving." "Don't you?" "And you all thought I was the creepy one," Victor said to Serrel darkly. "Fire on the mage," Serrel told Mouse. "Keep him distracted, dot." "All right. But if I get through his barrier, it counts as 2. "We aren't competing," said Victor. "If you say so. But so you both know, 12. Boom. 13. "The guards from the road are coming back," Victor noted, ignoring her. Serrel saw Ferine running back from their posts guarding the road into the quarry. "That means Jurgen's clear," said Serrel. "Let's hope your sergeant can do her part," Victor replied. "Or we are going to be swarmed up here." 15, said Mouse. "Stop counting." To get to the top of the cliffs, the Ferine had to first make it into the forest, traveling up the steep incline at the quarry's edge. Mouse fired on them all the way. And worse for them was what was waiting in the forest for them. As the first group of Ferine made it halfway up the incline, the Hounds appeared from the tree line and fired down on them with bows. The Ferine were exposed, slowed too much by the steep slope, and caught without cover. Their height advantage let the 4 Hounds fire off several volleys, decimating their number. Meanwhile, the Nightblades and the 4 soldiers of the Legion followed behind the Ferine who had been guarding the road, and entered the quarry almost without resistance, and in the bedlam that Mouse laid down from the clifftop, managed to take the Ferine still in the camp by surprise. Serrel watched Jurgen make his entrance, and then saw the Hounds fighting on the other side of the quarry. With the Ferine in disarray, the 2 groups made the most of their surprise attack, and pushed ahead, into the camp. "All right, Mouse. You can stop now." Mouse paused, staff raised, and looked mildly disappointed. She fired one last bolt of energy down into the camp. "I got the mage," she said happily. "Well done," said Victor sardonically. "Let's get down there." "You sure you can keep up your shield from here, Serrel?" "I don't know," said Serrel. "It's easier to weave in this place, but I'm weaving that shield rather far away from me." We'll need to stay near the edge so I have a clear view. Alright then. We'll keep any Ferine off you. Let's go. Below them on the quarry floor, the mage groaned and stirred. Mouse's last attack had impacted his shield, and his old and worn staff had not taken the stain. It had snapped, and the force of the blast had blown the mage to the ground. He stared up, dazed, and saw the three figures moving along the cliff top. Then he looked at the Eluden, looming over him, pulsing with energy and locked away behind a shield. So much power, so close, and he couldn't touch it. It wasn't fair. Seething with rage, the mage climbed to his feet and ran at the Eluden. He hammered his bare hands against the barrier impotently, as Imperial soldiers and Ferine fought and died around him. He pressed his hands against the shield, and uttered a long string of ancient elven words of power, willing the Eluden to hear his pleas. Purely by luck, he spoke the words of power that activated the Eluden. The huge crystal lit up a deep crimson, and a beam of red light fired from its topmost point, tearing through Serrel's shield. Up on the cliff, feedback from the force of the energy beam ripping apart his shield transferred into Serrel's staff, nearly throwing it from his grasp. It did snap upwards and smack him in the side of the face, knocking him to the ground stunned. "Oh, dear," said Mouse. "Shit," agreed Victor. The elf mage laughed in joy. Charges of energy crackled like lightning across the surface of the Eluden, and arced across the air and into the mage's hand. He felt the energy fill him, limitless, pouring from the ether in a torrent. He lifted his free hand, and weaved the ether into a wide beam of red energy that he swept across the quarry. 2 Legion soldiers and several Ferine were cut into pieces instantly. Calyx saw the beam coming, and threw herself flat onto the ground as it flashed overhead. Then the mage turned, and directed all his anger onto the foolish magic weaver who thought to keep him from the Eluden's power. He lifted his hand, and fired at the figures on the cliff. Victor grabbed Serrel by the arm and dragged him to his feet. "Come on, we need to dash." "Look out!" Mouse screamed. The huge beam of energy cast by the mage hit the cliff, just below where the three were standing. Mouse threw a shield over them, but to no avail. The beam shot through her barrier as if it were not even there, and blew the rocky face of the cliff apart. Victor and Serrel suddenly found the ground beneath their feet dropping away. Victor was ahead of the pair, and managed to fall forwards and grab a hold of solid ground. Behind him Serrel had a second of unbridled panic, and then he was falling. There was the roaring of collapsing stone all around him, and above him he saw the faces of Mouse and Victor staring down at him in horror, and rapidly diminishing in size as he plummeted downwards. Strangely, it occurred to him that he was falling off a high cliff for the second time in 2 days. Now that was unlucky. And this time there wasn't going to be a river below to catch him. There was nothing to do except fall. The destroyed section of cliff hit the quarry floor and smashed to rubble, throwing up a billowing cloud of dust that swallowed up Serrel moments before he hit the ground. Then there was a huge force, yanking him upwards so hard he thought his joints would be torn from their sockets. Coughing from the dust and dazed from the unexpected assault, it took Serrel an embarrassingly long time to realize he had not hit the quarry floor and splattered into a bloody mess. He was in fact floating still in the air a meter or so above a large pile of broken white stone. He was wondering if he was hallucinating. If he had actually landed and was lying in a pile of broken limbs dreaming he had been miraculously saved. With eyes stinging from all the dust in the air, Serrel could just make out the weird green aura that ebbed around his floating form. Then whatever magic had saved his life was dispelled as quick as it had come, and Serrel dropped the short distance to the ground. The landing was not as bad as it should have been, but there wasn't really a gentle way to land on your back on solid rock. Serrel groaned, and rolled aside to get away from whatever jagged edge was poking him in the kidney. Through the cloud of dust around him, there came more flashes of red light, and maniacal laughter cut with bouts of ragged coughing. Serrel forced himself up, using his staff as a lever, and limped towards the ominous red glow that was obscured by dust. He saw the elven mage, half blinded by the dust cloud, firing indiscriminately at any moving shape he saw. He was killing more Ferine than Imperials, but didn't seem to care. His back was to Serrel, a long red arc of energy crackling through the air from the Eluden and into him. It was unsporting, but Serrel didn't really care at that moment. He lifted his staff, and fired the biggest bolt of energy he could weave into the mage's back. The mage's laugh died with a surprised grunt as his chest exploded outwards. His spell ended abruptly, but his connection to the Eluden didn't break. Somehow he managed to stay standing, and on wobbling legs he turned to face Serrel, the Eluden still pumping him full of energy. The mage looked at Serrel with eyes that were now pools of blinding red light. Even the hole Serrel had blown through his chest seemed ringed with red light. He was overflowing with ether energy. "You," the mage slurred. "You think you can? You think?" The mage's legs gave out on him, and he dropped to his knees. Except as he hit the ground, the light in his eyes flared brighter. Pinpricks of light began to appear across his skin as the energy within him began to leak out of his being. Serrel could only watch as the mage began to smoke, his body rapidly consumed by all the energy still pumping into him. Red pinpricks became giant holes of light in the elf's flesh. In seconds he was nothing but a blinding elf-shaped body of red light. Then with one blinding flash, he was gone. The arc that connected him to the Eluden crackled and discharged itself on the few tiny motes of dust that still remained of the elf. Then as suddenly as it had activated, the Eluden's outburst died. The beam that shot into the sky disappeared, and the crystal returned to sitting on the quarry floor, quietly feeding on the ether, its inner light pulsing to its own beat. Serrel stood there, stunned and still in shock, the area around him obscured by the thick dust. He heard low growls of pain, and someone groaning. Then a woman's voice started shouting, "I need help over here." It was Calyx. Serrel snapped from his stupor. Unable to see, he lifted his staff, and weaved the ether into a wave of force that exploded outwards from him in a circle. The shockwave was strong enough to clear the surrounding area of dust so that he could see again. Calyx was kneeling on the ground beside Holly. Holly lay on her side, a huge Ferine sword was buried up to its hilt in her back, its broad blade jutting out through her chest. "It's not bad," Holly said weakly. "Doesn't hurt." "Don't move," Calyx instructed. "Fresh meat's here. He can help." "Yay," Holly replied without conviction. Serrel knelt down beside her. He didn't even know where to begin. Shock and terror were clouding his mind. He forced himself to take a breath, and think through what he knew about healing spells. Gods damn it, he had never been all that good at healing spells. Tiny cuts and grazes were all well and good, but what the hell could you do about a bloody greatsword stuck? Stop the bleeding, he told himself. First thing in any injury, you had to stop the bleeding. He gently leaned over Holly and touched the tips of his fingers against the edges of her wounds. Holly groaned. "Serrel? I'm here, whole." He focused on the word of power Illisold, reshaping his energy so it could pass into her. "I'm sorry I made fun of you before," said Holly. "Stop talking, Wells," Calyx told her. "I shouldn't have made fun of your story," Holly went on regardless. "It wasn't right." "That's all right, whole," Serrel replied offhand. He thought he had his energy in the shape compatible with the girl's aura. He slowly allowed it to trickle into her. "It isn't funny that you can't go home," he heard Holly saying. "I can't go home either." "Serrel," she grabbed at his sleeve weakly. "You have to. You have tell my father something for me." "You can tell him yourself," replied Serrel, not really listening. He was trying to get the energy into her body. Trying to give the severed flesh a boost so it would start healing. But the blood wouldn't stop. "Tell my father I'm sorry," Holly continued. "He didn't want me to join the Legion. We argued, and he was so mad. The blood wouldn't stop." "Why wouldn't the blood stop? There was enough energy, gods damn it." "Fathers are like that," Calyx said gently. They always think they know what's best. But I'm sure he forgives you, Holly. You don't know my father, said Holly. She closed her eyes. I want to go home. You will. Just picture it in your mind. What does it look like? Our cottage, with the thatched roof. The dog liked to sleep under the stairs. My stupid little brothers, always underfoot. Serrel cursed inwardly. The damn spell wasn't working, and he wasn't sure why. He started over. Just picture it in your mind, Holly. Calyx stroked the girl's hair. I just want to go home. Just one more time. Serrel weaved the ether once more with Illisold. But now he could not seem to match Holly's aura. Fresh meat. Why did this have to be so hard? Serrel. A calloused hand closed over his wrist. He looked up into Calyx's face. Her expression said it all. Serrel looked down at Holly Wells lying still on the ground. He fell back and sat down hard. He noticed his hands were streaked with her blood. I didn't save her, he breathed. There was nothing you could have done, said Calyx. There was. Maybe I didn't, he tried to think, tried to figure out what had gone wrong. This wasn't your fault, Calyx told him sternly. I didn't save her. Neither did I. Serrel felt like something was crushing his chest. He couldn't breathe. You were right about me, he said. Fresh meat. When we first met, you were right. What is the point? What is the point of weaving if I can't even help save the life of just one person? You've saved plenty of lives. If it weren't for you, more than one of us would have been dead by now. But sometimes it doesn't matter how good you are, or how hard you try, sometimes the lives of other people are just beyond your control. She stood up stiffly as the rest of their group slowly gathered around them. Brant's face fell. Oh, no. What's happening? Calyx asked. The dog breath swallowed hard. The bloody Ferine did a runner after their bloody mage went bonkers. They'll be back. We need to finish this quickly. Brant? Brant! Brant looked up. Sergeant? You know where we left the elf. See if he's still alive and bring him here. But dash. Move it, Corporal O'Kellen. Yes, Sergeant. Brant turned and ran back to the woods where they had left Dulril hiding. How many did we lose? Calyx asked. 4, answered Jurgen. Including your girl. I'm sorry, Calyx. She was a soldier. She was brave. What about your new boy, and the mouse? I saw them on the cliff, they're coming down. They turned to regard the Eluden, still pulsing ominously with light. So that's what all this fuss was about, Calyx said. We can't just smash it? Asked Dogbreath. Let's see what the elf has to say. Dulril soon showed up following behind Brant. He looked at the Eluden in awe and wonder. He started to smile, then he saw Holly and blanched. Oh, my, he whispered sadly. Come on, elf, we haven't got day, Jurgen grumbled. Dulril ignored him, and knelt by Holly's side. Serrel heard him mutter a prayer in Elvish. What does that mean? Serrel asked him. It is a prayer used when a traveler dies on the road. We beseech the gods to carry their spirit back to their home. Fitting. Are you hurt, Caster Hawthorne? Serrel looked at his hands. It isn't my blood. Dulril nodded, and stood up. Come along, Caster Hawthorne. We are not finished yet, and we are still, ourselves, a long way from home. He held out his hand to Serrel. Serrel hesitated, then took it, and let the elf help him to his feet. Then he pulled off his coat and covered Holly's body. Now, let us take a look at this ancient wonder, said Dulril. He went to the large crystal and examined at it reverently. Oh, my! All of my life I have dreamt about looking upon one of the Anphili. And now you get to break one, said Dogbreath. I know, sighed Dulril. A shame. But, one does what one must. As he walked a slow circle around the Eluden, Serrel heard rapid footsteps behind him. He half turned, but found a pair of thin arms wrapped around his midsection. We thought you were dead. Mouse exclaimed. I'm fine. How are you two? Us? Said Victor. We're peachy. We weren't the ones who fell off a cliff. How did you do it? Do what? Victor rolled his eyes. Not go splat when you hit the ground. Shield? No, that wouldn't have worked. What are you talking about? You mean it wasn't you two? Serrel looked back and forth at them. It all happened so fast, said Mouse. One moment you were there, the next you were gone, but I was too busy hanging on, agreed Victor. There wasn't time to do anything. Serrel glanced around the group. Don't look at me, said Calyx. I didn't even see what happened until Cliff fell, said Jurgen. I haven't weaved in years anyway. Are you sure you didn't do it yourself? Subconsciously? Serrel thought about the way he had stopped in midair. No. I'm sure I didn't. You must have. There's no one else. Except Annabella, and that sort of weaving is beyond her. Can we focus on one crisis at a time? Snapped Calyx. Elf, how's it coming? Slowly, Sergeant, replied Dulril. Where is Annabella? Asked Victor. I'm here, the other assassin said, rejoining the group. And look what I found. She shoved a man in a torn Legion uniform onto his knees in front of Jurgen. Calyx frowned. Morton? Ah. Hello, Sergeant, said the former mage. I should have known it was you. You always had a poor sense of timing. He tried to rise, and was pushed back down by Annabella. This one of yours? Jurgen asked with a raised eyebrow. Not by choice. But technically he is in the Hounds. Morton, what the hell are you doing here? I'm a prisoner, Sergeant. I would have thought that was obvious. Annabella snorted. A prisoner. Of the Ferine, she said disbelievingly. I found him in an unguarded tent, unbound, unharmed, surrounded by these. She handed Jurgen an old and worn book with a frayed leather cover. It looked like it had suffered fire damage at some point. So the Ferine captured you, and then invited you to peruse their library, said Calyx. You'll forgive us if we seem a bit skeptical about that. If I could explain, Sergeant, I'm sure. Morton trailed off when he saw Dulril reaching out to the Eluden. Don't touch that. Dulril jumped backwards in surprise. What? Who are you? Don't touch it. Morton hissed. You don't know what you're doing, you stupid elf. Do you have any idea what this is? I might have a vague idea, yes, Dulril replied, affronted. If you break it, Morton tried to stand, and was again shoved back on his knees by Annabella. You, Calyx pointed at Dulril. Get back to work. You, she rounded on Morton. Answer my question. What are you doing here? When the camp was attacked, I was taken prisoner, Morton replied, trying to see around her at what Dulril was doing. The Ferine don't take prisoners unless they're planning to eat them. They especially don't give them their own tent and some reading material. The one in charge, the Mage. He wasn't Ferine. He recognized my worth and offered me the chance to see the Eluden for myself. And you just went along with him, willingly? Of course, said Morton impatiently. What was I supposed to do? Maybe not surrender, suggested Brant. Serrel thought about what he knew of the man. An unpleasant idea occurred to him. The Ferine don't take prisoners, so that when they attacked the camp and found you, they wouldn't have dragged you all the way back to their leader, he said. You went to them, didn't you? Of course I did, said Morton unabashed. When I saw that light in the sky, I knew what it meant. We had no hope against that sort of power. We should have surrendered to them straight away. But no. Not in the Legion. Death or glory every time. And they didn't just kill you then and there. What did you give them? Asked Calyx. Whatever they wanted, Morton replied. Names, numbers, tactics. Anything that would prove my usefulness. But what they really wanted was my expertise. My arcane knowledge. But what they wanted most was help figuring out how to control the Eluden. It was a privilege. You bastard, said Calyx levelly. I always knew you were a piece of shit, but for you to turn on us like this dash. Turn on you? Morton almost laughed. People like you have led us into a war we cannot possibly win. You would have us fight to the last man, and for what? I am trying to save us, all of us. You are all fools. You want us all to surrender to the Ferine, and we're the fools? Asked Serrel. Do you idiots have any idea what this is? Morton said in agitation. This isn't a weapon. It is a gateway to unlimited power. With this, we can do anything. All your petty wars and squabbles are irrelevant now that we have an Eluden in our grasp. Correction, said Calyx. In my grasp. Please. You aren't worthy. Calyx looked about in amusement. Did he really just say that? He really did, replied Victor. Well, Morton. These unworthy hands are the ones currently in possession of your precious crystal. And you know what? Wait until you see what I am going to do with it. She turned back to Dulril. Elf? You're running out of time. Patience, Sergeant, said Dulril. He squatted by the base of the Eluden, and pointed to 3 broad metal rings that encircled the bottom of the crystal. Each ring was covered with a row of elvish runes. I believe these are how you control it. The rings turn and instruct the Eluden on what to do. Off and on, rate of flow, that sort of thing. So can you turn it off? I believe I can, said Dulril with confidence that didn't match his expression. You're going to dash, started Morton. Annabella slapped him across the head. Unless you're planning to help, shut your mouth. Dulril very slowly reached out, and with extreme reluctance, gently placed his hands on the topmost ring. There were no sparks, and he did not catch on fire. Emboldened, he tentatively gave the ring a turn to the left. It was slightly stiff, and he was afraid of forcing it too much and causing any damage that would accidentally set the Eluden off and obliterate everyone in the vicinity. But the ring turned into a new position with a faint click, and no one died. Dulril let out a pent-up breath, and turned it further. Then he turned the second and third rings into the position he wanted. When the last symbol aligned, the inner light of the Eluden stopped pulsing, and stayed steady. I believe that has stopped it from siphoning energy from the ether, Dulril explained. Can I smash it now? Asked Dogbreath. Not yet. First we must empty it of all its stored energy. Then, and only then, can you safely, smash it. He. Dogbreath hefted his axe in anticipation. You cannot be serious, fumed Morton. You're an elf. Your kind created the Eluden, how can you stand there and even contemplate destroying it? Because my kind also went to a great deal of trouble to ensure that they remained hidden, you idiot. Snapped Dulril with uncharacteristic venom. He exhaled sharply. In a calmer voice he addressed the others. Now, I am not entirely sure how to make the Eluden safely discharge its energy on its own. However, from what we have seen, it appears likely that we can tap into the Eluden's supply and discharge the energy ourselves. I will need anyone who can weave. Serrel, Mouse, Victor and Annabella stepped tentatively towards the Eluden. I'll sit this one out, said Jurgen. In case you all die. Thanks, Captain, said Annabella sardonically. It's good to know you have our backs. If you die, then at least one of us should be able to continue the mission, Jurgen replied coldly. What are the chances of us dying exactly? Asked Serrel. Because I'm not sure how many of you saw that mage, but he didn't look too good at the end. I am quite certain this poses little risk, said Dulril, with very little confidence. What do we do, Dot? All you need to do is lay your hands on the Eluden's surface, and concentrate. You need to form a link with it, with which you can draw out its energy. I fear this will be remarkably simple. More importantly, you must try and limit the amount of energy you absorb. If you take too much, you run the risk of flooding yourself with ether energy, and you may cause your physical body to prematurely sublimate into the ether. Do what into the ether? Asked Victor. Turn into pure energy and explode, clarified Serrel. I think that's what happened to the mage. It looked painful. On the contrary, explained Dulril. Since every tiny cell of your body is being reduced to its component particles, you would no longer have a body left to feel pain. That's lucky, said Mouse. Sure, said Victor. We can all explode into nothing, but at least we won't have to feel it. Exactly. Look on the bright side. So once we connect to the Eluden, and assuming our particles don't make any sudden breaks for freedom, what do we do? Weave, said Dulril. Weave as fast as you can, with as much energy as you can. Do not hold back. You need to drain as much energy as possible. The Eluden will be leaking a prodigious amount into the air as heat and light. You just need to help it along. Obviously, I would like to help you myself, but, well, if things do not go according to plan. You need to survive to think of something else, finished Victor. Fine. We get it. Serrel exhaled. Let's get this over with. Although, you lot may want to back up a safe distance, he told the group. How far? Asked Calyx. He looked at the Eluden, and thought about the energy the elven mage had carelessly thrown around. The other side of the Empire would be my suggestion, he replied. For now. Let's say the tree line. You heard the man. Anyone who doesn't want to go up in a puff of smoke, fall back to the trees. Come on, you useless git, said Dog Breath as he hauled Morton upright. Try anything and I'll bite your face off. How droll, said Morton. He looked at Serrel. I knew you were small, Hawthorne. But I had hoped you would have had more sense than this. Sorry to disappoint, replied Serrel. Now, sod off, Dot. The group retreated a safe distance back beyond the trees, leaving the four mages standing around the Eluden. Annabella sighed. I swore I wasn't going to do stuff like this anymore. You mean siphoning off a near unlimited supply of energy from an ancient and mysterious object that will most likely kill us all? Asked Victor. I meant doing anything at all with the ether, she replied. Nothing good ever comes from this sort of thing. They looked with uncertainty at one another. I'll go first, said Serrel resignedly. If I don't explode or anything, join in one at a time. With that, he stepped up the Eluden, and gently laid one hand onto its surface. Against all reason, it was ice cold. And within the hard, glassy material he thought he could feel a gentle vibration under his hand. A faint pulse. It was hard to describe the sensation that came next in physical terms. He could feel the energy inside the Eluden, lapping at the crystalline walls like a great lake that laps at the walls of a dam. Once it was a river that rushed and crashed, and now it was held still, stationary and stagnant. You merely had to open the sluice gates and the true power could be unleashed. If the dam wall crumbled and fell, everything before it would be washed away. It seemed to Serrel that the walls of this particular dam were frighteningly paper-thin for the roiling force that awaited behind them. As he probed the energy of the crystal, he swore he could feel something probing back. Tendrils of energy that ebbed inside of him, feeling their way in the space of his being. He had used a lot of energy fighting the mage, and the ether had not yet trickled back into him. The Eluden seemed to be examining the edges of the hollow, as if noting the space that was there. Space that was vacant and able to receive its own energy. Serrel wondered if the Eluden was, in some way, alive. He focused on the energy within the Eluden, and its faint tendrils coiling longing around him. He tried to match his aura with the energy, as one did when accepting energy from another mage. The Eluden's reaction was instantaneous. Like a hole ripped in a dam, the weight of the lake above forcing itself down upon it, the energy exploded into him. It was like being struck by lightning, except lightning that turned into liquid when it hit you, and forced itself into your veins, flowing through you, filling even small niche of your body and soul with power. And even that was barely a drop of the vast ocean of energy suddenly pouring from the Eluden. There was no way to control the torrent that roared forth. Perhaps as a safeguard, its creators had ensured that the majority of the energy was discharged into the air as the giant red beam that formed the aurora ethereal. Serrel was filled in seconds, and felt himself brimming over with energy. Alarmed, he lifted his staff and fired off a long blast of energy, much as the elven mage had done. He saw the other three jump in surprise as the beam rent through the air, causing a crack like thunder. Its light cast a bloody red hue over all the quarry. Mouse waited patiently to see if Serrel was going to burst into flames, or turn to smoke. When he remained seemingly whole and corporeal, she calmly stepped forward and touched the crystal with her own hand. She jerked with a start as the energy poured into her. "Wow," she said, wide-eyed. She lifted her own staff and fired off her own beam of energy. It was bigger than Serrel's. Victor and Annabella exchanged reluctant glances, then one after the other joined them at the Eluden. The four of them weaved the energy as fast as they could, but it barely seemed to make any difference. The torrent did not seem to let up at all. Serrel looked up at the vast beams of light discharging into the blue sky. All that energy, just wasted into the nothingness. He thought he could understand why Morton felt the way he did about the Eluden. With it you could do anything. His glance fell on Hollywell's body, lying under his bloodied and travel-worn coat. He wondered how far that went. If you could do anything, could you bring back the dead? Could you seal the wounds and shock the heart into beating, and force lungs to take in air? Could you fill the flesh with enough energy in place of a soul so that the body itself remembered who it was meant to be? It was so tempting, the power and the ability right there, coursing through him. But Serrel remembered that he was not a god. That he had no control over anything, let alone the life and death of others. All you could do was weave as fast as you could, and save whoever you could. So instead, he turned to the cliffs that overlooked the quarry floor. He had never worked with stone before. But really, at this moment in time, how different would it be from wood? He lowered his staff and pointed it at the cliffs. He weaved. It did not matter how much energy they burned, the Eluden had more. It seemed that the harder they weaved, the more energy filled them up. It was as though the energy trapped inside wanted to be used. As if it were not the Eluden that was alive, as Serrel had pondered briefly before, but the ether itself. Trapped like an animal in cage, and suddenly released to be what it was meant to be. To burn and heal. To grow mountains and turn the world on its axis. To flow through all things. The time seemed to drag on and on for them, but in truth the entire process took only a few minutes. But the energy rushed forth so easily and willingly that when it was completely used up, when the flow died, the sudden quiet was shocking. And within the Eluden there appeared a great hollow, a void more vast and empty than Serrel had ever felt within himself. And whereas the Eluden previously gave without measure, the sudden vacuum sucked at their beings. Serrel felt his spirit being drained into the gaping maw of the Eluden, and jumped back in shock. He lost contact with Crystal, and fell backwards to the ground, landing roughly on his rear end. 3 more thuds and yelps of shock suggested his companions had done the same. There was a moment of silence, then Annabella exclaimed, "What was that?" "What was what?" Victor asked. "At the end, before I lost contact, there was this great big hole right in the middle of that thing." "Oh, that," said Serrel shakily. "It was the hollow. The Eluden actually felt the hollow when it ran out of energy." "That's the hollow everyone goes on about?" Annabella asked in shock. "You've never felt it before?" "No. I've never really done enough weaving to get that far." She shuddered. "And frankly, I never want to again." They stood up and dusted themselves off. Serrel saw that the Eluden had gone from being a blood-red color to being completely transparent like glass. It was completely empty. "Guess that worked then," commented Victor. "It was fun," said Mouse. "Pity we can't do that again." "Are you joking?" Annabella asked her in disbelief. Mouse shrugged. "It felt good, knowing that for few moments there was nothing in the world that could touch me. And now I'll probably never feel that way again." She pointed at the cliffs. "I like what Serrel did though." "It's a good likeness," agreed Annabella. With all the energy at his disposal, Serrel had used it to engrave on the cliff face above them a huge likeness of Holly Wells. She had a bow in one hand and a sword in the other, and wore the same impatient and determined expression she had often worn in life. Footsteps heralded the return of the rest of the group. They stared up the stone engraving silently. "Not bad, fresh meat," conceded Calyx. "I think she'd have liked it," said Brant. "It would have gone to her head though, to see herself carved in stone 100 meters high. It's not even close to 100 meters. Wherever she is now, she'll be telling people it was 100 meters high." "I know I would." He sighed. "Bye, hole." Dog Breath turned to the Eluden. "Can I smash it now?" He whined. Dulril gave the crystal a quick examination whilst behind him, Morton looked on Darley. "I suppose so," said Dulril. "Finally," said Dog Breath. He lifted his axe and charged the Eluden. "Wait, you should dash dot." There was an almighty crash as Dog Breath's axe slammed into the smooth clear surface of the crystal, and the Eluden shattered into hundreds of pieces. He stared at the mess. "That's it?" he asked in disappointment. "I did say they were fragile. I could have sneezed and taken the bloody thing out." "Animals," they heard Morton hiss in disgust. He turned his back on the ruined Eluden, unable to look at it. "Be glad we aren't leaving you in a similar mess," Calyx told him. "We've done what we came for. Let's get going before the Ferine regroup." "After that display, they'd have to be idiots," said Victor. "We can't leave Holly here," said Serrel suddenly. He turned to Calyx. "We left all those others behind, the soldiers, your dog. We can't leave her just lying here, but..." "We don't have time for this," started Jurgen. "So go," Calyx replied coldly. "We'll make the time. Look around the camp." The Ferine didn't carry the damn crystal around on their shoulders, they'd have smashed it to pieces long ago. Brant found the cart they had been using, along with an old and rather irritable donkey the Ferine had resisted eating long enough to have it pull the cart. In the back of the cart, there was a strange wooden construction with a lot of springs and clockwork that was probably used to hold the Eluden and prevent it from getting bumped on the journey. As a craftsman, Serrel took a moment to appreciate the workmanship on the framework, before he violently broke it into pieces, letting his anger and frustrations vent on the inanimate object as he hurled it to the ground and hammered it beyond repair. He imagined the Ferine as he tore it to splinters. When he was done, he found the others staring at him. "Sorry," he said weakly. They loaded Holly and the 3 soldiers into the back of the cart, and covered them with a piece of cloth cut from one of the Ferine tents. Dulril examined the contents of the tents, taking a few items he thought might be of value, and then Mouse set fire to them without a word. With Jurgen impatiently leading them on, the group set off with dog breath at the reins of the cart. Behind them lay just smoke and ruin, and the likeness of a dead girl carved in white stone. Unseen by anyone, a dark, winged shadow circled high in the sky overhead, and watched as the group disappeared down the road. Part 5, Old Faces. They stuck close to the main road, just in case they ran into anyone else from the Legion. They did not know how many Ferine still roamed the forests. The sky to the east was becoming darker and more foreboding, signaling the future onset of an autumnal storm. They came across an inn at the side of the road as the first clap of thunder echoed across the land. "Maybe we should stop for the night and wait out this storm," suggested Annabella. "We aren't far from Volumir," said Dorrel. "But it will be dark by the time we get there, and this storm will be over us well before then." Calyx looked at the building. It looked quiet and empty. "Let's take a look," she said. "Dog breath, Blackwood, check the stable. Jurgen, you and Kincaid sweep around the building." "You know I outrank you," said Jurgen. "Captain Jurgen, sir, respectfully, you and Kincaid check around the goddamn building. Brant, Pointy, watch Morton. The rest of you with me." Serrel, Mouse and the remaining soldier, whose name Serrel hadn't caught, followed Calyx and Vost into the inn. It was dark, and there was a faint smell of smoke in the air. The main room was wide and spacious, full of tables. A long counter sat opposite the front door. Calyx pointed Serrel to the back rooms, to check out the kitchens and the storerooms, while she and the others searched the rooms on the upper story. Serrel illuminated his way with a glowing ember he weaved at the end of his staff. In the dim light he saw the kitchens were empty. Someone seemed to have taken all the food with them. "Anything interesting?" Serrel started, then sighed. "Bloody assassins." He turned to find Annabella grinning at him. "Nothing," he said. "Where did you come from?" "Through the cellar. Looks like someone cleared the place out. Come on." They went back to the main room. Annabella went behind the counter and looked around. They even cleared out the strongbox, she noted. She turned to the row of barrels along the wall behind the counter and drummed on them with her fist. They were all empty, except one. "I bet the Legion passed by here." "Why do you think that?" "You clearly haven't been in the Legion long. No army is going to walk past this place and not stop for a drink." Calyx and the others stomped back down the stairs. "Empty," said Calyx. She pulled up a stool and sat beside Serrel at the counter. "This place has been stripped bare." "I was just saying that," said Annabella. She was wiping a tankard clean, and grinned. You look like you've been through the wars, mate, what'll it be?" she asked, putting on the strange accent that people in the Imperial capital sometimes had. "3 pints of your finest ale, good lady," replied Serrel. "And a small shandy for Mouse." "My mother told me I should never drink," said Mouse. "Why on earth would anyone tell you something like that?" asked Calyx. "She said alcohol makes woman weak and insensible, and turns men into beasts." "True," agreed Annabella. "The bit about men at least. There you go, love. Drink up." She laid a row of tankards on the counter, and slid a small cup in front of Mouse. Serrel waited until Calyx took a swallow from her drink before he drank his own. The door opened. "Are you all drinking on duty?" asked Victor. "Are you all drinking on duty and didn't invite me?" complained Dogbreath. Brant and Dorrel followed them, and not long after, Brant shoving Morton in before him. He pushed Morton into a seat in the corner where he could keep an eye on him, and joined the others at the counter. Calyx held up her tankard. "To fallen friends." They held up their drinks in respectful silence, then drank. After the long day they had gone through, it was a welcome respite. Mouse looked at her empty cup. I don't see what the fuss is about, she commented. It isn't bad, critiqued Victor. We brewed better ale at the monastery, though. Blackwood ale. Now that's the stuff, agreed Dogbreath. The Alesh of this region are adequate, commented Dulrel. But if you really want to relax after a long day, you cannot go past a decent elvish wine made from even berries. He sighed at the thought. Wine, Dogbreath made a rude noise. That's not a proper drink. You can't quaff wine. Wine is not for quaffing, dear sir. You savor it on the tongue. It's drink, not a woman, elf. Even this pissweak ale is better than some snooty elvish wine. You bad-mouthin' my establishment or what? Said Annabella. Stop talking like that, said Calyx. You think I'm talking funny or something? I mean it, Kincaid. That's it. You're barred. You're all idiots, came a contemptuous voice. You're barred as well, Annabella told Morton. Look at you all. Trying to let yourselves forget that soon, you're all going to die, Morton said. You may as well drink yourselves into a blind stupor. That may be the only way you can numb yourselves to the pain that's coming. I plan to, said Dogbreath with a grin. Tell me something, said Serrel. Was Morton always this big a git, or is this a new thing? He was always an obnoxious twat, said Brant. This gloomy, death-to-all stuff is new though. Calyx turned and gave Morton an expression that suggested she would dearly love to skin him alive. Are you still being sore about your stupid crystal? She asked. It doesn't matter. No, it doesn't. It's gone. And good riddance. You'll have to seek your ultimate power elsewhere, Serrel told him. He wants ultimate power, eh? Said Brant. There's a shock. Always had him pegged as the evil wizard type. Oh, yes, said Serrel. He has plans to move land, or be a mountain, or some kind of bollocks. Don't mock me, boy, said Morton. But what you really meant, said Serrel, was that you wanted to lord over everyone else, like a god. You aren't interested in ending war, bringing peace to man. Bastards like you just like ruling over everyone else. You're no different from Vharaes. You don't know me, Hawthorne, Morton snapped. And I don't want to, Serrel replied. I know your type. And I've had enough of it, thank you. He turned away. Idiots, Morton muttered. Then aloud, there's another Illudan. All eyes in the room turned on him. Come again? Said Calyx slowly. The elves have another Illudan, repeated Morton. I don't think I was supposed to know, but I heard them talking about it. It came from the mountains, via a different route from the first. By now it's already in Volumir, but... Well, isn't it nice of you to finally share, said Calyx dangerously. Anything else? No. I already told you, you're all dead. Just like the Legion. If you go to Volumir, you'll join them. The Legion aren't dead, said Victor. I saw the Illudan in action. I saw what it did. You are a fool to think anyone could escape its power. Well, I know for a fact at least one person got away. Victor tapped the surface counter with his forefinger. Mouse looked over and saw carved in the wood the words, Greasy Timwosre. Timmy made it, she exclaimed happily. Yes. And if that greasy little pillock could survive, then anyone could have. Victor stared coldly at Morton. The door opened again, letting in a gust of cold air. The area around us looks empty, said Jurgen. If we want to wait out the storm, this looks like the place to do it. We aren't waiting, said Calyx. We need to get back to the Legion, right now. The storm broke over them as night fell. The rain lashed at the group, but Calyx set a rapid pace, undaunted by the raging elements against her. Serrel wasn't sure how it was she knew what direction to move in, but he and the others followed without question, though the Nightblades occasionally threw each other dubious looks. As the night drew on, they crested one final hill, and demonstrating an unexpected sense of melodrama, the rain eased off enough to let them see the trade city of Valyamir lying before them, lit up only by sporadic torchlight. It must have been quite a spectacular sight during the day, but in the rain-swept night, its tall walls and darkened buildings looked ominous. Looming over it all was a tall tower that jutted out from the fortress in the city's center. "Welcome home, elf," Calyx told Dulril. "I wish I could say it was a happy occasion," replied the elf. "Look," Annabella pointed to the fields around the city, where the flames of torches and campfires could be seen. "The Legion." "What's left of it," said Calyx. "Looks like we still have numbers on our side," noted Brant happily. "Isn't that nice? Let's go before we all freeze to death." They continued down the road, until they came upon the first sentry post. The two soldiers on duty looked even more wet and bedraggled than they did. "Halt, who goes there?" called one sentry. "We're Legion," Calyx replied. "We're from the Hounds." "You lot don't look like Legion," said the second. "What, do you think we're Ferine in disguise?" asked Brant. "Ugly enough to be," the soldier replied. Calyx went up to him, and got right in his face, faster than he could draw a sword. "Listen, boy, I have had a long, trying week. I am cold, wet, and thoroughly pissed off. So why don't you stop being clever and run off to whoever is in charge and tell them that Sergeant Calyx has important information for them? And you'd best make it quick, because if I have to wait, things will become very unpleasant for you." The soldier stared at her levelly. Without looking away, he told his companion, "Run and get the sergeant." "But forget the sergeant," said Calyx. "I want an officer. No one below the rank of captain. Move it, maggot." The first soldier ran off as fast as he could. His companion matched Calyx's stare. "If you're Legion, where have you been?" he asked. "Extended scouting mission." "How come I never heard about it? Why would anyone tell you anything? You're clearly an utter moron. You want to watch your tone." "You don't scare me, Dreadlocks." Calyx responded to this by headbutting him in the face, and taking his sword while he clutched at his broken nose. "If you were in my unit, I'd have just killed you," she told him. "And I'd have you, he, added Dogbreath. "Now get out of my way, or I break something else." Still holding his nose, the soldier stepped out of the way, glaring daggers at her. Calyx dropped his sword in the mud, and pushed past. The others followed behind her. "Serves you right," Mouse told him as she filed by. The Legion wasn't in quite the same shape as Serrel remembered it. A large number of supplies had been lost during the attack, including a number of tents. The new camp was filled with a number of makeshift shelters hastily erected by soldiers so they could get out of the rain. Mostly they were just ruined sheets of cloth, held up by whatever was available, including more than a few spears. All around, wet men and women huddled around what little cover there was, the choicest spots being by the few fires that were blazing fiercely out of the rain. Soldiers looked over at the group, but did nothing to hinder their progress. Calyx wove through the camp, aiming for the largest of the few tents that remained whole. They were met halfway by the sentry they had met earlier. Behind him was Captain Snow. "Sergeant?" said Snow. "And what time do you call this?" Calyx sighed in visible relief. "Captain. It's good to see you again." "You as well, Sergeant. Although I have half a mind to formally reprimand you. You know I have never abided tardiness." "I did tell you the mage would slow me down, sir." To be fair, Serrel had to defend himself. Jumping into the river was the sergeant's idea. "The things you get up to, Calyx," said Snow with an amused smile. "Come on, let's get you all out of the rain." But he led them to one of the tents, and held the flap while the group filed in. Inside the large tent, most of the space was taken up by a long table. Delaney had apparently taken along her very own table to serve in their makeshift war room. It had not survived the previous attack unscathed. At least a quarter of it was missing, the wood around the missing section black and scorched. A missing leg had been replaced with an axe handle. But it was dry and warm in the tent, or at least drier and warmer than outside. "Go fetch the generals, there's a good chap," Snow told the messenger, who went back out into the rain. Snow turned back to the group. "Well, looks like you've had an interesting time." "You too, from what I've heard," said Calyx. "How did the Hounds fare?" Snow sighed. "We lost a few of our people, Sergeant. I lost a bit of myself as well." He held up his heavily bandaged hand. "2 fingers. And I liked those fingers. They were quite useful. Fortunately, I still kept my ring finger, or my wife would have murdered me." "I'm sorry, sir. Holly didn't make it, either." "That's unfortunate. She was a good soldier. We brought her body with us, along with 3 others. We should give them a proper burial." "We will. We haven't had a chance to properly deal with our casualties." "I heard that as well," Calyx frowned. "Did the general really order the wounded to be left behind?" "I'm afraid so. We broke what was left of our camp and pursued the Ferine. I think General Roth may have sent someone back for them, though, but when we saw the camp, there were very few wounded left. Ferine were all over the place. We had leave a lot of people behind after." "Well, it's a long story, sir. Let's leave it for when the generals arrive. I see you found Morton at least. We'd thought he'd died in the attack." "No. But going to wish he had." Snow glanced at Morton, who didn't meet his gaze, and then at Brant, who was still holding a knife at the man's back. "Oh. How disappointing." The tent flap was roughly opened, and 3 more people entered. Arch-General Delaney and General Roth were followed in by an older man with a long white beard clad in sodden green robes. Everything about him screamed wizard. "This had better be good, Snow," said Delaney impatiently. She sniffed in irritation as the smell of wet dog hit her nose. She glared down at Vost, where he was sheltering under the table. The dog stared back. "What's the meaning of this?" "General, ma'am, this is Sergeant Calyx," said Snow. "As you know, I sent her out on mission to find our missing men." "That was days ago," Delaney replied casually, as if missing men were of little importance. "Did she at least find them?" "They were dead, ma'am," said Calyx. "Tragic," Delaney said without interest. "Anything else?" "Because I have," her voice trailed off when she spotted Dulril. "Who's this supposed to be?" "General, this Dulril Halvinas, patrician of Volumir," explained Calyx, in a voice suggesting her own patience was hanging by a thread. "And now, if you don't mind lending me a few moments of your precious time, ma'am, there are things you need to know." Delaney listened with pursed lips as Calyx, along with Dulril and Jurgen, explained the events they had gone through during the last few days. She kept it concise and to the point, downplaying anything heroic performed on anyone's behalf, and trying to keep the recrimination from her voice when she described events at the old camp. "So," Delaney said slowly at the end, "you're trying to tell me you think Vharaes is using ancient elven relics to attack us, and that he still has one in the city?" "Yes, ma'am." "Fascinating," said the wizardly man for the first time. "Bullshit," said Delaney. A less controlled person might have frowned, or twitched nervously. Calyx stayed completely stony-faced. "It's the truth, ma'am. We saw one of these things for ourselves, and we destroyed it." "We all saw it, General," added Jurgen. "And based on the word of a confessed traitor, you believe there is another one in the city. Why hasn't he used it yet?" "Maybe he's waiting for daylight, or maybe just for us to attack." "Maybe he's waiting for Elsbereth forces to arrive," suggested Snow. The extra reinforcements sent by the king will arrive tomorrow morning in time for our assault. Vharaes might want to destroy the legion in front of his countrymen, just to show them how powerful he is. It would be quite the message. Maybe, parroted Delaney. Do you actually know anything for certain? We know the amount of damage one of these things can do if they turn it on us. Ma'am, said Calyx pointedly. Delaney glared at her, and then at Jurgen. And you, she said to Jurgen. You know, I don't recall authorizing your Nightblades for any missions. As you know, General, Jurgen replied with a smile. My Nightblades and I often take orders directly from the Empress and her inner council. So my sister has sent you on a mission. And there I was thinking I was supposed to be in command of the Legion. Am I allowed to know the details of your secret mission? Of course. I'm going to kill Vharaes. But for that, I'll need him, Jurgen pointed at Dulril. Delaney stiffened, and stared at the elf. Him. The elf says he can get us into the city, perhaps even the fortress, but he failed to elaborate. She sniffed. Really? Oh, yes, said Dulril enthusiastically. I know all of the old tunnels running into and out of the city. I doubt the Ferine could have found them all. And most importantly, he rolled up his sleeve and showed them his tattoo of office. This mark was crafted especially to be able to open several secret passages into and out of the fortress. Even if he knew about them, Vharaes would have no way of sealing them himself. Unless he tortured the city council, added Annabella. Oh, well, yes, there is that. General, you give me the elf and a few men, and not only will I take care of the Eluden, I will personally deliver you Vharaes' head, Jurgen promised. And it just so happens I have a few good men available, ma'am, added Snow. Delaney messaged her temples. For someone just given an advantage in the upcoming siege of Volumir, she did not look particularly happy. Let me think about this, she said. Leave your prisoner. We're going to have a little talk. You too, elf. The rest of you go. Oh, I don't care, just get out. The group filed out of the tent. Outside, the rain had degraded into an irritating drizzle, but thunder still boomed close by. She's not very nice, commented Mouse. I'm sure she's all warm and fuzzy once you get to know her, said Brant. You know, like a bear. A perpetually angry bear. Serrel looked about. It was strange having so many of the Legion around after days in the forest. Don't just stand around gawking, you lot, said Calyx. We're safe at last. To a degree, said Victor. Vharaes could attack at any minute. He's not attacking yet. Make the most of it. Find something warm to eat and someplace dry to rest. Things are going to get exciting tomorrow morning. Just for a change. She's right, agreed Jurgen. Blackwood, Kincaid, with me. We have a mission to prepare for. I guess I wasn't that tired after all, grumbled Annabella as she followed Jurgen away. Victor clapped Serrel on the back. Stay out of trouble, you two, he told Serrel and Mouse before walking off. You can say goodbye before you go running off this time, Mouse chided him. Victor waved over his shoulder without looking back. I'm going to make sure Holly's being taken care of, said Brant. Calyx nodded. We'll be with the rest of the Hounds. I want to make sure they're behaving themselves. I can keep my own people in line without you, Sergeant, Snow tooted. I'm sure you can, Captain. But now I'm back, I want them to know that the holiday is well and truly over. Come on, fresh meat. Serrel made to follow, but found Mouse tugging at his sleeve. She nodded her head in the opposite direction. Oh. Sergeant? Serrel tried. There's something I would like to take care of first. Can I have a moment? Calyx sighed, like he had asked some terribly unreasonable thing of her. Don't get lost. I'm expecting you back with us before we move out. Thank you, Sergeant. He let Mouse lead him off into the camp. Do you know where they would be? He asked. At this time of night, where else? Replied Mouse. Double rations. There was a large tent which was acting as a makeshift kitchen. Several huge pots were boiling over roaring fires. All around the tent, soldiers not on duty were having their tea, hunkered under whatever shelter they could find or put together. Clusters of hooded men and women were huddled together, eating hot stew from wooden bowls, or warming themselves around little fires, using whatever was available as fuel. Amidst the shouts and low murmur of conversations, Serrel managed to hear a familiar voice. You won again? Someone said indignantly. How is it that you always win? He cheats, stated another, female voice. I never! Cried a third voice innocently. Serrel headed in the direction of the voices, and found a ragged piece of cloth, no doubt cut from a ruined tent, held up by 4 warstaves, one tied at each corner. There were 3 people sitting on the ground underneath out of the rain, 3 young men and a girl. They were playing cards. You cheat. You always cheat, the girl said matter-of-factly. That's why we never play for money. That's 'cause you're all too cheap, a smaller boy replied unperturbed. We could play for rations. I already owe you 3 days' bloody rations, complained the first boy. You ought to learn to play better, fancy pants. You don't see Edgar complaining. You're letting him win. You're just a sore loser, Justin, shot back the last boy. Am I dealin' then, or are you lot gonna win some more? Asked the first boy. Just deal, you tricky little git, said the girl. And take those cards out of your sleeve. What you on about? No cards up my sleeve. Serrel said loudly, I can see the cards from over here, Tim. You're not fooling anyone. Greasy Tim paused in mid-shuffle and glanced up at him. He grinned. Watcha, Serrel. Where'd you come from? The other 3 peered out from the shelter at him. Serrel. The girl squealed happily. In her mad dash to get out of the shelter she nearly knocked it over, causing an eruption of complaints from the 3 others. Caitlin Astral flung her arms around Serrel and squeezed him hard enough to cause his already beaten body serious pain. Ow, Caitlin. We were so worried. She told him. I wasn't, said Justin Tremel. I knew you'd turn up sooner or later. You said he was dead, pointed out Edgar Palm. I'm fine, said Serrel. But can you let me go so I can breathe? Sorry. Caitlin released her hold, then spotted Mouse. Mouse. It was the smaller girl's turn to be violently embraced. Hello, Caitlin, Mouse said stoically. I missed you too. I never said he was dead, insisted Justin. You did, said Edgar. You said they were both probably dead, so there was no point in worrying. I am touched by your concern, Justin, said Serrel. I just dash. Come on, you're both soaked, fussed Caitlin. Get out of the rain. Have you eaten anything? Justin, go get them some food. Why do I have to OW? Caitlin smacked him hard in the arm as she ushered Serrel and Mouse under cover. Because I said so, fancy pants. Hurry up. Justin went off, muttering under his breath and rubbing his arm. Under the improvised shelter it was a tight squeeze for the 5 of them. Where you been then? Asked Greasy Tim. Haven't seen you in ages. And Katie was going off her nut when Mouse disappeared. I did not, said Caitlin sternly. I was just concerned when I couldn't find you after that night. I tried to look for both of you, but we had to move on. I got lost and got left behind, said Mouse simply. I'm so sorry, Mouse. It's not your fault. And I managed to find Serrel. Technically, I found her, said Serrel. He keeps getting into so much trouble, Mouse added. No more than you. He fell off a cliff. You fell off a cliff? Edgar repeated in horror. Serrel opened his mouth to reply, but couldn't really come up with a counter-argument. Well, the cliff kind of exploded. It wasn't my fault. That was the second time. Apparently the first time he jumped off the cliff, Mouse went on. I had too, Serrel explained to the incredulous looks cast his way. We all did. We were being attacked by. Look, can we talk about something else? What's been happening with all of you? Not much, said Greasy Tim. We marched a lot. Elves attacked us that time. You see the elves? Yes. We saw the elves. Grotty buggers, ain't they? Just like Edgar told us. Boggles the mind it does. None of you were hurt in the attack? Serrel asked. He looked around the cramped shelter. Where's Bull? He's off somewhere, digging a hole or making a catapult, said Greasy Tim. Them soldiers boss him around like nobody's business. Worse than Katie they are. I don't boss people around, argued Caitlin. Evidence against this reappeared in the form of Justin, who returned carrying 2 bowls of stew. Anything else? He asked in a put-upon voice. Would you like the cheese platter, perhaps? We're glad to see you too, Justin, Mouse told him, taking a bowl from him. Justin fell into sheepish silence. Oh. Well. Not to say I wasn't worried or anything dash. You weren't, said Caitlin and Edgar in unison. I was. I just didn't go on about it. Not like how you kept going on about Victor, I never went on about Victor, said Caitlin haughtily. Not once. Not at all, agreed Edgar quickly. Never mentioned him once, joined in Greasy Tim. We met Victor, said Mouse casually. There was a slight tensing of Caitlin's muscles. Her face took on an expression of forced calm. Really? She asked simply. Yes. He was well. Joined up with some people even creepier than he was, said Serrel. That's good. There was a pointed silence. Caitlin fidgeted. Mouse put her out of her misery. He asked about you. Did he now? Caitlin said casually, then added, not that I wondered. Oh yes. It was practically the first thing he said. Caitlin smirked triumphantly. Was it? Well then. Not that I'm curious even the slightest bit, but. Where is he now, Dot? Off sharpening his knives, said Serrel. But I'm sure he'll come looking for you, said Mouse. Maybe, said Caitlin airily. That's up to him. I don't mind one way or the other. If he doesn't, said Justin darkly, I'm going to kill him myself. I can't take much more of this. Not that Katie mentions OL Vic much, Greasy Tim said quickly. Not once. Not at all, joined in Edgar, shooting Justin a glare. It's all right for you too, moaned Justin. I have to work with her. Every bloody day it's dash. So Serrel, Caitlin interrupted loudly. Have you heard what's happening? No one seems to know, and anyone who does know won't tell us that. Basically, explained Serrel, we're going to take the city tomorrow, but first someone has to go in first and destroy the elves' secret weapon before they use it on us. Edgar blanched. Really? That's what the elves used on us? A secret weapon? But we destroyed it, said Mouse proudly. But someone says they have another. So Victor and his strange friends are going to take care of it. Victor is? Asked Caitlin. Don't worry. We'll be there to keep him alive, won't we, Serrel? I guess so, said Serrel. But don't go around telling anyone about this. Who'd we tell? Asked Greasy Tim. Bloody hell, what have you lot got yourselves into? The same as you, Serrel replied. Can any of you honestly say that this was what you were expecting when you took the bronze? To be honest, I'm not sure I thought it through enough, said Edgar. I mean, yes, I knew it would be violent, but this is just, he was at a loss for words. I just wanted to learn how to weave, said Caitlin despondently. 2 years of service and then off to the College of Arcania. I never imagined I would have to actually kill people. You haven't killed anyone, Astral, said Justin wearily. I might have done. I don't know where that fireball landed. If it hit someone, they probably deserved it, Mouse said to make her feel better. Have you two even had to fight anyone? Serrel asked gently. Oh, thank gods, no, said Caitlin. In support, we just have to cast shields. And the occasional fireball, said Justin, which, trust me, came nowhere close to hitting anyone. I don't think I could even do it, said Caitlin. Kill someone, I mean. How would you even? How could you bring yourself to do it? You don't think about it, said Mouse. You just weave, and then they die. Caitlin looked at her in horror. Oh, Mouse. Did you? A few times. It isn't that bad. By a few, put in Serrel, she means. What was the last count? 15? About that, said Mouse, with a hint of pride. You've killed 15. Caitlin was having trouble comprehending this. Mouse had always been a quiet little thing, and Caitlin, as the only other girl in the group, had tried to be like an older sister to her during training, looking out for her, and making sure she wasn't picked on or treated unfairly. This was like learning the little kitten she had been dutifully raising had grown up to become a lioness, and one that ate people at that. Are you feeling all right, Mouse? She asked. All things considered, I'm fine, Mouse replied. Seeing all of you again has made me feel even better. That's reassuring, said Justin uncomfortably. Always wondered about you, Mouse, said Greasy Tim thoughtfully. It's always the quiet ones. I mean, there were those sad gits you smacked the shit out of that time. Always figured you had a mean streak. Good on you. Tim. Caitlin objected. Thank you, Timmy, said Mouse. You aren't the only one, Greasy Tim went on. You see Bull the other night? Went mental he did. That dozy elf that attacked us, and Bull just went right off, smacking him about with his staff. You'd never have thought it. Such a easygoing bloke most of the time, but there he was, really laying into that elfy bastard. He killed him? Asked Caitlin. No. He was still alive. I kicked him in the fork to be sure. Bugger made some groaning noises. That's a lesson the twat won't forget in a hurry. I think I may have read somewhere about that sort of thing being against the rules of conduct in war, Tim, said Justin. There are rules in war? Could Ave bloody fooled me. Worse than back home, this is. At least no one ever tried to take a bite out of me in the city. Well, 'cept O.L. Tosser Talbot. But, fair's fair, I did stab him a bit. Why? With a name like Tosser Talbot, why'd you think? He was a complete pillock, wasn't he? Don't give me that look, Katie, he said to Caitlin on seeing her expression. It's not like I stabbed him in any meaningful way. He had it coming. I'm sure he did, but Caitlin looked miserable. I really didn't think this through properly. This was such a bad idea. Listening to Tim's stories is always a bad idea, agreed Justin. Not that. I mean, she waved her hands to indicate the camp. This. Joining the Legion. I don't think I can handle much more of this. We haven't done anything, said Justin. We haven't even seen an elf up close yet, Astral. Compared to some people, we have it lucky. I know. That's what I'm talking about. Things are going to go bad, and I don't think I'm going to be able to handle it. Speaking from experience, Serrel said. I don't think anyone really knows how they're going to react. Then the time comes, and you won't even think about it. But if you're having trouble, it does sometimes help to think about someone else, said Mouse. Like Justin. Me? Imagine that they're Justin. That will make it much easier. That's what I'm going to do, said Edgar with a determined smile. What did I ever do? Complained Justin. They looked at him. You have to ask? Said Mouse. She's joking, said Serrel. He looked at her expression. At least. Let's assume she's joking. Mouse patted Caitlin on the back. You'll be fine. We'll all look out for you. Sure, Katie, agreed Greasy Tim. Where I come from, you look out for your gang. Oh. Thanks, said Caitlin. Justin shook his head. On a completely non-creepy topic that involves no violence inflicted on me whatsoever. Oh, look. There's Bull. The missing member of Pond Scum came up to their shelter, his uniform muddy and soaked. His huge blank face lit up as Mouse emerged to meet him. He embraced her in a huge hug and lifted her off the ground as though she didn't weigh anything. For the time ever, Mouse smiled and laughed happily as he spun her around, and everyone let themselves forget her previous, disconcerting comments. When he saw Serrel, Bull slapped him happily on the back and sent him sprawling on top of Justin. The Caitlin fussed over them all until Bull climbed under the shelter and out of the rain, and with his size, forcing Justin and Serrel back out. Serrel didn't care. They were all alive and unharmed, and that was all that mattered. Brant appeared some time later, looking for him. Fresh meat? The generals are looking for you? Pond Scum all looked at Serrel. The generals? Asked Justin. Why are the generals looking for you? Brant thought about that. Commendation, court-martial, promotion. Could be anything really. Most likely it's the suicide mission they're about to send him on. Best not keep them waiting then, eh? Serrel climbed awkwardly out of the shelter. He glanced back at his friends. I'm glad I got to see you all again, he said lamely. I guess I'll see you all later. Sure, said Caitlin, wearing an expression like she was watching him walk to the gallows. We'll see you soon. Look out for each other, all right. Don't do anything, stupid. As if we would, said Greasy Tim. Serrel gave them a small smile, and then went off with Brant, back to the war. There was a number of people waiting expectantly for him in the tent. Delaney stared coldly at him, but Snow was there to give him a reassuring smile. Morton sat in the corner, his face bruised and bloody, already swelling. Good of you to join us, Castor, said Delaney. Serrel stood to attention. Ma'am. Going from information given to us from the elf and from. That, she glanced briefly at Morton, who looked away. I have decided to send in a small group to locate and destroy this Illudin. Apparently your help is required. She waved Dulrel and the wizard forwards. The wizard beamed at Serrel happily. It's good to meet you, Castor Hawthorne. I don't think we've been properly introduced. My name is Archmagus Augustus Grimm. I am in charge of our battle mage forces here in the Legion. Yes, sir, Serrel replied. You don't need to sir me, Castor. I'm technically a civilian. I actually work as a member of the faculty at the College of Dash. He doesn't need your life story, Grimm, snapped Delaney. Get to the damn point. Apologies, dear Jadia. I do sometimes go on, dearie me, yes, Grimm said, still smiling and ignoring the glare Delaney shot his way. Now, Castor, when we, and by we I mean you, go into Volumir, you are going to have to find the Illudin. Unfortunately, it's quite a big city. But there may be a way to track it down, and for that, we will need you. Yes, sir. What do I have to do? Good lad. You see you. Actually, Grim turned to Dulril. Do you want to explain? No, Dulril replied depreciatingly. Go on. No, please, be my guest. I couldn't. But it was your idea, and a fine one, I must say. If one of you doesn't start talking, I'm going to have you both flayed alive, stated Delaney. Really, Jadia. So uncouth. My dear Castor, Grim went on. Have you ever performed any scrying before? No, sir. I'm afraid my training was cut short. Well, in that case, first things first. You know that the ether flows into and around all things, and that it can, over time, shape and distort the world around it? I have heard that, sir. Well, as it happens, that works both ways. As the ether changes the world around it, its current environment changes it as well. Serrel thought about that. Like the primordial ether? Exactly. But also, the energy inside a mage is shaped by the mage it inhabits. Scrying allows us to track a mage, or this case a magical object, by using a sample of the ether that has been, shall we say, recolored by them. I think I understand, sir. The energy in the Eluden, it was different from the way the ether normally is. It was changed from being trapped in the Eluden. It was wilder, I suppose you could say. He mulled this over. And I absorbed some of that energy. Exactly. Grim said happily. And barely half a day ago. With any luck, the energy has not yet reformed itself to your body, and may still have the unique signature of the Eluden. With a small sample, I can use a seeking crystal to point you to the location of the Eluden inside Volumir. Grim smiled proudly, then ruined the moment by adding, most likely. How can I help, sir? Grim held up a small shard of clear, glassy crystal. Can you transfer a small portion of your energy into this? A small amount, as pure energy, not weaved. Just as you would transfer energy into another mage. Serrel took the shard and held it in his hand. Using basic techniques, he willed a small portion of energy into the crystal, which sucked it up greedily. The clear shard quickly took on a bright red color. Excellent, commented Dulril. The energy has not been altered much. This should be perfect, said Grim, taking the shard from Serrel. He went to the table, which was now covered in a layer of maps, the most dominant of which showed a layout of Volumir. Grim gently laid the shard on the table, then patted himself down, trying to find something hidden in his robes. Eventually he pulled out a small leather flask, which he unstoppered, and before anyone could stop him, poured the contents all over the map. Grim! Delaney hissed in irritation. No need to fret, I know what I'm doing, said Grim undaunted. The fluid was shiny and metallic, like quicksilver. It flowed across the map until it was almost completely covered. Then Grim took his staff, a huge dark brown length of wood carved with runes and lined with gems of many colors, and held it over the mess, uttering words of power under his breath. The pool of quicksilver began to ripple, and then before their eyes began to shrink backwards into the center of the map. The pool arranged itself so that its borders corresponded to the outline of the city beneath it. Grim uttered a few more words of power, and the silvery liquid began to bubble upwards. Small bumps expanded on its surface, and then reformed themselves into strange blocky shapes, the biggest of which lay in the very center, and soon sprouted a tall spike from its surface. It took Serrel a moment to realize he was looking at a three-dimensional map of the city formed out of the metallic liquid, complete with streets and buildings, with the huge fortress and its foreboding tower right in the middle. How did you do that? He couldn't help but ask. Grim looked pleased with himself. Wasn't easy, let me tell you. It's much easier to do here than in the Empire, thanks to all the ambient energy. Anyway, let's see where this mysterious Eluden is, He carefully examined the simmering map of Volumir, muttering under his breath things like, "Where are you now?" Come out, come out. You see, Dolrel said to Serrel as his usual lecturing voice, the ether has been seeping into the city for centuries. Small traces of its energy can be found in the buildings and in the streets. It leaves a particular pattern in the environment. What the Archmagus has done is recreate this pattern in miniature. It's impressive, I'll give him that, agreed Serrel. But how does that help him find the Eluden? The Eluden does not have the same energy as the city. It will not appear in the recreation. He is not so much looking for the Eluden, as much as the absence of it. There! Grim declared suddenly. That's where it is, Dot. The others gathered around and followed his pointed finger. Where? Asked Delaney. Right there, said Grim proudly. See? I see the best map we have of Volumir ruined by your inane spellcasting. It's Mercury, it comes right off. Although you may want to avoid inhaling too deeply, General, they say it can be slightly poisonous. Delaney practically leapt backwards, scowling at the wizard. Is that what you mean? Serrel asked. He pointed to the spot Grim had indicated, where the perfect lines of the tiny buildings was distorted, curving inwards away from the street where they should have been straight. The tiny street had an almost imperceptible dip in its surface. That? Asked Delaney. That's what you want to go on? How do you know that's not a mistake in your spell? Oh, Jadia, said Grim with a hurt expression. A little faith. Besides, he picked up the shard Serrel had charged with energy, and held it in the air. He waved it back and forth a few times, slowly turning in a circle. Then he smiled, and pointed in one direction. Yes, it is definitely that way. Delaney exhaled sharply. You mean in the direction of the city? Oh, yes. I am positive. A little model, and broken piece of crystal you've waved in the air. That's all you have for me? Seriously? You need more? Asked Grim in confusion. I don't know about you, Captain, but I'm sold, said Snow in a surprisingly happy tone as he examined the map. Jurgen nodded slowly. It isn't in the fortress, he commented. No, that's in the outer city, said Dolrel. At the intersection of two main roads. Interesting. From there the Ferine can move it quickly to any side of the city, and relocate it to whichever of the gates you attack. If that's where it is, said Delaney. You don't know for certain. This seeking crystal will point in its direction, put in Grim. Even if it moves, you should be close enough to follow. Snow looked at Delaney. I've gone into worse places with less. General, ma'am, permission to do something stupid. Delaney sighed. Very well. This is what is going to happen. The Legion is going to launch its attack on that city at daybreak. Before then, Jurgen and Snow along with a small force of their men will infiltrate the city and take out that Eluden. The patrician will lead you through the tunnels. If it can do what you all claim, then you have to destroy it before our attack starts. If you succeed in that, then you are to move through the city, and seize control of the south gates. If you can get the gates open, then Legion can enter the city, and then there will be nothing to stop us from taking control. I agree that the Eluden is the priority, said Jurgen. But after we've removed it from the equation, my Nightblades and I should move on the fortress. With the elf's help, we can gain entrance, track down Vharaes and take care of him once and for all. He might not be there, said General Roth. All of our intelligence suggests that Vharaes does not lead from the front lines. He'll be in the fortress, hiding. Once the Legion makes its entrance, he'll run. We can't take the chance that we'll lose him in the chaos of the battle. We need to strike at the first opportunity. No, said Delaney flatly. When we gain control of the city, we can hunt him down. The patrician has given us the locations of several escape tunnels. We'll have them all blocked. He will not get away. With all due respect, General, this may be our dash. I've already told you what the plan is, Captain. Under no circumstances are you to go off on your own to play hero. I want Vharaes captured alive. Do you understand me? Jurgen was blank-faced. Yes, General. Good. You may think you're answerable only to the Empress and her council, but here and now, Jurgen, you and your Nightblades are under my command. I will not have any dissent amongst my officers. You have made your orders perfectly clear, General, ma'am, Jurgen replied, still void of emotion. Do we have any idea of the enemy's numbers? Asked Snow, back on subject. Yes. There will obviously be a lot of Ferine, Delaney replied unhelpfully. Expect the worst. And I'm sure I don't have to remind you that if you fail, we will most likely all die. Well then, ma'am, said Snow brightly. We shall endeavor not to fail. I should hope so. You all leave in a few hours. I suggest you brief your men and make preparations. Take whatever equipment and weapons you feel you will need. Good luck. We'll be waiting for you. Never one for ceremony, Delaney turned and left the tent without a fuss. Roth nodded to the two captains and followed her. Grim paused to hand Serrel the crystal shard. Here, he told Serrel. The enchantment will work for at least a day. Hopefully you won't need longer than that. How do I make it work? Focus on it with the word Illisold. Once you are connected, the crystal will do the rest. Hold it in your hand, and you will feel a pull in the direction of the Illuden. Serrel nodded. Thank you, sir. Try not to break it. The effects would be rather hazardous. Grim paused. How old are you, lad? He asked. 18, sir, Serrel replied politely. Grim nodded. This information seemed to make his previous bright and unflappable demeanor slip. He appeared for a moment somewhat saddened. 18, Grim repeated. They recruit you so young these days. Good luck to you, lad. May the gods watch over you. He patted Serrel solemnly on the shoulder before he left. Serrel didn't find that overly reassuring. Ignore him, said Jurgen, who had been watching. The gods don't care if you live or die. You've survived this long on your own, Hawthorne. Remember that. I think he was just being polite, sir, said Serrel. No, Hawthorne. He thinks you're going to die. People should keep those kinds of platitudes to themselves. It serves no purpose but to make themselves feel better, and in battle sympathy makes for a weak shield. Quite, agreed Snow. Perhaps, Captain Jurgen, we can focus on the issue at hand. Serrel, would you mind terribly escorting Morton to the prison? Then find Sergeant Calyx and have her round up the hounds. Yes, sir. Serrel approached Morton, who stood stiffly. Are you going to behave? Morton ignored him, and without waiting walked ahead of him out of the tent. Serrel followed irritably behind him. Jurgen and Snow turned back to Grim's conjured model of Volumir, which the wizard had left behind. That is rather clever, Snow commented. With the little chimneys and all. How long do you think it will last? If memory serves, started Dulril. The enchantment should start to fade the second the caster leaves the vicinity. It shouldn't last ... The two captains jumped backwards as the shiny model suddenly collapsed on itself, splattering liquid mercury about and pooling across the table. Very long at all, finished Jurgen in annoyance. Oops, said Snow. The tent flap was pushed aside, and a smiling bearded face poked through. Sorry about that, lads, said Grim. Forget my head if it wasn't attached. Don't worry, I've brought my funnel. The camp's prison was basically just a small pen line with sharpened wooden stakes, guarded by two large, humorless-looking soldiers. It had no protection from the elements, and the ground was wet and muddy. Morton allowed them to shove him inside and locked the gate behind him without a word. Serrel lingered. He didn't like Morton, but he didn't like that General Delaney had felt the need to beat him for answers. "You want anything?" Serrel asked sympathetically. "Food, or something?" "I don't need your pity," Morton replied. Serrel shook his head. "Fine. Forget I asked. Enjoy your cage." He turned and stomped away. "Hawthorne." Serrel looked back with a sigh. "What? Are you really going to go off on this foolhardy quest of theirs? You mean, am I going to do the job I said I would?" "Yes, I am. I realize that's an unusual concept to you." "If you destroy the Eluden," said Morton, "then everything you've done will have been for nothing. Everyone who's died, they would have died for nothing. They all died because of that damn Eluden. Because of Vharaes and his bloody Ferine. They didn't die for nothing. You think anything at all that you've done here matters in the slightest? It doesn't. You kill the elves, or they kill you, it doesn't matter one single jot. The only thing the victor gets is the chance to walk away and later on start a new war with someone else, and then this whole pointless affair can start all over again. Nothing changes. And people like you, Hawthorne, are going to let it continually happen over and over again because you are content to be a tiny little cog in a well-oiled machine. You don't aspire to anything. You would gladly die for the service of the Legion, even though the only thing the Legion is good for is more death. The Eluden can change that. There won't be a need for wars over land and power. Everyone would have all the power that they needed, and then some. Everyone, from kings to the lowliest peasant. "I may not be as clever as you," replied Serrel. "But even I know people like that don't share their power, especially not with peasants. But you connected to the Eluden. You felt the heart of it. You know its true nature. It was not meant to be hoarded by a single person. The energy would destroy anyone who tried. It was meant to be shared. I did feel it. But what I felt was a seething, boiling mass of," Serrel sought the words. "I don't even know. It was power, but it was alive. And it didn't care about wars, or kings, or peasants. It didn't care about saving people, or killing people. It just wanted to be. To flow through the world. To fly as the wind, to burn like fire. It didn't like being caged. It just wanted to be released, any way it could be. It's dangerous, Morton. It has to be destroyed. To destroy it, is to destroy our future, Hawthorne." Serrel shrugged. "At least this way we'll still have a future. A future full of more bloodshed and death, because when the chance came for someone to stand and say no more, you all just fell in line. You aren't saving anyone. You're damning them." Serrel lost his patience. "Do actually you want anything else, because I have things to do?" Morton regarded him through the wooden stakes lining his prison. "You ever fallen into the hollow, Hawthorne?" "Once." "Why did you even bother to climb out?" Morton asked. "Because my sergeant told me to," Serrel said with another shrug. "Because it was better than lying there and dying." "I don't know. It was better to be out of the hollow than in." "I used to be like you," said Morton. "Following orders blindly, content in my mistaken belief that what I fought for actually mattered. And I could weave, oh yes, I could weave. That feeling, that the world itself could bend to your command. And then one day, I followed an order that cut me off from the ether." "What do you mean, cut you off?" Serrel asked in confusion. "I mean, I did something I shouldn't have, because I was following orders, and as a result, the ether no longer flows into me. I can no longer receive its energy. What little energy I had left slowly trickled away on small and insignificant weavings until I had nothing left. Nothing but the hollow." "You fell into it once?" "Well, every waking moment I exist only ever in the hollow, in the pure empty void inside that used to hold my spirit. I don't seek the elixir because I am addicted. I just want to feel something, anything, again. I want to be filled. Serrel stared at him. The illusion won't help you, Morton. It will kill you. Morton sighed. You haven't heard a word I have said. Just go away. Go be a soldier, and follow orders. One day, when you're surrounded by the destruction of everyone and everything you care about, I hope your sense of duty gives you warmth. Because it is cold here in the hollow, Hawthorne. And it goes on forever. The briefing for the mission was brief and to the point. The Hounds and the Nightblades stood silently around the table as Snow outlined the plan. Dulril would lead them into the city through one of the old smugglers' tunnels. They would hopefully come up in the basement of one of Dulril's acquaintances, one the elf assured everyone could be trusted. Serrel, with the seeking crystal Grim had given him, would ensure that they located the illusion quickly. While the others dealt with any defenders, Serrel, Victor and Annabella were to drain the illusion and destroy it. Then it was a matter of getting to the city gates and ensuring access for the rest of the Legion. Questions? Asked Snow. Why can't we just bring the entire Legion in through the tunnels? Asked Annabella. We considered that, but Dulril says the tunnels are too narrow. To get a sizable force through would take too long, and leave us bottlenecked. A smaller group should be able to sneak in unnoticed. Don't worry. General Delaney will have other units waiting. When the siege begins, the tunnels will be secured, and other units will enter the city to join in the attack. What level of defense are we expecting? Considerable. Goody. There will be Ferine hunters, and most likely mages, as well as those unidentified wolf creatures that were present at the attack on our camp. They will not surrender, or give you any mercy. This will be a fight to the death. But it is important that our mages stay alive. They must make it to the illusion in order to deplete its energy. Otherwise, I'm told the effects of breaking it will be rather unpleasant. Kaboom, explained Dogbreath. Quite. In order to maximize our chances, Sergeant Calyx has found us an extra mage. This is Caster Fremen. Hello, said Mouse. She will give us support while the others deal with the illusion. Anything else? There was silence. I know we've all been through a lot, said Snow. We've lost good friends and loyal comrades. But if we are not successful in this, more people will die. One way or another, this must end tonight. In light of the nature of this mission, I will not order you to come with me. Anyone who wishes to leave, you may do so now. No one will hold it against you. Except me, said Calyx. Except the sergeant. But I will understand. Anyone? Dogbreath? And let you have all the fun, Captain? Patrician? I can't guarantee your safety if you choose to lead us in person. Oh, no, said Dulril. I am going home, Captain. That's the spirit, elf, said Calyx. No one? Asked Snow. He smiled at the silence. Well then. We have a few hours. Prepare your weapons, and let the quartermaster know if you need anything. Get some rest, because tomorrow is going to be one beautiful day. Serrel met Mouse outside the tent. You know, he said tentatively. You don't have to come along. I don't mind, replied Mouse. I mean, you can stay here. With the others. You aren't staying, she pointed out. My unit's going. I don't have a unit anymore, and no one's told me where I'm supposed to go. I may as well try and be useful. Don't you want me to come? Sure, but I just thought you would be here, to look after the others. They'll be fine, said Mouse. You shouldn't worry so much. I worry. I can't help it. You, and the others. It's sad, but you're my friends. Probably the only friends I have left. That is sad. But sweet. I don't want anything to happen to any of you. I know. But, Serrel, Mouse hesitated. You're the only friends I have as well. Caitlin and Justin can keep each other safe. Timmy and Bull will be close by. Edgar won't be anywhere near the fight. But you and Victor are going to be in the middle of it all. Someone has to look out for you. Besides, she added, someone has to make sure Victor comes back. She won't say it, but if anything happens to him, Caitlin is going to be very upset. True. She can be very silly sometimes. Victor too. You feel like banging their heads together. What are you, the group's matchmaker now? I just think they could be happy together, if they just got their act together and admitted it. Caitlin would be good for him, and Victor, you wouldn't always think it, but he can be really nice when he wants to be. When people were picking on me, back when we were training, Victor always stood up for me. He broke someone's arm once. Serrel glanced from Mouse to Victor, who was talking to his fellow Nightblades not far away. He broke someone's arm for picking on you? He asked in surprise. I didn't think he cared enough, I didn't think so either at first. But now, I think he just convinces himself he doesn't care, so he can keep doing all the things he has to do. But he isn't like that. Not really. You know, if I had known people were picking on you, I'd have broken their arm too. No you wouldn't, replied Mouse flatly. Yes, I would, Serrel insisted. I would have definitely walked up to them and punched them in the face. No. You wouldn't have. That's not who you were. She sighed. If I had had any sense, I'd have done it myself. But I was too busy trying not to attract attention. Trying not to be afraid of my own shadow. I should have set a few people on fire, then I could have saved myself a lot of bother. Mouse. You did set a few people on fire. Oh. That's right. I did. She smiled at the memory. It was fun. Serrel resisted the urge to take a step away from her. But my point still stands. If you don't want to go ahead with this, you don't have to. You don't have to do it for my sake or Victor's sake. Do you really want to do this? Mouse thought about it. You know what, Serrel? I do. I really do. And if the elves get in our way, I'm going to kill them. I think they deserve to die, don't you? A few days ago, Serrel had disagreed. Taking a life the first time had been sickening. But he thought about the soldiers, ripped apart and eaten alive. The campsite, blackened and littered with bodies. Holly Wells with a sword stuck right through her. Tentacles ripping ships to pieces and dragging people down into the sea. Yes, he agreed, the rage simmering inside. They do. They all do. Mouse nodded in understanding. Then a hand landed on his shoulder and made him jump. Bloody hell, Victor! Serrel snapped. Stop doing that! 2 words, Serrel, situational awareness, replied Victor. Really, you have to be the jumpiest person I have ever met. Victor, I'm serious. Get a bell. I think that would defeat the whole purpose of being stealthy. He looked from one of them to the other. How are you two doing? Mouse shot Serrel a knowing look that said, see? We're fine, she replied. Serrel's worrying as usual, but we're both ready for what's coming. You? Victor shrugged. I was made for this sort of thing. You aren't the slightest bit nervous? Asked Serrel. For a moment, it seemed like Victor was going to say something else, but instead, no. It is what it is. I didn't join the Legion for the food. Speaking of which, I'm going to see if there's anything left to eat, then get some sleep. You two should do the same. We will, said Mouse. Have you talked to Caitlin yet? Victor said slowly. I'll see her when this is over. But this might be the last chance you get. In that case, maybe it's better that I don't see her. I mean, when we last spoke, we ended it well enough. You gave her a knife, and then you ran off when we weren't looking, Serrel reminded him. I gave her my best knife, and then I retreated before things got awkward. He shook his head. I just messed things up for her, he said unexpectedly. That surprised the other two. Mouse tried, dash. I'm tired, Victor cut her off. I'll see you both in the morning. He went off without another word. Mouse sighed loudly. You see what I mean? She said. She slapped the end of her staff in her palm pointedly. They can be so aggravating. I know, Mouse, Serrel patted her shoulder consolingly. I know. Part 6, to leap, or to fall. The elf called Vharaes stood on the very top of the fortress tower, looking out over the black and unlit city below, seemingly oblivious to the wind and rain, as well as the forks of lightning that could have cooked him to a crisp. With every flash of lightning, he had a glimpse of the Legion outside the city gates. Right on schedule. At the sound of footsteps, he turned to find the Ferine Gories approaching. Lord, the Ferine ducked his head reverently. We are making preparations for the attack. How soon will our people be ready? The mages assure me all will be set by sunrise. Vharaes wondered if that was fast enough. No matter, he supposed. Gories, he said slowly. That matter we discussed earlier, I'm afraid it is time. The Ferine looked unhappy. I am prepared to lead your forces into glorious battle. I am ready to return to the earth a true elf. I know. But this is more important. If the patrician is with the Legion, he will tell them of the secret passages, and that stuck-up bastard never did tell me all of their locations. You need to leave, now, before they're all blocked, Gories opened his mouth to argue. The master needs you to do this, Vharaes cut him off with the one argument the Ferine couldn't win. Gories sighed. Very well. I shall go. The package is in the war room. Take it, and go north. Do not make contact with anyone, and do not get seen. I will not. The Ferine lingered. Good luck, my lord. You too, Gories. When the sun rises, we'll either stand in a free and prosperous Elsbereth, or we shall all return to the earth. Vharaes turned back to the black landscape as the Ferine retreated. He looked out to the Legion beyond, and silently dared them to come and get him. Sorry, Archgeneral, he thought. I have other plans. Serrel drifted in and out of sleep. It was hard to relax, unsurprisingly. The Hounds had managed to get a hold of a tent to themselves, and took the time to rest there, out of the weather. The rain had started up with a vengeance around midnight, and drummed on the roof of the tent angrily. And just to top it off, Serrel found himself next to Dogbreath, who snored the same way he did everything in life, as loud and as obnoxiously as possible. When he finally did drift off, he was awoken not long later by Calyx once again prodding him roughly with her boot. Rise and shine, fresh meat, she said. Death or glory awaits. Death or glory can't wait 5 extra minutes? Grumbled Brant. Look at it like this, said Dogbreath. Maybe the elves will be too tired to fight us. I should think so. Who wants to fight at this time of day? Crazy people, that's who. Where do you think you are, Brant? Asked Calyx. Oh, right. With crazy people. Must have slipped my mind. They ate a brief breakfast of cold porridge, and made last-minute preparations. Calyx passed around another bowl of woad for them to put on. Need help? Calyx said with an evil grin as it reached Serrel. Serrel dipped his hand into the dye, and painted a simple, thick streak across his face. He looked at her expectantly. Now you could be a true Norwen raider, Calyx said sarcastically. Mouse was watching them. "Can I have some?" she asked. Calyx held out the bowl. When Mouse dipped her finger in the woad experimentally, she rolled her eyes. "Come here." Calyx slapped her hand in the bowl, then slapped Mouse on the face, leaving a giant blue handprint. "How do I look?" Mouse asked. "As if you weren't scary enough," replied Serrel, to which Mouse smiled in satisfaction. It was still pitch black and raining heavily when they went outside. That was good thing, in that it made being spotted that much harder. But it also meant yet another day that Serrel had to spend soaking wet. He was having a hard time remembering when he had last been properly dry. Snow and Jurgen were waiting for them with Dulril. "Last chance for anyone to change their mind and turn away from this act of pure foolishness," said Snow. "No one? Jolly good. Well then, Patrician, lead on." Dulril lead them away from Volumir, to an ancient oak tree growing unmolested in a nearby field. He searched about the roots of the tree, then started digging through the mud. It wasn't long until he unearthed a thick wooden trapdoor. With Snow's help, he heaved it open to reveal a dark space below. "There is no ladder, but there are rungs cut into the stone wall beneath us," explained Dulril. "It is a fairly straight run into Volumir, but I am afraid it is rather narrow. We will have to go single file." Snow nodded. "Calyx, take point. Hawthorne, you next. Give us some light. The Patrician will follow after you and give you directions." Calyx nodded. "Dogbreath, take Vost with you." Then she lowered herself to the ground and slid into the hole. There was a quiet splash as she landed. Dogbreath and Vost exchanged distrustful glances. "Don't try anything," Dogbreath warned. The dog cocked his head as if to say, "Right back at you, you weirdo." "Seems solid," Calyx's voice hissed up at them. "Fresh meat." Serrel lowered himself over the ledge and dropped down. He fell 2 meters or so, and landed up to his ankles in water. "Light," Calyx ordered. Serrel lifted his staff, and weaved a tiny pinprick of green light that emanated from the tip of his staff. It was very dim, but more economical than a flame, and hopefully wouldn't be seen from outside. They stood in a square chamber, with rough stone walls. A very narrow tunnel led off into darkness in front of them. In the dim light they saw the tunnel was partially flooded, but not a great deal. There was just enough room for one person to walk comfortably, but not enough room should they run into any trouble, especially with 16 other people coming up behind them. Calyx pursed her lips. "We're going ahead," she whispered upwards. "Send the elf, then the others one at a time once every 2 seconds. Everyone keep moving, we don't want to get blocked in here." She turned to Serrel. "1 pace behind me at all times, you move when I move and step where I step." Serrel nodded. He followed Calyx into the tunnel. He walked fairly easily, but she had to stoop slightly to avoid banging her head on the ceiling and on the thick roots that broke through from the tree above. Behind them, Serrel heard a loud grunt and a splash, followed by several muttered words in Elvish that Serrel assumed correctly were swear words. The ground beneath the layer of water was rough and uneven. Serrel could feel ruts in the stone, carved by the wheels of countless small carts, running up and down the tunnels in days past, carrying all manner of illicit goods. He stumbled a couple of times, but fortunately didn't fall and have to be on the receiving end of Calyx's scorn. The dim light from his staff didn't progress far into the darkness ahead, but there wasn't that much to see. The tunnel continued in a long steady progression, with just a slight curve to the left. His magical light gave everything that creepy green glow of the ether. It reminded him of shining eyes in the shadows. Behind him, he heard Dulril grumble, "I should have let Whirl fix these tunnels. If those fools on the council had not been so mean with their money." Calyx shushed him irritably. Apart from the thud and splash of Legion issue boots trudging through the tunnel, they continued their journey in edgy silence. They came to a fork in the tunnel. Their original way led to the left, and began to slope upwards, whilst a second tunnel diverted off to the right. From there came the faint sound of running water. To the left, Dulril instructed. "What's that way?" Calyx asked, nodding towards the diverging tunnel. "Sewers." Calyx went left. The upward slope thankfully left the water behind. After a while, they emerged from the tunnel into a wide chamber. Serrel let the light on his staff increase in luminosity, revealing a nondescript stone room. Besides the tunnel they had come from, there didn't appear to be a way out. Dulril walked around the perimeter of the room, examining the walls. "Well?" asked Calyx. "I think. Yes, here. Give me a hand." He pulled out his knife and wedged it into the cracks between two otherwise identical bricks. With Calyx's help, the two of them levered it loose and pulled it from the wall. Dulril slid his hand into the gap in the wall and felt around. He smiled and activated some hidden switch with a muffled click. A section of wall about a meter or so square slid out of place. With a heave, Calyx pulled it out and swung the hidden passage open. It revealed a short crawlspace ending in what looked like a wooden doorway. She crawled inside and pressed her ear against it. When she heard nothing, she glanced back inquiringly at Dulril, who made a pushing motion with his hands. Calyx placed both hands on the flat piece of wood and pushed. The barrier shifted with a squeak of rusty hinges. She paused and listened intently, but when only silence met her, she pushed again. The barrier moved on carefully crafted bearings and opened wide enough for her to slip out. She gestured for Serrel to follow her. Serrel doused the light on his staff and crawled through the passage to join Calyx in a new room. It was someone's cellar, transformed into a cozy little office. The barrier hiding the hidden passage was a large and heavy bookshelf that occupied one wall. A large section of it opened like a door, and would need be closed without showing a trace. Apparently they took their smuggling very seriously in Volumir. Calyx pushed the door wider and waved the others through. Dulril crawled in and dusted himself off. "Where are we?" Calyx asked. "We are in the house of my friend Whyril. Let us say, he had quite the interest in keeping these tunnels operating." "Where is he now?" "He is. You found him the forest when you found me." Calyx nodded in understanding. "Is there anyone else here?" "I do not know." "Stay here." Calyx crept up the stairs to the upper floor and checked the door. It opened without resistance, and she slipped out without a sound. Serrel waited at the foot of the stairs as the rest of the group came in through the passage. Vost pushed his way past and took the opportunity to shake his coat dry over everyone. "Really?" Serrel hissed at him. Vost just stared back in amusement. The door opened, and Calyx poked her head down and waved them upwards. At the top of the stairs, Serrel found himself in the nicest house he had ever been in. The furnishings were clearly expensive, and interestingly, decorated in the style of the Empire, rather than with elven aesthetics. He joined Calyx where she peeked out of a window. "Anything out there?" "Looks quiet," she commented. "How far to the Eluden?" she asked Dulril. "Not far," the elf replied. "Several streets. I know a few shortcuts that might give us some cover." Serrel pulled the seeking crystal Grim had given him from his pocket. He held it in his hand and weaved a connection with it. There was nothing really dramatic about it, but Serrel did feel a strange pull in a certain direction. That was the best way he could describe it. Not so much a force as much as a vague compulsion in his mind. He turned in a circle until he faced the direction the feeling was strongest. "That way," he said. Dulril frowned. "Are you sure?" The Archmagus said it was at an intersection that way. He pointed to his left. Serrel shrugged. "Well, the crystal says it's that way." "Are you using it right?" asked Calyx. Do you even know how to use it right? He sighed. This is the first time I've ever tried this, so no, I can't be entirely sure I'm doing this right. But I made a ship move by myself, and I jumped off a cliff while weaving a shield and being attacked by a wolf monster at the same time. By comparison, this thing is rather simple. No need to get tetchy, fresh meat. Snow and Jurgen joined them. Well, said Jurgen shortly. We may have a problem, said Calyx. The elf says the Eluden is one place, but Freshmeat's little glass thing says it's somewhere else. Maybe they moved it, suggested Serrel. What's in that direction? He asked Dulril, gesturing in the direction the seeking crystal indicated. Dulril consulted some mental layout. I think a few houses, maybe a temple. The market district. They could have moved it to the market square, he mused. Why? I do not know. Perhaps it is better defended. The intersection I told you about was good for transport, but the market is deeper in the city. I don't want to waste time running around this damn city, said Jurgen. He looked at Serrel square in the eye. Are you sure? If the fresh meat says it is, then it is, Calyx said coldly. I trust our mage, Captain, she said to Snow. Snow nodded. But we don't know where it is for certain. Inn could be in the market, or it could be somewhere else. What if we stick to the sewers? Suggested Calyx. They might not have those as thoroughly guarded, said Jurgen. And sewers are right in your element, Calyx added nastily. Unguarded tunnels are always a plus in my line of work. I can point us in the right direction, put in Serrel. As long as we move towards the Eluden. Provided we can get back to the surface again. There are access hatches all over the city, said Dulril. My predecessor had them installed after the city's plumbing kept getting backed up. I will find us a way. Annabella, who had been listening, muttered, sewers. Why do I always end up in a bloody sewer? Poor life choices, Kincaid, said Calyx. Let's head back down. She stopped Dulril as he moved off and asked him in a suspicious tone, why is it that a schoolteacher turned politician knows all the secret tunnels and hidden passages in the city? 2 reasons. 1. I was responsible for paying for the upkeep for all these places, and 2. History shows us that any politician who values his skin being attached to his body should know how to get into and out of his city undetected. Elf, said Calyx with a small smile. Were you planning on running away with the city treasury? Dear Sergeant, Dulril replied innocently. I honestly do not know what you mean. They backtracked down into the smugglers' tunnels, and then took the second tunnel into the city's sewers. A hidden door disguised as brick wall took them into the main line. It was as disgusting as Serrel had thought it would be, but at least the constant fall of rain overnight meant that the majority of the fluid coursing through the thoroughfares was stormwater runoff, and not something else. Still, it stank, and there were things floating down the fast-coursing water that Serrel didn't want to think about. Serrel and Calyx led the way, with Dulril behind them, offering the best path. Serrel let the seeking crystal point them in the right direction. Fortunately, they seemed able to stay with the larger sewer lines that ran under the main streets, and at least had access to a raised pathway running alongside the fast-flowing sewage channel, so no one had to wade into anything unseemly. Volumir's sewers, Dulril declared proudly, were a technological marvel, far ahead of their time when they were constructed, and a true wonder even in these modern times. Calyx offered to throw him in the water, so he could have a closer look. As they progressed, the pull of the crystal became stronger and stronger as they neared their goal. Finally Serrel came to a halt when the crystal began to point almost directly above them. It's there, he said. And I don't think it's moving. If memory serves, said Dulril slowly, that should be in the center of the market. Strange. From their previous location they had access to the city walls and the gates. From here, they are too far away. They could not have line of sight to weave spells at us, but I guess they have something else planned for us, said Calyx darkly. How do we get up? This way. Dulril led them down a side tunnel, to a ladder leading up to a metal hatch. It should open up in an alleyway not far from the market, he said. I think. You sure it doesn't open up in the middle of a busy intersection, swarming with Ferine? Well, when I go out to buy vegetables, I do not usually travel via this route, Sergeant, so I cannot be completely sure. Calyx sighed, and climbed the ladder. She examined the hatch, then whispered, locked. Get Kincaid. Annabella was directed to the front of the group. She picked the rather simple lock very quickly, finishing with a dramatic flourish. Then she slowly and carefully pushed the hatch upwards a crack, wincing at the sound of rusty hinges squeaking, and peered out. She mouthed down at the others, alleyway. Looks clear. Then she opened the hatch wider and climbed out. A moment later she waved a hand to signal they were in the clear. Calyx scaled the ladder first, followed by Snow, then Dulril and Serrel. It was raining hard when Serrel emerged at street level. He pulled up his hood, and pressed himself against the wall of the alley out of the way of the others. The alley was narrow, but wide enough for maybe two people to walk down side by side. It opened on either end onto wide, cobbled streets. The seeking crystal was indicating through the building on his left. He pointed for Calyx to see. Dulril whispered in the sergeant's ear, both streets lead to the market square. They'll be guarded, said Snow next to them. He looked about the alley, and spotted a tall drainpipe along one wall, leading up to the roof of the building. He pointed to a black-clad figure crouched in the shadows. You. Caster Stabby. Blackwood, corrected Victor. That's what I thought. You're one of Jurgen's lot. Be a sport, and climb onto the roof and take a look around. Victor nodded. He reached up and took a firm hold of the pipe. From her position near the end of the alley, Calyx waved her hand frantically, gesturing for everyone to drop. Serrel pressed himself into the shadows, his heart beating frantically. There were heavy steps. Very heavy steps. Then something walked past the alley along the street and briefly into view. Serrel had a glance of something huge and solid, like a statue come to life. The veins along its bare arms were lines of glowing red, visible through flesh. It didn't even slow in its steps, walking right past the alley without a glance, and disappearing from view. Two Ferine hurried in its wake. The group stayed low and unmoving for several more moments. Then Calyx turned back and exchanged a glance with Snow. Snow tapped Victor on the shoulder, and pointed upwards. Victor scaled the drainpipe rapidly, and disappeared over the eaves of the building. Many tense minutes later, his head had reappeared. He pointed at his eyes, then at them, and then up at the roof. Basically, you should see this. Jurgen climbed up the drainpipe without a word. Calyx pointed at Brant, indicating he should climb up as well. She followed quickly after them. Serrel hesitated, then tapped Dulril on the shoulder. Hold this. He passed the elf his staff. Dulril gave him a confused look as he took it. Then Serrel went to the pipe, and started to climb. It was slick with water, but the supports were strong, and close enough that even Serrel, who was the first to admit he was not really the physical type, could climb it fairly easily. Calyx pulled him roughly over the eave of the roof, but didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. He followed her along the sloping and very slick roof, holding onto the gable for support. He passed by a dead Ferine as he went, its body slumped securely over the gable, blood trickling down with the rain. They walked across the roofs of at least 3 joined buildings until they reached the end of the row. There they crouched and looked out over the market square. So, do you all reckon this looks bad? Victor asked casually. The square was filled with Ferine, at least 3 dozen by Serrel's rough count. There were a few more dotted about the rooftops surrounding the square, but all of them were staring riveted at events below, and didn't see the group of interlopers. The Eludin stood in the center of the square, beside an ornate water fountain. There was an elf beside it, lit red from the gruesome light of the Eluden. He was holding his staff, and addressing another elf kneeling before him. Neither appeared to be Ferine. In fact, both of them were dressed in quite refined clothing, apart from being soaked from the rain. Several more elves stood patiently nearby. As the group watched, the standing elf and the kneeling supplicant appeared to have a conversation. It was impossible to hear their words over the sound of the rain, but it looked as if the head elf was asking questions, and the supplicant was answering. Then the elf handed his staff to his kneeling companion, who stood up, and lifted the staff into the air. He seemed to hesitate for a moment, and the first elf said something to him, perhaps a word of encouragement. Or a threat. The second elf thrust the staff skywards, and weaved the ether. An immense arc of energy shot from the end of the staff and discharged into the clouds above. It was like a huge bolt of lightning connecting the elf to the sky. Green arcs of crackling energy danced across the clouds, lighting up the city in green. The weaving elf poured his energy into the sky, every last drop, and then collapsed onto the ground, lost in the hollow. The first elf pulled the staff from his weakened grasp, and then he placed one hand on the Eluden, and connected with it. The Eluden flared, but this time there was no uncontrollable release of energy, no huge beam discharging into the sky. The energy poured into the mage, filling him up to the point of destruction. His eyes became pools of fierce red light. Then he dropped his hand onto the head of the second elf, and funneled the energy into him. Serrel wasn't exactly sure what to expect. The elf receiving the energy began to shudder and convulse. His flesh began to glow from within, his veins lighting up into long lines of red fire. Then he began to groan. His muscles increased in size before everyone's eyes, tearing through clothes suddenly far too small. Even with the rain, Serrel thought he heard the cracking of bone. It took several long, shocking minutes for the process to complete. Then the mage pulled his hand from the Eluden, and the flow on energy came to a halt. He stepped back on unsteady legs, and surveyed his work. The kneeling elf stood upright, the remains of ripped clothing falling to the ground. He had nearly doubled in height, and his previously slender build was now a solid mass of bone and luminescent muscle. The rain began to steam as it landed on him. Altogether, the Ferine howled their pleasure. In answer to your question, Vic, said Brant. No. That doesn't look too bad. Why would you think so? Just being paranoid, I guess. What just happened? Asked Calyx. Below, the transformed elf flexed his new and impossible body, and walked off into the city, lighting up the night with his passing. To quote the patrician, said Serrel, this is only a theory. But I think this is like how they make Ferine. They're emptying themselves of energy, to the point where they fall into the hollow, and then they fill themselves from the Eluden. We have that energy inside us, and we didn't change, said Victor. Yet, said Brant. They must weave it in some way, Serrel thought aloud. They make it so that it changes them. Gods, I don't know. A month ago the most difficult thing I had to think about was carving wooden cherubs. I'm not the damn expert. At least they're distracted, Calyx put in. Their guard is down. We might have a chance, if we take them by surprise. We have to take the mage out first, before he can touch the Eluden, said Jurgen. Fresh meat can put a shield on it. That didn't go so well the first time, Serrel said. Can you shoot him from here, Brant? Brant thought about it. From this distance, in the rain. I don't know. You're the best shot we have, Brant, said Calyx. Holly was the best. She would have made the shot, Brant said dejectedly. She was better than me. She's gone. You're here. You need to accept that. And then you need to take out that mage. Brant took a breath, then nodded. Fresh meat, you stay up here with Brant, said Calyx. You drop the shield over the Eluden, Brant shoots out the mage. We could use a distraction, said Victor. Serrel held up the seeking crystal. This thing's full of ether energy. It might make a nice bang if you break it. Just try not to be around when it goes off. Throw it and run. Got you. Wait until the mage finishes the transformation, Serrel suggested. He looked vulnerable then. Calyx nodded. Let's go back. Serrel followed Calyx, Jurgen and Victor back to the alleyway. He waited while the three of them climbed down, then had Victor throw his staff up to him. He caught it, but lost his footing and nearly fell off the roof in the process. He kicked himself inwardly, then rejoined Brant at the edge of the roof. Fun times in the Legion, muttered Brant, stringing an arrow onto his bow. Serrel crouched low, and waited. Below them, another elf came and knelt before the Eluden, and the ritual began all over again. When the supplicant finished releasing his own energy into the sky, and dropped down on all fours, Serrel lifted his staff in preparation, whilst Brant aimed an arrow at the mage. With agonizing slowness the elf was transformed into a glowing hulk, tearing through his clothes and increasing unnaturally in size. You'd think they'd just take their clothes off first, noted Brant. Serrel didn't reply. He watched the transformation finish, as the mage broke the connection with the Eluden, and stumbled away from it. The Ferine roared as one. Lost in the pouring rain was the twang of a bowstring. Out of the corner of his eye, Serrel thought he might have just made out a flicker of movement as an arrow, with an unnecessarily large head made of crystal, arced through the air, and came down in a group of Ferine on the far side of the square. There was a sound, like the shattering of glass, just as a blinding explosion instantly vaporized at least 3 Ferine and sent several more flying through the air. Serrel weaved his shield over the Eluden, at the same moment Brant released his arrow. In the darkness it was impossible to track the flying missile, but Serrel saw the mage suddenly twist and fall to the ground, a wooden shaft stuck through his neck. That was for you, Hole, muttered Brant. In the ensuing chaos, the Hounds and the Nightblades entered the square. They had split into 2 groups, and approached from both streets, cutting down any Ferine that stood unprepared. There were multiple flashes that lit up the square, and sharp cracks audible over the rain. When Serrel looked down he saw Mouse moving towards the Eluden, firing at anything that moved, Calyx circling her, taking down any Ferine who got too close. Victor was with second group with Jurgen and Annabella. The 3 of them flowed gracefully across the cobbled square, killing everything in their path. The newly transformed elf stood to his full height, which was nearly double everyone else in the square. His body flared bright red when he spotted the Nightblades, and he charged straight at them. The 3 assassins broke formation, sliding apart and scattering from the amateurish rush, then closing back together again in a flurry of blades. At the Eluden, Serrel's shield was taking a beating, not just from Ferine, but from the heavy rain. Each drop was an added force hammering on his barrier and sapping his strength. Long lines of green traced in the air from rivulets of water running down its surface. Serrel saw 2 Ferine hurl themselves blindly at it and bounce off. A third elf slid to stop next to it, and began weaving at the Eluden. He went down as an arrow struck him in the side. Another elf approached, hands outstretched, and exploded as Mouse hit him with a blast of energy. She and Calyx came to a halt next to the crystal, and Calyx waved frantically to get his attention. Serrel dispelled the shield, and saw Mouse make contact with the Eluden. Time to go, he told Brant. One moment. Brant sighted on a Ferine archer, hiding on a nearby rooftop, and shot him with a well-placed arrow. Gotcha, you pointy-eared git. This way. Brant threw himself onto the slope of roof and slid down to the edge of the building. Somehow his feet hit the gutter, and he managed to stop his fall. Serrel didn't bother to emulate him, on account of he didn't want to die. He tried to slid down slowly, but lost his grip on the wet tiles and slid feet first towards the edge of the roof. Brant grabbed him at the last moment, and saved him from a 3-story drop. Now we're even, Brant said. Serrel didn't answer. He looked past Brant and saw a red light on the street below. As it grew closer, he saw one of the previously made elf giants running towards the square, alerted by the sounds of battle. A group of Ferine ran behind it. "Lean back," Serrel snapped. Brant flattened himself on the tiles as Serrel lifted his staff and began to weave. He pushed so much energy into the already rather beaten staff that it started to vibrate in his hands. When he released the ether energy, the bolt was so bright it illuminated the entire street. The elf giant looked up, just in time to see the bolt strike. It sent Ferine airborne, not all of them entirely in one piece, along with huge chunks of the street itself. There was a wisp of smoke coming from the end of his staff afterwards. Serrel wondered if there was perhaps irreparable damage done to it. He hoped it would at least hold up until the end of the battle. Brant inched his way along the roof, until he came to another drainpipe. With Serrel watching over him, he carefully climbed down to the street. Then Serrel dropped his staff down to him, and climbed down himself. He lost his grip on the way, and dropped the last 6 feet or so. Brant helped him up, shaking his head. "How can someone as clumsy as you have been a carpenter?" he wondered. "How do you still have all your fingers attached?" A low rumble cut off Serrel's response. They two of them turned as the elf giant pushed himself out of the rubble of the street. He was missing his right arm, and a large chunk of his torso. The edges of his wounds glowed red, and dripped luminescent blood. When he saw the two, his eyes narrowed. Said Brant. "Sorry?" Then in one fluid motion, he drew an arrow and fired it at the giant's face. The arrow passed through flesh and came to a halt when it hit the elf's newly reinforced skull. It was a flesh wound at best, and the giant just stared at them irritably, before lifting his remaining hand and flicking out the arrow with one massive finger. "Oh, bugger," noted Brant. The giant ran at them. Serrel grabbed his staff and fired at him. The bolt hit the giant in the leg, but barely even slowed him. Serrel and Brant threw themselves in opposite directions, as the giant's arm came hurtling down. His fist narrowly missed Serrel, and smashed into the cobbled street, crushing a considerable section into rubble. Serrel rolled into a crouch, and fired at the giant again. This time he put more energy into the bolt, and the impact hit the giant in the small of the back and knocked him onto his hand and knees. Brant stepped in, sword in hand, and slashed at the giant's eyes. The giant roared in pain, and clutched at his face, dropping himself to the ground. Serrel walked up to him, lifted his staff and fired a third time, point blank into his head. This time the giant didn't get up. The two of them ran into the square, where the fight had turned to the Legion's favor, but it was absolute bedlam. They arrived just as a building on the far side of the square exploded into a ball of fire. Bolts of red energy flew through the air, turning Ferine into ash. Mouse was apparently making use of the illusion while she had the chance. Serrel glanced to his left, and saw the Nightblades taking on another giant. They had it encircled, dashing in and out of reach, and slicing at its flesh, but the creature refused to go down. Annabella attacked it from behind, slicing at its legs with her daggers. The giant spun, far faster than something that size could logically have moved, swinging a massive hand at her head. She ducked aside at the last minute, but the giant's fist clipped her head and sent her spinning to the ground. The giant moved to finish the job, but didn't see Jurgen until the assassin had leapt at it head-on, and plunged a short sword into its throat. The giant's hands shot up and grabbed Jurgen around the waist. It squeezed. Jurgen roared in pain through clenched teeth as the giant's fingers speared into flesh. He twisted the blade, but the giant was whether oblivious or just ignoring its rapidly fading mortality. Victor pulled another knife, this one long-bladed and heavy, not really meant for throwing. But his arm snapped out, and he hurled the knife with all his strength, at the same time as he weaved a wave of force behind it. The knife shot through the air faster than a human being could have normally thrown it, and impaled the giant in the skull, up to the hilt. The giant stood standing for a second, blank-faced, then went limp and crumpled to the ground. Victor and Annabella were pulling Jurgen from its grasp as Serrel ran up to the Eluden. "It's not working," Mouse said aloud. "Just keep shooting," replied Calyx. They're on the left. Reinforcements. Take them out. Mouse pointed her staff at a group of Ferine charging into the square from another street, and fired at them. The blast of energy was huge and red, and missed them entirely. It exploded the building on the corner of the street and the square, and toppled bricks and masonry over the elves. "Did you do that on purpose?" Serrel asked. Sure. Stop blowing up buildings. There could be people inside. Who cares? Snapped Calyx. If we don't block off access, the Ferine are going to be taking us on from all sides. There. Shoot out that building there. Mouse complied, exploding another building on the edge of the square so its rubble collapsed on the street and formed a makeshift barricade. There were 5 streets that accessed the square, and she had blocked 3 of them. It was destructive, but seemed to work. Serrel thought Mouse would have been having fun, but she grimaced. "It doesn't matter how much energy I use, there's still so much of it," she complained. "Elf! Pointy!" roared Calyx. "Get over here!" Dulril ran over to them, flanked by Snow and Dogbreath. "It isn't working," Mouse told him. "What do you mean?" "There's no." She made an expansive gesture with her arms. "Whooshing thing. The light in the sky. It's not releasing energy like the other one," clarified Serrel. He slapped his hand onto the Eluden, and connected with it. He felt the familiar spike of energy spear straight into him, and instantly refill the energy he had previously spent. But the Eluden didn't have the same wasteful discharge as the one in the quarry. There was no huge beam of light shooting into the sky to help deplete its reserves. See? They must have figured out how to use it better. Serrel weaved a shield around them as Dulril examined the Eluden. "I can't keep up the connection," Mouse explained. "The energy comes in faster than I can weave. I have to break off before I sublimate." "Sublimate? You know." "Explode," Mouse said impatiently. "Sublimate," corrected Dulril. "Whatever, elf," snapped Calyx. "Fix it." "I do not even know what they have done," replied Dulril. "You had better figure it out, because at the moment we're only fighting a few Ferine. The ones on the walls and guarding the gates are going to be joining in any moment. We can't hold them off forever." "Well, technically with this thing, I probably could," said Serrel. He had pumped so much energy into his shield it was visible as a transparent red wall encircling them. Arcs of energy crackled through the air and seared the flesh of any Ferine who got too close. Sitting here until help arrives is not a plan, fresh meat. "Make way!" Annabella was screaming at them suddenly. She and Victor each had a hold on one of Jurgen's arms and were dragging him towards the Eluden. Serrel dispelled his shield, and then dropped it back into place behind them. "Jurgen? You still alive?" Calyx asked. "I'm getting too old for this," Jurgen groaned. "Mouse, can you heal him?" Victor asked. "I can't do healing spells worth a damn." "I'll try," said Mouse. She pressed her hand against the Eluden, and focused on fixing the damage done to Jurgen. Jurgen shook his head. "No time," he winced. "I can't feel my legs." "Whatever damage is done, you can't fix it magically. As soon as the energy dissipates, my spine going to come apart again. I have a lot of energy, and I am not going to be dependent on the god's damn ether for the rest of my life." Jurgen snapped. "Just dull the pain." "Can you do that?" "Yes, Captain." "Annabella? Blackwood?" Jurgen grabbed Victor by the collar and pulled him down. "This is the last order I am going to give you two idiots. Listen closely. Vharaes cannot get away. This does not go on. So the first chance you get, you take the patrician, and you make him show you a way into the fortress. You find Vharaes, and you end that warmongering piece of shit's life. Am I clear? Sir, Annabella tried. The general told us dash. To hell with Delaney. I have a writ of death signed by the Empress herself. I don't care what her reasons are, you follow my orders, not hers. You take that elven bastard's head, Bat. We'll do it, Captain, said Victor. Good. Now what the hell is taking so long with this damn rock? Patrician? Calyx asked with clear threat in her voice. I think I have it, said Dulril. He twisted one of the metal rings at the Eluden's base and clicked it into a new position. A heavy shudder vibrated visibly through the crystal, and under his hand, Serrel felt a tiny crack appear on its smooth surface. He shot Dulril a look. Don't do that again, he warned. Sorry. Dulril turned another ring a few notches. I think this should do it. Watch your shield. Serrel dispelled his shield, just as the Eluden began discharging energy into the sky. Where the beam of light hit the clouds, huge arcs of electricity danced outwards. There was a near-constant boom and crash of thunder as the magical lightning spread outwards in a circle from the Eluden. Just in time, said Calyx, shouting to be heard over the erupting sky. We have company. More Ferine were amassing at the last two streets, waiting to storm the market square. Serrel took his hand from the Eluden and cut the connection. The Eluden fell silent. Tell everyone to fall back to us, he said. Calyx looked at him, then at Mouse, who lifted her staff meaningfully. To us! She screamed as loud as she could. Fall back to our position, you dogs. Move it, or you're going to be left behind. You heard the sergeant. Join Snow. Hop to it. The Hounds retreated into the center of the square. The Ferine all hesitated and stood in place. They stared at the Eluden and the two mages beside it as the Hounds gathered around them. Vost was the last one to fall into place, running up to Calyx with tail wagging, holding what appeared to be a dismembered Ferine arm in his mouth. What now? Calyx asked. Mouse stepped onto the lip of the fountain for added height. You should all probably duck, she advised calmly. She stretched out her hand and touched the Eluden. The Hounds threw themselves to the ground as the Eluden exploded into life. Serrel gently placed his hand against the crystal on the opposite side from Mouse and lifted his staff. The Ferine hesitated, but neither of the mages waited for them to attack anyway. The light from their weaving was visible from the Legion's camp. Delaney took it as a sign that it was time to attack. Towns and villages far away from Volumir saw the sky light up red, the aurora ethereal dancing across the heavens. When it was over, most of the buildings surrounding the square were flattened, and there was not a living Ferine to be seen. They were all dead or fleeing. When Serrel finally broke contact with the Eluden, his staff was hot in his hands. Mouse surveyed the ruined buildings and smiled in satisfaction. That was all your fault, Serrel told her. Yes, it was, she agreed. Gods, breathed Annabella. What did you do? What we were meant to do. You are destroying my city, said Dulril in shock. Was that absolutely necessary? Yes. I'm sure the Legion will compensate everyone for damages, lied Snow. Let's finish this before they regroup. Let them regroup, said Mouse. We can handle it. Mouse, Victor said sternly. She sighed. Fine. Let's empty this damn thing and smash it, suggested Serrel. I'll do it, said Jurgen forcefully. You all get out of here, while the Ferine can't see you. I'll take care of the thing. Annabella stared at him. Captain, you haven't done any weaving in nearly a decade. It's like falling off a log, Kincaid. You never forget. Jurgen pulled the glove of his left hand, revealing a tattoo like Victor's. As long as this thing still works, I should do all right. Captain Dash. I know how this ends for me, Kincaid, he snapped. And I will be damned if I spend the last days of life lying in bed, covered in my own shit. Now I've given you an order, and you will follow it. Annabella nodded. Are you sure about this, Captain? Asked Snow. Yes. Go on, Snow. You have a mission to finish. They gently pulled Jurgen to the Eluden and propped him up against it. You just have to put your hand on it and make a connection, sir, Serrel told him. I'll manage. Calyx placed an axe on his lap. I'll say this much for you, Jurgen. At least you're going out like a warrior. Told you I wasn't such a bad guy, Calyx. I guess I'll see you on the other side. I sincerely hope not. There should be another portal to the sewer around here, Dulril said. We should hurry. Dulril led them to the next sewer access, and Annabella undid the lock. The Hounds slipped down and out of sight one by one, led to safety by Dulril. Serrel lingered behind with Calyx, in case anything went wrong. He saw Jurgen lift his hand over his shoulder and press it against the Eluden. The crystal came to life. Is he going to? Serrel started. He'll do what he has to. Let's get going, Hawthorne. The two disappeared underground, and closed the metal hatch behind them. The rain had finally stopped, and through patches in the clouds, blown open by the force of the Eluden's discharge, Jurgen could see the sky brightening. A new day was dawning. And more Ferine were beginning to climb over the rubble surrounding the square. They were nothing if not persistent. Jurgen let the energy of the Eluden flow into him, and used what little knowledge he still recalled about healing spells to put his broken body back together. It was slapdash weaving, and his instructor would turn in her grave if she saw the way he forced the ether to reattach all the important bits and pieces of his spine. As soon as the energy was used up, it would all fall apart, but that was hardly the issue. Jurgen wanted to die on his feet. Not breaking his contact with the Eluden, he pushed himself upright, and hefted the axe Calyx had given him. With all the energy he had just used up, and all the rest going up into the sky, he figured there couldn't be that much left in the Eluden. He waited for the Ferine to get closer, and smiled. What the hell, Dot? Calyx ran down the sewer tunnels, Serrel fast behind her. He figured that they were about halfway back to the smuggler's tunnel where they had made their entrance, when the explosion rocked the entire city. The shockwave knocked them both to the grimy floor, and sent the roof of the tunnels behind them collapsing inwards. Calyx coughed and rolled over. What the hell was that? I think that was Jurgen, said Serrel. I think he may have broken the Eluden a bit earlier than expected. At least he got the job done. Get up, we aren't finished yet. I don't suppose I'm going to get a day off when this is all over. You wish, Hawthorne. It took him a while to realize she had stopped calling him fresh meat. He didn't bring it up, in case she took offense. They were far behind the rest of the group now, so when they saw movement in the darkness ahead, they weren't sure if it was the Hounds, or Ferine who had caught on to them. Serrel lifted his staff, but relaxed when Dulril came into view. Victor and Annabella were right behind him. Is everyone all right? He asked them. Everyone's fine, replied Annabella. Snow's leading them to the south gates. But we have somewhere else to be, put in Victor. So you'll have to excuse us. Serrel, take care of yourself. He clapped Serrel on the shoulder, and moved off. Wait, snapped Calyx. Calyx, Annabella said wearily. Jurgen gave us his orders. His last orders. I'm not disobeying them. I know. What I was going to say is, I'm coming with you, Dot. Me too, said Serrel without hesitation. Annabella gave them a look. Really? We both know Jurgen was the brains of your little outfit, said Calyx. You idiots don't stand a chance on your own. Oh. Well, thanks, Calyx. Besides, he was right. I don't know what Delaney had planned, but we need to stop Vharaes now. Just so we're clear, said Victor. I'm going up there to kill him. You aren't going to get in the way, are you, Sergeant? I'm not an assassin, boy. I don't kill people without cause. So when I find Vharaes, I'm going to ask him to surrender. Then I'm going to kill him. Works for me. Let's go. This way, Dulril lead them onwards. This won't be easy. We can travel underground most of the way. But we will need to sneak across the city for the last leg. The entrance to the secret tunnel is inside a public house. The patrician of Volumir has his own tunnel leading to the local pub? Said Annabella with amusement. No. It is a pub now. When the tunnel was made, it was a brothel. Annabella laughed. I'm starting to like this city. Or, what's left of it. They moved through the winding sewer tunnels as far as they could, then Dulril took them to another access hatch, and led them back to the surface. The sky was bright, and the clouds were finally dispersing when Serrel emerged onto the street. He gulped fresh air and swore he was never going into a sewer ever again. The streets were eerily quiet, and empty of people. Everyone was probably in hiding, at least, anyone the Ferine hadn't killed, Serrel thought grimly. There was a plume of smoke drifting in the air, no doubt over the remains of the market square. On the edge of his hearing, Serrel thought he could make out the sounds of shouting and fighting. Dulril led them to what at first appeared to be a park in the middle of the city. There were vines sprouting flowers, wrapped around wooden supports lining the path. All over the grass were wooden tables and seats carved from the remains of tree stumps. In the center of the park was a large double-story building. It only had walls on two sides, and was open and exposed to the environment on the others. That's a pub? Asked Annabella. An elvish pub, said Dulril. When we drink, there is usually much singing and dancing, and carousing with nature. There was the tiniest hint of embarrassment when he said that last part. Add bloodshed and you've got yourself a Norwin party, said Calyx. Dulril took them inside. There was no door, and the ground level of the pub had been ransacked. Barrels of beer and mead, and bottles of wine were smashed across the floor. Dulril led them to the upper level, where there were several rooms. He led them to the largest, and most opulently decorated room, and went to a large wardrobe set against one wall. He opened the doors, shoved aside a variety of expensive dresses, and searched the back panel. You've been here before then, said Annabella. A few times. On good terms with the owner of this room, are you? We're just good friends. Right. Dulril found what he was looking for, and without a sound, the back panel of wardrobe slid aside to reveal a darkened shaft that dropped down inside the wall and into the earth. There was a dusty wooden ladder leading downwards. At the bottom of the ladder was a narrow stone tunnel, similar to the smugglers' tunnels, but perhaps a little less rough-shod. More care and attention had gone into its design, ensuring it had adequate ventilation, and didn't fill with water when it rained. They walked on, Serrel lighting the way with his staff. How exactly are we going to find Vharaes once we get there? Serrel asked. There are only a few places I think he might be, replied Dulril. And if all else fails, we'll ask someone, added Victor. Finding him will be the easy part, Dulril went on. Stopping him will be much harder. Vharaes was a powerful mage when I knew him. He will not go quietly. I suggest you kill him the first chance you get. The venom in his words took Serrel aback, but he said nothing. At the end of the tunnel was a blank stone wall. Dulril slid past Serrel and stood before it. He rolled up his sleeve to reveal the tattoo denoting him as patrician, and muttered a long phrase in Elvish. The previously featureless wall began to glow with green writing as Dulril activated the enchantments. A symbol matching the one on his tattoo appeared on the wall and flared brightly. Then there were a series of muffled clicks and thumps as hidden mechanisms unlocked. Dulril pushed the wall, and it swung inwards on oiled hinges. Cute, said Annabella. You know, if you elves had put as much effort into guarding the city as you did into getting your leg over, maybe this whole thing could have been avoided. Possibly, Dulril conceded. Behind the door was a spiral staircase leading upwards. The door slid closed and locked again as they ascended the stairs, which led to a narrow walkway inside the walls of the Volumir fortress. This led to another staircase, and then another passage. Serrel lost track of all the twists and turns they made. They just followed Dulril silently. Along the way, the elf suddenly stopped as they made their way through another passage. He looked thoughtful for a moment, then backtracked to a section of the wall. "What is it?" Serrel whispered. Dulril put a finger to his lips. Then he pushed one particular brick with his hand. It turned in place, making a small opening through which torchlight shone. His peered through carefully and then his eyes went wide. He gestured for Serrel to take a look. The peephole was set high up on the wall of what must have been an old throne room. Serrel could see a huge expanse of polished marble floor, and at the far end of the room a very ornate throne upon a raised dais. There was a group of elves in front of the throne. At least two of them were clearly Ferine. They all stood in a ring while another elf spoke to them. Serrel couldn't hear the words, and wouldn't have understood even if he could. He looked over at Dulril who mouthed, "Vharaes." Serrel glanced back through the peephole, taking another look at the elf who had caused all the death and destruction they'd seen. Then he stepped aside so the others could see. Dulril mouthed, "Throne room." The others nodded. Serrel had one last look, and saw the group below break up. All the other elves went off quickly, leaving Vharaes alone. Vharaes strolled casually across the throne room with his hands behind his back, and disappeared from view. They shut the peephole and hurried onwards. Up another flight of stairs, and along another passage until Dulril stopped them before another blank wall that he revealed to be another hidden doorway with the aid of his tattoo of office. They pushed through and found themselves in a well-furnished bedroom that had recently been ransacked. Dulril sighed. Apparently it was his room. "Look at this," he commented sadly at the state of his belongings. "That vase was a present." "I'll buy you a new one," snapped Calyx. "What's the quickest way to the throne room?" "I will show you." Blackwood, take point. Victor saluted with the knife in his hand, and gently eased the door open. The hallway beyond was empty. He crept out, followed by the others. Dulril walked in the middle of their group, between Serrel and Calyx. Annabella took the rear, knives out. The corridors of the fortress were all but empty. Presumably the rest of Vharaes' forces had been sent out to fight the Legion, and there was nothing to hinder them. There were a few faint voices echoing from somewhere else in the fortress, but otherwise they saw no one. They went down several levels, and then crept down one long passage. Victor paused at the end of the passage, as it intersected another corridor, and peered around the corner. And then yanked his head back, throwing up a shield just as a bolt of green energy shot past him. "Get back!" Serrel took a couple steps backwards, and turned around in time to see two Ferine heading up the corridor behind them. Calyx and Annabella moved to intercept them. Serrel turned back to help Victor deal with the mage ahead. The mage came around the corner with another Ferine. The Ferine pounced, and went down with two knives in its chest. The mage was weaving bolts of energy that Serrel blocked with his shield. He fired back, but the mage raised her own shield in time. She glared at him, full of hate. Serrel saw a glint of metal in Victor's hand. He lowered his staff and beckoned the mage with one hand. "Here I am." He smiled at her for extra effect. She took the opening and dropped her shield. Before she could get her spell off, Victor hurled his knife into her chest. The mage gave a cry of surprise, and fell backwards. As she died, she finally managed to fire off her spell, but her staff was high, and the energy exploded into the ceiling. With an almighty crash, a large section of the ceiling, and the floor of the room above, came plummeting downwards. Serrel dove out the way as the rubble slammed onto the floor right where he had been standing. When he looked back, the corridor was filled with broken wood and masonry where Calyx, Annabella and Dulril had been. He went to the pile of rubble and tried to find a way past. "Sergeant! Annabella!" There was coughing, and someone groaned. "Keep it down, Hawthorne," snapped Calyx. Her face appeared in a small gap within the pile and glared at him in annoyance. "Are you all right?" "We're fine. But we aren't getting through this way." "Hold on. I'll try to move some of this dash." "No," said Victor shortly, pulling his knives from the Ferine's body. "No time. We need to go on." "He's right," said Calyx. "We'll take another route." "Listen," Dulril coughed. "Go left. The throne room is behind the third door on your right." "And, Hawthorne?" Calyx added. "Watch yourself. I don't want to break in another mage." "You were hard enough." "I will." Serrel turned back to Victor, who sighed grimly. "Just you and me," commented Victor. "What fun. You have any more of those?" Serrel pointed to Victor's knives. "Enough. It only takes one. Let's go meet Vharaes." Victor led the way. They followed Dulril's directions and found the door they needed. It opened up into a short passage that in turn led them into the throne room through a hidden door on one of the long walls. The throne room was empty. The marble floor was remarkably shiny, reflecting the sunlight that was just clearing the horizon, shining down through several tall windows arranged high on the wall behind the throne. Under any other situation, it might have been amusing to be sneaking into such a place. Victor pointed across the hall, to another door that was ajar on the opposite wall. Serrel nodded in agreement. That was the direction he had seen Vharaes moving in. They crept across the wide throne room and went through. This led to another short passage and another partially open doorway. They quietly peeked through the gap. The room beyond was some sort of war room, occupied by a wide, round table and a map of the Faelands that adorned one wall. There was a second door on the opposing wall to them. The table was completely covered in papers, books, and scrolls. Sorting through it all was a single elf. He was tall and dark-haired, clad in expensive blue and black clothes. A curved sword with a long handle was sheathed at his side. He had his back to them, and was sorting through the mess slowly and casually, as though there were not a war raging a not inconsiderable distance from him. Occasionally he would pick up a page or a scroll, read it briefly, then carefully slide it into a satchel that sat open beside him. Victor looked back at Serrel. He nodded and mouthed, "Stay here." Serrel wanted to argue, but Victor quickly turned back to his target. He pushed the door open carefully, and slid into the room without a sound, knife in hand. He was pulling his arm backwards, about to throw, when the elf spoke. "That's close enough," he said, not even bothering to look up from his work. Victor froze, still poised to throw his knife. "I wouldn't," the elf advised. "Let's continue this like civilized people, shall we? Your friend can come in. It's drafty in that corridor." Serrel sighed to himself, and pushed through the door. Victor shot him a dirty look, which he ignored. "Please excuse the mess," the elf went on. He walked around the table, putting it between them and himself. He didn't stop his fastidious sorting as he went. "I've had a lot to do, and not much time to do it in. And the records in this place are a joke. I swear, ever since they let the Imperials have run of the place, everything's gone to rack and ruin," he added in a jovial tone. He flipped quickly through a large and old-looking tome, found the entry he wanted and then with a satisfied nod, he ripped out a handful of pages and put them in his bag. Finally he looked up and smiled. "Sorry, where are my manners? I am Vharaes, Prince of Elsbereth and true heir to the throne." "And who might you be?" Serrel stared, realizing he was finally face to face with cause of pretty much every horrible thing he had experienced that week. He found himself surprisingly underwhelmed. He exchanged a glance with Victor out of the corner of his eye. Victor shrugged. "I'm Victor, that's Serrel," Victor said simply. "A pleasure," said Vharaes. "So? Have you come to kill me?" "Yes," said Victor. "Not unless you make us," Serrel put in carefully. "Probably even if you don't," added Victor. "You aren't helping. I try to be honest." Serrel resisted the urge to roll his eyes. "This doesn't have to get ugly," he told Vharaes, thinking how lame that sounded. Vharaes just chuckled. "Is the Empress really sending boys to do her dirty work for her now?" "I'm not a boy," Victor said calmly. "Of course you are. A little boy who thinks he can play assassin. I didn't think anyone would get in this quickly though, so well done. Gold stars all around. Lucky for you too, I don't kill children. Now, if you don't mind, I'll be on my way." He looped the satchel over his shoulder and smiled at them. "It has been a pleasure." This time, Serrel did roll his eyes. "The city is surrounded. The Legion know about all the escape tunnels. You can't get away. It's over. Why don't you just surrender and save us all a lot of trouble?" "Why?" Vharaes asked in amusement. "Everything is going according to plan. Apart from you two showing up at least. Again, well done. Perhaps there will be medals in it for you. But I don't think I should stand around waiting for the real soldiers to turn up. Take care now." With that, Vharaes turned and walked to the door as if he had not a care in the world. Victor's arm came up, its movement a blur. Even as he threw the dagger, he was already moving. Running forwards and leaping onto the table. Vharaes spun and pulled out his sword in a single graceful motion. The sword in his right hand swatted the dagger from the air, as his left hand came around and let loose a stream of ether energy at the two mages. They threw up their shields without thinking. The blast of energy crackled through the air like lightning, glanced off Victor and cast him aside while he was still in mid-air, then struck Serrel straight on. Vharaes was weaving without a staff, and with incredible skill too. Serrel had proved he was good at magical shields, but the energy pounding into him was nearly overwhelming. It was like trying to hold back the oncoming tide with a buckler. He could feel his boots sliding backwards across the smooth marbled floor from the force of the onslaught. He forced more of his energy into his shield to strengthen it, and managed to slide to a halt. Victor hit the floor, and rebounded like he was on a spring. He charged at Vharaes, pulling off his sword in mid-stride, and attacked with a flurry of blows. Vharaes was unfazed. He parried Victor's attacks with his sword in one hand, and managed to maintain his spell on Serrel with the other. For a few amazing seconds, he held them both off without breaking a sweat, or dropping the smirk from his face. Then Victor found an opening, and cast a plume of fire into his face. Vharaes dropped the energy stream he was weaving at Serrel, and threw up his own shield in time to stop himself losing his eyebrows. Victor pushed ahead with his sudden advantage and continued his attack. When the force pushing him backwards suddenly disappeared, Serrel stumbled forwards and almost landed on his face. He managed to regain his balance, and turned the sudden momentum into a charge. He ran into the fray, and when he was sure Victor was clear, he fired a burst of energy at Vharaes. In one perfect movement, Vharaes threw up another shield to block Serrel's spell, turned aside a blow from Victor's sword that would have opened his throat, fired a blast of energy at Serrel, ducked another blow from Victor, then launched himself with inhuman agility over the table. He twisted through the air and landed on his feet facing his opponents on the other side of the table. "This was fun," he told them, sheathing his sword. "Let's do it again sometime." As Victor took a step towards him, Vharaes weaved a spell at the table. Serrel managed to get a look at his palm, and saw Vharaes had a tattoo identical to the one Victor had on his own palm, just before a wave of force lifted the heavy table off the floor and flipped it onto them. Serrel threw up a powerful shield that caught Table just as it was about to hit them, then cast a wave of force that hurled it back towards Vharaes. Vharaes fired back his own spell at the table, and the force struck it in such a way that it blew violently in half. Chunks of wood and splinters exploded through the room, raining down around them and bouncing off the shield Victor threw up. In the confusion, Vharaes turned and fled through the door from which Serrel and Victor had entered. Victor wiped blood from a cut to his face. "Come on!" he yelled back at Serrel, not even pausing to see if he was being followed as he charged after the elf. Serrel didn't even have time to pause for breath as he ran after them. They pursued Vharaes across the throne room, and saw him disappear through a hidden door located behind the throne itself. Victor kicked the door open and dove through, Serrel right behind him. They ran through the fortress, guided by the sounds of their target's footsteps ahead of them. Despite winding corridors and intersecting paths, Victor managed to stay on Vharaes' trail. He was a hunter, locked onto his quarry's scent, and he wasn't going to let go. Serrel would have been impressed if he had even a moment to stop and think. Instead, he just ran. Corridors led to stairs, which led upwards to other corridors, and then more stairs again, until they finally spotted the doorway, Vharaes standing within, silhouetted against bright sunlight. The elf raised his left hand, and suddenly the corridor they were in was filled with fire. Victor pulled up his hood and simply ran straight through it, Serrel following with reluctance behind him, trying to shield them both as best he could. Victor burst through the doorway at full speed, and came to a halt so suddenly Serrel nearly ran into him. Shit, shit, shit. Victor swore, stumbling off balance. In front of him was a sheer drop straight down. Serrel grabbed the back of his coat and yanked Victor back to solid ground. Victor took a deep breath. For the first time since Serrel had met him, he appeared pale and unsettled. "Are you all right?" Serrel asked. "Yes. I think. Thanks." They peered over the edge cautiously. Below them, far, far below them, was the fortress keep. They were currently on the side of the huge tower that jutted from the fortress and into the sky. To their left, a narrow staircase wound around the outside of the tower, leading upwards to the roof. There was no guard rail, and on one side of the stairs there was nothing but open air and a long drop to a messy end. "Let's go," Serrel said with very little enthusiasm. Victor made a face. "This is probably a bad time to mention this, but I really don't like heights." You are afraid of heights?" Despite the situation they were in, Serrel allowed himself a moment of sheer disbelief. "I didn't think you were afraid of anything." "I didn't say afraid," Victor clarified forcefully. "I said I didn't like them." "There's a difference." "Of course. Do you need me to hold your hand?" "Shut up." Victor led them upwards, eyes locked steadfastly ahead, his shoulder pressed against the solid stone wall on his left. Serrel would have found the whole thing immensely funny under normal circumstances. The roof of the tower was completely flat, designed for whatever it was that elves liked to do high up in the sky. There were again no barricades to prevent anyone from plummeting to their death due to any unforeseen incidents that might take place. Like a sword fight/magical duel with a deranged elven warlord. Serrel considered that extremely sloppy planning. When they stepped onto the roof, Vharaes was standing in the center, eyes searching the brightening sky frantically. He spun in quick circles, but couldn't find whatever it was he was looking for. Finally he turned and faced them, exhaling sharply through his nose in irritation. "Honestly," he said in disappointment. "You can't rely on anyone these days." "Pick better friends," Victor replied. He and Serrel split up and began to circle around the elf from opposite sides. "I don't suppose we could hold this off for, say, another 5 minutes or so?" Vharaes asked hopefully. Victor spun the sword in his hand meaningfully. "I guess not," Vharaes sighed, and looked at them with seriousness this time. "It doesn't have to be like this." "Give up then," Serrel told him. "I'm sure that will turn out so well for me." You have no idea what you've walked into. I won't even make it to trial. I will execute it as an example, just for trying to reclaim my home. So, thank you, but no. I would rather die free. How is anything that has happened, any of it at all, worth dying for? You wouldn't understand. It is the difference between falling or choosing to leap. It is about even having the choice. Look, he tried another tact. You've won. My forces are destroyed, and my grand evil scheme undone. What difference does it make if you have me or not? A big one, said Victor. It's the difference between a lot of people living and a lot of people dying. So, you're going to kill me, to save everyone else? Vharaes mulled that over. Funny, but when I do that, I get called a criminal. Do you two idiots even know what any of this was about? Why I had to do all the things that I've done? Do you even care? No, said Victor flatly. So many people have died, said Serrel. Good people. Because of you. And if we let you go, even more will die. I don't want that on my hands. Your empire took my home. Took my lands. You're slowly but surely destroying my people. You are the invaders here. You are the criminals. I'm merely fighting for what's mine. Listen, said Victor, and now there was a clear hint of annoyance in his voice. I'm tired. You've tried to set me on fire and made me climb the world's dumbest stairway. I am not in a happy place right now. And even if I was, I still wouldn't give a damn about your reasons. They don't matter. The bodies being piled up on either side, that matters. So you can either surrender to us right now, or you can die right now. Either way, just shut the hell up. The elf rolled his eyes. Fine. Be like that. Victor charged him as Serrel started weaving. Vharaes was faster, his shield blocking Serrel's spell dead in its tracks as his sword came up to face Victor. The battle wasn't long, but it seemed to Serrel to last hours. All he could do was hang back at a safe distance, throwing spell after spell at Vharaes whenever he saw an opening, shielding himself from any attacks. But the elf was impossible, dancing across the rooftop, weaving the ether around him even as he fended off Victor's attacks. The two combatants slashed and stabbed at one another fiercely, their swords flashing in the sunlight, metal shrieking against metal, as fire, lightning and bursts of energy as bright as the sun were thrown back and forth through the air. Even 2 against 1, Vharaes held his own. His blade cut Victor more times than Serrel could count, while Victor had not made even a scratch on the elf. And Serrel was reaching his limit. He had spent days weaving, running to and from danger, on bad food and little sleep. He could feel the hollow rising up to meet him as he weaved faster and more frantically than ever before. But to no avail. Vharaes was not slowing. He barely even out of breath. At least he had stopped smiling though. Then Victor faltered, his fatigue caught up with him, and Vharaes seized his chance. He blocked Victor's strike, and forced his blade high. Then he lashed out with his free hand, the palm of his left hand barely touching the boy's chest. Serrel couldn't act. They were too close together to put up a shield, and he didn't want a spell to hit Victor. But it didn't matter. Vharaes' spell hit Victor in the chest so hard, Serrel heard his ribs crack from the other side of the tower. It lifted him off his feet and threw him backwards through the air, his sword flung from his hand. He hit the ground hard and slid across the smooth stone surface, right over the edge of the roof, and out of sight. For a second, Serrel couldn't move. He just stared in shock at the place where his friend had vanished from sight and fallen. Vharaes closed his eyes and took a breath. Then he straightened and faced Serrel. Last chance, boy. Turn around and walk away. Serrel swallowed, not even bothering to pretend he wasn't scared out of his mind. I can't, he replied. This isn't your fight, Vharaes said sadly. I took the bronze. Even to Serrel, that sounded lame. But it was true. He'd taken the Legion bronze. He'd taken an oath. Maybe for the dumbest reasons possible, but he had done it. He had to accept it, this was his responsibility. There was no one else here. And he didn't run. Not anymore. So? Vharaes said. It's just a coin. How many people have died? Serrel asked him. I can't let you get away. You can't stop me. Whether you live or die, it changes nothing. Serrel sighed. I have to try. Vharaes shook his head. Very well, then. His hand rose, and then there was fire, burning everywhere. Serrel barely cast his shield in time, and then the inferno was upon him. He couldn't see anything in any direction, only flames, slowly changing color as Vharaes made them hotter and hotter. Red flame became yellow, which turned blue, which brightened into a blinding white. The stones of the tower roof blackened and cracked. A few simply exploded, chunks of flying rock crashing into the shield. Serrel pushed everything he had into the barrier, pumped more and more energy into it, until his vision began to blur, and finally fade. Then without warning, the flames vanished. All around him, the rooftop was black and smoking. And standing right in front of him was Vharaes, his sword pointed at his throat. Serrel didn't drop his shield, even though he was all but spent. It was all he could do not to fall over. Vharaes regarded him with interest. You're more powerful than I gave you credit for, boy. What did you say your name was again? Serrel stared him straight in the eye. Serrel Hawthorne. Really? Vharaes raised an eyebrow. Serrel. That's a weird name. Well, Serrel Hawthorne, I am impressed. You wouldn't happen to have any elven blood in you? Not that I'm aware of. Guess you're just good. One day, you may even be as good as me. It would be a shame to kill you. So why don't you just fall over now, and I'll be on my way? Why? I think I'm getting my second wind. Serrel's voice was slurred. Cute. But you're done, Serrel. I can see it in your eyes. You are about to fall into the hollow, and the black abyss will swallow you up. That is a terrible way to die. The hollow only kills you if you let it, Serrel replied. The hollow takes everyone in the end. So be it. Vharaes' sword slashed through the air. When it hit Serrel's shield, it bounced off, but the shock sent Serrel staggering back. Vharaes came at him with fast, lethal swings. Serrel didn't lower his shield, but made it smaller, projecting it from the end of his staff so that he could parry the blows and stay moving. He didn't stand a chance. He had never been that good at close combat. He'd always put his weaving practice first. Something he'd have to add to the list of regrets he was compiling. With a rapid flurry of blows, Vharaes hammered his shield, then slipped past his defenses and with a single backhanded stroke, cut Serrel's staff clean in two. Serrel felt his staff shudder and die. He stood for a moment with a piece of useless wood in either hand, then shot Vharaes a dark look. You are such a bastard. Vharaes shrugged, then kicked him in the gut, hard enough that he stumbled backwards and fell. His upper body landed halfway over the edge of the tower. As he gasped for breath, trying hard not to slip backwards and fall to his death, he looked up to see Vharaes looming over him. You know, Vharaes said conversationally. It is only when you stand at the edge of the hollow and stare into the blackness that you can know yourself. You stand at the edge, and you can leap into the blackness, or you can fall. Do you understand the difference, Serrel? The choice between letting yourself die and taking control of your own fate? Serrel nodded. I think I do. You leapt. I think you can be proud, knowing you died bravely. Serrel thought about that. Not really. He had one arm hanging down over the edge of the tower. Unexpectedly, something hard and rounded was pressed against his palm. He closed his hand around it. Vharaes shrugged. No, I suppose not. Goodbye, Serrel. He raised his sword. With every ounce of strength he had left, Serrel heaved himself up and stabbed the dagger he had found in his hand straight into Vharaes' leg. Vharaes cried out in pain and surprise, and stumbled off balance. In the brief moment of time he had, Serrel lunged forward and grabbed a hold of Vharaes, and pulled him to the ground. A hand grasped around his throat and started to squeeze, as Serrel clamped a hand over the elf's mouth. You didn't need a staff to weave the ether, or some fancy tattoo. That just made it easier. Serrel didn't think. He just focused all his remaining willpower, every last iota of energy left in his being, and weaved the ether into a ball of pure energy in his hand. There was a loud crack, then Vharaes' eyes went wide, just moments before the back of his head exploded outwards with a gross popping sound. Then the elf went limp. Serrel collapsed under the weight of Vharaes' body, and dropped down into the hollow. He was empty, completely and utterly voided of everything. The elves called it the waking abyss, and that was a good name. There was nothing but never-ending blackness inside. Like there was a hole where your soul should have been. Nothing but the black within. No hope, no will to live. Just the long stretch of time to remember how empty your life truly was. There hardly seemed any point to even continue breathing. The energy he had held had kept him going, but without it, what was he? Nothing. He couldn't do anything. He couldn't save anyone. They were all dead by now, all his friends. He hadn't seen Mouse since they had gotten separated. The rest of Pond Scum had no chance. The Hounds would have been decimated. And poor Victor. Who would have thought Victor would have been afraid of heights? And to have fallen to his death. Except Victor wasn't dead. No, that's not right, he fell off the tower. No, Victor was on the stairs, stretching up as far as he could, pushing a knife into Serrel's hand as he lay there at the mercy of Vharaes. Victor was alive. Serrel could hear him calling his name. He felt a heavy weight being pushed off him, the sensation so distant. If Victor was alive. He thought of the faces of his friends, of the people who had depended on him, and he thought about how the hollow could only kill you if you let it. If you chose to lay there in the empty dark and give up. With what little strength he had left, Serrel rolled over. And opened his eyes. He stared upward at Victor. Aren't you dead? He asked stupidly. Almost, replied Victor. Let's just say I'm eternally grateful that whoever designed this stupid tower put the stairs on the outside. I think I may have broken my arm, though. He was standing awkwardly, his right arm cradled against his chest. Thanks for the knife, Serrel said. Don't mention it. I'd have thrown it myself, but the angle was wrong. Come on, get up. No, I'm fine here, Serrel lay back down. Just give me a minute. Victor slapped him across the face. Stop being an idiot and get up. All right. I'm getting up. Serrel let Victor yank him roughly to his feet, even though it obviously caused him pain. He stared groggily down at Vharaes. Guess you took care of him then, noted Victor. I guess so, agreed Serrel. He realized he probably should have felt something about the fact that he had just violently killed a man, but... No. He felt nothing, and in all honesty didn't think it was worth giving the elf a moment of pity. He'd brought it on himself. Can we go? Asked Victor. Preferably someplace lower down. Sure. Hold on one moment. Victor winced painfully as he stooped over and picked up Vharaes' sword. What are you doing? Asked Serrel. You're looting now? Did you see what he did to me? The bastard owes me a sword. Besides, looting is allowed if it's from the other side. Come on. Serrel paused by the stairs, then went back to the body. Serrel? Well, if you're taking the sword. He ducked down next to the body, and took out his knife. Rather than try to pull the satchel off of Vharaes, he cut the straps and took the bag. "It might be useful," he explained. Victor opened his mouth to reply, but fell silent, his face contorting into an expression of shock. He called out a warning, just as Serrel heard the beating of wings, and felt the heavy thud as something landed on the roof of the tower behind him. Judging from the look on Victor's face, he didn't think anything good was about to happen. Very slowly, he turned around. And there it was. He knew without a doubt that this was the creature that had been spying on them, flying overhead as monsters had attacked them. The creature that had caused all this trouble, and made the monsters that had hunted them through the forests. The thing folded two pairs of massive wings across its back. Similar to birds' wings, except instead of feathers, they were covered in strange elongated black scales that shimmered with iridescence in the rising sun. Standing up straight, it towered several heads over him, long arms ending in three clawed hands unfolding like some giant praying mantis. A smaller pair of arms unfolded from its midsection, stretching its stiff joints. It wore a long black robe that covered everything but its head and its hands. Its exposed skin was pale, and appeared hard and calcified, like exposed bone. Its head was either smooth and featureless, or it wore some sort of mask made from polished white bone. Only its eyes, large and glowing green, devoid of any iris or pupils, were visible. But it could still see, in its own way. It looked straight at Serrel, then down at Vharaes, and back to him again. "Well done." The voice was cold and featureless, springing straight into his head without making any real sound. "Are you talking to me?" Serrel asked tentatively. "Yes." He was a not inconsiderable foe. "Your survival speaks much of your ability." "I had help." How are you talking to me?" "Everything is energy. Even thought. It is a simple thing to weave such things into the mind of another, especially if the other is receptive to the ether as you are." "You can read my mind?" "No. I merely project the thoughts. Minds are too complex to allow me to discern their processes." "Who are you?" "Serrel, what are doing?" Victor hissed at him. It occurred to Serrel that if the creature was telling the truth, then perhaps Victor wasn't hearing the entire conversation. He ignored him. "What are you?" he asked the creature. "That is unimportant. You may call me Narek." "All right. Narek. What do you want?" "Many things. But at this moment, I require that bag." It held up one long appendage, and gestured at the satchel in Serrel's grip. Serrel glanced down at the bag, and decided not to be a hero. He held the bag out for Narek, and let the creature gently take it from him with wickedly long claws. "Thank you. Might I also have your name?" He hesitated. But there hardly seemed much point in being secretive. "Serrel. Serrel. It is good to finally meet you, face to face. So you have been watching me. Watching all of us. You sent all those things to kill us. I sent them to find you. Whether they killed you or not was up to them. You controlled them." "No. I did not. I do not believe in taking over the mind of another creature, thought it is well within my ability to do so. I believe in freedom of choice, in being master of one's own fate. I merely presented my fellow creatures with an idea. The promise of food, my gratitude for the services of their hunting skills. I did not drive them, as a man would drive a horse tied to a cart. You tried to kill us. You sent kraken to destroy the fleet and drown us. If I had wanted to destroy you all, I would have turned you all into ash with single thought. I lured the kraken to the desired location with but a single thought, the prospect of food. I warned their prey of the coming slaughter, so that they ran. They ran to you. But I did not drive them to attack you, nor to kill. I could have. But I had thought to warn you, to demonstrate the foolishness of your actions. But you humans. You are so stubborn. Are you telling me you did all that just to try and prove a point? It was preferable to violence. That would have been an easy choice. I could have killed you all a dozen times over, Serrel. In fact, I could have let you fall and break upon those rocks. Serrel started at that. You did it. You saved me. Why? I was intrigued. I see the ether flowing in and around all things. I see the ripples cast by those who walk through it, like your companion over there with the very sharp knife. They are so small as to be almost inconsequential. But you. Where you walk, the ether twists itself into a maelstrom. It seethes at it you're passing. Such potential should not be wasted. I've nearly died, the gods only know how many times. Are you saying you interfered then as well? Not always. After all, what is potential without the capacity to be used? What is power without the ability to wield it? I saved you from a single pointless end, when you lacked the ability to save yourself. But otherwise, had you not shown the skill and capacity to save yourself, I would have gladly seen you perish. I don't like being someone's puppet, Serrel told the creature angrily. Nor I. Which is why I have kept my distance. I live by the tenets I myself fight for. You worked with him, Serrel pointed at Vharaes. What could possibly be worth that? Many important reasons. Perhaps one day you will understand, if you look hard enough. So, are you going to kill me now? Narek cocked its head in thought. No, it told him finally. I do not think I will. It would serve no purpose, and I am curious to see what will become of you. One day, you and I may be of use to each other. I don't think so. Not at the moment. But you will change your mind. You must know, this war you fight is not what you think it is. What do you mean? Just that. Be sure your battles are the right ones. Be sure you are fighting for what you believe, or you will surely destroy yourself. In the meantime, allow me to present you with a parting gift. The creature gestured one claw towards him, and Serrel felt a huge spike of energy shoot straight through him and empty itself into the hollow inside him. Victor saw him shudder, and not realizing what was happening, threw the knife in his hand at Narek. The blade flew through air, and came to a complete stop half a meter from the creature's head, floating perfectly still in midair. Narek regarded the knife with interest. It touched the tip of the blade with its claw, sending it slowly turning end over end without heat of gravity. Impressive. You are all such talented creatures. Serrel felt the energy transferred inside him. He hated himself for thinking it, but it did feel nice to have energy within himself again. Thank you, I suppose, he said. So, what now? Narek spread its forearms wide, claws extended. In the air above its claws, a ball of fire ignited into existence above each hand, one by one. Perhaps now, you might consider running, Narek suggested. Serrel turned and fled. Victor, run! They didn't bother to run to the stairs. Instead they ran to the edge of the tower, and jumped off as behind them Narek raised his arms over his head, and hurled the fireballs to the ground. The stairs were fortunately only a meter or so below them, and the two dropped over the side of the tower and landed safely, just as the explosion ripped through the air overhead. Flames and superheated air washed over them as they ducked against the wall of the tower. When the roar died down, Serrel looked up. He heard beating wings, just before Narek swooped back into view, circling around the tower. I trust we will see each other again. Take care, Serrel. Then the strange creature turned in the air, and flew off into the east, disappearing into the glare of the rising sun. Victor groaned from his position on some steps lower down from Serrel. What the hell? I don't think you would believe me if I told you. Serrel cautiously rose to his feet, and climbed back up the stairs. He paused as his head rose above the level of the tower roof, and surveyed the damage. The top of the tower was blackened and smoking. All that remained of Vharaes was black ash, and a few barely identifiable bits of bone. Serrel went back down, and sat on the steps next to Victor. "You all right?" "I wish I was dead," replied Victor. Every breath seemed to elicit a wince of pain. "No, you don't." "No, I don't," Victor grudgingly admitted. "Let me give you a hand." Serrel carefully placed his hand on Victor's arm, and let the energy flow into him. It was weird, this new energy that Narek had somehow transferred to him. It felt more potent. Like that from the Eluden. You could do more with it. Taking his time, Serrel managed to numb the pain, and remembering his lessons in healing spells, slipped the broken bone back into place and encouraged the ends to start knitting together. After that he started on Victor's ribs. By the time he finished, most of the energy inside him was gone, and the sun was well above the horizon. The sounds of fighting were all but gone from the city. Victor leaned against the wall of the tower, more comfortable with all his bones back in place. "Thank you. Don't worry about it. I mean it, Serrel. You saved my life back there, so I'd say we're even." He looked out across the city. "I guess we should probably head down." "In a moment," said Victor. "Let's just sit here a while. No one's going to miss us." Serrel didn't have the strength nor the inclination to argue. What a week! They sat back and watched the clouds drift through the blue sky. The storm had abated, and looked to be a beautiful day. Part 7, Loose Ends. Serrel awoke to voices. Is he still alive? Of course he's alive. He's done a lot of weaving, he's probably tired. That sounded like Edgar, only. An Edgar who was more sure of himself and in charge. What a prat. Always workin' till he falls in the hollow. He must like it there. That was Greasy Tim. He pushes himself too hard, said Mouse. You could try extending a little effort sometime, Timmy. Greasy Tim made a rude sound. Why bother? I've gotten along just fine, me. Is there actually anything wrong with him, though? And that was Justin. Serrel sighed inwardly. I think he's faking. Since it didn't seem like they were going to shut up any time soon, Serrel opened his eyes. That was a mistake. His vision was filled with the grinning face of Greasy Tim, who hovered over him only inches away. That was a hell of a thing to wake up to. He's awake. Watcha, Serrel. Give him space, Tim, said Edgar, pushing his way through the mass of pond scum crowded around the bed. Serrel looked around, and saw himself in a long room lined with beds. Fading light entered through a tall window on one wall. He had a vague memory of being led here with Victor, before he had collapsed on the bed. He thought it was somewhere in Volumir, maybe a hospice of some sort. How are you feeling? Asked Edgar. Like I just had the best sleepin' days, ruined by you lot prattling on. Excuse us for caring, said Justin stiffly. How many fingers am I holding up? Asked Edgar, holding up his hand. 2, replied Serrel. Do you know who I am? Edgar Palm. Do you know where you are? I think I'm in Volumir, in the Faelands, being asked some bloody stupid questions. I'm just trying to ascertain if you've suffered a head injury, said Edgar patiently. Do you even know what you're doing? Asked Justin. Of course I do. I am the healer on duty, aren't I? Edgar gestured expansively to the white sash looped diagonally across his chest to denote his role. But you're a pig farmer. What do you know about treating people, ? Having spent time with you, Justin, I can honestly say the only difference between people and pigs is that pigs have better manners. He gave them all a haughty look, then checked Serrel's pulse. Now if you don't mind, I have checked his trotters, and make sure his nose is wet. Bull, I'm going to need some mud. Greasy Tim caught Bull's sleeve as the bigger boy turned to leave. He was jokin', Bull. Oh, Bull looked upwards in thought, then smiled. Funny. Oh, yes, said Justin. You're a laugh a minute, Edgar. Mouse was sitting on the other side of Serrel. She squeezed his hand. I'm glad you're all right, Serrel. But I did tell you not to do anything stupid. I know. I just can't seem to help myself, Serrel replied with a smile. Is everyone else all right? We're all fine. Timmy hurt his foot kicking an elf, but otherwise we're all good. That bloody elf, Greasy Tim complained. You'd think he was puttin' rocks down his trousers or something. What about Victor? Serrel asked. He looked around. And Caitlin? Mouse pointed her thumb over her shoulder. In the next bed Victor lay unconscious. Caitlin sat at his side, holding his hand and looking forlorn. Is he going to be all right? Serrel asked. He'll be fine, replied Edgar. You did a good job putting his bones back into place, and his wounds are healing far faster than normal. I don't know how you did it, but that was some impressive weaving, Serrel. It wasn't just me, Serrel said, thinking about the energy the creature Narek had given to him. Is he going to wake up soon? Caitlin asked despondently. He needs to rest and heal. I'm sure he'll wake up as soon as he's ready. Caitlin nodded sadly. Mouse sighed loudly, half-turned in her seat, and jabbed Victor in the ribcage with one finger. He woke up with a pained yelp. Ow! Bloody hell, ow! Son of a... mouse! Edgar chided. He's awake, said Mouse simply. Victor looked about, still wincing in pain. Then he met Caitlin's gaze. Please tell me, he said slowly, that you didn't try any healing spells on me. Caitlin stared at him in shock. No, Victor. I didn't, she said in a flat voice. Thank gods for that, said Victor in relief. Caitlin was turning red. I haven't seen you in days, she said. And that is the first thing you say to me? You utter bastard. She turned and snatched a pillow from the bed behind her, which was, unfortunately, still under the head of another wounded soldier at the time, and proceeded to beat Victor with it. I have been worried sick. Caitlin snapped at him, smacking him around the head. Caitlin. Ow. Caitlin. Do you have any idea what we've all been through? Would it really have been too much trouble just to stop by and say hello? I didn't. And to think of all the time I spent wondering about the horrible things that might have happened to you, you arse. Caitlin, stop that, said Edgar. He made to move towards her, but Justin dropped a hand on his shoulder. No, Edgar, Justin said. Leave them be . Victor struggled into a sitting position as he tried to weather the assault. I thought you were eaten by elves. Caitlin said angrily. You would have deserved it. Can I say something? Said Victor. Caitlin hurled the pillow into his face. What? Victor looked her calmly in the eyes as a few feathers drifted down around them. Caitlin, I am very, very happy to see you, and I am very sorry that I didn't tell you earlier. Caitlin narrowed her eyes. Good. Now, if I could just dash. Caitlin cut him off by grabbing him by the shirt front and kissing him hard on the mouth. It might have perhaps been more romantic if she hadn't accidentally crushed his broken arm in the process, causing him to make a muffled grunt of pain. Ah! Said Greasy Tim with a grin. I love happy endings. Finally! Said Mouse in satisfaction. Gods, I think I am going to vomit, someone snorted irritably. The group turned to see Sergeant Calyx glaring at them from a bed on the opposite wall. She had one leg wrapped with bandages. What happened to you, Sergeant? Serrel asked her. A Ferine got in a lucky shot. Had I realized that I was going to be stuck in here, watching you lot carry on like idiots, I would have let him finish the job. When can I get out of here? Your wound isn't bad, said Edgar. But we think you should stay here for another 2 days. 2 days? I can't stand another 2 minutes of that, she gestured to Victor and Caitlin, who had not yet broken contact. The hell with this. I'm going. Sergeant, Edgar said wearily as Calyx rolled stiffly off the bed. We've discussed this. If you go around, being you, you may have permanent damage done to that leg. I'll take my chances. Well, I'm afraid I can't let you do that. Edgar stood in front of her with his arms crossed. Edgar, Serrel warned. I am in charge of the infirmary at this moment, Edgar went on bravely. And as such I am asking you nicely to return to your bed and behave. Calyx glared at him. You're ordering me? Oh, do try, boy. Edgar set his shoulders and reached out for her. He stopped dead when a low growl emanated from underneath her bed. Voss leaned out, baring his teeth. If you can get through Voss, Calyx smirked, I may consider your advice. But if you are overly attached to your legs, I'd suggest you get out of my way. Now. Edgar regarded the snarling dog. He took a deep breath, and then screamed at the top of his lungs, Keyleth. Neolin UT. Voss shut up, partially in shock, and retreated back under the bed. Calyx gaped at Edgar. You can speak Norwin Dralic? My father was 1/4 Norwin. It's a good language for cursing in. Now, Sergeant, please get back into bed. Who are you people? Calyx said aloud. We're just mages, replied Justin with a shrug. We're pond scum, Mouse said proudly. To Serrel's surprise, the sergeant complied with Edgar's instructions, albeit with a scowl. Edgar, he said slowly. You are my hero. Don't get cute, Hawthorne, Calyx warned. Just because people think you're a war hero, doesn't mean I'm going to go easy on you now. In fact, I'm going to be even meaner, just on basic principle. I would expect nothing less, Sergeant. Hold on, what do you mean everyone thinks I'm a war hero? You kiddin'? Said Greasy Tim. It's all over the Legion, innit? What is? You killed Vharaes, explained Mouse. Everyone says there's going to be a medal and everything. I helped, said Victor, coming up for air. And nearly died, said Caitlin sternly. Please don't start hitting me again. Don't give me an excuse. She sighed. You and I have a lot to talk about. Yes. But in private. He looked at the others pointedly. Of course. You guys should leave, Mouse told the boys, before going back to watching Victor and Caitlin intently. Later, Calyx said. Since you two are still alive, and if Blackwood can extract himself from his bonny lass for a brief period, you'd better go and see the generals. They've been waiting for you to wake up, and you do not keep General Delaney waiting. Then I guess we shouldn't, said Serrel rolling out of bed. Later then, Victor told Caitlin, squeezing her hand gently. Definitely, Caitlin agreed. Then she punched him in the arm. His broken arm. But you're still an arse, Victor. Just nod, Blackwood, Calyx advised when Victor made to reply. And the rest of you, get out. I need some peace and quiet. We're going, Sergeant, we're going. Serrel paused to grab his staff, but it was nowhere to be seen. It took him a few seconds to remember it had been cut in two, and the pieces burned to a cinder on the tower roof. That memory was like a punch to the gut. Losing his staff was like losing a limb. He was useless without it. The group filed out of the infirmary. Edgar, still on duty, closed the doors behind them. Calyx cleared her throat loudly. Nurse. Edgar sighed. Yes, Sergeant? If I'm going to be stuck here, the least you can do is fluff my pillow. And get me some food. And then, if I'm feeling generous, I'll let you feed my dog. Go on, hop to it. Following the directions they were given by her staff, Serrel and Victor went to see General Delaney. She had commandeered the office of the patrician for her base of operations inside the fortress. It had a huge desk and an even bigger picture window looking out over the city. Serrel and Victor were shown in, and stood to attention in front of Delaney, Roth, and a beaming Archmagus Grimm. Well, well. The heroes of the hour, Delaney said sarcastically. Nice of you to deign to grace us with your presence. Serrel kept his face perfectly blank. We apologize, General, ma'am. We were only just released from the infirmary. I trust you aren't permanently damaged? No, ma'am. Just a few broken bones. Serrel thought Delaney seemed almost disappointed at that. Go on then, she said. I would like for you to explain to all of us what happened. Because I remember giving orders to Jurgen and Snow that they were not, under any circumstance meant to go looking for Vharaes on their own. So why exactly did you fools do precisely that? I take full responsibility for that, General, said Victor. I was following orders. Whose orders? Not mine, that's for damn sure. Captain Jurgen, General, ma'am. His last orders before his death were for us to take out Vharaes. I could not disobey an order given to me by my superior. You could have, since your superior was dead at the time. Victor's mouth twitched slightly. Orders given in front of witnesses, General, ma'am. I would have been in dereliction of duty. Delaney sniffed. If Jurgen were alive, you can bet that he would be facing a court-martial. And you would be right up there with him. His dying is a stroke of luck for everyone. Yes, ma'am, Victor said blankly. Here's what you are going to do. You are going to tell me everything that happened during the mission this morning. From the moment you arrived in Volumir, to when you were found by Legion soldiers in the fortress. Leave nothing out. If I ask you to elaborate on something, you will tell me everything down to the most minute detail. Now, speak. Serrel exchanged a look with Victor, then started speaking. He did as she asked, and told her everything he could remember of the mission, which had only been half a day ago, but felt like longer. Victor took over when he needed to, but mostly it was Serrel who talked. Most of the story, Delaney had already heard from the others present, the surviving Hounds, Snow, Calyx and Annabella. But she and her two generals were most interested in their meeting with Vharaes, and the subsequent fight. When he finally told them of their meeting with the creature Narek, Grimm nearly fell off his seat. Really? He said. Most fascinating. Did it have any dash? Grimm. Delaney snapped. Later. She turned back to Serrel. So this creature, it destroyed Vharaes' body completely. Yes, ma'am. Isn't that convenient? Serrel did frown this time. Not really, ma'am. It means we don't have any proof he is really dead. And no proof of your story either, which I'm sure you agree is remarkably outlandish. You expect us to believe this? Victor stared at her. It's the truth. Didn't anyone find the remains on the top of the tower? Serrel asked. A charred and unrecognizable skeleton. It's hardly proof of anything. You are the only ones who saw this creature. I wouldn't lie about that, ma'am. Delaney sniffed again. This bag that Vharaes had, that your fantastic monster took from you. What was in it? I'm afraid I don't know, ma'am. It didn't occur to you to look? I would have, but I had other things on my mind at the time. Ma'am, he added at the last minute. What was this? Like trying not to go up in flames, put in Victor. And aren't we all grateful that you survived so unscathed, said Delaney. All of the papers and books he was sorting through might still be in the room we found him in, remembered Serrel. The chamber just off the throne room. What's left of them might still be in there. We have people looking over it all. It's a mess in there, she added accusingly. Now tell me, what did this Vharaes look like? Serrel told her, like an elf. Tall. Dark hair. Dark eyes. Oh, and he had a tattoo on his hand. Delaney stiffened. You saw this? Yes. It was just like, he paused. All right, I know I probably shouldn't admit to knowing this, but it was like the tattoo that the Nightblades use. The one that lets them weave without a staff. Victor has one. He looked to Victor, to get him to show them what he was talking about, but found Victor staring straight at him. The Scar of Redan, Roth said. He had one of those? Said Grimm, stroking his beard in thought. Now that is very interesting. Are you sure about this? Asked Delaney. Yes, ma'am. I got a good look while he was trying to set us on fire, replied Serrel. Delaney stared at him, and not in a way that made him feel that she was going to congratulate him on a job well done. Very well, she said finally. Here's what we'll do. Neither of you is to discuss anything that was said in here today. Understand? Yes, ma'am, they said together. Good. I believe there will be a promotion as soon as Grimm finalizes the paperwork, and you will both be awarded the Silver Imperial Star for services to Her Imperial Majesty. The ceremony will take place when we return to the Empire. My sister will no doubt wish to do the honors. I don't think that will be necessary, ma'am, said Serrel modestly. We were just doing what we were supposed to do. We were following orders. This isn't for your benefit, Delaney told him coldly. But the Legion needs heroes, someone to show them why we fight. So whether you feel deserving or not, you are going to grin and bear it, Castor. Yes, ma'am, Serrel said quickly. Do not tell anyone about what we've discussed, Delaney repeated. Now, you can go be heroes. Tell everyone how proud you are to be commended by the Empress herself. Dismissed. They didn't need to be told twice. Serrel snapped off a brief salute, and left the room very quickly. As soon as the door closed behind them, Serrel turned to Victor. Wasn't that Dash? Not here, Victor pointed his head at the door. Serrel nodded in understanding. They made to walk down the corridor and out of earshot, but Serrel found Dulrel waiting near his office for his own audience with the generals. Castor Hawthorne. Dulrel said happily. Castor Blackwood. How very good it is to see you both again. You too, sir, said Serrel politely. How are you? I am fine. More than fine. Please, you do not have to call me sir. Not after all you have done. I should be calling you that. I don't think that would be necessary, put in Victor. I mean it. If it were not for your actions, who knows what may have happened. You have saved my city, my home, and protected this land from Vharaes forever. Really, truly, I will forever be in your debt. It's all right, really, said Serrel. We just did what we had to do. So what are you doing now? Trying to get some semblance of order back into my city. There is much to be rebuilt, and trade must be restarted. Thanks to the Legion, I will not be short of manpower. Serrel looked back at the door to the office. Can I talk to you about something? Somewhere private? Of course. This way. Dulrel led them to a quiet corner of the fortress. There's something I think I should tell you, Serrel started, realizing he was technically disobeying an order. What is it? Serrel told him about Narek, and about what it had said, and what it had done. Dulrel listened with increasing amazement. This is the creature that was responsible for all our hardships? Said Dulrel. Any ideas about what it is? I am afraid not. I have never heard of such a thing. Whatever it was, it's dangerous, and we can't let it wander around. Otherwise, all this could start all over again. I'm not sure if the generals even believed me. I do. And I will do whatever is in my power to help the Legion stop this creature. I just thought you ought to know, said Serrel. But if anyone asks, you didn't hear it from me. I shall be discreet. And I did mean it. Anything that you require, anything at all, please do not hesitate to ask. Thanks, Dulril. He shook the elf's offered hand. Take care of yourself. You as well, Castor. You as well. As they walked out of the fortress, Serrel couldn't help but notice how silent Victor was. More so than usual. That was weird, he said conversationally. I mean, was it just me, or did the general seem less than thrilled about what we told her? Yes, said Victor blankly. For a second I thought she seemed almost angry at us. Victor was silent. What is it? Serrel asked. Victor stopped, wearing an unsure expression. He looked around, as if to check no one was listening to them. That tattoo you said Vharaes had, he started slowly. You're sure about that? Quite sure, Serrel said with growing confusion. You're sure that it looked like mine? Yes. Didn't you see it? I was too busy trying not to get my head cut off, not checking him for distinguishing marks. Listen, Serrel, this is important. I think. Confusion was turning to worry. Victor was never like this. Are you sure you're all right? Maybe we should go back to the infirmary. That tattoo, Victor interrupted. It's called the Scar of Redan. It isn't an elfish design. It's imperial, designed by one of our own assassins. So? Maybe he dash. I told you before, it's a secret design, Serrel. You can't just get it out of a book. Especially not in the bloody Faelands. So how come he had dash? Exactly. Victor's voice rose in triumph. There's no way he should have had that tattoo. Maybe someone stole it from us, Serrel said as reasonably as he could. Maybe someone on our side sold it to them. Who knows? Maybe, Victor was unconvinced. Come on, Victor, what is this really about? I don't know. Victor snapped a little too loudly. There's something not right about this, There is a lot wrong with all of this, said Serrel. But... Look, we're just soldiers. This isn't our responsibility. Not our responsibility, echoed Victor. He shook his head. Something's going on, Serrel. Are you really just going to go along with it like a good little soldier? That reminded Serrel too much of the conversation he had with Morton. Gods, Victor, you're talking about the general. Serrel snapped. The leader of the Legion. So what if she's up to something? It's her job, not ours. We just follow orders. Besides, what difference does it make to you? When have you cared about anything? You bring indifference to an art form. Just yesterday you stormed an enemy stronghold just because someone told you to. And rather a lot happened in the meantime. Victor forced himself to take a breath, and pinched the bridge of his nose. Look. When I was younger, I used to have a recurring nightmare about falling from the sky. I would fall, and there was nothing but this huge open space all around me and the ground rushing up, and it would scare the living shit out of me. And yesterday on that tower, that nightmare nearly came true. Twice. And now, he groaned and shook his head. Serrel had never seen him look so defeated. I've never been afraid of dying, Victor said slowly, more discomposed than he had ever been in his life. You live, you die. You accept that quickly at Blackwood. But out there on the edge of that tower, I just Gods, I don't know. I just didn't want to fall. I didn't want to die. I was afraid. He hesitated. I was afraid, Serrel. Serrel didn't know what to say. This was Victor talking. Anyone else, he would have at least patted them on the shoulder and said, "They're there." Normally with Victor, that might have lost you a perfectly good hand. I can't say that I'm the expert of this, Serrel said slowly. But from what I've had to go through, fear is a good thing. It keeps you thinking. It keeps you living. Fear's kept me alive these last few days. Why did you come with me then? Victor asked. You could have died, going up against Vharaes. If you were afraid. I was afraid of what would happen to you, if you went running in there like an idiot without help. I was afraid of what would happen to everyone, our friends, the Hounds, if I didn't stop Vharaes whilst I had the chance. There was a lot worse to worry about than just dying. Also, he added, I was rather pissed off at Vharaes. After everything that happened. Victor sighed and started walking again. So you were prepared to die for that? To save everyone? Well, that's the thing, Serrel. What if everyone is in danger in the first place for some stupid reason we don't even know? Like I said, there isn't anything we can do about it. We have to take care of each other, watch each other's backs, and make sure we all come out of this in one piece. You can do that, right? Of course. Then that's all that matters. Whatever the reasons, whatever General Delaney isn't telling anyone. That doesn't matter. Staying alive matters. He paused. Gods, I'm starting to sound like you. I noticed. You've changed. I know, Serrel admitted. So have you. Speaking of which, good luck with Caitlin. Thanks. And I realize I said I had your back, but there's no way I'm getting involved with that. You're on your own. Well, thanks a lot, Serrel. I will face down Ferine with you, Victor. But I'm not taking on Caitlin Astral for you. I'm not that stupid. He looked at Victor. What do you think Delaney's up to? I have no idea. I just hope whatever it is, it was worth all this. Grim stroked his beard in thought. Well, that was quite something, he said to the generals. Mysterious flying creatures. Battles to the death. Reminds me of my youth, . Your youth? Said Roth in amusement. Who did you ever fight to the death, Archmagus? Did lunchtimes at the college get that violent? There was sometimes a scuffle for the last apple cobbler, I will admit. Fascinating thought, wasn't it? That young Hawthorne would see the scar of Redan on Vharaes. I wonder where he would have picked that up. Could have been anywhere, said Roth smoothly. Perhaps they figured it out all on their own. Vharaes was supposedly quite the wizard in his day. True. But a wizard, General. The scar is an assassin's tool. No decent wizard would be seen dead without a staff dash. Grim, Delaney interrupted loudly. Perhaps you would like to start the paperwork for those promotions? See that Blackwood and Hawthorne get what's coming to them, but... What? Oh, of course. Promotions to Archcaster. They must be proud. I'm sure they are ecstatic, said Delaney. Don't let us keep you. Oblivious to her tone, Grim smiled politely and left. Delaney waited until his footsteps echoed away before exploding. Those idiots. Delaney seethed. It wasn't their fault, General Roth said reasonably. They were following orders. They were damned fools. They nearly ruined everything. But they didn't, Roth tried to placate her. In fact, it worked out all right in the end. They had no idea the man they killed wasn't Vharaes. And with Stalin dead, there's no one to argue that Vharaes isn't gone for good. So they said, put in Delaney. But do we know for certain what Stalin told them before he died? He could have told them anything. Who he really was. Who he worked for. Those bloody upstarts, disobeying my orders. They're meant to be in the Legion, gods damn it, who the hell told them to think? It would be a fine thing if we made an army of fools, General. It was simple plan, fumed Delaney. Simple. How the hell could things have gotten so screwed up? Jadia, will you shut up? Roth snapped at her. She glared at him. Excuse me? You are throwing a tantrum like 12-year-old who isn't getting her own way. You're meant to be the leader of the God's damn Legion. Act like it. We both knew this was a long shot. But I went along with it. I supported your promotion to Archgeneral because I believed you actually had a chance of finally getting this idiot country and its overly pragmatic elves to come to heel. But if you're going to go to pieces the first time something goes wrong, then I'm going to have to rethink our positions. You wouldn't dare. I would. We're doing this for the Empire, remember? Not your fragile ego. Get over it. There was a knock at the door. Enter. An aide showed in Dulrel. The elf smiled tentatively at the two, who glared back. Well, Patrician, said Delaney when the door closed again. You have some explaining to do, traitor. Me, traitor? Asked Dulrel, and for first time in days his amiable facade slipped. He glared furiously at the general. Do you have any idea what I have been through these past few days? My own people turned against me. They killed my friends. They hunted me. Me. Do you have any idea how many times I have nearly been eaten by Ferine and by some psychopath calling himself Dog Breath? I mean dog breath. What kind of people are you enlisting in the Legion these days? Stop your whining, Vharaes. They were your people. You were meant to control them. They knew all of your secrets, and you let them take over everything. What would have happened if someone had found out who you really were? Say that name a little louder, will you, Jadia? Dulrel snapped angrily. I think there are a few Legion left who did not hear you. You had one simple thing to do, Vharaes. Start a rebellion, and have it fail. How hard was that? I gave you money, resources, everything you needed. Stop using that name. As far as anyone cares, Vharaes is dead. And for the record, you also gave me an untrustworthy middleman. You know how long it took me to track down the Ferine? To earn their trust? I finally had them eating from the palm of my hand. Literally. Then along comes your man, Stalin. He played you, Jadia. He had plans of his own. Everything that has happened can be laid squarely on him. Impossible, said Roth. Stalin was one of our most loyal agents. He lived most of his life in the Empire. I trained him myself, and I personally chose him. Well, you chose wrong, General, Dulrel spat. He turned on us. He turned on you. Why? I do not know why. Maybe he let thrill of playing me go to his head. Or maybe he decided he did not want his homeland in the hands of the Empire any more than the Ferine did. Most likely he was made a better offer by another party. This so-called master, Narek. So you did know about it. Delaney said victoriously. Do not be stupid, Jadia. I had to hear about from your boy, Hawthorne. Are you trying to tell me you didn't involve it? Demanded Delaney. Why the hell would I involve something like that? Mutants and flying monsters. As if things were not complicated enough. The Ferine must have told it of our little plot. It invited itself to the party. Perhaps it managed to sway the thinking of your supposedly loyal Stalin. What do you know of this creature? Asked Delaney. Nothing. Whatever it is powerful. But on the bright side, it did you a favor when it destroyed Stalin's body. Now there's no proof he was not who he claimed to be. Vharaes is dead, and the Legion has its foothold in Elsbereth. Bravo, Jadia, you have everything you ever wanted, whereas I am lucky to escape with just my life. You had the Eluden in your grasp, Vharaes. Why did you destroy it? Because your dog Sergeant Calyx would have destroyed it anyway. Either she would have killed us all in the process, or she would have killed me for trying to stop her. I had to maintain my facade. Besides, if it was going to be in anyone's grasp, it would have been yours, and there was no chance in hell I was going to let you get your hands on it. The Ferine were bad enough, but that sort of power being wielded by the likes of you? I would smash it 1,000 times before I ever let you have it. Delaney opened her mouth to retort. Shut up. Both of you, ordered Roth. It's done. And the elf's right. Better that thing was destroyed than someone else get their hands on it. Exactly, said Dulril. We need to focus on the more pressing issue. This master, said Roth. The boy said it called itself Narek. Yes. And what a perfect stroke of luck for you that it has made its appearance. Narek has given you perfect reason to remain here, General. You are now hunting down the last of the Ferine, and their monstrous master. And you must do this, because you have no way of knowing what it knows. It is the only remaining loose thread, and you must destroy it before it destroys us. Oh, I will, said Delaney. I am going to mount its head on my wall. But we have no idea what it is, said Roth. No idea what it wants. Stalin tried to take something from the fortress, said Dulril. Do you know what it was? He had all sorts of books and scrolls he had taken from the vaults. We don't really know what was in them. Damn him, Dulril muttered. The vaults? Those were sealed under orders of the king. I do not even know exactly what was in there. I have been trying to find a way in ever since I became patrician. Those vaults are one of the reasons I agreed to help you in the first place, You were going to raid them during the occupation of the city, Roth said in amusement. I had ample excuse to do so. But I didn't tell Stalin about them. Someone else did. This Narek, maybe. What would be so important about some old books and scrolls? As you should know, General, knowledge is power. The information stored in those vaults would have dated back centuries. Imagine the secrets locked away in there. And now lost, thanks to you. Well, when we find the creature, we can ask it what it found in there, said Delaney scathingly. Just before I tear its head off. You would best do it quickly, said Dulril. Before it lets others know that you orchestrated an invasion of the Faelands. Do not forget, for even a moment, that all of our heads are on the chopping block, Jadia. You don't have to keep reminding us, patrician. We've done our part, now you do yours. Dulril nodded stiffly, and went to the door. He lingered there a moment, then turned back to them. A thought does occur, he said slowly. What? This is only a theory, you understand, he said in his typical way. But from the description Hawthorne gave me, this creature is similar to those wolf mutants that chased me halfway across Elsbereth. We can assume that they are linked. If so, then I believe that whoever has involved themselves in your little scheme may hail from the Darklands. The Darklands? Repeated Roth. Nothing has gone into or out of the Darklands for nearly a century. It's completely walled off. Walls are a poor barrier to a creature that can fly, Roth. I am merely stating the fact that the shape of these creatures, the techniques that would be used to create them, such things all originated from the Darklands. And if I am right, then things have become even more complicated than you could ever imagine. He smiled at them. Good day, generals. He made a point of slamming the door behind him. We should kill him, said Delaney. We still need him to be patrician of Volumir, replied Roth. Besides, First we need to ascertain if he has any failsafes in place. Plans in case we did turn on him. We eliminate those, and then we can kill him. Good. What about the 2 mages? What about them? One of them has already started to talk. What if they blab to the wrong people? We can't just kill off 2 of our own, especially not the 2 we're about to decorate. It would be bad for morale, and if anyone found what we were up to, I think you'll agree, that would be rather catastrophic for everyone. No, Jadia, I would like you to try a new tact with these 2. I want you to try being patient. We keep them contained, somewhere we can keep an eye on them. And when the time comes, we'll see if they are loyal Imperials or not. Meanwhile, do the job you said you would do. Delaney sniffed impatiently. Jadia, Roth said, rolling his eyes. You are a hair's breadth away from controlling the entire Faelands. Just try to enjoy the moment for once. Annabella admired her work and gave a nod of satisfaction. That'll do it, she said. Just give it a day or so to heal. A little magic wouldn't hurt either. Just to speed things along. Serrel looked at the freshly painted scar of Redan she had just tattooed on his left palm. It was actually the second tattoo he had gotten that day. He'd caved into peer pressure and let the other hounds push him into getting the words Volumir 1251 tattooed across his arm. It was a Legion tradition to get the major battles you fought and won tattooed in remembrance. All the other hounds had done the same. Victor and Mouse were going to as well, but Victor had changed his mind when Mouse casually dropped into the conversation the fact that Caitlin didn't like tattoos. Mouse herself had balked when she had seen the size of the needle being used. Apparently she did still have her limits. So I just have to use the word tail and I can weave with it? He asked Annabella. Yep. That's simple, she replied, packing up her equipment. How long should it last? Depending on use, I'd say about 5 years before you noticed a decline in your weaving. Enough time to get you through your term of service. Maybe, said Serrel. Annabella looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Thinking of sticking around, are you? I don't know yet, he replied, bandaging his hand, and then sliding a leather glove over the top. In any case, try not to burn or cut your hand. Any damage to the scar could make it useless. I'll be careful. And it goes without saying, I did not give that to you, and I have no idea where you got it from, not. Got what from? That's the spirit. Here, there's still a little left, Annabella noted, holding up his flask of Vorkafa's elixir. She'd mixed it with the ink to make the scar of Redan. Here you go. You can keep it, said Serrel. He had never liked the elixir. You're going to need it more than me, said Annabella. She pushed it into his good hand. Serrel slid the flask back into the pouch on his belt. What are you going to do now? Annabella shrugged. I think I might go see the blacksmiths. See they want any enchanting done. Maybe lend my services to keeping the fires burning. With Jurgen gone, there isn't really any Nightblades anymore. And to be honest, I could use a break from all of this. He nodded. Thank you, Annabella. For everything, Don't mention it, Serrel. You take care of yourself now. She ruffled his hair playfully and left. Serrel straightened his uniform, adjusted the short sword he had strapped to his back and exited the empty building they had been in. There were a fair few empty buildings in Volumir these days, either abandoned by people lucky enough to escape when Vharaes and his Ferine invaded the city, or emptied because their owners were no longer in a state to lay claim. Most of the Legion had taken to squatting in any available space, much to the chagrin of the locals. Mouse was waiting outside for him, leaning casually against the wall with her staff at her side. All good? She asked. Done. She fell into step beside him. Did you cry again? I didn't cry, Serrel argued. It made my eyes water a bit, that's all. It did hurt. I'm sure it did. I mean, you can't exactly make fun, seeing as how you completely chickened out. Coward. Well, anything that could make you cry wasn't something I was going to put myself through, Mouse replied matter-of-factly. The sky was bright and clear as they walked through the city, undoubtedly for the last few times before the onset of autumn and the coming of winter. In the sunshine, Serrel thought Volumir might have been a spectacular place, even without the visible signs of conflict that dotted the cityscape and the huge crater where the market square had been. There were still red stains marring the white cobbled streets, and when the wind blew in the right direction, you could smell the smoke from the pits where Ferine bodies were being unceremoniously burned. The people of Volumir were, for the most part, happy enough to be liberated from the Ferine. But now, 2 days on, and they were beginning to realize that they were still being occupied by an outside force. This one at least was more benign than the Ferine, but still, the Legion didn't belong. Most of the locals walked the streets and refused to meet the eyes of the soldiers they met, though a few never missed an opportunity to shake the hand of one of the Legion and profess their thanks. Strangely enough, a couple had somehow sought Serrel out personally, to thank him for what he had done. The news of his involvement in the death of Vharaes had spread beyond the Legion. Then there were the elves. Obviously there were a lot of them in Volumir. And a large number of them didn't appear too happy. They glared at the Legion with obvious disdain. And the looks a few shot at Serrel when they realized who he was were positively hate-filled. It seemed possible that Vharaes had more followers than anyone suspected. Serrel thought about the elves they seen that night, willingly allowing themselves to be transformed into monsters. He wondered how many more would have gone through with that, and how many were still biding their time in the city. He tried not to let it get to him. In fact, he was trying not to let the fact that everyone was calling him a hero go to his head. He was thankful for pond scum, always there to keep him grounded with playful insults. Greasy Tim had taken to slapping himself in the head in mock salute every time he saw Serrel or Victor, as their promotions had been finalized and they were both now archcasters. Archcaster Serrel Hawthorne. He didn't want to be egotistical about it, but he felt that it sounded suitably imposing. The rest of pond scum were waiting for them in the wide park that encircled the Unicorn's Lover, the pub with the secret tunnel to the fortress. Somehow, it had survived much of the devastation that had hit the city, and now held the proud distinction of being the only pub currently open in all of Volumir. Serrel didn't know where all the alcohol was coming from, but unsurprisingly they were doing a fair trade, especially with the Legion. Greasy Tim saw him coming, and shouted loudly, "Attention!" before whacking himself in the brow. "You're going to hurt yourself doing that, Tim," Serrel told him. "Yes, Sue. Pond scum ready for inspection, Sue." "Give it a rest, Tim," said Justin wearily. "So, what's the news?" Serrel asked. "My new placement," said Victor with a smile, holding up a small roll of parchment. "I'm now a full member of the Hounds." "Me too," said Mouse, holding up her own orders. "Woof." "That's great," said Serrel. "Though Calyx isn't going to be happy. And we're moving out soon," Victor went on. "Word is we're going out after the Ferine that escaped during the battle." "Good. Let them run for a change." "I wish you could have joined support with us," said Caitlin to Victor. "I don't," put in Justin. "If I had to listen to you two," he made lip-smacking sounds, "all day long, I would go mad." "I'm renewing my offer to stab you in the face," Justin warned Caitlin. Serrel," interrupted Greasy Tim. "You get yourself a new staff yet?" "Not yet." He decided not to tell them about the tattoo. It wasn't really as a replacement, just as a backup. "I tried to talk to the quartermaster, but he said I needed to have a requisition signed by my commanding officer. I was going to see Snow about it." "Ah, well then," said Greasy Tim smugly. "Today is your lucky day, Squire." Bull. Bull pulled out a new staff from behind his back. It wasn't Imperial issue, being more the length of a walking stick than an actual battle staff. Its length was of twisted black wood, and one end curved like a talon into a single sharp point. Just below the curve of the wood, there was a single small red gem placed in the shaft. "That's nice," said Serrel admiringly. "Isn't it?" said Greasy Tim. "Thought you'd like it." Bull held it out to him, but pulled it backwards as he reached for it. "£5, said Greasy Tim. "£5? Timmy, Mouse said wearily. "You are such a little crook," said Caitlin in amusement. "Basic commerce this is," replied Greasy Tim unabashed. "Services rendered. Finder's fee. That style o' thing." Serrel searched his pockets. "I'll give you 3 coppers. 4. Tim. I have my reputation to think about, don't I? Can't go showing favoritism. I have to aggle. 3 coppers. And I promise not to tell anyone where you got that bacon you've been selling." "Knew 'bout that, did you?" "Everyone knows about that, Tim," said Caitlin. Greasy Tim did some quick maths. 3 coppers? Deal. They exchanged money, Bull got his cut, and Serrel got a new staff. He held it in his hand, and felt the energy flowing through it. It was a reassuring sensation, one he hadn't realized he'd missed. The staff must not have been used very much, because it seemed to have no trouble adapting to him. "Where did you get this?" he asked. "Around," said Greasy Tim cryptically. "No one was using it, Dot." "You stole it, didn't you?" said Caitlin. "I never," replied Greasy Tim with exaggerated hurt. "I just..." "Bull?" Bull screwed up his face in concentration. "Borrowed it temporarily for an indeterminate period of time," he quoted. "Exactly." "Bull, don't let this little criminal lead you astray," said Caitlin. "I won't," Bull rumbled. "I'm just doing my bit for the trade industry of the city," said Greasy Tim. "Practically heroes, we are." "Just don't get caught, Timmy," said Mouse. "Don't worry. I've even been caught yet." Tim," said Edgar. "Aren't you in the Legion because you got caught?" "Yeah, but what are the chances of that opinion again?" Serrel rolled his eyes, and tucked the new staff into the straps of his pack. "We should probably go," he said. Victor nodded, and turned to Caitlin. "I'll see you when I get back." "You better." "Here," she picked a large and near overflowing pack off the ground and handed it to him. Victor held it like it was about to explode. "What did you do?" he asked suspiciously. "I packed for you. You have a spare change of clothes, some extra socks, a sewing kit, because I know how much you love to sew, some sandwiches, a sack of those little cakes you like dash." "Please stop talking now." "A new whetstone," Caitlin went on, and there was a gleam in her eye that was positively evil, "some biscuits, some oil, and a little token for you to remember me by." She added sweetly. "Oh, you have something on your..." She pulled a handkerchief from her pocket, and held it up to him. "Spit, Dot." Victor realized there were Legion all around the square, watching in amusement. "Caitlin." "I said, spit." Victor sighed, and did as he was ordered. Caitlin wiped a smudge off his face. "Caitlin, you are embarrassing me in front of the other soldiers." "I know." "Now," she went on. "Do you have all your knives?" Caitlin, "Oh, for gods, yes." "Your sword?" Victor nodded at the handle of his sword, the one looted from Vharaes' body, that stuck up over his shoulder. "Stay with the group," Caitlin chided. "Don't talk to any strange elves." "You are a crazy, crazy woman," said Victor. He kissed her hand. "I'll see you soon." "We'll keep him safe," said Mouse, giving Caitlin a hug. The 3 of them walked away, as the others erupted into laughter behind them, Caitlin taking a bow. "Shut up," said Victor preemptively as they walked. "I haven't said anything yet," said Serrel. "I know. So shut up. What token did she give you? Mouse asked in interest. Oh, gods, I dread to think. Victor checked the pack. At the very top he found a knife, a short curved blade of elvish design. That's actually quite nice, Victor admitted. Then he looked closer, and saw that someone had engraved VB4KA on the handle. In perfect unison, Mouse and Serrel both said, Shut up. They walked on in silence. Then Serrel started, So what kind of cakes do you dash? Shut up. Are you going to share? Shut up. At the western gate, the hounds were collecting together. About time, Hawthorne, said Calyx. Sergeant, Captain, said Victor, offering Snow his orders. Archcaster Blackwood, reporting for duty. Oh my, said Snow, reading over Victor and Mouse's orders. And to think, a week ago we didn't even have one mage. Now we have 3. When it doesn't rain, it pours. Isn't this exciting, Sergeant? Calyx sniffed. I only wanted the mouse, she replied. Well, since you're here, you can make yourself useful, fresh meat. My leg's still a bit stiff. Be a gentleman and carry my pack. She means you, Serrel said helpfully, handing the pack to Victor, who rolled his eyes and pulled it onto his shoulder. Gather around, chaps, said Snow to the group. Now, we've heard reports of a group of Ferine, spotted in the woods not far from here. I thought we ought to take a nice refreshing stroll out in that general direction, and should we find any Ferine along the way, we shall ask them politely to surrender. And if they don't? Someone asked. We'll ask them less politely. And then eat 'em. Hee, added Dogbreath. Quite. Come on, hounds. We're off the leash. With Calyx in the lead, Vost at her side, the hounds set off through the gate, and back into the Faelands. It was a perfect autumn day, the sun shining brightly, the sky an awe-inspiring blue. The hounds marched along casually, Brant even whistling a jaunty tune as they went, as though they were just off on a walk, and not out to hunt down monsters. Serrel didn't know if this was how it was going to be for the next 2 years of his life. He had gone into this without really thinking it through. But he understood better now, in some ways. He knew what he had to do, and he had prepared himself as best he could. And with Mouse at his side, and Victor marching behind him, he felt, maybe not exactly great, but perhaps better than he had been when he had started out. He was still in the Faelands, and there was still a war to be fought, and monsters to slay. But for now, he was dry, with his friends, and he was content. An hour later, Calyx threw him in the river. It was going to be a long 2 years. Epilogue, Destiny. Gories ran for days straight. As a Ferine, he could move fast, and when need be, remain unseen. He paused only to drink, forage for food, and relieve himself. Otherwise, he didn't stop. It was a long journey for someone on their own, and he couldn't stem the discouraging thoughts from raging through his head. He was moving faster than any news coming from Volumir would, and he had no idea how the battle had raged. But in his gut, he knew that his brethren had gone to the earth. Vharaes he was more confident of. The elf was a tricky one, and he had the master on his side. On the 3rd, or possibly 4th day, he had lost count, he finally reached his destination. It was a relatively unremarkable stone monolith, stuck in a meadow in the middle of nowhere, marking some ancient site of pilgrimage for some long-forgotten elvish ritual. There were places like this all over Elsbereth. It was a sign of the times, of the corruption the Imperials were wreaking upon his home. All of their own religions and ways were being supplanted by the Empire. Gories huddled by the foot of the stone out of the wind, and waited. The sky turned dark, and yet another autumn storm lashed the countryside with unbridled fury. He waited patiently in the rain, huddling for warmth by the forgotten stone. He had not dressed appropriately for the weather. He was starting to grow a layer of fur over his body, but frankly it was coming along a little too slow to be of any use. and though he hated to admit it, it made him look weird. Claws and fangs were one thing, but fur? Nobody liked body hair. The only thing he had brought with him was the package. It was only a medium-sized pouch that jangled with a metallic ringing noise when he shook it. Curiosity had overcome him on the journey, and he had not resisted taking a peek. It was disappointing, however. The pouch only contained a bunch of old, metal keys of various designs. Still, the master wanted them, and he was not going to disappoint the master. Night fell, the rain abated, the stars came out. Still he waited. But in the lonely solitude, he began to think about his old life, for the first time in a long time. He wondered. Could things have been different? Could he have had a normal life, without this? Without the master, and the Ferine? He could have given up his foolish dreams of being a sorcerer. Before, he had thought it was the greatest thing ever, but now, being what he was, he saw things with more clarity. He never would have amounted to anything, the path he had been on. He would have had to quit the weaving lessons, gotten a real job. Maybe then, he could have met a nice girl, and settled down. Lived a nice quiet life. And worn the yoke of the empire, until the day he faded away and became nothing. Not even a forgotten stone monolith to mark he had ever been in the world. No. That wasn't the life he wanted. He wanted to be a true elf. He wanted to die free, and return to the earth knowing he could be reborn. He wanted to make the world better. His patience paid off. Gory stood up when he heard the sound of great wings beating in the sky. He went out to meet his master, and find his true destiny.